Hey, we're streaming, and let's try and bring others on so they can help relieve me, and because I'm already starting off exhausted, and let's get this going. Let's see what we got going here, and okay, and so going to call some of the others, see who might be available here. Oh, okay. Isaac Romero, there we are. Okay, and we'll start off, of course, with the most immediately available, most hopefully. Okay, we are live, just so that you know that. And on top of all that, I am thoroughly exhausted and still have to make my tea to even begin to caffeinate myself. Beyond that, how are things going? Hopefully you can start us off and actually carry the opening hour. I will bring some other people on, obviously, whoever is available to help us do that. But other than that, by all means, take it away.
All right. Well, I did wind up getting my what do you call it, booster shot today.
Oh, congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah. So I managed to get that out the way. So I have my flu shot and my booster shot, meaning, motherfuckers aren't gonna get me sick, which is a good thing.
Oh, I envy
You
you. I
know.
still have to get my flu shot. I didn't get that the other day. By the way, can you look this up? This is a story from today. Teenage girl in Kentucky was rescued from a 61-year-old man after she flashed viral TikTok hand gestures indicating domestic abuse. Palm to camera, tuck thumb, trap thumb. That's it. Learn something new every day. If you could look that up, I'd appreciate that, and maybe you could enlighten us more on that story.
Yes, I have it on Yahoo News.
Okay. You take your time with that. Let me bring on our man Brandon and introduce him, of course, and that way we can have a further backup. And Penny Bradley, of course, is at the orgy in the desert. I'm sorry, contact in the desert. I shouldn't be so vicious. And here we are. Brandon, I just want to make certain that I know both of you gentlemen are introduced by now and to get along famously. I certainly just want to make certain you say hello to our audience. Our man Jameson is going to bring up a fascinating story that just came out, and I'm going to have you kind of respond to that. Both of you gentlemen are begged, I beseech you both to hold the stage. Beg you on bended knee because I am exhausted, starting off exhausted at least. I still have to make my tea to caffeinate myself. Got to make certain I have enough water around to hydrate myself throughout the night. And I am, of course, still have to get enough calories in me to last through the night. So I have some turkey chow mein mixed with the turkey sausage and eggs. This is obviously something I never normally would buy myself, but it's fine, and it's from Meals on Wheels. So it's a home-delivered meal, and I mixed two of the trays together like I normally do because one tray is never enough because they make them for seniors, and apparently as seniors get older, they need less food. Either that or they're systematically starving them all to death. But
Yeah, they're systematically starving them to death.
there we always the most cynical outlook, but I don't blame you. I don't blame you. With your permission, I will bring up something that you said about pressure from the parents and all that stuff, which is not
Oh
surprising
yes,
anyway.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I
Yeah, I've
a
got
little
to
later.
start looking for a job
Well,
at some
I
point.
do want to address that. We'll have Brandon say hello, but the first thing that comes to my
Hello.
mind is you can tell your parents that one thing you can do is you can approach the social work department or Department of Human Services or the equivalent thereof in your state and have them recognize you as your parents' care provider. Your parents are both in need of 24-hour a day care. Certainly, your father is. You can ultimately, your job might be to basically care for them both. Unlike my peculiar situation, you might actually get the money for that. That would, but the question is, if you become responsible for that, would they remove you off of whatever assistance you're on now? That would be, so you might confront them with that, and you would also confront them with the fact that if you went out and got a job, you wouldn't be able to care for them anymore. So it's a rather suicidal pact on their parts to get rid of you.
Well, you understand that the reason why they're the reason why this choice was the reason why we came to this conclusion was the fact that, you know, it was either straighten up, stop abusing substances, or I get a place of my own and just, leave them be so that they don't have to see me self-destruct. So my choice is, you know what? I guess if it means that unfortunately, I don't want them to die, but if it means that that's the choice they are willing to make, just so that I can, be able to do what I do on my own, so be it.
I'd say just clean up as best as you can and stay where you're at.
That's literally impossible, man.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll speak of that later. And there's some things we'll cover more privately, of course. But so, Brendan, do say hi. And so glad to have you with us. And tell us how the week's been going for you.
Oh, what a crazy week it kind of was. It's sort of, and the weekend it just flew right by. And here we are, Sunday night. And sitting with my two comrades, and here we are. And so what else can be said?
Wonderful. I mean, and your weekend otherwise was busy, no doubt, parenting and working. How is your work going in general?
Well, a housewife's work is never done, never finished, as they say. And so it's been a learning experience. Every day is a learning experience with this one. And it's some late nights, it's some lost sleep, but it's all worth it.
Amazing. And so basically, like I said, do me a favor and respond to our man Jameson. I am going to make myself some tea. I mean, even before I get the links done, honestly, I should work on the links first, but honestly, I just am so fucked up. I need to anchor myself with some other chemical substances. So I'm going to go make my tea. And I will be back.
That makes two of us.
So this wonderful young lady is asking me if I have a show soon. I'll tell her I'm on now. I am on now. Now, honey. And let her know that. And by the way, a shout out to Clarice Claudette, who sent me a care package. I haven't yet had time to open it. God bless you, honey. Remind me, lads, or especially Jameson, of course, to give her a shout out again later when things settle down more and there's more of a chance of herself listening. And obviously she's welcome to come on to say hello to everybody anytime she just needs to inform me via the something messenger or something. Facebook Messenger is the easiest for me, but she doesn't seem to use that much, so either an email, I do check the emails as they come in, or the cell phone or something. Right now, let's check with Amanda Ute. I asked her on the cell phone if I should call, and we'll figure that out in terms of whether she's not responding. Yeah,
an attempt.
But you're welcome to attempt calling her. And what else was I going to say? Oh, and do me a favor and send me a link to that story. I'll look at it over myself later. I only found of it now from my cell phone because thankfully my cell phone does flash news items to me.
Yeah, mine does too, and that's why I put mine on airplane mode because I can't fucking stand it.
Oh my God, that's funny. But it
drives me nuts because the only thing I like to use my cell phone to read your book or to read the grimoires that I have uploaded on my phone, like when I'm in travel or whatnot. Right. And it's kind of funny seeing people's reactions when I'm reading occult grimoires. I love it.
No doubt. By the way, I want to shout out to everyone in the chat room. Kathy Bennett says, hey there, honey. Mwah. And Marcus Crick says, yo, Kathy, give us a like, please. Oh, yes, that's right. Must remind everybody about that. No doubt we're being assailed already by the agents of chaos. James Forsyth says, greetings to all. And Kathy Bennett asks if I sleep at all. I do quite a bit, actually, compared to your average human being, because I'm not really baseline. So I actually need a lot more sleep than your baseline human. Actually, all of you need sleep, but none of you ever get it. So Marcus Grix says, Jameson, sounds like your family gave you an ultimatum. That sucks, mate. And Jameson's trying to make the best of it. I would, of course, just adapt. But in terms of where we're at right now, what was I going to say? Let me get my tea and everything, and then maybe I'll be able to think a little more. A bit of a trip around the messenger system. There we are. Now, here's something that I'm wondering about with this young lady, and Brendan Zogit and Jameson Reese will join in kind of a discussion of this. How is it that someone now I don't doubt that all of this is true. However, she's 16. He's 61. There's something almost occult in that, it's a
Yes,
transposition
the
of numbers.
inversion.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
But how is it that, maybe he had a gun or something, but I mean, he's 61 fucking years old and she's 16. She should be able to kick this guy's ass. But
You
uh,
know.
depends. Maybe he's very physically fit for a 61-year-old man. Like, God knows. But I'll have as we find out
Honestly
more about
speaking,
it.
the guy I used to be friends with,
Uh,
who I found out was my handler. He was in his 60s, and he was actually quite fit for his age.
okay. All right.
He was quite muscular because he managed to keep himself in shape.
Okay.
Of course, I wouldn't. I would have felt sorry for him to kick his ass, and I should have kicked his ass. But honestly speaking, I feel like the best blow was to leave him to his own devices, out of respect.
Yeah, yeah, understood, and that's appreciated. So do catch us up on this. Brendan will respond. I am going to go mute, and I will, make myself some tea. I'll be back in about, 10, 15 minutes at the longest, and then I'm going to put the hyperlinks up, and or I'll do that while the tea is brewing, actually, because I have to wait for the tea to brew, and that takes about 15 minutes. So I'll come back and do that. Anyhow, no need to explain all the ugly details. My
All right.
appreciation to both of you gentlemen. Thank you both for what you do. God bless you, and take it away.
Okay, so we have a missing teenager that was rescued after a 911 caller reported that she had used hand gestures to indicate domestic violence. These symbols have grown popular on TikTok since reports emerged of increasing rates of domestic abuse during the pandemic. The 61-year-old man found with the teenager was arrested for unlawful imprisonment and possession of child pornography. So I guess the woman was actually child pornography. I don't know. I don't know how to make sense of this. Well, damn, that's pretty bad, honestly speaking. Chomo should get his ass chopped up in prison, in my opinion. But, they always give these guys sentences that are too lenient in the United States, whereas in the rest of the world, when you see what they do with child molesters on websites like horrible videos and whatnot, oh man, they brutalize them, deservedly so. The 61-year-old man found with the teenager was I just went to that. A missing North Carolina teen was reported rescued after she used a viral TikTok hand gesture to indicate she was endangered and needed help. Now, it's ironic. It's odd how, one, that she actually had a cell phone on her. If a guy has abducted her, why would he leave her cell phone on her? Question one. The 16-year-old was found in Kentucky on Thursday after a 911 caller reported that a female passenger riding in a car ahead of them was using the signals. Okay, so this was in a car in which she had used the signals that were popularized on TikTok. A Fox 8 Cleveland reported. Now, of course, because it's Fox, I have to take it with a grain of uranium because it's Fox. According to Laurel County Sheriff's Office, investigators on scene found the driver, 61-year-old Herbert Brick. Who the hell chooses? Man, these guys always have these weird ass names. This guy looks like a weird piece of shit too. In possession of a photo of the teen engaged in sexual acts. The teen was first reported missing by her parents in Asheville, North Carolina on Tuesday, according to the report. Remind me to never go down south. Investigators discovered that Brick had driven with the girl to Ohio, though promptly left when relatives of Brick expressed concern about her age and discovered she had been reported missing. That is so strange. So he presented her to his family? What a fucking... These people are...
Bizarre.
That's beyond bizarre.
Yeah.
That's just off.
Yeah, it seems like there's more to the story. You know, there's got to be
Gotta be
more.
something more to it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, Fox is milking this for some reason. I don't know. I'm always the cynic. Brick is currently at Laurel County Correctional Center, where he was arrested for unlawful imprisonment and possession of content showing sexual activity by a minor, Fox 8 reported. The signals, a mix of 3 hand gestures, convey violence at home, need help, and domestic violence, have spread on TikTok as a means to help victims of abuse. So it's interesting how this technology is being used to help instead of hurt. So take that, Xi Jinping, Mr. fucking, what's his name, Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
He would not have...
It's interesting, you know. It's like but then, you know, people want to outlaw TikTok, but then you get stories like this where it actually helps spread awareness and it actually helps kids and people, you know.
Yeah, it's a two-way street. The desire to end TikTok, I'm guessing, is a sort of I don't know. I think that might be an American attempt to block China from spying on our citizens and whatnot. But considering how stupid Americans are, I don't think the Chinese are going to learn anything really relevant by spying on our citizens.
Yeah, no, we love our McDonald's. That's about all they'll understand.
McDonald's and guns.
McDonald's guns. That's a new country song I heard. That's the new #1 country song. McDonald's, give me my McDonald's and my guns.
Well, there you go. The only thing we're missing is Sean Moon with his bullet, with his fucking oh my god, his bullet crown.
I never heard about this.
Yeah, he has a golden crown made of bullets, and he's the heir to the Moon. What was it? Soon Moon. I can't remember the guy's name, but he has like a cult. He started a cult in South Korea, and and this Moon cult was what George Bush was a part of. The Moon cult, where they literally worshipped Moon as their god.
Yeah,
and so you have an American president who worshipped this South Korean guy as a god. And I'm guessing this has to do a lot with the fact that they were using underage girls to sort of rope these politicians in. And now these underage girls would be called comfort women, but they weren't women at all. They were girls. And so while South Korea claims that the Japanese created these crimes of atrocity using comfort women, this Moon cult, which was probably the product of their intelligence agency, was using underage girls, trafficking them out, and using them to sort of rope people into this Moon cult. So there you go.
Fascinating. Wow.
Hypocrisy at its finest.
Yeah.
That is one of the reasons why I've come to love the human race. And I do mean love in the most cynical ways.
Love in terms of hate, you know.
It's not hate, it's amused. Humans keep me amused, because just when I think that you guys are going to wipe yourselves off the planet, you do something new. But just when I think you guys are going to do something good and turn things around, you screw things up, and it just makes me so amused, you know. So I'm going to look at this from an angel's perspective, which is just ha ha ha. Anything that happens, you know.
Well, it's just either you laugh or you cry. Really, it's sort of one of those options, you know, at this point with humanity. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we're very good at digging ourselves into a hole, and I can't help but think that this might be the product of something unconscious. This leads me to believe, it's just a theory. I have no way of proving it, that some of the incursions of the outer gods and the great old ones, I believe that they have the capacity to uh, create incursions in the collective human unconscious in the guise of certain archetypes and disrupt human beings. But I would tend to think that I'd be giving, I don't want to take responsibility away from the human species, but
Right.
the potential has to be there. Uh,
Yeah. Well, there's definitely the possibility, and there are a lot of people who would take that perspective. You know.
the human brain has we I mean, scientists have found that some of the geometrical firings of the human brains, as far as neurons are concerned, show configurations that uh, seem to mimic up to 11 dimensions of geometry, like 11-dimension geometry. So, I mean, shit, we're simultaneously in different. I would tend to think that the human being is in different dimensions simultaneously and isn't aware of it. We're only able to process what we're doing in the third spatial dimension with the addition of time,
Right.
which would be 4 dimensions. So 5 to 11, we're completely unaware of, even though we seem to exist in that matrix as well.
Interesting.
And I'm wondering if that's where dreaming comes in, and if that's where like all sorts of experiences such as astral travel, and even I have to assume that even the occult experience of practicing rituals of, be it black magic or white magic, also are a sort of bridge or sort of bridging of the gap between the dimension 5 and 4, which we inhabit 4, because
That's
it seems
fascinating. Yeah. Go on.
because it seems like what the enchanter, and I can only speak for the enchanter more so than while I have invoked as well. Evoking, of course, takes a tremendous strain on one's. It definitely leaves one open and vulnerable. If
What? I just got
oh,
back, and I'm the tea is steeping, not steeping, but brewing rather. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Sarah Thomas with her 3 pink pulsating hearts. God bless you, honey. And she did mention, please hit the thumbs up, stand up. Yes, by all means, everyone. Do put an upvote to counter the agents of chaos. They attack with their bots, and they put their downvotes down in the beginning, and as soon as we start live stream. And you have to stand up to them, because if you don't, then it does not distribute. Unfortunately, YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate, and so in order to get our video to be distributed, in other words, to appear in people's searches, we have to overcome all of the downvotes that they hit us with immediately, and many of these are, of course, literally branches of service with the military. The military occult industrial complex is, of course, what I've exposed throughout my life, and they do their best to suppress the information. So I'm just taking a look at some of the incoming messages, and we'll go back to these two gentlemen, but I was just curious as to what I stepped into. When I stepped back, they were talking about something about being open and vulnerable due to certain spells being cast. I'm just wondering, how did we get here from where we were with what we started? By the way, one of the people in the chat asks, I don't know if you answered this question, but I'm certainly interested in hearing what both of you gentlemen thought. Marcus Griggs in Australia says, I want to know how the cops found the abductor and Chloe. Chloe being the young blonde young lady, I presume. By the way, Jesse Balk says soup triple D, and I will tend to some of his messages best as I'm able. And of course, Kathy Bennett also mentions the guys' thoughts on La Palma volcano creating a tsunami. Oh, honey, you have no idea. So...
I wish. We can only be so lucky. I mean, seriously, it's one of those things that is just too good to be true, and it's like, oh, please give us a mega tsunami, and it's like, no, it's not gonna happen. It's just our luck because Jameson's here. The Earth wants to disappoint.
No, yeah, it's our man Jameson has been praying for that to happen, and it just hasn't. La Palma has not obliged him. There we are, and in terms of our man Brandon Young, I almost said Brandon Zoget, and that reminds me, I have to send him a message. But in the meantime, both of you, please go back to whatever it was you were saying. Explain how the cops found this young lady and exactly what exactly what is it that
they found her because they were in a car and she had flashed the she must have flashed the signals
cops?
out the back. No, the young lady and the person who abducted her. They were in a car, and she flashed the signals, and somebody driving must have saw her flash the signals. They recognized the signals because of TikTok, and so they informed the police, and that's how the police had...
Got it. So they informed the police of the make and model of the car, and perhaps even the driver, the license plate, and then the police traced it from...
And where it gets twisted is the fact that the guy was able to make it as far as Ohio from North Carolina. He was able to present the girl to his family.
No!
As if
Like his mom and dad are still alive?
Yeah.
What the fuck? In their 80s and shit?
Yeah, he presents it to his families, even though his family had concerns that she was too young. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but
no, it's hysterical. No, it is hysterically funny. It's awful. It has all the makings of true black comedy. This is just black comedy. Is Brendan still with it? Brandon?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm just thinking of, speaking of black comedies, remember that there was that Guess Who's Coming Home for Dinner or whatever it was.
That there was, I vaguely remember that. Tell us, what was that about again? What was the plot?
Oh,
there?
I think it was about just a racially mixed couple coming home for dinner and so on. But in this case, it would be a 61-year-old with a 16-year-old. Are we gonna have to get the baby food out? I mean, come on. I mean, geez, Anyway, that's a joke.
Oh my god! No! That is very funny. I mean, oh my god! Yes, she is underage. That part did not even consciously creep up to my mind. The statutory rape aspect. The only thing that came. Yeah, what's that?
Is that what makes it worse? Is that he took pictures of them performing sexual acts.
Did he really? Oh,
yes.
Shit.
So now he's charged with possession of child pornography.
Ooh.
In addition.
Yeah.
Oh. I guess it's like he reached that point in life where he just didn't give a shit anymore, and he was just going to do it. He was just going to. How did he abduct her? Was this at gunpoint? What?
I do not know how this happened. They don't go into it, of course, and I get the feeling if they did go into it, we'd be like,
really laughing. I'm sorry. This would be. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is awful, and this is reprehensible.
Because we do know that they are whitewashing it.
Yes.
Without a doubt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because if they were black, they would say he pistol smacked that bitch and dragged her by the hair.
Wait a second. Do we actually know the ethnicity of the abductor? I am curious.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
he's white.
did they say
He's,
that? Or
they
did
showed his
the photographs?
picture.
Oh, they got his
They
picture.
showed
I didn't see
his
his picture.
Yeah, they
Okay.
showed his ugly ass picture on the Yahoo News.
Now I'm presuming he's a fucking loser and that he's ugly as sin and this is why he hasn't got any. But like, was he like
Yeah,
hideous or what? There was
they all look the same. I
Well,
don't
no,
know how to describe them.
there was this one child rapist who I happened to catch on YouTube when I'm like cruising YouTube after the shows are done and I'm totally zoned out and I cruise YouTube for like it just all kinds of shit comes up in the search and the one time that I saw the time it was probably based on aggregates based on past searches where I was like searching up cases in the past for this sort of ugliness when I had to tell people about certain developments in this kind of criminality. And there was this one child rapist who showed up that was just, you have no idea. This was something, it was beyond hideous. The person had a skin disease of some sort where he was, his entire face was subsumed in warts. It was, and he abducted some child and assaulted it. The child, I don't know the gender of the child. I don't remember it. But there are people like that, unbelievably. So in certain cases, they're not all alike. Some of them truly are ugly on the outside, ugly on the inside. Horrific, and no doubt that probably would have been used in his defense by any attorney. That his gruesomeness, led to his criminality, but of course that can't be. Hopefully, the jury didn't buy it. But yes, by all means, I'm going to go mute for a second. I'll try and take care of these hyperlinks while finishing up this tray here. Both of you gentlemen, by all means, continue. We have people in the chat room who are sending me private messages that they do relate to what Jameson is talking about. Some of them have very dark altars that apparently, take over at times. Aside from that, just another quick check into the chat room. Jesse Balk was saying, unfortunately, yes to Kathy, who was asking about guys' thoughts on La Palma. So I guess, he's saying, anyhow, so they're talking about La Palma.
I've actually been, I used to sleep while, listening to the live feed of La Palma's, just volcano. And I was like hoping something would connect with the, unconscious mind while I'm sleeping. No dice. No dice. I would literally have to, have a whole group of, like a massive group of people and just, create some kind of ritual around it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now, I don't know what...
Which I don't think many of them would do it.
Don't think many of them... You mean people who relate to what you're saying don't do that, is what you're saying, probably. But not many people would be doing that.
Yeah, not many people who are into magic would be like, okay, yes, let's bring the human race to extinction. They'll be like, no, I'm human too, asshole. Don't think about it. Don't even think about it.
So I'm looking at this and okay, so this is what Sarah Thomas is agreeing to. Basically, Marcus Grix was saying 4-year-old Chloe was taken from a campsite. Okay, so he's talking about another young lady. Obviously not even. Okay, so
I think what Sarah Thomas was agreeing to was the fact that I had like sort of branched off into this sort of occult. I don't know how the hell we got there.
No, I get it. But I think
about the multidimensionality of the human brain.
I see, because she's talking about simultaneously, or it could be. Also, she could be potentially referring to what Marcus Grix was saying, that this 4-year-old Chloe was taken from a campsite from inside her tent between 1:30 and 6 a.m. She was taken with her sleeping bag. And 18 days later, 2 days ago, they raid a house 2 minutes from the police station and 15-ish minutes from the campsite. She's fine, and the person who took her has no relation. So then he says he wants to know how the cops found her, at which point Sarah Thomas is saying maybe it's not their first victim. Okay, so then she is agreeing to what you were saying. She is agreeing. Sarah Thomas is agreeing to what you were saying, because I thought she might be insinuating before reading that. I thought she might be insinuating that potentially there was a simultaneity to these abductions, as if they were part of a campaign, which may be the case.
Which
actually
doesn't seem, yeah, it does not seem unlikely that such a thing would happen. Because, we are dealing with some sick son of a bitches. I mean, all right, yeah. Okay, so I have this article. Australian police search for a 4-year-old girl missing from a tent on a camping trip. Yeah, police were searching for a 4-year-old girl who went missing from a campsite in Western Australia on Saturday. Cleo Smith was last seen around 1:30 a.m. local time on Saturday, was staying at a tent at the Blowholes campsite. What a name. In McLeod.
Blowholes campsite.
To a statement in Western Australia. Police force
I'm sorry,
Monday.
just the Blowholes campsite. I'm still that Blowholes campsite, people. This is better than Crystal Lake with Jason Voorhees and the like. This needs a slasher film right there at Blowholes campsite. That's nothing beats that. That's by the way, our man
better than a slasher film. It could be a stabber film.
There we are. Just all of the the imagery, the insinuation. The innuendo is endless. I do have a postcard sent to me right now. It's in the chat room. I can't dare to open it because, like I said, every time I do that, it shuts the whole fucking window when I shut the goddamn postcard. But Brandon, do me a favor and send me that in my private message box, okay? And this is a statue similar to what I said about the Statue of Justice that was supposed to be established on Angel Island. So fascinating, and maybe you can give us a bit of the history behind that, and Jameson can then return to Australia, back to Camp Blowholes. With the oh my fucking god, yeah, that's and of course when she's in her sleeping bag, they took her with the sleeping bag because that's basically what's her bondage, right? I mean, she can't move in the fucking sleeping bag, so of course they took a sleeping bag. It's like what keeps her from moving. It's like a package, except for delivery. And yeah, that's going on while this other thing was going on in the United States. Yeah, it's all connected somehow. Don't think otherwise. There's a simultaneity to it that it's just connect the dots. So there we have that. Of course, the guy taking her in Australia, the fucker's white.
Yeah, that goes without saying. I don't think anyone Aboriginal will have any use for some.
Oh, they wouldn't want the trouble. They wouldn't want the bother. It's not even the legal trouble. It's the squalling brat, right? I mean, oh my god. And then actually, to tell you the truth, I will go with what I'll truly believe is that, based on all of the reports that we tend to get, and I don't think it's media bias at all, you never hear about blacks or minorities. Extremely rare you'll hear about some Asian creep kidnapping some kids or something like that. But
honestly, those probably happen more often than white kidnappings.
You mean Asian people kidnapping or Asians being kidnapped?
No. I mean being kidnapped.
Yeah.
Black girls being kidnapped, Asian girls being kidnapped. That happens more frequently than probably white girls being kidnapped. It's just no one talks about it because no one gives a shit, because it's like, oh yes, never.
That's true. I did go. I did go into that. What I meant to say was you never hear of a black abductor. That is what.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. That's which is interesting, and we can't say it's media bias in that regard, because, as you did say, that would tend to attract a lot of attention. That would, in and of itself, it would stand out enough where that would attract attention. I think that it's yes, they just it's just, there truly is kind of like a community. How would I say it? But blacks really are stuck in their own community in a large regard. However, as we said before, indigenous women in particular, and this would require a whole transmission to do it justice, indigenous women disappear all the time. Horrible, horrible. Black women disappear all the time, or black girls rather, and sometimes boys. As a matter of fact,
yeah. There was a boy that disappeared in the New York area some time ago. I don't know the kid's name or whatever. I don't think they ever found him. I think they just found the body, which is usually always the case.
Yeah, that's and I hate to say it, you're almost fortunate if you find that. Most of the at least that brings some sense of closure. Most of the time they don't even find that. But before we go back to that subject, Brandon, can you, and I'll start while chewing. I'll be mute, and Brandon, can you tell us a little bit about this postcard and what you might know about it?
Well, I remember the last transmission we had, Douglas. I brought up Angel Island in regards to a sort of historical treasure hunt on, and you said that Angel Island was sort of like the Ellis Island of the West.
Right. And by the way, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We do have a developing situation. Jameson, if you could please handle the individual in the chat room who's now coming on with the porn sites. So the agents of chaos are attacking in force right now. But go on, Brendan. Yes, well, we tend to that.
Oh, and I'm sorry to hear that. But anyway, at any rate, and you had mentioned that there was some sort of postcard out there of this sort of Lady Justice, which would mimic Lady Liberty from Ellis Island, although terrible in many ways. And so I searched it out and I found it. I think if that is not it, please do let me know. But it's really interesting that this does exist. And so I thought I would share it.
Bless you. Yeah. This was obviously one of the intended models for it, or what you would call it, a prospectus. This is what would be called a prospectus. And so in terms of the visage, this is quite a terrible visage. I wish I could show it to people. I wish we could share in the how would we say it? The images in the chat at least. But it's and by the way, James Forsyth says yes, it triggered me also when I read it. And then Jesse Buck says, surprisingly for me, I saw missing signs for certain girls posted up by my work, and the news would come later. Oh, okay. I'm wondering what. Okay, so if they can provide any details, go ahead. I'm wondering if they were talking about they were triggered by the idiot putting the porno ads.
No, I don't think so. I took care of that because he had posted that afterwards.
Okay, all right. And so with Brandon, tell us a bit about how you got started on the treasure hunt, just a little bit about that, and then we'll go back to the Australia and compare that to the movie National Treasure, and what is the difference between this and the plot for National Treasure, what this individual did. He apparently... Yeah.
Well, one of them has Nick Cage, the other has a megalomaniacal white boy named Brandon. No, I'm joking. But this treasure hunt was basically it's a Byron Priest treasure hunt. This man who died in 2004 in a car accident, so we don't know where any of the treasures are actually buried. Commissioned a book, Byron Priest Publishing, which at the time did a lot of scholastic books and things like this, and he thought it might be a good idea to sort of to spark the interest of kids in the 80s and to hide these treasures in several cities around the Northeast, the America, and one of them. People have been deducing, mostly adults, by the way, no children, which was, I think, the intended purpose was sort of to have kids sort of figure out and have them be sort of like an Indiana Jones in a sense, or some kind of thing.
Right.
Not so much an Indiana Jones, but
Carmen Sandiego. You might
Carmen
tell.
Sandiego.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
And explain to people a little bit about what that concept was, what that series was about.
Oh well, as I recall, the gumshoe, as a former gumshoe myself, what would happen? It was an old computer game, as far as I knew, and in fact, it was about a sort of a mistress. No, well, not a mistress.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, grandma dame.
Sort of. Yeah. Grandma dame who wore a red hat and a red coat, and was sort of would give you hints and clues as to where her whereabouts were, and you would have to figure it out using logic and deductive reasoning and so on. And you would have to guess the city based on these sort of set of clues, right? And that essentially is what is Carmen Sandiego. It became a television show,
right?
I think under PBS,
right?
And so on, and became pretty popular as far as I recall.
Yes. So basically, so people understand this, she was like a sex MILF, which is the MILF being the acronym for mother I'd like to fuck, and she was like the sex pot. Going around in a trench coat, which gave you the impression she could flash you any moment. That was for all the adults, and so all the men watching it. By the way, as Jesse Balk says, all red outfit, which traditionally was affiliated with prostitutes. Traditionally,
I used to watch that as a kid, and I had no idea.
Yeah, well, there you go. But for the kids, she was presented as an international art thief. So she was stealing all over the world and planting. You were supposed to locate where she was stealing all of the art, where she was planting all of the art. So this was an educational aid, and it taught kids geography, which is probably the only instruction in geography, an attempt at instructing in geography that I've ever fucking seen. That was to try and teach Americans some level of geography. And so it did become popular, and its success run was long enough where I actually heard about it, and it was on around for quite a few years, and I don't know why it ever disappeared, which was sad, probably because the people who could have exploited it as a teaching aid were too dumb to do so, and it just kind of vanished because the adults were too stupid to know how to use it. But there you have that. It had something for everybody in that regard, and so she had an international crime ring that was all kinds of characters that were, again, your typical, how would we say it? What was the detective? Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy was infamous for affiliating deformities with crime. So it wasn't Dick Tracy-like in that her crime ring was not necessarily deformed people, but they were quirky. They were all very quirky. And there we are. Jesse Balk says, I think Newgrounds made a quote-unquote different version of the game. I'll have to check into that and see if they brought it up to the adult level yet. But other than that,
well, I guarantee you'll find an adult version out there. At this point in time, yeah.
Rule 34. That's right. Rule 34. If it whatever exists, pornography can be made from it. That's the that's the rule. So aside from all of that, let me go mute again. Finally, try to tend to these hyperlinks and chew what's left on this tray. And meanwhile, our man Brendan and Jameson will return to stage and take what they can from it. Our man will return to Camp Blowhole. Speaking of Carmen Sandiego, where in the world is Carmen? Yes. There we are, and Jameson will tell us what happened with that. By all means, it's yours. Stage. Thank you.
All right. So grave concerns are held for Cleo's safety. The statement reads, WA police are exploring all possibilities and have a number of investigative resources to assist, including detectives from the homicide squad as well as forensics and local detectives. The fact that they said homicide squad right there means things look pretty bleak.
Yeah.
Cleo was wearing a pink one-piece sleep suit with yellow and with a blue and yellow pattern, police said, adding that she was last seen sleeping in a red and black sleeping bag. She is around 3 feet, 7 inches tall, with hazel eyes, honey blonde hair, the statement added. The rural state settlement of McLeod sits between the sea and Lake McLeod, around 30 miles north of the town of Carnarvon. The family are from Carnarvon and are familiar with the McLeod area, as they often go camping there, according to CNN affiliate 9 News. Police have appealed for anyone who stayed at the campsite or forgive me for my choppy reading. I know this is pretty off kilter for many of the listeners due to the fact that I am, still readjusting psychologically. Police have appealed for anyone who have stayed at the campsite to contact them. Cleo's mother, Ellie Smith, posted an appeal for information on Facebook. It's been over 24 hours since I've last seen the sparkle in my little girl's eyes. Please help me find her. If you hear or see anything, please call the police, she wrote. Last seen 1:30 a.m. and gone when woke up at 6 a.m. from our shared tent. Very, very unusual for Cleo, she added. Honestly, it would have made more sense for her to sleep with the child to, pretty much prevent anything from happening.
That is bizarre. What you say? The child was in a separate tent?
No, the child was in a separate sleeping bag, and that doesn't make any sense at all. Like,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, most times, women who have kids are they'll sleep
Sleeping
next
with
to
a
them
kid.
to
No,
make
I
sure,
get it. I get what you're saying.
to make sure
yeah.
nothing happens to them. I mean, so there's a lack of protective mother instinct on the mother's part. Police Inspector John Monday. The guy's name is literally Monday. Wow. It's M-U-N-D-A-Y.
You're too young to remember Dragnet, but that was the Dragnet. The cop's name was Friday or Monday or some shit like that. He was named after a day of the week, and they would, yeah. So go on.
Said authorities were throwing everything at the search, but did not provide many other details, according to 9 News. It's been reported a sleeping bag is missing. Other than that, I'm really not at liberty to divulge what else we may believe may be missing, Monday said, adding that marine searches haven't found any sight of the girl. We're comfortable that they have done the best they can, he said. Right. Why do I not believe that? Yes, I have my reason for skepticism when it comes to, the police looking for people, because they'll assume you're dead automatically and say, yeah.
The fact, like you said, the fact that they involved the homicide department immediately.
Yeah. I mean, that pretty much ties things up and gives us the impression that there's really no hope.
Yes. Oh my God. So there we have that. But obviously this was before she was found. Apparently she was found. So this is an older story.
She was found?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
She was found 15 minutes from the camp. Some guy abducted her. He took the bag with her because it was her bondage, and like you said, it was unusual she wasn't in the bag with the mother, because that would have been a burden for him to take them both. But it was then he took her with her to his local log cabin or whatever, which was like 15 minutes from the campsite, and I guess he figured he was going to raise her from that point forward as his sex slave or the like, and they found him, and so you can check in the chat room for that, and Marcus Grix was saying the story's still developing. Yeah, that's why.
All right. Yeah, I see something on New York Times where they have more okay. They're showing that the rescue has happened. My name is Cleo. Girl 4 is found 18 days after vanishing from campsite. 18 days, damn.
Yeah, whoa, fuck. Time. Yeah, that's fuck. That's a
That's
long
not
time.
cool at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 4-year-old girl who vanished in the dead of night was found alive and well 18 days later in a locked house, authorities said on Wednesday. The girl, Cleo Smith, was freed after the police broke into the empty house in Carnarvon, the same town where she and her family lived. Yeah, it's always someone who's close when there's abductions or rapes. Always someone who's close.
Yeah.
It's
Usually.
never
And
someone who's
often.
far away.
Yeah. Yeah. Often. It's like that. All too
Quite
often.
often.
Yeah. And in terms of the Carnarvon, the very name, as in Carnivora, the cult of Carnivora is the thrill kill cult in the Kings of Edom. Amongst one of their sub branches are cults. So the cult of Carnivora is of course based and inspired on the very term carnivorous. And so the town, is it named Carnarvon like Carnivon? Like
No,
Carniv
it's Carnarvon.
AR, still kind of weird.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's where the cult can go to eat people.
That's
Which,
probably, maybe they were
which
fattening her up for just that. That is so sinister. She's gonna be scarred for life. I mean, God
yeah.
knows that's, yeah.
It was a 36-year-old man who they detained. One of the officers picked her up into his arms, asked blah 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 blah. Let's skip the squishy shit
Actually, that's
and get right
kind
to
of
the
a
details.
that's kind of a, how would I say that? The officer picked her up in his arms. That's almost like that's like straight out of a film. That's very cinematic.
I
But
know. I hate when they report like that. This is why the New York Times sucks balls.
yes, it's very
And
storytelling. They're very
and the guy
storytelling.
I used to be friends with used to read the Times all the time,
Like
and
it
he
was
would
God. Like it was God in the New York Times. Yes.
yeah, and he would pick out the stories, and he would say, and so he one day was trying to quote unquote instruct me on critical thinking, and I had picked everything out already. He was like, "Wow," and I'm like thinking to myself, "This is so condescending."
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that is condescending. But you know what? I've tried to teach people critical thinking in the past. Instead of taking it as condescending, the one thing I notice is all they do is they apply the skills only towards you and no one else. Because they identify you with the critical thinking, so they apply it only towards you and try to deconstruct everything you say. But with everyone else, somebody else will come along and say, the moon is made of green cheese. And they'll say, yeah, all right. And just substitute
Yeah,
it. It's just that,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That is so. Yeah, that's an annoying trope that I come across all the time.
Yeah, it's true. It's so there you go. I mean, say for instance, everybody's pointed that out, is that of course they try to attack everything. I mean, everything. This is one of the reasons why, if anybody looks at the 1,000-page column of Stephen Outram, one of the gang stalkers whose information technology he exploits because he was involved in the IT industry, the information technology industry. He exploits that to send the robots, the bots, with the and for people who are listening, don't confuse that with images of ambulatory robots, the bots in the online that give us the downvotes as soon as we start live streaming. They're obviously just he just comes on there and slaps the button, and these things are dispersed. And then later on, they get filtered out by the YouTube filtration system. But other than that, it takes a while. So what he's trying to do is prevent, like right now, there's 19 downvotes. And you can watch them throughout the show. This is an education for anybody who's watching anytime. As soon as you're here at the very beginning, you'll see sometimes 21 or just any number of downvotes. And we have to upvote in order to override that, because what this does is it successfully prevents the video from distributing at all or showing up on people's searches. So that's their intent, is to slap it down at the very beginning. It later on gets filtered out. But the point is they're trying to do the damage right at the start. So as soon as you get here, you have to hit those upvotes, and you have to use every IP address that you have, because this is what these people do. So you can see right now it's going up to 20. And so what they're doing is they'll have 4 sets of computers at home, each one with a different IP address, and they'll put a downvote from each one of those. So literally, just like 3 people can throw out the number of downvotes that you see. All of this sources ultimately from one person, Stephen Outram. The other one would be Richard K. Cole Jr. And so, it's basically 2 to 3 people, and sometimes it goes beyond that. Derek Talley or Edward Pavel would be in there. But it's never more than 4 or 5 people. And literally all of their resources, all of their entire lives are dedicated to these downvotes on my videos and trying to assault myself and my character. And so if you notice their assaults, it is literally on everything. It's no matter what I said, they'll try and deconstruct it and say that it's not real. That, of course, is their pathology, which is ultimately the downfall, because they obviously are insane, and the way they present themselves, their insanity is quite visible. The only other people who would accept their insanity are insane people. So this is the essence of the cult of the kings of Edom, is chaosium. It is the insanity of those who seek total anarchy, which is never a positive. And anyone who tries to promote that as some kind of positive political outlook is just beyond naive. They themselves are insane. So this is what we're confronted with. And if you don't stand against it, this is what will overwhelm your world. And so right now they've succeeded, because there's 20 of them and there's 25 upvotes. So they've succeeded in blocking all distribution of this video. That will wear out with the rest of the night, but it already prevents the video from being distributed. So the only way you can fight back is use every IP address that you have. You've got to use your iPad, you've got to use your PC, you've got to use your laptop, everything with a different IP address, and put an upvote in, because this is the only way. They're fighting as dirty as hell, and you have to fight as dirty as they do. You can't operate along a moral spectrum. You cannot operate, say, for instance, on the principle of free speech, because these same people, anyone who attacks what they say, you will automatically have your comments completely obliterated. They'll be censored. But they expect you to abide by free speech, to display everything they say. And they'll squeal like pigs, like cheated whores, when they don't get what they say displayed. This is the insanity of their double standard that they try to impose on you based on your liberal progressive guilt, or whatever it is, your sense of justice or balance that they'll take advantage of. You can't have that when dealing with these people. So we're dealing with the ultimate evil. And with that, let's bring on someone who's confronted such himself, Peter Moon. Let's say that, let's press the calling button. Oh, is he on with us?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay, wonderful. And so, Peter, by all means, I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. Tell us how your week's been. And, of course, Brandon Young is with us. Brandon, do say hello. If he's with us anymore.
Hello, I'm still here.
Hi, Brandon. Well, I discovered there's a new meme out there that's celebrating you.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, is there?
Go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Go,
Yeah.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, it means I hate Joe Biden, and it's very amusing. It's very creatively amusing.
Yeah.
And especially the way the liberal media reacts to it, like, thou shalt not say it. They make it evil when people are just having fun.
And how did this start? Maybe you could give us the history behind this meme.
I don't know how it started. I first heard it on the World Series, but I wasn't watching the World Series. It was on in the background, and I heard the audience going, "Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon!" And the announcers were saying something about it. I would later see Trump in the luxury box, kind of smiling. I guess he knew what it meant.
Yeah.
I mean, it just kind of, people picked up on it. And I think it was a seance with Ashley Babbitt. And she came through and said, "Let's go, Brandon."
You're making that up, right?
Of course. Of course. What's happening right now is there's a lot of stuff that hasn't come out. And even the New York Times and stuff is starting to bring stuff out about COVID and whatnot. The funny thing about COVID, though, the more they will admit to false reporting. They don't call it false reporting, but they will put out new data which modifies the narratives of the past, no matter what they say, and then say, okay, we'll get the vaccination is still the best way to prevent COVID. I mean, they always get this liner in there. And I just got a message today. Mm-hmm. And this is, I don't keep track of them because I'm not trying to make a case for this, but I get repeated, they're usually verbal stuff from people I know or friends. This one says he gets an email from his old roommate who does ballroom dancing as a hobby. He says, I had a few weeks ago with 5 vax dancers, all over 70. I don't know what he says, I had a few. He says, anyway.
A few drinks, maybe?
I guess he had emails from 5 vax dancers, because a friend who did ballroom dancing. Oh, and this is what his friend said, who does ballroom dancing, that there were 5 dancers all over 70s who got vaxxed. One had an aneurysm, another lost hearing, another lost use of his arm, got clots, lost use of his arm, he got clots and had continuous hand tremors. The other had no bad reactions until went for a booster shot and had a massive heart attack. So he says, so I sort of know firsthand what this video guy is quacking about. I don't know. He sent me a video too, which I'm not going to watch.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't have time for it. The video says unvaccinated people are not dangerous. And it says the medical link info is worth knowing, and regarding this stuff is a permanent poison. Some people, I get reports all the time of really bad reactions. And then there are plenty of people, nothing happens. So, I don't know. I mean, traditionally, old people should not be getting vaccinated at all. That's not something you do to old people.
Right. I mean, it's hard to tell. I heard different arguments about that. That's still up for controversy, maybe because they were saying sometimes the old need it more than anyone else because their immune systems are down. By the way, I do want to.
That's not kill them. See, that's the problem. It's enough to kill them. Now, it doesn't say that it will kill them.
Right.
But it's enough. It's like, and I got this from my old girlfriend who worked in hospice.
Okay.
And she knew old people. She knows really well. But
I mean, yeah, it sounds believable either way. I mean,
the problem is, Douglas. The other problem is, it had nothing to do with vax. It had to do with some new health issue.
Right.
And I think it was a new type of toothbrush. But anyway, they were showing, no, I wouldn't do this until, I know it was, I forget the name of the thing. It's called Solid White or something. It's a thing. It looks like a mouthpiece you'd put in, like a
dental protector. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, and then it vibrates your mouth, and it's supposed to clean your teeth.
Right.
Get rid of the plaque real fast and quick. It looks like a real excellent product.
Uh-huh.
I haven't asked a dentist about it yet, but it just looks like a real excellent product if it can get rid of plaque that fast and that thorough. But the thing is, they're going. They say, okay, the dentist learned it in the Army. He made it up in the Army because he didn't have enough supplies, so he had to get creative. But he wouldn't. He had great success with it, but he wouldn't, I guess, go to market with it until it was scientifically tested. And I think this is so funny. Like, scientifically tested is such a You
No,
know,
it's an article of faith. Yes, when somebody says
right,
that.
exactly, because what is the credentials of the testers? You don't have any open source to the testing. And I remember in my high school government class, the teacher explained this control study that was done. God, it's some school in Arizona, and he said everybody brings up this controlled study, and he showed us the study, and it had no scientific, no control disciplines whatsoever. It was just somebody shooting from the hip.
Right.
Yet it was cited as a controlled study done on something to do with education.
And this is this is
It's just bogus.
Yeah.
Bogus.
This is what they usually use when they bring up the case of Charles Darwin, that Darwin's philosophy or his speculations were presented as if it's some kind of gospel. And the one thing that I would like to do, I have some tea that's steeping and brewing. I'll go pick that up. I'll go on mute to pick that up. Obviously, Brandon Young and Jameson Reese are with you. I should only be back in a few moments. But before I go, and when I come back, I do want to express the significance of today's date historically, and it'll only take a short while, and then we'll get back to Peter relating this stuff. But one thing I did remember or recall, thanks to Shane Bridges in the chat room, Shane Bridges was saying that "Let's Go Brandon" was first heard in the NASCAR setup. So what had happened was that Brandon Brown was an NBC reporter who was interviewing or an NBC reporter rather was interviewing the NASCAR driver named Brandon Brown. And what happened was, while he was interviewing him, the crowd, for whatever reason, started shouting "Fuck Joe Biden." And while they were shouting "Fuck Joe Biden," he thought that they had said "Let's go Brandon." And so basically he said, he's the one who spread it. He said, "Oh, look, they're all saying, 'Let's go Brandon.'" When Brandon Brown told him, no, they're all saying "Fuck Joe Biden." So that's how that came to be what it is. So let's go Brandon.
That is such an astrological event. If you could play out what was going on in the heavens that way, and the way it would catch on with people, and it becomes a rallying cry for America.
Right.
And some people think that it's pro-Trump.
Right. That's how it's taken basically at this point, because it is.
I don't think it's taken that way at all.
Okay.
I think Joe Biden deserves derision without any reference to Trump.
Well, understood. No, I get
tremendous derision, because he is so disingenuous, and these people who are, it's like it's Trump or Biden. It's like that's going into the polarity. It's like this guy is he's ludicrous, and he always was ludicrous. And I don't know. It's all of a sudden there's I guess what you'd say. Even the newscasters are citing how his poll numbers are going down.
Oh no, he's definitely he's very unpopular. By the way, my apologies to Speak Uneasy. The Speak Uneasy, easy spelled with a Z here in the chat room. He actually explained everything concerning the NASCAR. I didn't see what he had wrote until just now. So yes, he was explaining
Makes
that
a lot
as
of
well.
sense.
Yeah, and also Marcus. So what was going on before you came here, by the way, just to bring up something that was going on in the chat room. And by the way, a shout out to Ruby Domain. Mwah. She says, "Nice to hear you too. Heart out to you too, honey." And of course, she's referencing either Brandon and Jameson or Peter and myself. Either way is fine. And so then when it comes to what went on in Australia before you came here, basically, before you came on, we did want to share some of the interesting news with you as well before I go pick up my tea. There was one where a young lady whose name I do not know, maybe Brandon and Jameson can tell else, but she was 16 years old, and of course a young blonde lady, and she was abducted by someone who was 61, and that's almost like an occult transversion of numbers, 116, 161. So this 61-year-old man must have been in excellent physical condition for his age, because she didn't seem to be able to escape him, and he was able to physically assault her repeatedly and film it while he was physically assaulting her. So she managed to use TikTok language, sign language that people show on TikTok for domestic abuse, which it turns out is like the flat palm and then the folding your thumb in the flat palm and then closing all your fingers to trap the thumb. That's a sign for domestic abuse on TikTok. Very similar to what you might remember with the Vietnamese holding that man who became a senator prisoner. I do not remember his name consciously, but he was a man who became...
John McCain?
No, it wasn't him. No, it was another guy who was the opposite end of the experiential spectrum, and he was someone who blinked to show that he was being tortured. And he was captured by the North Vietnamese, and he was a pilot, and he would blink in Morse code. He blinked out in Morse code torture, and that was one of the things that exposed, as if anyone needed it, that the communists were torturing the pilots. So you'd have to look that up, man who blinked torture, and you would find it. I'm sure you'd find it immediately what the guy's name was. But it's very similar to that, but then she's using modern TikTok sign language, and it's not international sign language, but just TikTok shit. And but the 16-year-old girl was able to signal for help, and because of that, they were able to rescue her. So that, and besides statutory rape, the man filmed his act of sexually assaulting her, so he's guilty of holding child pornography as well, or producing child pornography. Very bizarre story here in the United States. And
this happened in the United States.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The other was in Australia, where this young girl was just recently found after 18 days. She was found 2 days ago, but she had been missing for 18 days, and she was only like 4 years old. She was about 4 years old, blonde, and of course she was sleeping in a sleeping bag, and her mother and father were in the same tent, which is unbelievable. Your parents are sleeping in the same tent. Somebody comes in and grabs the little girl in the sleeping bag like it's a bundle. It's the perfect bondage device. Runs off with her, and then the cops assumed she was dead meat, and so they sent in the homicide squad. And never found her until she was found. They offered $1 million for a reward. First time in Australia ever offered that large a bounty. Marcus Grix is the source for this information. And then what happened was that she was found just 15 minutes from the campsite where the guy was keeping her in a log cabin and feeding her, and no doubt doing unspeakable things to her. At any rate, she'll be scarred for life. But Marcus Grix, the most horrible thing about was the name of the town. She was in the same town where she was abducted in. In other words, the man who abducted her just was living in the same town that everybody was living in and camping in, and it's named Carnarvon. Carnarvon, like carnival, it's up with an N instead of an L. And I was bringing up how when it comes to the Kings of Edom cults, the thrill kill cults go under the generic name of the cult of Carnivora, as in carnivore. And I was saying, you've already got that bizarre ass, etymology going. And then the camp was called Camp Blowholes. So it's like Camp Blowholes, and, which in itself is very suggestive and brings all kinds of horrible images to mind at any rate. So all of this was going on simultaneously. And by the way, Ruby Domain was saying she admits her dad molested her, and this is because Biden's daughter's diary is now online. FBI attacked Project Veritas. All right, so maybe something's going on there. Ruby Domain in the chat room says that Biden's daughter has a diary that's now online, and
that's a pretty old story, and it's true. Yeah, that's been out there for a long time, and I think one of the main issues with this type of thing, there's all sorts of stuff out there about Biden, out there about Trump. And out there about different people. The problem with all of it is you can't make it stick. Now, sometimes you can't make it stick because the stories are spurious. There's no truth behind them. and some of the people they prop up with stories. And some of the Republic, there was I guess the Senate was really crucifying some of the Russian stuff that was leaked, that was all connived, or it was coming from Russian, through the Clintons and stuff. And it's like, and even the stuff that came out with the New York Post, Twitter wouldn't let the New York Post post about something about Trump and going on. I forget what it was, but it was like, who cares? It's like, who cares? It's like, there's no, the person who, as Stalin says, controls the votes, controls the narrative, or controls the Congress. Now the narrative has shifted directions from the Democrats to the Republicans to a certain degree. The Democrats, I think I don't know what the percentage is now in the House or the Senate. I don't really care, but it's the Democrats took a hit, and instead of responding to the people, they try to defend themselves. Right. Like they make it more like a Trump conspiracy, instead of the fact that people are pissed off at them because they're, there's all these crazy narratives of giving, $450,000 to illegal aliens who've been wronged, not caring about the homeless in the United States, sort of thing.
No, I understand. It's
just most people consider this untenable. I mean, it's like, I don't even know if it's true. I mean, it's like, I don't even know if this stuff is really true. I mean, it's just so bizarre, the whole thing. It's just weird.
Well, we're in an unprecedented situation. Our times are they're very trying. These are desperate times, and there are strange things going on. Obviously, there was a lot of questions people had about the infrastructure project, and we'll see if that goes. How that pans out.
Well, we have always people trying to. What do they call this? Pork barrel politics. You give me this, and I'll get this.
Right.
It's like, yeah, we should have had an infrastructure package, and it couldn't be passed because it was too damn expensive. Now it's going to be even more expensive, even if you make it less expensive than the one they have. It's like, and they had the wall. All the Democrats wanted to build the wall, and now they don't want to build the wall. It's like they're all on record of saying it. It's just ridiculous. It's like, and the viewpoint shift with the wind, and this is where astrologers are saying we're living in times where there will be violent explosions.
Right. By the way, Jameson is saying, I thought it was the Republicans who wanted the wall, but it was something where the Democrats also agreed to it, because it was
a long time ago, the Democrats wanted the wall when they were in power, or when Barack Obama, they go back. Right. Yeah. And then when Trump promised to put up the wall, and then they didn't want him to put up the wall because he would be a hero if he put up the wall. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Right.
They embraced this narrative of, being allies to illegal aliens and not having them vaccinated when they come in. It's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that it can only be. And then I was talking with a guy who just got his green card, and you hear how these people struggle that are working hard in America to get their green card. My wife was one of them.
Right.
I've got two other Mexican friends that are here on work cards, work visas.
Right. And by the way, while I go get my tea, I'll be right back in just a moment. Tell people about how it is for someone like Paula, who's trying to go through the system legally, how this takes years and years, even if they're married to an American, and how that is.
Can you hear me, by the way, when you go off to get your tea?
No, I cannot, but I'll be back very soon. And,
okay.
So please go on, and I can always replay it if I miss it later. I mean,
Go, it's not critical. Go get.
I'll be right back.
Tea. Anyway, yes. Okay. My wife now has full American citizenship, and we will have our 7th. She got it this year, early this year. Okay, 7 years. We did everything as quick as possible. After she got married, or we got married in January 6th, 2015. Wait, 15? Yeah, so it'll be 7 years this January. And it's supposed to take, theoretically, 2 years to get a green card. Or not 2 years, 9 months or 1 year. Well, we got the green card pretty quick. And then you can get a work card, you can get a tentative social security number, and you can go to work, even if you've applied for your green card. But once you get the green card, that's good for 2 years. You can only get a 2-year green card. Then you have to, and you know, what does it cost? It was over $3,000. It costs more now. And it cost a lot less because they wanted her to get about 13 vaccinations all at once on the same day. And I said, no. She wrote to her mother and she says, no, you got to get these vaccinations, even though she didn't believe in them. You know, you got to do it. And I said, look, 13 vaccinations is enough to make anybody go nuts all in one day, putting all that stuff into your body. And not even talking about mercury or anything like that. Just who wants all this crap in their body? For what reason? So we happened to be at the doctor because she was having to get checked you got to get checked up. And there was some guy in there that says, he says, go see, don't see this doctor, see his wife. She's a full doctor and she will be sympathetic to you. They were both Hindus, but the wife was more copacetic. So that was a gift. And although the doctor, so you go in and you claim a religious exemption, which was valid in her case because I had her mother write a letter that she participated in this school. We showed it to the doctor. The doctor says, oh, this is fine. This is not a problem. And she just signed off the thing, basically waiving the vaccination. And if you apply, if you do it all at the same time, it was like $800 less. So, but as I say, it's expensive to get a green card. I had no idea that back in the day, I spoke to a Romanian lawyer, who got his citizenship. He was an American lawyer too. $75 when he applied in the 1970s. $75, and you just sent in a form, and you got your green card back. That's how easy it was in the 70s. So anyway. You get the green card for 2 years, and then after you have it, about, I think, a year, you can apply for a 5 or 10-year green card, which she did. But that took forever because of bureaucracy backlog. And it just took forever, and they'd send a letter. So if she wanted to travel, she could travel with her old green card plus the letter. And you had to show, that's awkward. So finally, and then after 3 years, you can apply for citizenship, 3 years with green cards. So they make you get the second green card, even though you're really, just to make sure you're not faking it. So you have to go there, and they can basically tell in about 2 minutes or about 30 seconds whether you're really married or not by the way you interact. So they go there and they test you, and I think they ask you some. I know that they made me come down there. Go down there because I sent all these affidavits, and all the affidavits said basically the same thing, and they thought that sounded suspicious. Now, how stupid is it? Do you think somebody's gonna write an affidavit and go into freehand?
Okay, I'm back.
Dictate stenography to do an affidavit for me and my wife?
Right.
No, I typed them up, and I, had my daughter and his her deceased boyfriend, and one of my friends. I mean, I don't expect people to, get creative for me.
Right.
It's like it's imposing enough to have them.
Her boyfriend died right afterwards or something? What?
No, years and years later.
Okay.
But he vouched for us.
Well, that shows you how long this process took.
With an affidavit. And it's like, busting my balls over an affidavit. Well, these all sounded the same. I said, well, yeah, I typed them. I mean, what the hell do they expect, expect somebody to sit down there and write a poem or something? It's like a piece of prose. Like he just wanted to check that. And meanwhile, you have stacks of, I'm good at this, but I've got like a manila folder and I've got about 3 copies of the manila folder with all these Xeroxes and forms, and they're all tabbed, with financial statements, tax returns, all my divorce papers to show that I was legally divorced from my first wife.
Oh my God.
Extensive, and there's not just one divorce paper. They want to see the court transcript. It's stupid.
It's so invasive. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, it's invasive. You don't really care. I'm like going like a bat out of hell. And Paula saw how hard I worked.
Right.
Because it took, I would say, a considerable amount of administrative skill.
Yeah.
To do it. It's a tremendous amount of administrative skill. And it all started when I had this Romanian subscriber to my newsletter, and he actually had gotten Radu's books for me, sent to me, and so I could translate them because the publisher wasn't sending them, and he got me the books, and he was very friendly. I think he passed away because I don't hear from him, and he was a lawyer that did immigration, and he says don't hire a lawyer. All you're doing is filling out forms. He says, save yourself $800. And now what happens is you go to a lawyer and he says, oh, you'll need to fill out. And then you go fill out the forms, or he sits and fills them out. You bring them back and he tells you what you haven't done, or he sends them in and they send him back to him because he didn't do it right.
And he just gets more money from you for that. Yeah.
No, he doesn't get more money. But it's just like, and it's like, if you're a foreigner and you don't understand the language real well, or the gamesmanship that is played with bureaucracies, the bureaucracies do, it's challenging. It's very challenging to somebody. And I look at bureaucracy and administration as a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
But you have to, you cannot, violate, you can't violate the game. You got to play the game.
That's right. It's like death and taxes. It's something that, but most Americans could not do what you did. It's not your average American who marries a foreigner at any rate, but your average American could not do what you did. It was just, it's very overwhelming. And so they would, at least your average American would go to an attorney. But as you say, you don't need to, for the reasons that
saved $800. And then also I executed the vaccinations. Now, what I did do before I got in this, I watched a YouTube video of some Asian guy. Wow. And he was talking about it, and it was a little outdated, but it wasn't so much outdated. So he explained the process. So that was very helpful. And even though it was outdated, it wasn't outdated enough to befuddle me. And then you read the website. So but it was, and a lawyer will help you. You pay them, and as they say, our Mexican friends are using a lawyer, but then the lawyer did something very disingenuous to them. What was it? Oh, he says, oh, you're working with leather. If you want to get a work visa card, you have to go to another company that says you work leather, because this is all you can do is work leather, which is BS. Because
that's crazy.
Because the woman is an engineer. She could go in and engineer a leather factory. She could engineer any factory. I gave her assignment to go engineer how you can get a universal cell phone that'll work on all of this current that doesn't need decrypting. In other words, so we could all have, if you could have a phone that would we could communicate. We wouldn't have to go through Verizon or the many companies. Right. I said, I was just theoretically talking about this. Preston could have told me exactly why you couldn't do it and how you could do it.
Right. By the way, Brandon Young says he's leaving us. If he's still here, if he's leaving us for the night, Brandon Young, do say goodnight to our listeners and Peter.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Is he with us, Brandon?
He's always with us.
Yes, he's always with us in spirit. Yes, that's true. Excellent point.
No, I can tell exactly where he's at. It's okay.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, Brandon sent us, you can see this in the chat. If you can open the text box in your Skype, you'll notice that there's a postcard there that shows a very bizarre looking statue that has almost like a Manchurian quay on it. And in terms of that, it was one of the prospectuses. How do you say prospectus in the plural? I believe it would be prospectuses. It was one of the prospectuses for what I was speaking of last time. Brandon brought up Angel Island. And I told him the memories are very painful for me. Not that I ever was entrapped on Angel Island, but I have visited it, and it was, of course, the Ellis Island of the Pacific, and it is where they had intended to build a Statue of Justice to reflect and balance the Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island. And so the idea was an America from sea to shining sea with liberty and justice for all. So that is what that was supposed to make. But because it was never built, I brought up some of the negative connotations of what that statue would have represented. But at the same time, it does go to show that at this point in history, because it was never built, we never had that balance. We have liberty in America, but no justice. So that is
that's interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Yeah. Because you got, instead of justice is right down. Angel Island is right down the bay from Alcatraz.
That's right.
That's right. The repository for justice, in a sense. Paul and I went to Angel Island.
Yeah, and how did you get to see some of the barracks that they used to keep the Asians in? It was kind of an Alcatraz in and of itself.
No, we didn't see any of it. It was unfortunate because there was some sort of misunderstanding, or we only were able to go and get on the island and wait for the next ferry because of a time consideration. There was some time issue, or I don't know what it was, but we could only take the ferry there. And wait for the next ferry. We couldn't go on the bus tour.
Oh, that's so sad.
I said, next time we'll go on the bus tour. And for those of you who don't know, Angel Island is a big island in San Francisco Bay. It's pretty big. And I think the easiest way to get there is from Tiburon, which is in Marin County. Very nice or beautiful town. And Paula put that on her list of places she'd like to live. Tiburon and Sausalito.
Wow.
Put on the list because it was so beautiful. But yeah, and I guess my friend Doug had said his father played a baseball game on Angel Island one time.
That's amazing. I mean,
yeah, some sort of league or something. Some
chicken shit little league.
Little league. It would have been an adult league, but yeah,
okay, right.
Yeah, chicken shit in a sense.
Yes. Oh my God. My dad, when he was young, he was part of a little league that was called the Rinky Dinks, if you can believe that. Of course, it's a little league.
Call a league team. That would be a perfect name for it. And in fact, I remember Doug's father played softball into his 70s, and he told me that he got. I don't think him and his dad ever got into an argument about anything. He said he never saw his parents argue, never a cross word with each other. Of course, I knew them both, but I could see that. But the father, Doug said he got angry with him because Doug wasn't playing him. In other words, he was on the softball team as a 70-year-old third baseman. So obviously, there's other players that might be a little bit better. And he said his dad got pissed at him. I have to ask him next time I talk, is that the only time he ever got angry at you? Because I don't think he just didn't seem like the type of guy that would get angry.
Right.
But I'm going to be playing football in my 70s. I always was amazed at that the guy could play. He could play in his 70s.
Right.
And I thought that was great. Now we have all sorts of 70-year-old softball players out in the park we play at. I mean, during the season, they have the over 70 league.
That's adorable. That's adorable.
Yeah, they can play. I mean, they're not going to be fast.
Right.
I think I asked some guy, I said, can you hit it out of the park? He says, yeah. He didn't look like he could hit it out of the park, because it takes a lot to hit a softball out of a park. It's not like hitting a hard ball.
Yeah.
You've got to have the right lift, and it's really a skill. It's never a skill that I didn't play enough softball to acquire it. But no, I found it very challenging to lift it like that. But yeah, apparently this guy said, yeah, he says I can hit him out, with some degree of reliability. But he didn't look like it. So anyway, yeah, you have 70-year-old guys playing, but it's a new generation now.
Right.
Back then, old people just sat on the bench, and I mean the park bench, not the baseball.
That's right. They weren't warming the baseball
they withered
bench.
away.
Right.
They withered away, or something, with some exceptions, of course.
Yeah.
But yes, it's yes, a whole.
By the way, the most amusing thing, or bemusing thing, that Jameson Reese shared with us when he was reading the article on the 16-year-old who was kidnapped by the 61-year-old was he brought her home to his family, which I couldn't believe. And I was like asking Jameson, what the fuck? Are his parents still alive, like in their 80s? They gave birth to him when they were in their 20s? Then I realized that's probably the case. But everyone was concerned at her age, of course. No shit, right? And then it all broke down, and he got caught. But I don't know the rest of the details to the story, but it's how would I say it? It's bizarre enough where it's intriguing. It's how did this guy abduct her?
Well, it's this all amounts to strange behavior.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, there's certain strange behavior with, like, say, somebody like Aquino, but now we're moving into times that strange behavior gets more noticed because there's so many more people, and there's so many more opportunities for strange behavior, and there's media, internet media, to tell us what's going on.
Yes.
So that we can get informed about strange behavior. I just know that when I raised my daughter, we never let her out of our sight for a minute, and we never had a babysitter until she was, and it was unless it was her grandmother.
Right.
We wouldn't have a babysitter because it was just an era of different than, say, when we grew up, where parents would call in a babysitter and you're at the mercy of the babysitter.
Yeah, no, it was very different times, and that used to be the case. It's amazing. By the way, I just found out the individual who blanked torture in Morse code was, let me see now, Jeremiah Denton. I think you might remember him. He became...
I didn't pay much attention to the Vietnam War, any of that. It was not entertaining reading. Mm-hmm. It was not good reading. The Gulf of Tonkin. I didn't know anything about that till years later. Right. And it was because all it was, what I learned about it would come through narrative, basically from kids at school that would talk in the context of the classroom or your friends, and just that the war was bad. It was like a generational thing. The war was insane. Right. And it wasn't like, weren't going to read the papers about it, because the papers were, part of the establishment, as it was called. Right. And they're feeding you this stuff. I do remember writing a letter to the Secretary of State, William Rogers, and, he wrote back a very embroidered letter. God, it was impressive. You get this huge envelope from the Secretary of State.
Holy shit.
And yeah, it's like, it's just, telling you about our commitment to Vietnam. It was pretty empty.
Why did you write the letter? You were protesting or what?
I think we were encouraged at the moratorium. When we went to a moratorium, it was the kind of thing where you just went. Okay. And I mean, I was not socially active in high school whatsoever, but I knew enough people and it just seemed like, it's kind of like if you were on a football team and the coach died. You go to the
funeral,
the funeral
or service, or like.
I would have been hard pressed to do something like that. I mean, I'm being a little ironic there, but yeah, it's like, but I probably would go. But in any case, yeah, I went to the moratorium, and it was just, yeah, there was a lot of sympathy against the war, keeping in mind that, I would have been 16, and we're all going, we're all under threat of going to the war, the draft.
Right.
I was never personally afraid or worried about it. It's just something that didn't, I didn't lose sleep over it.
Right.
But yeah, so it was yeah. So, and we were encouraged to write to the Secretary of State and our congressman, and I wrote to the congressman, and whatever. You get these letters back, and it's kind of like, okay.
They wouldn't do that these days. I mean, in those days they did, and that was a kind of public interface with the government that we no longer have.
Write you back these days?
I doubt it. I doubt they would.
I think they would. I think they would, particularly if you wrote to your congressman. They have a staff that are supposed to send you back letters and say, because they want to appeal to their constituents.
Okay.
They want it. Yeah, that's a whole administrative office that is dedicated to, public relations.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that may still be the case. It's definitely, people can experiment and find out, see if they get a response. I'd be interested in hearing about that. By the way, I'm looking at your page, and I noticed that the Romanian Stonehenge, where you met Paula, and perhaps you could tell us a bit about that, the backstory behind that.
Well, the Romanian Stonehenge.
It's your memory. You shared your Facebook memory.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me go to the Facebook page.
Sure.
I have a little more to say about that too. That's sort of an extension.
Oh yeah, please, by all means.
Go into that you'll find interesting. But let me see here.
By the way, in the movie, there was a franchise about vampires that was one of the few popular culture franchises that I actually somewhat enjoyed, because they took the trouble to set it in Romania and use Romanian actors and actresses, and had people speaking in the Romanian language with subtitles, English subtitles.
This is a new one?
This is an old one called Subspecies. If you look up the franchise, it's a series of films that you can look up vampire series Subspecies. It was a franchise of about 3 films, maybe, or 4 that came out. And these were low budget, but they were filming in Romania because, of course, it's cheaper to film in Romania. But my favorite scene was one of the, normally, of course, all this is crap. And, of course, it had its share of crap. But in terms of, crap ideas about vampires, crap paradigms. But my favorite scene was the one that alluded somewhat to the Solomonari, in which this ancient vampire that's more like a Nosferatu type. In other words, for people who know the Nosferatu archetype, it's more like a very not a sexy vampire, but rather more cadaverous. So this cadaverous vampire,
hideous, truly hideous.
Yes, who emerges from from his slumber. And he comes out into the world at night, of course, and he sees a beggar begging on the street. So he drops into his coin dish, his coin receptacle. He drops a genuine gold coin. So he drops a genuine gold coin in there, like from the time of Dacia or something. And then because, by the way, and this is very realistic, they don't make coats like they used to. Like, for instance, on Peter Moon's own timeline, he could see where I'm walking one of Sugar Daddy's dogs, and I'm wearing my father's pea coat. They don't make coats like this anymore at all. Quality coats that are thick, very, very thick. and woolen and can keep you warm. Everything these days is made almost to be worn out and threadbare, so you have to buy new ones right away. So he sees that the beggar is wearing this old greatcoat, so he wants that. So he drops that old gold coin in his cup and takes the man's coat and says, "Buy yourself a new one." And he says it in Romanian, of course. They have the English subtitle, "Buy yourself a new one." So he just literally takes the coat off the beggar's back. He's cadaverous. He's not worried about scabies or fleas or mites or anything. So he just takes this ancient greatcoat off the guy because he knows it's high quality and it's something he's familiar with, and leaves that genuine gold coin in return for it. So there you have that. That was my favorite scene from the Subspecies.
Well, it's a it kind of loosely alludes to that famous heritage of giving a coin to the beggar. But so basic now, something very interesting here. It says Sarmasijatuza was erected on top of a 1,200-meter high mountain. Archaeologists speculate that this site was a fortress at the core of a strategic system in the Aristea Mountains in present-day Romania, comprising 6 citadels. It wasn't really a fortress. It was a religious place of honor, or a sacred place. And these things were set to astrology and other, so it was a place of worship, for lack of a better word.
It certainly doesn't look like defensive fixtures. Yeah, this is not fortresses.
Fixtures and fortresses around it, though.
Okay.
Around it, just like you have a wall around the Vatican.
Yes, makes sense.
It's sort of like that. It says the most interesting thing we noted about this site is the sundial made with andesite. It's an incredibly difficult stone to carve that is also used in the South American sites near Lake Titicaca. Some say only a diamond drill or laser can give precision in this kind of rock. Now, that's that big round, not the thing with all the posts sticking up. It's the sundial is that round piece of stone.
Right.
And that's the sundial. And actually, when I first went there, we were sitting on it. But you can't sit on it. Now they won't let you get anywhere near it. There's too many conservation, or they don't want you. But we got it. But man, these lizards would come up.
Wow.
These lizards were something like out of a prehistoric movie, except they'd have to be, magnified. They were really bad looking lizards. But so then it was interesting. This guy comments, Laurentiu Marin, who's obviously Romanian. He says, I have information that the andesite sundial is cast, stone melted and poured in form, not carved. That could well be true. And now, what's interesting is the connection between that and South America, because this came up again, and I have my translator. She has been to Peru. She, translated the Montauk Project into Spanish for me. She's Romanian, and helped arrange one of my sacred journeys. And she's a very dear friend. And she had, was into this connection between South America and Romania. Now, I had heard that before. I don't forget the exact connection with South America, but this is stating one. And it also has to do with, I think, the swastika, which is where I wanted to go.
Yeah.
Now, the swastika, first thing I want to say is that you were, correcting me on, it's better to say National Socialist than Nazi.
Right.
And I understand that, and I often do that.
Right.
However, I just you have to get the picture here, because it's technically politically correct. Accurate to call them National Socialist, but it's sort of like you're saying this to me as if we were in a loft in some high building in San Francisco, and I'm the only one there, and I'm the only one listening, except for our relatively small audience that would even, so it's like you're correcting me on the political correctness of using the term National Socialist, because it's something that almost the rest of the world is not going to even begin to respect, honor, or regard. I'm just making a comment. I'm not criticizing your political correctness of the term.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that's what we're up against.
Right.
It's like because if you can imagine somebody with the effrontery of Anderson Cooper or even Tucker Carlson, who from the opposite sides of the pole, either one of them saying, "Excuse me, I find that term insulting. You're using the term Nazi. It's National Socialist." Can you imagine them saying that?
Well, not
it's
yet.
like,
given time.
Well, see, this is the thing. One of the most, and we'll go into the swastika after this, but the thing is, one of the most politically incorrect things you can do in America and in Europe, especially in Germany, is to do anything that can be construed as anti-Semitic. And this is recognizing that anti-Semitic has been
co-opted, right?
to mean anti-Jewish,
right?
Not anti what a Semite actually is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is like people, pick that up all the time. It's like, yeah, so they've redefined Semites. You can't be anti-Semite is anti-Jewish. And so it's like, and it's so convoluted because there is no room made to delineate the different types of, quote, good Jews from, quote, bad Jews.
Right.
I say this in quote because I don't know what else to say. And you even have large factions of Jewish people disagreeing with this political correctness. Right. And there's such a divergence of viewpoints in Judaism that the people have no idea what Judaism is. And many times this applies to Jewish people themselves. They have no idea about their religion. So it's sometimes it's got a lot of different heads operating, sort of like the seven heads of the monster in the Revelation. It's got seven heads.
Right.
But in any case, so to be anti-Semitic is to be ultimately politically incorrect and to make yourself targeted. It's safer to be anti-gay or anti-transgender, not to say that it's safe or a good idea to be these things. Right. In terms of you're going to attract a lot of negative tension. But to be anti-Semitic is currently one of the most heinous things you can do in terms of political correctness. Mm-hmm. And it's the trickiest. It's so anyway.
By the way, just to kind of put into some context what you're saying, Heinrich Himmler of the Schutzstaffel was speaking, of course, to his officers at one point and told them basically, every single one of us, each and every one of us, has one good Jew that we know. And of course, he was telling them that you have to stop thinking in those terms because otherwise we'll never get anything done. So that was the whole point. You were talking about good Jews and bad Jews and this kind of distinction.
Yeah, and he says no Jews. And
he just says, we all have, that good Jew that we know of, and you just got to stop thinking like that, or we're never going to get this done.
And I say, well, I read the whole book by his doctor, Felix Kirsten, all about Himmler. Went into great detail about Himmler. He was his personal doctor. He was Finnish. And he used to handle. Heinrich had horrible stomach problems, and he would work with him. He would massage his stomach in a certain way,
right?
A technique he had learned from a lama or a monk of some sort,
Right. And by the way, is this the MD that many of the Americans, they'll write about it as Heinrich Himmler's masseuse? They'll say Heinrich Himmler's masseuse.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
He's actually an MD. Shows you how the Allies. Yeah. Go
He
on.
was. I think he. Well, if he, I think he was an MD.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, he was an MD because he had Himmler came to him with a folder on the Fuhrer. He wanted him to treat the Fuhrer, and Felix refused because Himmler was concerned about, and he wrote the patient. It was obviously Hitler, but I don't think they wanted to mention it. But he wanted to look at him, but he didn't want to deal with Hitler, and he didn't. But Himmler was concerned about Hitler's, I guess what you'd say, mental state, and some of the drugs that he was, because they didn't trust what's that guy's
Theo Morel was one of the more controversial MDs. That was
he didn't trust him, and he didn't like what Morel was doing to Hitler and that sort of thing. It's been a long time since I've read that book, right. Like 20 years ago, but I still have it somewhere. It was a very expensive book, probably much more affordable now. Felix Kirsten, Kersten, as I recall. But and it was interesting to get some of Himmler's insights. But ultimately, at the end of his life, Himmler was making extravagant peace negotiations and releasing Jews by the bucket load because he was trying to make peace with, I think, the Swedish diplomatic corps, which Felix Kirsten had set up because he had, lines into Sweden. And
But by the way, just so you understand what attack we're coming under right now, so Jameson, if you could deal with the person in the chat room now who's putting more of the webcams for child pornography that he's putting into the chat room, make certain that
you gotta get rid of that stuff fast.
Yeah. So hit that. And in the meantime, it just goes to show, see the subject we're covering now, and they attack directly with that. So,
but so Himmler was like trying to make peace, and Hitler had him basically excommunicated because he was making peace, and I think he also was trying to usurp the power of the Fuhrer as well, or was suspected of that, as was Göring. They both crossed the line. And of course, Bormann was feeding Bormann set up Göring for because he controlled the communication lines from the bunker, and he got Göring basically kicked out of, lost his rank or stuff. This is all before Nuremberg,
right?
Because they were both willing to take over from Hitler, Göring and Himmler. They both thought they would be the next one, and Bormann, who was coordinating so much of the stuff that was going to South America and whatnot, prevented that. And he, so be it.
Right.
Well,
and just to put some of that in perspective, it was what I spoke of in Nexus magazine about, of course, Heinrich Himmler was conducting a number of peace negotiations. There was a great deal of appearance that he was excommunicated, but believe me, there was always a sense of friction and a sense of, shall we say, some level of difficulty with what was going on throughout the Third Reich between all of the various departments, because the various departments were created to operate as independent empires. This was what Adolf Hitler...
A lot of rivalry.
Right, and Adolf Hitler intended this. This was a part of what was considered a polyocracy, and this was not a redundant system in a incompetent sense. It was a redundant system because it was the triple redundancy safety method. Think about NASA's backup systems for backup systems. This is what enabled the Third Reich like to survive for so long, despite being at war with the world. And when it came to that, many people drew the conclusion that the infighting was indicative of some kind of toxic dysfunction, when in reality it was just the opposite. And while Adolf Hitler seemed like he was excoriating many of these people, that really wasn't the case. It was just how it was interpreted by the Allies, where they would say, oh, look, they're fighting among each other and the dogs are devouring themselves and all that. It really wasn't how it worked out. In the end, Heinrich Himmler negotiated for the Jews to help himself and Adolf Hitler and Joseph Goebbels escape. And all three of them escaped, and many of them escaped not just with the help of the Vatican. That was actually...
Himmler escaped?
Oh, God, yeah. Himmler and Goebbels and Adolf Hitler all escaped, yes. When they basically, of course, that was a double that was... that had the cyanide capsule in his tooth and killed himself immediately. He simply turned himself in, said, I am Heinrich Himmler, and killed himself. Anybody who observes that whole affair, nobody believed that that was Heinrich Himmler. Who was anybody who had... Bear in mind that these were the days where you could do that because there was no such thing as DNA tests on the part of the Allies. So they just had to assume whoever turned themselves in was, speaking the truth.
I was very open to that theory that it was not the real Himmler when I did the Black Sun book.
Yeah.
But I never even saw a theory, a realistic theory proposed. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was quite open to it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, because Goebbels, yes, Hitler, yes, but not Himmler. I didn't hear.
Right. Well, I assure you, he did escape because he was the man who was basically communicating with the World Jewish Congress and meeting with them personally. I gave you the name and the photograph of the man that he was, Herbert Norbert, or whatever the guy's name was.
What photograph?
Oh God, it was. I gave you a photograph of that Jewish guy. It was a long time ago. I gave it to you.
I don't ever remember that.
Yeah, there were so many photographs. I don't expect you to consciously remember it.
We weren't doing Nazi stuff. We were doing Japanese stuff.
I know, but the Nazi stuff kept coming up because, for obvious reasons, it was just part of the war. And so, in terms of whom Himmler was communicating with, the individual was in charge of the World Jewish Congress. I'd have to go through my notes. I have some things I could reach for here if I can pull them out.
But more to the point, what was he negotiating with the World Jewish Congress about?
Oh, his escape and the escape of his Führer and the escape of the propaganda minister, the real triad of power.
Why would you have to negotiate with them?
He negotiated with them because that was the obvious people that they... Okay, to put this into perspective again without going too deeply into it, as summarized as possible, the Nazis and the Zionists were allies. As a matter of fact, the Zionists were considered a Nazi terrorist organization, a Nazi terrorist network, and this is because the Zionists wanted Jews to move back into Palestine. They couldn't.
I know that thread very well,
and it was all part of what was called the Havara, or the transfer agreement, and therefore, because of that, the World Jewish Congress, which was heavily involved with Zionism, was the organization that the Nazis dealt with to help them escape. So it was the Zionists that helped the real top Nazis escape, as opposed to the Vatican, which was dealing with kind of like the hierarchy beneath that, the level.
They had, but the Germans had their own planes and their own submarines. They didn't need the World Jewish Congress.
Oh no, understood. But the World Jewish Congress was very helpful. There were several reasons for that. Was because they took the diamonds. A lot of the diamonds could be traded with them. That was made out of the bodies of Jews that were burned in the ovens, that were compressed.
So they gave Jews the diamonds.
Yes. Well, that was one of the parties that they traded the diamonds with. The Jews had the ability to take the diamonds and turn them into money. In other words, they had to deal with people who were able to, say, for instance, you're dealing with Bitcoin, you can only deal with certain people who are going to take the Bitcoin. It was the same with the diamonds that were made out of human bodies. There was only certain people that they could deal with who could take the diamonds and kind of use them. In other words, they knew how to trade them out a little bit at a time without disrupting the world economy. Many of the Jews had that ability simply because of their connections with the De Beers and the South African company, etc., which has kind of a monopoly, so to speak, on diamonds. And so this was...
I believe it runs through Tel Aviv, is where the market exchanges.
Thank you. Thank you. And that was the point behind that. So what I can do is later on I can look up in terms of the person that Heinrich Himmler dealt with specifically.
It's not critical at this point,
Yeah.
although I am interested in it, but I'm if they're escaping, it's like they had so much counterfeit money in South America and so much means to escape. Whatever he was doing with the World Jewish Congress was much more than just giving them diamonds and saying, "Don't bother us." There had to be some real weird political interaction going on there.
Right. No, definitely. And by the way, a shout out to Clarice Claudette. I want her to know I got her care package. I haven't had a single moment's time to open it just yet, but God bless you, honey. I did get it. And also, Ruby Domain says, he says, hey Douglas, was the Presidio in San Francisco open to the public for camping out in 1974? Actually, that is a legitimate.
Absolutely not.
It's funny you say that. It's a legitimate question in the sense that we are talking about an open base. Probably what would have happened would be if somebody had attempted that and they were caught, it would have been highly discouraged. But in other words, the MPs, the military police, would have, basically expelled them if they were caught. But that's if they were caught, because I knew for a fact that there were many people camping in the woods, so to speak, and a lot of them were homeless veterans. But it was like, sometimes they would be tolerated if the MPs knew about it and said, "Oh, it's a homeless veteran, who gives a shit," and, just move on. But that was part of the horror of Presidio military base, was because you had encampments out there that were obviously involved with the satanic cults. And these were men who probably were dangerous as hell. There was one time when I was really young and a woman's head was found inside of the bunkers, and it was reported on the news. So there may be records of it. It was reported on news. A woman's head was found in the bunker systems of the Presidio military base. And I was, saying to Beaver, "Hey, we should go check out some of those, bunkers and, let's go look inside them." And he says, "Oh yeah, I really like your idea. We'll be considered suspects, you dumb fuck." But it was, yeah. And, but there you have that. Also, Ruby Domain is talking about, the immigration process. She says, "Same here. 20 years ago, my quote-unquote rich white Swiss spouse took $2,000 plus 5 years to get a green card, but yet was legal to buy U.S. property with cash before that." So you can still do business in the United States.
Well, I can also tell you this. Okay, so we're meeting after we went to the mountain. We're meeting with one of our Indian friends, more my wife's friend than mine, but yeah, he's my friend. And she had loaned him a huge sum of money to get a green card. And he did. He got the green card, and he's so happy. And he just got it. He paid her back a while ago. He's doing very well. Like when he was working in a company that she worked in, and he was having to do all the IT work and whatnot. He was on a student visa, and the owner was abusing the hell out of him by making him work hard and, holding his status, because he really wasn't working legally. He was, but she was really using his status against him. Very exploitative. And now he's got his green card. He's fine. And he really appreciates Paula because she really helped him. And so, but we were, he said that if you have $500,000, you can get a green card. You come.
Right.
And he said something that he thought was very odd about an Indian family that he knew because of a diner he goes to. He named the diner. I don't remember it. It's not far away from me. But the guy comes, he owns this diner, and he figures, my friend figures, this diner must be $2 or $3 million to purchase, because diners turn a lot of money.
Right.
In New York, it's in Long Island, often owned by Greeks. But he says, this guy must have had $2 or $3 million cash to just put in a diner.
Oh yeah.
He comes from India, but this is the thing. He works in the diner, and he has his family working in the diner. And to work in a diner is to work your ass off, no matter what you're doing. And he doesn't understand, how could you have this much money and then you come and buy a diner so you can work your tail off and have your family work it too? It's like, he was very puzzled by this. He says it's a very different mindset.
Yeah.
Even though he is Indian himself. Mm-hmm. And I did ask him, I said, we're talking about the oppressive, patriarchal nature of Indians. Mm-hmm. He didn't know about the crucifixion of India, how it was cut up.
He knew about it or didn't?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I said, no, I asked him if they hate America. They don't hate Americans. I said, and he says, they don't hate the British. I said, they should hate the British. He says, yes, they should. And that's when we talked about the crucifying of India. He said, they should, but they don't. They don't, but he says that the ones they hate are the Pakistanians.
Right.
And he says, this is all manipulated. He said, there's no real reason to hate the Pakistanians. It's all created and manipulated. It's not about religion. It's about hate being created between the two nations. Yes, but the $500,000, you can get a green card. That because they figure you're a contributing member to the economy of the United States.
Right.
So he says you can buy a green card with $500,000. And now we'll have all these people coming in with their $500,000, these illegal immigrants with their COVID.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's it. Yeah, with all their Delta variant. That's their Delta variant that they're importing, right? Oh, by the way, so what I've put inside, I don't know if you can access it in the chat, and that's for Jameson Reese. But for Peter Moon, I sent it in your Facebook private messenger. I just sent you now the photograph of Norbert Mazur, and his real Jewish name was Mazur, M-A-Z-U-R, but he basically westernized it to Mazur with an S, so it would be less harsh sounding with that Hebraic kind of tinge to it.
He's almost got a Hitler mustache.
Yeah, and that is the head of the World Jewish Congress, who helped Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler and Joseph Goebbels escape. And as everything that Peter Moon says is right, they didn't need his help per se, and they actually escaped quite well without him. But in other words, he helped to grease all the wheels to make everything run smoothly in terms of basically bribing everybody along the way, using a lot of the diamonds that were given to him. Heinrich Himmler met with this man personally, and this man wrote a book about it. Just so people get this man published a book saying, yeah, I met with Heinrich Himmler. Yeah, great guy. And they're all dead. Yeah, but I met with them all, and, they're all dead. But, they buried the hatchet.
This is it. Yeah. Sweden's representative to the World Jewish Congress, it says.
Thank you.
So I was talking about Felix Kirsten. Felix Kirsten probably arranged the meeting.
Thank you.
Was the World Jewish Congress founded in Geneva in 1936 to unite the Jewish people and to mobilize the world against the Nazis. He aided in the rescue of 7,000 victims of concentration camps, which would have been facilitated by Hitler.
By Himmler.
By Himmler.
That was part of the bargain. Yes, was that here's some Jews and and diamonds and Jews and but you know what? I'll tell you what. From the documentation that I saw, Norbert Mazur didn't give a shit about the goddamn Jews. He called them kikes, and he just said, I just want the diamonds, but the Jews are for show. He said, the Jews are window dressing, so I have an excuse to meet with you. That was just the cover so that he could say...
It says that he was a representative of Sweden, so he was apparently Swedish.
Right, nationality.
Yeah. It says here he was born in Germany, one of 10 children, and his mother's name was Levi, which is from the Levite family.
Right.
He was a German Jew who emigrated to Stockholm and then to Tel Aviv after the war. Tel Aviv, diamonds, we're talking about. It says, in the closing days of the war, when Berlin was cut off from the rest of Germany, I'm reading this from Wiki, almost entirely surrounded by Allied forces, and when the Red Army was entering the outskirts of the city from the south and east, Mazur was flown from Sweden to an extraordinary secret meeting with Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler, ostensibly to discuss the preservation of the Jews who were still alive in the Nazi camps. Now, this is a sure opportunity for Himmler to get out.
Yes.
The only way Himmler could have gotten out, unless, because the lines were cut off. With the help, and according to the book Operation JB, Ian Fleming came in and smuggled out Martin Bormann from the bunker. Hitler was not there by that time, anyway, because I think he got out by a plane.
Yes, he did. He did.
Yeah. So anyway, with the help of Himmler's osteopath, Felix Kirsten.
There we are.
Yes, on 19 April 1945. This is just weeks before the German capitulation. This on April 19th. There's that famous April 19th date. April 19th is when they had the Waco and.
That's right. Thank you,
Bridge.
Patriots Day. The birthday eve day of Adolf Hitler himself as well.
The Swedish section of the World Jewish Congress arranged for Masser to fly from Stockholm to Tempelhof Airport in central Berlin. Masser was driven out of Berlin to Kirsten's estate at Hartswald, about 70 kilometers north of Berlin, to meet Brigadefuhrer Walter Schellenberg and Himmler. It was not until the following day, April 20th, that Schellenberg arrived at Hartswalde, and Mazur spent most of the day in conversation with him. For me, as a Jew, it was a deeply moving thought that in a few hours I would be face to face with the man who was primarily responsible for the destruction of several million people, Mazur later said. Himmler himself finally got to Hartswald at 2:30 a.m. on the following day, April 21st. From Mazur's own account, Himmler spoke for most of the time during the meeting, which lasted 2.5 hours, with Himmler presenting the standard Nazi version of Germany's Jewish problem. In his own account of the meeting, Mazur said, the shallowness of his arguments was unbelievable. He used nothing but lies in his defense. He only believed that the end justified the means. The fact he was one of those mostly responsible for the mass murder of Jews was evident from his own words. Himmler told Mazur, I want to bury the hatchet between us and the Jews. If I had had my own way, many things would have been done differently. Anthony Beevor says, I'm sure Himmler means that. I'm sure Himmler means that. That's historically kind of covered. But he couldn't do it the way he wanted to do it, which is to send him to Madagascar. Anthony Beevor says that Himmler's purpose at this meeting was to establish a line of communications with Western allies, primarily via the head of the Swedish Red Cross, Folke Bernadotte, who was in Berlin at the same time. Beevor adds the comment that Himmler hoped that Himmler, would become the leader with whom the Western allies could negotiate. What he had to do was to convince the Jews that the final solution was something that both sides needed to put behind them. As a result of this meeting and subsequent negotiations between Himmler and Count Bernadotte, the World Jewish Congress was given custody of about 7,000 women from the women's Ravensbrück concentration camp. Approximately half of these women were Jewish. After their liberation, they were housed in camps in southern Sweden. Masser expressed his shock at the poor health of the women after several years of imprisonment in various camps. His view was that return to their home countries was impossible for these women, and that emigration to Israel was the only option to these women in order for them to regain their dignity. Bingo. So this gives a window of opportunity for Himmler to negotiate via the Red Cross, which the Red Cross is, can go between lines.
Yeah, by the way, and it's worse than you think. Let me put this into perspective for our listeners. First of all, Norbert Moser, with the documents that I was dealing with, he referred to these women as kike cunts, and he said the problem is we got a bunch of fire-eaten men who are going to establish the state of Israel. And there's no way they can reproduce, and we're going to have homosexuality rampant within a generation because there's no ladies to fuck. Have you got any broodmares that you can hand to us so we can start breeding some Jews? And Himmler says, yes, I'll give you all these women. And that's what it was, so they could have somebody to fuck and reproduce with and produce future Jews with over in Israel. And he said, they don't all have to be Jewish because most Jewish women are fucking cunts and not worth a shit. And, and so he says, yeah, okay, we'll just give you this load of women. Half of them will be Jewish and the other half won't be. And he said, good, we can use the other half pretty much as just whores. And then we'll use the other ones as wives so we can breed true. And that was pretty much what it came down to. And that was one of the deals that was made. Bear in mind, the Zionists wanted worldwide extermination of the Jews because the very statement of Zionism, which anybody can look up, is you must destroy the diaspora or the diaspora will destroy you. Their whole idea was to kill as many Jews as possible so that the remaining survivors would be willing to go to Israel, to Palestine, which would be reestablished as Israel, because otherwise no Jew in their right mind wanted to go to this strip of desert out in the middle of nowhere that not even the lizards wanted, as they viewed it, because they all had good lives in Western civilization as bankers, accountants, doctors, which they had dedicated and invested all of their energies and finances into so they could acclimate and assimilate. And he took the Holocaust to put an end to that. And this is why the Zionists fully supported Adolf Hitler and why Adolf Hitler fully supported the Zionists. And just another aspect of Heinrich Himmler, which most people aren't familiar with, he also served as a military commander at certain points on the Eastern Front where he took charge of the military operations and fielded his forces remarkably well, considering the fact that he never had any military experience. So this is something that most people don't understand. Heinrich Himmler was one of the few members of the Nazi Party who did not have a military background. So
unless you count the putsch as a military
it's
event.
kind of a civil war or a revolutionary background.
He pushed in the putsch, the 1923, when people were shot.
Yes, yeah. The year my mother was born was the year Adolf Hitler held his putsch, his beer hall putsch, which ultimately led to his trial. There was a trial of Adolf Hitler. For those of you who don't know that was in Germany shortly thereafter. And he did go to jail, so he served prison time. So don't forget, Adolf Hitler had that behind him as well. And but with Heinrich Himmler, other than that, and some of the Civil War days with the Weimar period, he didn't have the kind of military background that was formally recognized. And so he didn't have the certificate, so to speak, that many men did have. But he did, despite all that, field his forces commendably well. And it's important to remember that he was in charge of the second largest army in the Third Reich after Adolf Hitler's Wehrmacht. So the SS was Himmler's army. It was ostensibly Hitler's, theoretically the parties, but really it was his. The parties was really the brown shirts. And their forces, again, part of all of this triple redundancy. And this was, of course, so that they didn't need to call on each other for support. By the way, one of the major complaints that you get in American war making is that you will get people in the Navy and the Army that and the Air Force and other branches of the service calling for each other's support. And it's not coordinated because these are different branches of service. So they're not coordinated well.
Some interesting talk from Mazur's report on Himmler.
Oh, please, by all means.
And I want to invite your comments on it, because this is what Mazur is writing about Himmler. He says, he, meaning Himmler, began to talk immediately and gave a historical overview of the position of the Nazis versus the Jews. Quote, "In our generation, we have not known any peace," he said, meaning Himmler. "When the First World War began, I was 14 years old. The war hardly ended when the Civil War began, and the Jews were deeply involved in the Spartacus Revolt," which I don't know what that is.
That was the communists. The very term Judeo-Bolshevik comes from the fact that the overwhelming majority of the intellectuals who formulated these communist rebellions and takeovers were Jewish, were ethnically Jewish.
Okay, this is very important. This is very important because Germany was under a threat of communism during this time, during World War I and when the war ended. And he says the Civil War. Now, he's actually saying there was a civil war in Germany.
Yeah,
and
I've
heard that term used before.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
I've always used it, but the West, they don't use it. And when in reality, what the Weimar time between World War I and World War II was a second European 30 Years' War. Just to put this into perspective for people, when the 30 Years' War took place in Europe, that left Europe so denuded in some places that there are still some places in Europe today that are still recovering from the hosing they took during the 30 Years' War period. So the second 30 Years' War was the time between World War I and World War II, which was another civil war period with Germany as the central front. And this was when Stalin himself led an invasion along with Nikita Khrushchev into Poland, and the Polish defeated them. But their ultimate intent had been to go through Poland to invade Germany. It was simply that Poland stood in the way and ultimately defeated them before they could get to Germany. But they were heading there as a conventional army to back up the Jewish rebellions that had taken over entire cities and executed entire populations that they felt were bourgeois or middle class. All of this is very much hidden, but if you do your research, you'll find out it's all true. And so Adolf Hitler's first military victory as a leader, even before the Beer Hall Putsch, was leading armies that were comprised of veterans, disgruntled veteran militias, to fight the communists. And his first military victories concerned putting those communists down where they he was recognized as a hero. And of course, for every reason, he should have been. So that was Heinrich Himmler, of course, was someone who was exposed when he was young and then growing up to that chaos. And
yes, and this is very, that there was a civil war. Now, we know historically that the Civil War, that these people are citing, the culmination of it is when, I don't know what you would call it, but the Jews declare war against Germany in 1932.
Thank you. Worldwide.
Hitler had taken office. It's called the Jewish. I don't know if it was the Jewish Congress or what they call themselves, the Jewish. It was just so many people in the diaspora, whoever was influential in the Western diaspora, declared war on Adolf Hitler, and the running joke at the time was onward Christian soldiers, because they were simply getting the Christian economies to carry out their sanctions against the Germans, who were already starving and in need of repaying war reparations and everything else. So go on. So there was a war going on. Now, so Himmler says the Jews were a foreign element in our midst, which always evoked irritation. They were driven out of Germany several times, however, they always returned. After coming into power, we wanted to settle this issue once and for all. And I was in favor of a humane solution through immigration. Of course, he wanted to send them to Madagascar. I conferred with American organizations to arrange for a quick emigration, but even countries who claimed to be friendly towards the Jews did not want to admit Jews.
Right. Like the United States. The United States, under its Jewish Secretary of the Treasury, he was the man of all people, the man who was in charge of he was the Secretary of the Treasury. He recommended, and he himself was Jewish. I'll have to look up his name, but he recommended that they put a cap on how many Jews be admitted to the United States, because he realized they were going to be, quote unquote, a refugee problem. And so this is what led to millions of Jews dying, was that the Americans would not take them. And so you were in a completely different world.
Well, they were basically prisoners of war. And I don't think they've ever been identified as prisoners of war.
Right, which the Americans identified all Native Americans. The American federal system identified all indigenous Americans as prisoners of war whenever they were caught. And that would mean entire populations. That included the women and children were considered prisoners of war because they did not disambiguate between women and children. The Native Americans were simply all the enemy. Just like with the Japanese, as enemy aliens, all women and children were interned. There was no disambiguation between them and the adult males, because they were all considered the enemy as a race. So
yes, and the context is very skewed when the way we read it. Now he says, this is Himmler talking. Then the war brought us into contact with the Jewish masses of the East, who were mostly part of the proletariat. Because of this, many new problems arose. We could not tolerate such an enemy at our backs. The Jewish masses were infected with many diseases, especially typhoid fever. I lost thousands of my SS troops through these diseases. Also, the Jews were helping the partisans. So you had a faction in Germany, which is very understandable, that was Jewish, that was doing everything they could to undermine the Nazis, not only because of the 1932 Amsterdam Declaration, but because of the alliance with the communism.
Yeah, Judeo-Bolshevism, and that's exactly how it was perceived. In terms of another thing we have to remember, we have to understand that though I have no doubt that Heinrich Himmler held these perspectives, the reality is not what you're hearing, because Norbert Maser is simply relaying what was publicly stated by Heinrich Himmler. Most of what Heinrich Himmler stated was available through products or publications such as Die Schwarzkorps, which was translates into the Black Corps, which was the newspaper of the SS. So it's not something that anybody didn't know. It's simply that Norbert Maser is...
But people don't know this to this day.
Yeah.
And this is why it's important.
No, that's true. That's true. But understand that the last thing Norbert Maser and Heinrich Himmler talked about, Heinrich Himmler was not going to spend that time talking about the context of his actions. Heinrich Himmler was busy
nor is he going is Maser going to write about them.
Thank you.
He's not going to write about them. But anyway, it goes on here, and he says so he asked them how the Jews could be helping partisans after they were concentrated into large ghettos. And he says, Himmler says, they sent news to the partisans. In addition, they were shooting at our troops in the ghettos.
Well, it was easy. Most of the commissars of the Bolsheviks were Jewish ethnicity, and they bragged about it. I mean, as a matter of fact, one of the most feared of the heads of the KGB before it was taken over by other elements, some of the exterminatory programs were ethnically Jewish and proud of it and very open about their Jewish ethnicity. These were people responsible for the murder of millions in the communist Soviet Union. So these were like, and by the way, I'm not like reaching, this is all historical fact. I mean, I wrote of this at length in the, as a matter of fact, it's in the vampirology book if we ever publish it in full, which we intend to do someday. But half that historical part is missing. Most of the people get what they need in the vampirology book. You get the blood, you don't get the bones. We'll put the bones in later. We had to get it published immediately.
Let's not digress.
Understood.
He says, now this is Himmler talking. In order to stop the epidemic, talking about the typhoid fever, we were forced to cremate the bodies of the many people that died of the disease. That was the reason we had to build the crematoria. And now because of this, everybody wants to tighten the noose around our neck. The war in the East was unbelievably difficult. We did not want any wars with Russia, but suddenly we learned that Russia had 20,000 tanks that forced us into action. Either we prevailed or we would perish. The war at the Eastern Front made the most difficult demands on our soldiers: a terrible climate, never-ending distances, an enemy population, and constantly appearing partisans. Only by being harsh could the troops prevail. Because of this, we were forced to destroy whole villages. If there was resistance and shooting from such a village, the Russians are not ordinary enemies. We cannot understand their mentality. In the most hopeless situations, they would refuse to capitulate. If because of these difficulties in the East, the Jewish people suffered great casualties, one needs to remember that the German people also suffered severely. Then he gets into the concentration camps, and Himmler says, he says they were not, this is Himmler saying, he says the bad reputation of these camps was because of the unfortunate choice of names for them. That was a mistake. We should have called them educational camps. There were not only Jewish and political prisoners in the camps, but also criminal elements who were detained after they served their sentence in prison. Because of this, in 1941, a war year, Germany had the lowest crime rate in decades. Yeah, everybody was afraid to commit a crime, I'm sure.
Yes, it's quite true.
The prisoners had to perform heavy labor, but that was true of the German people, too. The treatment in the camps was severe, but just. I interrupted. but one cannot deny that many atrocities occurred in the camps, to which he answered, I have to admit that this happened, but I then punished the guilty. Well, he might be stretching it a bit there.
Well, believe
anyway.
me, the entire conversation as quote-unquote recorded by Norbert Moser is simply a conflation of various speeches by Himmler, because Norbert Moser was not talking to Himmler about any of this. He's just presenting this to the public as a cover for what he was really talking to Himmler about, which was releasing a bunch of women from the camps so he could help relocate them to Palestine so that the Zionists could have some woman to fuck and reproduce with. And notice that I disambiguate the twain, because the ones that were not Jewish were simply there as like shiksa whores, and the rest that were Jewish were to become the wives or the broodmares for a new generation of Jews. There simply weren't enough women to otherwise make it happen. By the way, the Jewish guy that I was referring to who epitomizes the kind of Jewish commissar was Nikolai Yezhov. And Nikolai Yezhov, surname spelled Y-E-Z-H-O-V, he was known as the Iron People's Commissar. He was the original head of what became the KGB. It was not Beria, who everybody knows of as Beria from Georgia, who was a fellow Georgian like Stalin was, but this man was ethnically pure Jewish and very proud of it. And he actually gave his own name to the bloodiest period of Stalin's purges, what became known as the Yezhovshchina, which would be the equivalent of the Yezhov Purge, or like a purge named after himself. And so in his own desk, he kept the bullets wrapped in paper with the victims' names on each, of the lives of celebrities he had terminated, or other top leaders that had come before him, such as Bukharin and Zinoviev. These are top communists. The bullet that was administered to execute his own former boss, Yagoda, Gigi Yagoda, the original chief of police of the NKVD, was among them. So just so that people know that all of this is quite true and quite historical. So he made certain at his time that he promoted all ethnic Jews to be the commissars. So when Heinrich Himmler is referring to the Jews who are directing the partisans, he's referring to the commissarocracy of the Judeo-Bolsheviks. So that is a fact. And if people choose to disbelieve that, they're simply choosing to deny history itself. This was a race war. Understand that. This was a race war, and the Jewish people wanted to exterminate the Jewish people. And the German people. The Jewish people wanted to exterminate the Jewish people in Europe who would not Zionize, and they wanted to eradicate the German people as well. So the German people, of course, obviously won the war because the German people are still alive. Granted, half the German population was wiped out, but they were fighting the entire world. And you still have 100 million Germans in the center of Europe today, if you include Austria, of course. But that is certainly a victory by their very survival. And of course, they prospered thereafter, thanks to the fact that Adolf Hitler forced the Americans to deliver a reconstruction budget, a Marshall Plan. And so very important. And of course, the Jews are still involved in a race war against the German people. The war has never ended for them, and they propagandize against the Germans relentlessly. Every American grows up with German toy soldiers as the enemy in their toy soldier play sets, and they grow up watching World War II films that go on to this day. We are still wrapped in World War II time. That's why we're still on daylight saving time, which we just got out of yesterday. And of course, I had to remind myself to put the clocks back by an hour. So anyhow, so by all means, go on, dear Peter.
Well, that sort of sums it up. I mean, with because we digressed on to Himmler there because there's some interesting things there that I didn't realize. And of course, Himmler is a very deep subject.
Yes.
But to get back to the and of course, he was the creator of Wewelsburg, which is where Aquino did the. He was the creator of the, I guess what you would call the renovation and rehabilitation of the Wewelsburg Castle.
Thank you.
Because it existed prior to him, but
that is correct. That is correct.
He used that for his SS. Shrine. It was the most holy place probably in certainly the SS. If not
in general, very much so. Understand that it's a very ancient solar site, 20 miles from Paderborn, with ley line convergence known as the Exernstein. That's a network of cavern pillars and altars and standing stones and deep caves. So. Yeah.
Digress into the Wewelsburg working right now, but that was basically Aquino trying to bring in the anti-gods, correct?
No. If anything, it was a suppression ritual to suppress the ancient pagan gods, the true race gods of the Germans.
In order to bring in the anti-gods.
So that they would not fight against the anti-gods, would not be manifest to struggle against and hold back the anti-gods.
It was facilitating the anti-gods.
Yes, very much so. But it had a different purpose as well. Understand that there were two rituals, one in 1982 and the other in 1983. And both of them were held on my birthday eve day, October 19th through the night into October 20th, my actual birthday. And both of them concerned as well binding myself. He said that to me directly. That both
you were just getting to know him at that point, weren't you?
I didn't know him at all.
Oh, he told you that later.
Yes, he told me that later and said that I knew you long before you knew me, and I believe him because he had been keeping track of me ever since I killed my grandfather at the age of 3. And he said nothing like that would escape me. Do you think I wouldn't?
He was keeping track of your mother.
Yes, that is correct.
Or I don't know if he was keeping track, but somebody was keeping track, and it came to him.
Yes, very much so.
Unless he was operating before he was really.
No, he was definitely getting that information from other people concerning my mother, but it fell ultimately under his hands when he came into a position where he could exploit that information.
So I guess he was trying to turn you into one of his, turn you to the other side. You know, he was trying to be your Darth Vader.
Emperor Palpatine, you mean? He felt that I would be his heir apparent. And in that sense, yes, he viewed
Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader going to Luke Skywalker, come to the dark side. You know.
Well, it would be that would give him too much sex appeal. It would be more like he was Emperor Palpatine.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who was played, by the way, by a female. I don't know if people know this, but the original Emperor Palpatine was an old lady named Eaton. Eaton was her surname, and she played Emperor Palpatine in the original, the first time Emperor Palpatine appeared.
She did a good job.
Yeah. Yes, she appeared in a rather remarkable film. That was, I forgot what it was called. I'd have to look it up, but we could go into the cinematic trivia another day. But in terms of all of this, it's all rather, I mean, think about that when you think about George Lucas's involvement with Michael Aquino and ultimately his inheriting the Presidio military base, which he then turns around and sells to Disney, and it's just a network of evil and child exploitation that never ends. It's like Han Solo hated Star Wars. He hated his character, George Harrison. I think that's the guy's real name. The actor's name.
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Thank you. Then Harrison Ford. He approached George Lucas and said, look, can we kill my character off, Han Solo, as soon as possible? And that's when he said this on record. He said, George Lucas said to him, I don't think that there's much bank in dead Han Solo toys. Kids like to play with an action figure, not a figure that sits in a coffin or something like that, something to that effect. But that's when George Lucas totally sold out. And just so people know this, I mean, the biggest disappointment in the world was that the franchise had promised, because what was going to happen was that the stupid reconstruction of the Death Star was supposed to happen over the Wookiee planet, and all the stormtroopers were supposed to get wiped out by Wookiees, which would have made more sense because Chewbacca and his ilk would be capable of such a thing. But no, that's when George Lucas said, "Oh, I'll make them all teddy bears," and created this Ewok shit, just so that he could market it all to kids and have the George Lucas Christmas special. For those of you who find what I'm saying, who are skeptical of what I'm saying, look up the George Lucas Christmas special, and it was all so they could aim at that television special in which they had the stupid Ewoks and all of the actors from the real cast. I mean, it was all Mark Hamill and the woman who played Princess Leia, I'm forgetting her name, Carrie Fisher, and all the rest of them were on this television special with all the stupid Ewoks singing and shit. And so it was all with that in mind. He produced this Ewok crap and did away with, and after that you never saw the Wookiees again, except for Chewbacca in this kind of, straggler type sense. So it's just awful. So there you go. And it was all done for money, as if he didn't have enough. It was just that was this disease that he had, this disease of greed. And of course, Jameson Reese is asking, maybe George Lucas is Michael Aquino's illegitimate son. But I think he's too old for that.
The one thing I will say, Jameson, is that George Lucas is from the California town of Modesto. And Modesto is, although you won't really see much about it, is notorious for occult and OTO goings on.
That's true.
And this is where this Lacey Peterson and Scott Peterson incident, and there's whole cases to be made that Scott Peterson was not the guilty person. People have done independent investigations, although he didn't distinguish himself by any means. But and Geraldo was there going into it, and then, just said that, basically said there were no satanic stuff. He was on the scene there for a while, and when he's saying there's no satanic stuff, you wonder if he's doing the bidding of Aquino.
Oh, dude, if anyone's committing the satanic stuff, it would be Geraldo himself. But go.
I don't know, but anyway, I wouldn't go that far. You can, but anyway,
yeah, I know. I'm giving him too much credit. Yes, I understand, but he's definitely covering for Aquino. I will tell you this much: Geraldo Rivera was very much.
I could believe that, but when Modesto comes into the scene, you really have to start looking, and I just remember being in a Trader Joe's in Modesto when on the trip when I first met Douglas. I was heading back to San Francisco that day. I had a room right north of South San Francisco. Mm-hmm. I think I had to walk the border to get my breakfast in the morning. But but I remember stopping in Modesto, and this woman, I asked her for some directions, and boy, was she nasty.
Jesus.
She was nasty. I said, boy, this is what I get for being in Modesto. The trip was so copacetic. It was so nice. But that was like, I attribute it to being in Modesto.
Oh, shit. By the way,
it was also very hard to find a place to eat. I was in a mall. Very hard to find a place to eat in the mall. I mean, it was an outdoor mall. It wasn't an indoor mall. It was very hard. I mean, there were places, but some of them weren't open, and it was just. I didn't care for Modesto.
Oh my God! But by the way, so people understand the historic significance of tonight's date. While it is still tonight, it is still November 7th. I do want people to understand the few historical things that took place this date today. In 1917, on this date, it would actually be by the old Julian calendar, it would be October 25th. But by the Gregorian calendar, it was November 7th of 1917 that the October Revolution took place in Russia, while they were still under the old Julian calendar. And Lenin and the Bolsheviks seized power and captured captured the Winter Palace and overthrew the provisional government. In other words, they overthrew the democratically elected government and took over in a violent coup d'etat. And on this date, November 7th in 1931, Mao Zedong, the man who would ultimately be responsible for the death of literally 200 million people, he was the man who proclaimed the Chinese People's Republic on this date today. And this was the date that FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was elected to his unprecedented fourth term in office, the only president to have overtly served more than 2 terms, and certainly the only president to have ever served 4. Aside from that, of course, this date today was also at the dawn of the third Christian millennium in the year 2000, the date of the disputed presidential election, the pivotal moment in history when Al Gore and George Bush achieved a statistical tie. And then all of the Republicans who had been appointed to Supreme Court judged in favor of the Republican candidate. So that is, it exposed very much a lot of the shortcomings of the system. Now, by the way, just so people know, the person who won the popular vote was Al Gore, and it was George Bush who had basically a statistical tie based on the Electoral College. So this, of course, has been one of the various, one of the controversies. And then on this date today, in just yesteryear, was when the former Vice President Joe Biden was declared the winner of the U.S. presidential race as well, 4 days after the U.S. election. So that also is in controversy for reasons that we're all too painfully aware of. Or rather, it's certainly contested by the Republicans, at least. And so what we have now is November 7th is, of course, every leap year is when we hold the election, is on November 7th every leap year. And so it has provided a series of dates now which are careening us towards ultimate civil war inevitably or eventually. Certainly but I would say historically the most significant aspect was this fourth term election of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which of course was just part of his lifetime dictatorship. If the man had continued to live, he would have continued to just make certain that he kept winning. And because he never would have had an end to the war, because his war was exterminatory. And that's why he had to be assassinated, which is why he was assassinated. And he was assassinated on site, his vacation home in Warm Springs, Georgia. And of course, for those of you who don't know, when he was reported dead is when Adolf Hitler and Joseph Goebbels in particular held an enormous party and banquet within the Führer bunker, because of course the true enemy had been defeated, and they could negotiate with Truman and force Truman ultimately into a form of surrender or conciliatory peace with Europe, because he had to pay reparations. So they didn't care about some claim of victory. They were on the exodus to Unterland, whereas they simply wanted Europe to be rebuilt, and Hochdeutschland, or High Germany as the Unterlanders call it, to be rebuilt. And so the Americans did that, and Germany today is the center of Europe, and therefore, in a very real sense, the world economy, the largest economy in the world being Europe, more so than the United States as a self-contained economy. But aside from that, of course, you had Truman surrendering to the Japanese in effect, and that is something that needs to be remembered. And so aside from all of that, we turn back to Peter Moon with that in mind, and he can also put that into perspective. After all, he wrote the book on the subject, and he can continue bringing up other aspects, obscure aspects of California. And definitely all of this is educational to our listeners.
Well,
And
this was by someone bringing up the George Lucas connection.
yeah, that's right. Jameson bring it up if George Lucas was.
And Preston had always insisted that George Lucas was, had owned the Montauk Manor, and it had underground facilities as well. I could never verify that, through normal means, that George Lucas, but he had his own connection with George Lucas.
Well, think about this. I mean, this is very important for those of you who just, aren't buying this and just are skeptical, which is understandable. Honestly, most people are not skeptical because most people are willing to assume the worst about this kind of success story. But when you think about George Lucas, and they'll say this in all the biographies and documentaries that you'll see that are, shall we say, officially whitewashed about him, they'll say bullshit like, oh yeah, let's look at his life story. Oh, he started off with this American graffiti, which is like total nothing. I mean, it's like you can't even summarize it because there's nothing to it. And then they'll say, then he went on to do this THX 1138. Now, here's this guy who does the stupid American graffiti, which is just like this.
I think he did TH.
Yeah, that's what I said. THX 1138.
First.
Oh, did he? Not by my understanding, but maybe that's the case. Maybe. But that would make it even. That would be even more damning. I mean, honestly.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
If that's the case, that's even more damning because here you've got this guy who had, by my impression, just one film behind him. And if he didn't even have that, that would make it even more bizarre. But here's this guy who's just a film student because, and Peter Moon may be right, because I remember when they say
he did American Graffiti in 1973.
Okay.
And then, let's see.
And THX 1138, by the way, was the only socially relevant thing.
1971.
There you go. Yeah, and it was the only socially relevant thing he ever produced. But in terms of THX 1138, here he is. He's this film student. And what happens is when BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, was opened, the Americans boasted that BART, the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit System, the BART system, was the most advanced transportation system on Earth. This was their claim. And you're talking about a transportation system that was there are other transportation systems that have their own police, of course, but just so people understand it, the BART police are some of the highest paid in the world. They're not the highest paid. That would be the California Prison Guards Union, but they're right next to the California Prison Guards Union. And they're the only police force I know of that requires that you have at the very least a bachelor's degree, and they prefer master's degree. So they want their cops to be highly educated, and they're given jurisdiction over 1 mile each side of the track. So you're talking about no matter what county that it goes through, the BART police have jurisdiction over 1 mile on each side of the BART track. And so they've got their own police force in effect. They're a law unto themselves, but they're this incredible network of underground tunnels. And before they opened, while these tunnels were all still pristine, they give this film student, George Lucas, total run of the BART system. And so he uses it to film THX 1138. When you watch THX 1138, that's the BART system. It's all filmed underneath miles and miles of these spanking, brand new, shining, ultra-modern gloss tunnels that, of course, with age, began to get a little weathered. But before all that, he filmed THX 1138 in them. And we're talking about giving such a total run of them, he brings in, you can see it in the film, hundreds of people. He brings in hundreds of people to film. And it's just, how does somebody get that? I mean,
I will give you the context. Yeah. It says here that it was produced by Francis Ford Coppola and written by Lucas and Walter Murchett. And it was, let me see here. It was a joint, was developed from Lucas's student film Electronic Labyrinth, THX 1138 4EB, which he made in 1967 while attending the USC School of Cinematic Arts. The feature film was produced in a joint venture between Warner Brothers and American Zoetrope, which was owned by Coppola. Now, all this really says, Warner Brothers was part of, the military-industrial complex. This is well known because they all had to sign up for it, and there was the American Motion Picture Unit. So if Warner Brothers is involved, because when people do movies, these big studios, they can practically do anything. There'll be different cities have different point men. I knew a guy who was the point man on Long Island for any films that would be done. He would coordinate, and he did it just sort of public relations. I don't think he got paid for it. But he would coordinate between the studios that would want to do films for places in Long Island, and he would arrange for it to be done. So if Warner Brothers wants to do THX, they can do THX. I mean, they can do BART, the BART system. They could do the New York City subway system. They could do anything they want, basically.
Yeah,
because they're Warner Brothers.
I hear what you're saying, but like Jameson says in the chat, but how does someone like George Lucas get on their radar? And
well, he was already in their stable. He was in the stable. There's a whole story about him and Francis Ford Coppola and all of the way they, you know, how they kind of were all part of the same unit. Yeah, they were like a, yeah, they were part of what you're alluding to.
Yeah, the same coven. Yeah.
yeah. So to speak. Yeah. So they were, yeah, and they were useful talent.
There you go. And like I said, now granted, that came out in 1977, Star Wars, and that was already in the public lexicon. But Michael Aquino claimed, and I believe him, that he was using the term Jedi before that film was made, and that he essentially gifted that term to Lucas. I actually consciously remember that now that he said that, because as I mentioned before, I didn't have a conscious recollection of his ever really talking about George Lucas. But then I do remember that because the term Jedi was something that was a sticking point with Aquino, because he kept referring to his satanic warrior monks that he was creating in the 1st Earth Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel James Channon as Jedi. And so also they were using terms like Imperial Stormtrooper as a code phrase for some of their programs. And as a matter of fact, they used the term Project Stargate for remote viewing, and which is something people can actually look up. That was a term that was used by the military before the film franchise. So there you have that. So the films many of these films are like propaganda for the anti-gods, and this is something that needs to be taken into account, and always bear that in mind. So there we have that, and thank you, Peter, for bringing that up. Very important, and as well, I'm sure that there's many other things you can bring up tonight, and you sound like you're in good form. And though, of course, it might be 8:05. This would normally be midnight by now, but it's like after we gained an hour.
I go for a bit more, yeah. And what I want to go now is this. I was looking at a video today, yeah. The Untold Story of the Swastika, a film about the true history of swastika, Project Shivaham. What is the meaning of the swastika? Where did it originate from? Is it that many civilizations use swastika as part of their culture? Answer all these questions. Now, and then one of the comments is, I can't imagine what level of research was going on behind the scenes. 4 videos in 1 week. Incredible. One of my favorite channels. Okay. This is told by a man who's apparently East Indian.
Right.
And he has been, and you really can't blame him for most of what he says, because he's doing it from a traditional knowledge.
Vedic.
No, well, I mean, American. He sounds like he's been educated in American university.
Okay.
Because, yeah, he's going for the Vedic angle, but he talks about how the Nazis misused the swastika.
Oh, I hate that. Thank you. All that shit. Yeah, it's always the Nazis misused it. Yeah.
But they have no idea.
Thank you.
And this is why it's important to explain it, because they have no idea. One thing I did, now I did not like his definition of what swastika means. He says, he gives the, I guess these are Sanskrit symbols. He says that the swas means auspicious, and tika, I guess, means happen, auspicious happening. May the auspicious happen. And I don't like that definition, because I read this in the Library of Congress once, and it always stuck with me. SU, su, means source. Source. Now, it can mean a lot of things, I suppose. Source. It's like in the word source. But he's saying auspicious happening. He says it's a positive thing. It's beneficent. And then he also has a word here. This fascinated me. The swastika is also called tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton. It sounds like tetragrammaton, but what it means is the four gammas. And he does say, how do you say it? Hakenkreuz, or how do you say it?
Hakenkreuz. Yeah.
Hakenkreuz. He does mention that, the Germans, because of the hooks. But the gamma is one of those hooks in Greek. The Greek letter gamma, so they call it tetra, which means four gammas, four tetragrammaton. I thought there might be a connection with tetragrammaton, and maybe there is, but I might be pushing that. But then he, let me see here. He goes on to say how the Nazis misused it. But what I would say about the swastika, where else does he going here? He's, oh God. I went into a commercial. The swastika, I think I mentioned it last time. It was the ancient symbol of Gemini in Zalmoxes. Oh, this is what he went. This was fascinating what he said. He was talking about, you see, there's always this need to apologize for the Nazis.
Right, the disclaimer.
Yeah, and say, well, they were doing this and they were doing that. And it's very reasonable to understand why he would say it. You understand totally why he would say it. But he goes on, and he begins to talk about Sir William Jones, the man who discovered, quote unquote, the Indo-European language family, which they used to call Indo-Aryan, and they changed the whole name because of the Nazi regime, the Third Reich regime. They said, no, they changed the word Indo-Aryan to Indo-European because they didn't want to, give any credence to anything that was
someday Aryan. That has to change. We need to revert back to the reality as opposed to this talk about political correctness being destructive. But go on. Cultural genocide.
Sir William Jones. So Sir William Jones is the guy who gave us the whole concept of Indo-Aryan or Indo-European language.
Or so they say. So they say. But go on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's recognized by academia. Let's put it this.
Yeah.
And that's why they put discovered in quotes, out of respect to, other scholarship. But he's the main. Anyway, Sir William Jones said in a meeting of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. He's in India, on February 2nd, 1786. This is 10 years after the birth of the United States. He says, quote, "The Sanskrit language, whatever be its antiquity, is of a wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, yet bearing to both of them a stronger affinity, both in the roots of verbs and the forms of grammar, than could possibly have been produced by accident. So strong indeed that no villager, which is dealing with words, could examine them all three without believing them to have sprung from some common source, which perhaps no longer exists." Now, he's basically saying that Latin and Greek are obviously connected to Sanskrit. Now he goes on to say, he says, perhaps no longer this language exists. He says, "There is a similar reason, though not quite so forcible, for supposing that both the Gothic and the Celtic, though blended with a very different idiom, had the same origin with the Sanskrit, and the Old Persian might be added to the same family." And here's where you have the Romanian language in its initial form,
Right.
not as you would know it today.
Right.
And I think he went on to say that Latin is such a complicated language. It's a scholarly language. It's not a language anybody could speak or naturally. And of course, it was based on what's called the Vulgate or Vulgar Latin, which is the same as Romanian. So I'm just saying that this is the origin of language in Transylvania, and goes back, and the swastika goes back, and it appears all over the world, and they're looking at it as a benefic form that the Nazis or the Germans twisted. But as they say, if it goes back to Gemini, the sign of Gemini, the germination of the twins, and the whole source of mankind, in a sense, the germination thereof, which would totally go in the face of the anti-gods. The swastika is a protective element. And when you get back to what you were saying about the picture on my Facebook timeline of the Romanian Stonehenge,
yes,
this was the home of Zalmoxis.
Thank you.
The home of Zalmoxis, or where he went underground.
Yes.
And there is such a rich, I guess what you'd say, energy there that is beyond this world. And what really gets interesting to me, in fact, it's good if I can dig it up here for a second, if I still have it. Oh yeah, it's right here. We're getting into the Christmas spirit just about now. I'm going to go into the origin, because there was this inscription in the book, The Secret Parchment by Radu Sinamar. And they found this inscription on a gold bed in Transylvania, not far at all from where I go. They don't say exactly where it is because you're not supposed to know. Mm-hmm. But they found this inscription that said KR. They had to what's called translate it. And they went to different universities and whatnot, and it said, reduced it, this inscription came down to KR space IO space SAL dash MOS, Creo Salmas. And what I found very curious, my translator picked it up, and so did I, independently. We both picked it up independently, that the Salmas parts is Zalmoxis. It's just a different way of saying it. But Radu, in the book, did not indicate that. The KR stood for Chronos. Mm-hmm. And the IO could be the numeral 10, which is the deity, the IO. IO is also a symbol for the Jack Parsons used to iterate when he go, Iopan, Iopan, Iopan. Io is also a contraction of IAO, which is three gods in the Crowley system. So, but what's interesting here, he says, let me see here. This is his conclusion of the inscription. The person who made the inscription was a priest, a human being who had reached spiritual fulfillment. Now, this is in whole golden tunnels underneath Transylvania. Mm-hmm. From this perspective, there could be a meaning. But what comes next is unintelligible. Salmas. This was the only point where the translators hesitated, because Sal, has raised problems. Our people have indicated Zaul instead of Saul, and I tend to think they are right. Our people have indicated Chronos, who was the archaic patron god of the Romanian people, was called Zalmas. So we have the translator's note. The word mas means old man in Romanian, while Zaul is an archaic Romanian word for God. So it means old man God. It has been claimed that Zalmas was the origin for the name Zalmoxes, the god of the Dacians. Now, this is my translator saying this. This is not Radu saying this. And of course, I already figured out that Zalmas is Zalmoxes,
Right.
but she's adding additional, saying it's old man. Just like Lao Tse means old man. Lao Tse, old wise man is the implication.
Right.
So it's like Zaul is an archaic word for God. So Zalmoxes, Zalmox, old God. Now, in that picture on my Facebook timeline, the guy who pointed out that this dial was cast as one and it came from areas like Lake Titicaca, he also talks about somebody he knows that I guess was channeling Zalmoxes there, or no, that Zalmoxes actually appeared there. Of course, I don't dismiss that. I don't take it too seriously either, because people have experiences there, and you can't deny them. You can't overly endorse them because they're contextualized to the person who had them. So, but anyway, he says the root of this inscription, KR, sends us to another important element of our ancestors' tradition, which presents a complex symbolism and chronology. Christmas, the KR in Christmas. Christmas was also known as Santa Claus. Both words, Christmas and Claus or Santa Claus, come from the root KR in Romanian. Christmas is Crasium and Santa Claus is Most Crasium. So see, in Romania, you have Old Man Christmas, Father Christmas.
Right.
And who is Father Christmas? It's really Saturn, the beginning of Capricorn, Father Time, Father Christmas, Crasium. And the profound meaning of Santa Claus and the god this represents, as well as the holiday associated with him, are no longer correctly perceived by people who are confused and have no clear picture of what Christmas represents. And if this picture exists at all in their minds, it is very superficial. In ancient times, Christmas was an exalted celebration of time, as the winter solstice occurred, marking the end of the old year and the beginning of the new year. This is the origin of the Romanian greetings, Happy New Year, which means that when they would say Happy New Year, it means they would say, when we return next year, we hope to find you in good health. Later, the association with the Christian holiday was added and has complicated things even more. Ordinary men prefer to build a simple image about Santa Claus, something funny, prosperous, and happy. It's an exterior meaning. In conclusion, the inscription said that this was the holy place where Kronos, Santa Claus, the god of time, was alive and present and united the worlds. They united this. Part of the inscription also said, this is where the worlds unite. And he says, I was telling you that this is troubling because it is related to the idea that here, in the Carpathians area, is the cradle of all civilizations and nations existing now, and that this is the source of all of the primordial language, the Romanian language. As one of the greatest contemporary linguists said, it is the only natural language in Europe. Actually, it is exactly what scientists look for and do not find, the Indo-European language, which is common to all nations, which make up our modern civilizations. And, you know, if you could see Paula interpreting Portuguese,
Right.
or Spanish, or Italian, and then I learned she studied 6 years of French. I didn't really fathom, because I don't know French. I don't know French. Well, the only reason she doesn't know French is because she hasn't, paid somebody to teach her, so she can get fluent. She could get fluent in a month,
Right.
and then be very fluent in a few more months.
She reminds me of my late and sainted mother, very talented at linguistically. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Nicole's even more talented because she could speak Mandarin with you. You'd probably get along very well speaking Mandarin because you'd probably be patient with her because she can't do the dialects, and you probably can't do the dialects either.
Only to a degree, yes.
Yeah. And it was like taxi drivers and storekeepers would help her.
Yeah.
And then she mostly uses English over there. But she didn't even know English. She barely knew English when I met her. She'd learned to talk to David Anderson. So she's very good at English now. So in German, I mean, she's just a sight to behold, an incredible human being. But yeah, she's really good with the languages. And Paula would definitely be second place. Teo's brother speaks some German. He's good. He speaks English very well, but he can speak German pretty well. And of course, the mother can speak it impeccably because she lived in Germany for long periods of time. I think she even grew up there to a certain extent, also in Romania. And her kids speak German. Her natural kids speak German. So, so here it is. This is the, and he talks about the proof of it all. But of course, it's in total denial. So you have this, where this gets interesting to me, here he's talking about the God of time. There's inscription. It's like a bed. And my impression was you lay down on this bed, it's gold. It's like a remote viewing table, I suppose, because you're going to have super consciousness being around the gold, let alone laying on it, with whatever special properties might be imbibed into it. And then beyond that, that was kind of the precursor to this room of golden thrones, right, where there were huge golden thrones with inscriptions in back of them on the wall, and they were like for creatures that were very tall, like 7-9 feet, and then there was a big sort of elliptoid area that was like a vortex to another world. You looked down and you saw space, like with stars and a planet that was like Earth, except it was sort of orangish. I think it was white instead of like, my memory serves correct, instead of being green and blue and white, like Earth would look, I think it was white and orange and yellow, sort of like that candy they make, that candy corn, as I recall, but swirled. And this planet, and then the kid that was with the professor, they discovered together, he looked into it, he fell into it. And never to return. And the professor freaked out and left and reported it. And then he was swept away, never to be heard from again. And then this professor existed, as far as I know, because people tell me in the local area he existed. And this area this whole valley is called the Valley of the Golden Thrones. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not called that because of this book. Mm-hmm. And this confused the hell out of me, because I found out it was called the Valley of the Golden Thrones. And then I went back to discover the valley, because this guide had pointed to this valley. We were up on this journey, and he points to this valley. He says, "This is the Valley of the Golden Thrones. This is where you find a cave. You find a cave in this valley, and you go and meditate in the cave, or out the cave. If you ask permission to go inside the cave, and if you ask permission, you'll be granted it if you're worthy. But you usually will be granted permission to go inside without your body. You're not going to physically go into the cave. You're just going to, be invited in astrally or out of body or whatever you want to say." So that was the tradition of the Solomonari. Mm-hmm. Now he's being a Solomonari himself, and he's pointing to this Valley of the Golden Thrones. So this is in 2012, the year before I met Paula.
Right.
So my friend who had been with me on the trip, who became my friend, Vonda, she says, "You should come back here." So she wanted to take a trip back here and explore this valley, because she was with me when he said that. And so we went to explore the Valley of the Golden Thrones. And the first thing, this was this great night I had the night before I met Paula, when I met her mother, Tamarinda. Well, it was Teo, her brother, had come over with another guy to meet me. And they met me, and I was sitting at a table with them and having a very deep conversation with them. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I want to go to the Valley of the Golden Thrones. And he says, this is the valley. I said, what do you mean? He said, no, I was up in this journey last year with Vasily, and he pointed out, and he says, this is the Valley of the Golden Thrones. He says, and Ted says, this is the valley. The whole thing is the valley. And he says, people, they come here all the time, and they want to know what's the Valley of the Golden Thrones. I said, the whole valley is the valley. And I didn't understand, because, no, I saw this specific valley. I want to go to that valley. So it didn't really get anywhere until the next day, after I'd met Paula. We came back to the hotel, and there was a big room, and most of the tour group was there. And the guide, who I knew from the previous year, he gave the worst talk. He had shown up. He didn't show up. Last year he just volunteered, and I think we all gave him some money. This year he was being paid, and he didn't show up on time. He didn't show up at all. So when we went to the Sarmasajatusa, we kind of got my mother-in-law to pitch in to kind of tell us about stuff. Right. It was awkward because my friend Vonda didn't like her at all. Oh. She didn't like her at all. She was afraid she was going to take over the group, which she wasn't going to do. The fear was unfounded. But anyway, so I had all sorts of people coming and going there. And so anyway, the guy shows up. He shows up and he's drunk.
Oh, I hate that. Oh my God.
Yeah. Romanians like their alcohol. But usually they'll show up on time. Anyway, he later apologized, but he was drunk, and it was not good. Yeah. So anyway, he came back, and then he was doing a Q&A. He talked, and it was mostly a Q&A. And
yeah, people were asking him, what were you drinking? Yeah.
The talk was not going well. It was just not a good talk. There was nothing good about it. It was off. He wasn't lying or anything. It was just like he wasn't hitting his audience at all. So finally, I got into this long, exacerbated dialogue with him. I said, well, what about the Valley of the Golden Thrones? And it took all of my conversational
skill
and intelligent gymnastics to finally, and there's a language barrier here too, because he doesn't speak English. He's better now. Because I ran into him at Sarmasajatusa the last time I was there. I just ran into this guy. It was bizarre, Uh-huh. And then we run into him about, a few hours later, because he's at the same hotel that we go to eat at. It's outdoors. It's wonderful. So I'm even out there playing soccer with him, kicking the soccer ball around. We had a great time. But I mean, I hadn't seen this guy in years. And anyway, he's... I finally ask him enough questions, and I say, okay, last year we were up there, and you were pointing down and saying, this is the Valley of the Golden Thrones. Where is it? He goes, oh, I was up there, and I was pointing down to exactly where we are now. So he's basically telling me that the hotel is in the Valley of the Golden Thrones, but the way he was pointing, there was all this foliage you couldn't, and it was miles and miles away. You couldn't see the hotel or anything else.
Right.
So basically, I learned I was going to the Valley of the Golden Thrones, and in the middle of the discussion, I said, okay, I wanted to go. This is where we wanted to go tomorrow, but now you've just told me we're already here. I've arrived. Right. And that was a great realization. Yes. And I had to explain, and that made all of the difficulty of his horrible talk come full circle. I turned his talk into a really good talk. by getting the truth out of him,
Yeah.
which was he didn't know how to express it.
Right.
And I got to contextualize it. Oh, I've been here. I've already been here. I stayed there the previous year. This is my second time there. And this is where, now, you know, I met my wife right in this valley. It's the whole valley. It's huge. So when I was there last time, I'm looking over all these mountains. And when I told David about Choclavina Cave and that I'd been there, the first thing he wanted to know, how far away is it from Sarmasijatusa? And it's 7 miles as the crow flies. It's not very far at all, but this whole area is studded with gold, the whole area underneath. So what my question becomes, they do not tell us where this area is that he found this inscription. Now, when he found the inscription, it was after he went to they were doing an archaeological dig, and there was a little opening where the contractor's son had found this little opening, and they went down and it got bigger and bigger, and they found it was like a long slope going down that was, and the more they went down, it became gold. And then they went into where it became passageways, and it became more and more gold, sometimes interrupted by quartz, you know, beautiful quartz, which accompanies gold. So if you're doing minerals and you find quartz, beautiful quartz crystals, it's a good chance there's gold nearby. So they're going down and down, and they find, and then it's the tunnels of pure gold or practically pure gold. And then they find this bed with an inscription, and then onto the thrones. And now the inscription said, this is where the worlds unite. Now the worlds unite could mean everything. That's the be all and the end all. And then what I'm curious about is how close this area is to the Choclavina Cave that I go to, where David says is the most significant area for time phenomena. And this is what I get very curious, because all of this stuff is related. Now, as I go there and begin to meet new people in the area and ask more questions and go to different areas, revelation occurs, just in terms of, it's kind of like if you're going on a journey, let's say you go to Jerusalem. You go to Jerusalem and you say, you know, this is the place where Saint Veronica, you know, gave Jesus the handkerchief or whatever it was. And it's got a sign there. I've never been there, but it's got all these places. This is where he fell for the third time. And they're all marked. And it's marked because it's a tourist shot. I think it was Constantine's mother, Helena, who set this up for pilgrims to come. So
Yes.
when you come, you see something, and you can, oh, this is where this happened. This is where this happened.
Yes.
It didn't necessarily happen that way at all. But when you put it in the, you know, and then you put a church and you say, this is where he was crucified, this is where he was buried. And maybe it did happen, maybe it didn't happen, but you're putting, it's like when I took my daughter to Disney World, and we got a sign in a house, a little house, it says Goofy's house.
Yeah,
my daughter walks by, she says, that's Goofy's house, and my wife is like shocked. How did she know that? She can't read. I said, I told her. The last time we were here, we told her, she saw Goofy's house. We just walked by before. So she says, that's Goofy's house. I mean, you know, so Goofy has a house, you know, Goofy isn't even a real character.
Right.
So,
well, and not only that, but among the Disney pantheon, he's not really a sentient character per se. But go on.
He's goofy. But
it's a dog.
The whole thing is, you know, so you have this whole thing set up. Now, if you were to walk the Via della Rosa, the Way of the Sorrows, as it's called in Jerusalem, you walk through it, and you're going to be magically witnessing the experience that you've read about in the New Testament. Whether it existed or existed in this way, No, you're feeling it because it's like a virtual reality that's been set up for you as a pilgrim. And this is what you set up as a pilgrim. So I was just giving this as an example. So when I go, and of course you might have revelations. You could even leave your body doing that sort of thing. Yes. Because you're going into this very deep resonance of spiritual excitation with the Godhead. So anything could happen. So when I go back to this area, I'm having an experience of that nature. This area by the author Radu Senemar, who's writing, "This is where all the worlds unite." David Anderson is saying, "This is where all the time is. This is where the most important area of time is, and not all the information has been revealed about it." In other words, he has more to share with me on that. This is also not far from the area where I met Paula, Sarmasejatuza, which is the sacred capital. And I was told, you can't understand Romania unless you understand Sarmasejatuza and you go there. You have to go there. And I, for some reason, I go there. I mean, I went back the second year. So it's like you've got these concentrations of at least these three points of reference. And I say there are more points of reference for sure that I've been to and even talked about to a certain degree. And there are more points of reference that I will learn. So well, I guess what I'm saying is it becomes a whole experience. And we're talking about Christmas, and it was being contextualized in the sense of time. Christmas, Father Christmas, which is Father Time. Right. This is why Santa Claus visits everybody. There's even, I think, a movie that has him. I think it's The Night They Saved Christmas. He has a time machine, so he can go deliver all the presents. Right. And the beautiful thing about the word present is that it means the present right now. But as we were taught in Qigong, the present is the present. It's a present to be in the present. It's the greatest present you have is to come into the now. Because if you have depression, you're in the past. Yes. If you have anxiety, you're in the future. You want to be here free from depression and free from anxieties. Yes. This is what you want to have. And the one thing I would advise people is if you can't pay the bill tomorrow that you have to pay or next week, it's if you yield, the situation is going to be solved one way or another. It's going to solve because, it's going to get paid, or you're going to, have to give up your phone and then do whatever you have to do. But the problems have a way of solving themselves if you can get out of the way of the solution and not put your angst into it. I mean, it's easier to say that. It's easier to say that, but if you can yield to that and stay in the present and let tomorrow's problems be solved tomorrow. You can't call the phone company because they won't be there until 8 a.m. Or you can't call the bill collector because he won't be there till 9 a.m. Whatever it is, you have to deal with the problem at the time you deal with it. And problems all do get solved eventually. So it's an incentive not to worry. I know it's easier to say that, but that's why the present is so I guess a true experience here in this valley of the Golden Thrones would move one indeed into the present. Right. So this is the adventure that I have to look forward to. And I would also add that COVID has been on the rise in Romania in recent times, right, and in Germany, and in Holland. I just got a email from a Romanian friend in Holland who's going to school there, and he says COVID has hit up in Holland. So those are at least 3 European countries where COVID has been rearing its head again, and I assume it's the Delta variant. I don't really know, but all that stuff has to go away before I return.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't all have to go away. I just don't want travel restrictions or excessive mask wearing and that sort of thing. There's just no way do I want to land in the UK or Munich and say, you've got to stay here for 7 weeks because you know, or 7 days or whatever it is. That's not going to happen for me. Right. If I get stuck there for some other reason for 7 days, that's okay. But not
understood. Yeah.
Yeah, because they, you know.
It's just who needs that, of course.
Yeah. It's like it's asking for trouble.
It is. It is
when you go traveling. And Paula went, and she had to get tested. She had to go through. I don't want to go through that testing. I mean, I got tested myself before I went to California with a saliva test. Mm-hmm. I didn't need the test. I had it. Right. I didn't need it at all. Right. I didn't mind getting tested to go to California, but not in.
Well, it's definitely one of those things where, let's just put it this way: Paula is one of those people who's much more adaptable to that sort of thing when it's at its worst.
No, she wasn't adaptable to it. She wanted to go to Romania.
Understood.
It wasn't that she was she hated doing this shit.
I meant to say that. Just put it this way: she's resilient.
But she wanted to go to Romania so bad.
Right.
She wouldn't let it stop her.
Right.
You know, I told her, I said, "Don't go on this day. It's Mercury retrograde." I'm going to go anyway. And of course, she had to change her flight and everything. That's why you don't make. She had to. I had to take her all the way to the airport.
Did you tell her I told you so? Did you tell her I told you so?
No. No, I had already told her ahead of time, and I took her all the way to the airport, and they said, you can't get on the plane because your test is old. But it's not old now, but by the time you get to Germany, it will be old. So therefore, it's no good.
Oh, God.
And she didn't want to take the one up the nose. So she went back.
Oh, my God.
And she got a free test. Now she ordered. She didn't really need to, as it worked out, but she ordered it. You know, it cost about $120 to do a saliva test via Amazon. And she got the test, and then I had to, you know, take her back 3 days later to the airport. And I didn't say a word about it. She was very appreciative that I had to sit there in the airport with her for, you know, an hour. And I was very fine. I mean, I don't like to push people's nose into something. It's not. You know, it doesn't help them. It doesn't help me. No, I didn't do that at all. But then she had her delay, and she got there, and she had a wonderful, incredible time. So that's, and then she also, I think, stayed on her visit. So it was, I think she had to pay an extra $300 or something to change her date, but it was worth it because she got to spend more time there. So whatever. But, you know, this is what happens when you do Mercury retrograde. You get interfered with. And it's not always bad. I mean, one time I had a 20-minute delay leaving Florida because of the Super Bowl. All the Learjets were screwing up the flights coming out of Tampa. The Super Bowl was in, I think, Miami. But the Learjets were somehow interfering with the route from Tampa to New York. And so I got delayed 20 minutes. Last time, I think I flew, they canceled my flight. I get to England, to London, and they say, there's nobody at the Delta desk. And they say, yeah, well, and there's somebody saying, somebody from the Virgin Atlantic says, your flight was canceled. It'd be nice if they had somebody here, and they gave me. I said, well, you know, and then they finally told me they would pick up the flight. But you know, I said, well, look, I got to be sitting here for hours. I want a ticket to the VIP lounge. We can't do that. We can't. Our VIP lounge is only for our customers. So they give me a $10 voucher, you know, to eat $10 worth of food at the food court. And then I finally found my way to the. It took a long time to find the Delta VIP lounge, which I then paid to get in,
Right.
and because I could, and then enjoyed myself. And then later I found out when I complained to Delta, they told me that I would get my flight back, over $300 back, because they're not allowed by law. They had to pay me $300, whatever the price of the ticket was, by law. So they reimbursed me $300, and that was very nice. That was Mercury retrograde, because I will fly during Mercury retrograde, but I try not to.
Yes.
For these very reasons. And I would have been much happier if I just got to go home without getting my flight for free.
Right. So definitely, that's all appreciated. By the way, just to put some of what you said in context, and again, a shout out to the lovely Clarice Claudette, who sent me this wonderful care package. It's very large. I have not had a moment's time to open it yet. I hope to do so maybe after transmission or shortly thereafter. But one of the things that I do want to share is that she has her own valid point, and I think that these points need to be made. And in her case, she feels we need to get off a lot of the Christian trip, that it's just as binding as many other kinds of doctrines, and I understand that. I, however, myself am a Christian, so I certainly wouldn't recommend that from my own personal perspective. And Peter Moon pointed that out. He understands I'm not a Christian in any dogmatic or doctrinaire sense, and he understands that my conversion into the Byzantine Orthodox Church was more of a battlefield conversion that was simply because I worked with the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, but they would not tolerate a non-Christian as their employee, so I was converted at that time. In other words, I was formally baptized for the first time in my life. My father had never converted me to never baptized me within the Roman Catholic Church, even though he was a fairly devout Roman Catholic, which goes to show quite a bit about his advanced open-mindedness. All of this is, bears quite a bit of saying. By the way, Jameson Reese is asking, how was the baptism experience? This is the same kind of question. You know what he's implying, of course. Everybody asks that because they always ask me, did you burst into flames? It's always the same fucking question. No, I didn't burst into flames. It was all right. It was, it was what it was. But in terms of the background, concerning the Hakenkreuz, no, I didn't hallucinate, but thank you for asking, James. And he's asking me if I hallucinated. Just concerning a little bit about some of the... he did, oddly. Okay, that's interesting. That means he was of a cognizant age when he was baptized, which should be a story in and of itself, which he's welcome to share with us when Peter retires for the night. But before Peter retires, just wanted to put some of this into perspective. So one of the things that Peter was bringing up was the, shall we say, the pragmatism of Constantine's mother. In other words, what she did was she kind of created a theme park. She turned the Holy Land into a theme park of Christianity, so that people would have specific sites to pay homage to pilgrimage to. She was, of course, someone who, quote unquote, discovered the true cross, conveniently. I mean, there were many of these relics she conveniently found.
You can find many relics of the true cross all throughout Europe.
Oh, of course, yes.
Relics is a big industry.
Yeah.
With even some, I guess, potential magic attached to it.
Right, that's correct.
And see, this is the one thing. If to get off the Christian trip is very, I guess what you'd say, appetizing. It's like
well, for some people it's very liberating, and
it's good. I mean, the Christian experience is liberating, or
for some people to get off the Christian trip is very liberating.
Oh, yeah. I totally sympathize with that. But in the context of magic, it is all magic, and it's it's an ugly subject sometimes. Magic is often an ugly subject. Yeah,
Well,
indeed.
so is science. So I mean, so it's not that if you think of magic and you think of science as comparable kind of systems or parallel systems, they both have the very ugly moments. It goes without saying. So yeah, and
But anyway, yeah, you were talking about the theme park.
the theme park aspect of it. Understand that this is the foundation of a faith, and the whole point of a faith is not that you have to have something that is truly scientifically, quote unquote, which in and of itself, oftentimes they use the word science as an article of faith. This is the nature of faith is that much of it is just that. It's faith. And the idea is it's a form of magic. It is a form of basically, does it really matter that this really was the sacred well where Christ produced something for the lady who was suffering, etc.? It's simply as an article of faith. It has helped throughout the millennia. By no means am I trying to debase or degrade the Christian faith. I'm simply putting this in, shall we say, some matter of perspective. For instance, Emperor Constantine, just so we understand this, there is so much propaganda concerning the, shall we say, the scrubbing of Nazism, quote unquote, or anything related to Nazism from the internet, from public consciousness, that they will tell you that the original Christian sign of Constantine was the Chi-Rho, or some obscure symbol that has nothing to do with what his symbol was. His symbol was what the West would understand to be the swastika, only it was known by the Germanic name of the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross. So what had happened was that Constantine was on his way to battle the enemy in October, the month of October, in the 312th year of the Christian calendar. And he saw Christianity as a very useful force for mobilization, a modern ideology by which to mobilize a popular force to take back the empire. And so don't forget, arrayed against them were the professional armies, the actual legions of Maxentius, and their legions were numbered 4 times greater than his force. And at stake was control of Rome and the sole rule of the Western Empire. He needed fanatics. He needed people who thought that they could die and go to heaven. And so he, in that troubled time, declared he had a vision of a cross of light emblazoned against the sun, and saw the words, in hoc signo vinces, in this sign conquer, under this sign conquer, and it was the Hakenkreuz, the swastika. This became the symbol of the Christian legions, and it was a ward. It protected one against the enemy. He told his people, this will protect you against death itself, because even if you die physically, you will ascend. And his people went forth with the fanaticism that was necessary to beat a professional force 4 times their number. So understand, if you are quite cynical about it, you can point out that what we have in Constantine is a ruthless individual who was basically a power monger. Certainly, it's been pointed out by many of those who speak against him how he murdered members of his own family because that was the way that one ascended to power in those days. This was not...
It still is.
Yes, it still is in many ways. So what we're left with is an individual that you could choose to attack and say that this somehow renders all of Christianity itself worthless, but understand that this was originally a warrior religion, and that this was what was required, or you would never have heard of Christianity. The original Christians were not people who prayed the axes out of the Vikings' hands. These were people who fought very fanatically. It is something that, regardless of his motivation, the end result was that he unified the empire and he modernized it. He brought it into a new age, whereas otherwise it would have vanished like the ancient Persian Empire. It would have been a relic of history that none of us would have known about. So very important to remember the context that all of this took place in, and that this was a time when a lot of pragmatism was needed to succeed. So there we have that. And without going into too many of the gory details, that gives people some perspective on the Hakenkreuz and its origination into Europe. And of course, it was a symbol of war. It was a symbol of conquest. And it was also a symbol that otherwise, without that, we would shall we say, be in a very different world. And this is how the Nazis saw it, and they saw it as it was a war against the anti-gods, and they paraded it everywhere to act as a war against such. And of course, it was such because the Allies, the Americans and the communists, were so antithetical to it. It truly was anathema to them, and is today, which shows you its power and its efficacy. They hate it because
you're really right. It is such a penetrating sign that it strikes terror into people.
Thank you.
But usually the stare strikes into them because they're afraid it's skinheads going to town, burning the local synagogue, right. Which doesn't do anybody any good. But they use that sign. And, Preston always said they would take the most sacred symbols and use them degenerately.
Right.
This is what happens. But, it's indeed, and then, of course, it's a staple of Tibet and whatnot. But with this, we're getting to my time limit.
Right, understood.
And I will recede into the evening, and you can make beautiful swastikas all over the sky.
Well,
your speech,
yes,
and your grammar.
Yes,
yes, you can. And this is all relevant to the book, promoting the book, and
right.
It's because this is putting a dagger into the heart of the anti-gods.
Thank you. And even though Constantine, I just got an email. Who did Constantine kill that was, aside from the people he normally killed they're asking about, aside from just murdering a lot of people, who did he kill specifically? He killed his wife and son. For those of you who don't know, he was, of course, an emperor who was no saint, but his mother...
He was not a Christian.
Yeah. Well, not...
They said he converted on his deathbed.
Let's just put it this way. It was a very...
That was PR.
Yeah, it was fluid. It was, let's put it this way. He was a Christian, but not by today's definition. But his Christianity, I will argue, is the real Christianity. It's not because he killed his wife and son just because he was an asshole or a son of a bitch, but because the situation dictated it. And I'm not defending that or rationalizing it. He was in a situation where he felt he had no other option. And understand that this is someone who ultimately, shall we say, was without him and what he did, you wouldn't have heard of Christianity. It's just, it would have vanished, because what was strong, as Peter Moon can attest, what was strong at that time was Mithra. Everyone was Mithran. You would have been a Mithran, sacrificing bulls and shit if it hadn't been for his victory. So as Peter Moon says, a lot of this is the power of the swastika itself. It's a testament to its power that he was able to mobilize the people using that as his brand. And he made that the Christian brand. And the original Christian brand, then, understand this, was not the fucking crucifix. It was the Hakenkreuz, the actual swastika. That's the true Christian symbol. So do understand that.
I would also say that 20 to 50% of the men in America and Romania are named Constantine.
Yes, thank you. And it's very powerful name in and of itself, and that alone shows you how powerful. And well, we love you dearly, Peter. And I'll timestamp where I start talking about towards many things tonight. I'll be covering many subjects. And we love you dearly. Share our love with Paula. And Jameson Reese, do say good night to Peter as well before you take the stage for a few minutes.
Good night, Peter.
Yes.
Okay, good night, Jameson.
Yes. Oh, bless you.
And good night to Brandon, although he's not on right now. Let's go, Brandon.
That's right. Oh, and Jameson, maybe you could tell Peter a little bit, but just before he goes, just summarize what happened to you that was so interesting. It was something you did that caused hallucinations with your baptism or something, even though you weren't on drugs, maybe?
Well, yeah, what happened was when I was baptized, I sort of had a vision. It was kind of weird, where I blanked out, and it was like I was in some garden somewhere. And everyone was looking at me weird when I got out. And so I was like, okay. And my mom was like, oh, my angel, you look like, you know, you know how mothers are.
You're like, what, you had died or something? I mean...
She made it sound like I was glowing, like I had a halo or some shit.
I see, cool. Even better. Yeah, okay. I thought they were worried when you kind of blacked out. But go on.
And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, well, yeah, that's because you're my mom. You want to see that.
Well, it might have been that, but
it can create quite a reaction in somebody, because you know it could be a past life, it could be anything. It's just this energy that is boom. You've been somebody's put this energy on you when they baptize you. It could be quite a heavy thing, or it could be just incidental. It depends. So she could actually, you know, it's like the whole idea of baptizing you is imbibing you with the Holy Spirit. You know, it's like you're being baptized in Jesus Christ. So I watched my friend who had passed away. They're doing all sorts of stuff. Baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. Blah, 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 blah. And I love my friend, and I'm saying, you know, boy, this is not me. And I say, you know, I didn't begrudge him his Catholic faith at all.
Wait a second, that's not Catholicism. Sounds more like a bunch of holy rollers, or as my dad used to.
Humbling. No, but in other words, they're when they do the funeral service, they mention that he was baptized, and they you know, it's like it's almost like they own him. And as my brother said the night before, he says I don't want to sit up front. He says, no, this is very intrusive. He says he didn't use the word mind control, but that's exactly what he meant.
Right.
And he found it very, you know, objectionable psychologically to even hear that stuff. So he said,
I agree with him to some degree. I like to believe that I was baptized into Satanism by Christians. That's
that can have its own trickiness to it as well. You know, you have to find a fine line.
Right.
I've been identified as a Satanist, which I'm not, you know, but because I've studied certain things and that certain people won't go into, you know, it would just, you know, it could really upset their whole psychic structure.
Right. That's right.
Look at me. And okay, you know, it's like, it's, you know, but so you have to ride a fine line.
Yeah.
And
just be
balance.
Cognizant of the balance that's needed to walk in the world. By the way, I gave Peter Moon right now in the private messages and Jameson in the text box of Skype a statue of Constantine. And I do believe that this is the kind of Christian that really is the source of the church. This is a man who has a sword in his arm, and at the same time, this is not a overtly toxically masculine figure. This is obviously almost a rather effeminate individual.
Well, most Roman Empire emperors were effeminate.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, I will know one thing: they at least walked a lot because I mean the guy looks like he worked out his legs, you know.
Well, they all walked in those days.
I mean it's much different from the gym rats I see these days who have like the string bean legs and that's the upper body. They look kind of cartoonish.
I don't know that Constantine really looked like that. Maybe he did. Perhaps he did. I'd like to see some other statues of him because they did do, you know, face renditions.
Right.
And,
but you do notice
at
his feet it says, "Under this sign, conquer." Yes, so there we are.
Yeah.
Referencing, but they don't dare put the swastika. But anyhow, so go on. I'm sorry, what were you going to say in this statue?
I was just saying, I see the statue of him, and you know, he made a big impression, and he, you know, but as they say, he's a long time ago. The basic difference between if you take the Eucharist in the Orthodox Church, or if you take it in the Catholic Church, the basic difference is high probability in the Orthodox Church, you will be given the Eucharist by a man who's heterosexual.
There we are.
Probably going to be a homosexual because
Sadly.
they don't like homosexuals in the Orthodox Church.
Oh no, they don't. No, that's it's one of those things. Their priests marry in the Orthodox Church. Their monks do not. If someone is celibate, they go into the monastery or the monastic lifestyle in the Orthodox Church, whereas the priests can actually get married. The Roman Catholic Church, it is not. There's no, you know, they all their priests are essentially theoretically celibate, but as Peter Moon says, unfortunately, a lot of sex became identified with a hidden subculture.
And they give in to temptation, and their temptation happens to be in that direction.
Yeah.
So the real art of a priest is either not to do young people, or not to get caught.
Right. Yes.
Unfortunately, it seems to be the latter with, well, a good deal of.
I think, or get away with it.
Yeah, they're all getting caught these days. Oh my God, it's all coming out. It's amazing that the church survives. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's amazing that people still believe in it and still adhere to it.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
it's out of old family custom, and you know, I mean, I'm sitting there looking at a priest, and you know, I mean, when you're a kid, you think the priest knows more than you do. Now it's the other way around.
And of course, it will help if they do allow women to become priests, and that would change the entire structure of the church. If the church wishes to survive, that would be one tactic.
Well, you know, women would have their own religion.
You know, women. I honestly think the world would do better to go back to worshiping goddesses and stuff.
Oh yes, yeah.
I mean, granted, we could still have a war goddesses. I mean, why the hell not?
Well, that's what Athena was, but certainly one of the things to point out is that in the Orthodox Christianity, that female figure is Sophia, whereas in the Roman Catholic Church, to their credit, the Virgin Mary is on par with God. The Virgin Mary is held as equal to God, essentially. So they do have.
Jameson, you're overlooking. We do have female deities. We have Jay-Z Knight.
Yeah. Now that's cynicism. True cynicism. So thank you, Peter, for your patience with all of that. Love you dearly, and you have a blessed night. And we'll speak again soon enough. I mean, it'll be Wednesday before you know it, and so we might catch each other before then. If not, we'll be speaking Wednesday again. And Jameson will take the stage now. I myself will also take a short break and refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes, and Jameson will see if he can find any other interesting stories like we were regaling people with earlier. All
right.
Or I could just.
Good night.
Or I could just.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah. And
What I could
Jameson,
also do is assault people with some what do you call it? Some metaphysics.
perhaps if you're in the mood for that, I shan't argue. I assure you. So I'll be back. In the meantime, I'll go mute. Blessed be, and the stage is Jameson's for the moment. Thank you.
All right. So when it comes to the matters of the esoteric and the occult, I think that I can see where the idea of the sort of faith in the external and whatnot, I can see how it would charge the pleasure circuits of the brain, although I don't understand why it works. It doesn't seem to work in me per se, which is the reason why I sort of approach it more like a mechanist. Um, there's a lot of people who claim to worship the infernal, but what they seem to worship are faces that they give to the entities, like every other religion. Because at the end of the day, these entities that we work with, we can't possibly begin to understand them. They're more or less alien to us. Whether you call it God or whether you call on angels and demons, unless it's human, it's alien to your perception, how these things would think and whatnot. Um, so what we have today is a use of the sales tactics of selling spirituality. And it's interesting how this has also begun to saturate the left-hand path communities and satanic communities, which I am more, which I more drift towards. I mean, I don't drift towards them anymore, honestly speaking. What I should say is I do consider myself a theistic Satanist to a degree, in that, I see Satan, the entity, the Azarate, I drift towards the ones who were discarded by the sort of creator, whoever that may be, whatever that may be. And they seem to be congruent with many of the demons that we see in the grimoires. Now, the thing I find interesting about modern Satanism is that not only are they using the sales tactics of spirituality that they condemn the Christians for using, they have the same persecution complex of other faiths. And as we see in every religion has these sects where they're like, I'm persecuted because I'm this. I'm persecuted because I believe this. Yes, every freaking religion is persecuted by every other religion out there. That's just human. The big names within the left-hand path communities might as well be like your New Age gurus. They worship the ideas of a cult started by, honestly speaking, I'm going to say that what many people are worshiping now, as far as what many people are practicing now, or rather based on who they're getting their information from, they might as well be worshiping the cult of Mr. Moon from South Korea, that cult leader who pretty much runs the entire right as we know it. So honestly, I would say that honestly, the Moons are worse than I'm not talking about Peter Moon, of course. I'm talking about what's Sean Moon. I mean, they're worse than they're arguably worse than the cult of Edom, and that not only are they organized evil, but they have a pragmatic and achievable goal that they can possibly realize, whereas the cultists of the kings of Edom are sort of delusional because they think they can do these things and they think they'll have all this power. Basically, they're faith-based. They're basing their faith on the fact that, if I kill 1 billion people, this anti-God will give me power and whatnot. It's very complicated. Now, what I've also noticed is if you replace there's a lot of people who, like to show off their sigils and whatnot, replace the sigils to woo and awe crowds with rosary beads, books, and Bibles and faith books, and replace the dark fashion with a Sunday outfit. And tell me if you see any difference from your run-of-the-mill occultist, occultnik, and your average evangelical Christian. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Spirituality, faith, I'm not going to, what I did, well, let me put it like this. I don't see it as idiocy. I see it as useful. I see it as a pragmatic tool. but only if one who has it is using it as a tool. Honestly speaking, I feel more of I feel like I'm more of a mechanist or a deist, if you will, and that I see these spirits and whatnot as mechanical as the laws of the hidden and unseen universe. If we look at the subatomic realm, we look at atoms and whatnot, we can't see these things with the naked eye, so they might as well also be occulted, for all we know. And so what many people think of as magic, I see as computer programming. The real Satan or Lucifer or Moloch or Clonic, I couldn't comprehend those beings at all. So what has to happen is the brain has to create these extra-dimensional programs, if you will, have to create a sort of user interface with the person who's practicing the art of evocation or invocation or divination. And that interface has to be within the parameters that it doesn't always work out this way, but ideally, the interface is within the parameters of the practitioner in such a way that the practitioner is able to operate with it. Now, when people start to work with things that are far outside of the norm, like entities that haven't been called by humans in thousands of years and whatnot, the interface might be a little off. But again, I have a very technical. For some reason, I can't divorce myself from a more technological view of this stuff. I see value in human faith as it allows one to sort of bypass certain circuits of the mind that would prevent us from extraordinary feats. It's sort of like the extreme emotional duress or stress that would cause a mother to be able to lift up a 1,000-pound car to save her baby or something. That's sort of what faith does. It's able to, I guess, bypass the oh my gosh, let me see if I can put this correctly in a way that makes sense. It allows one to sort of bypass the sensors of our conscious mind to sort of experience the extraordinary. I see its use, but I don't recognize it as being a necessity in the practice of magic. Because if one has a sort of deistic view of the universe, then what you're essentially doing is a mechanical act, which is going to yield a mechanical result. Even though what we're dealing with is metamechanics, it's still mechanical all the same. And, I personally like to use the art of enchantment, which is making events occur in accordance with my will. As I write them. And I find that this is more of a mechanical act. And it's like a mechanical act that codes, the vibrations of certain words. You have to come up with language. You have to use words to cast a spell. Well, the words you use, however you generate them, they're a mechanical vibration. And this is interfacing with something beneath the surface of reality that is altering the structure of reality. So when it comes down to it, I just have a hard time with faith in general. I guess that's all I'm really getting at. Now what I can also do is, there was something else all right, so I'm going to diverge from the magic self-indulgence stuff and take a look at this article, which is profoundly disturbing. This is an ugly son of a bitch, too. Prosecutors play up Rittenhouse inexperience. They're really trying to defend this piece of shit. Prosecutors trying to convict Kyle Rittenhouse of murder have been working to paint him as an inexperienced teenager who misrepresented his age and medical training to other armed civilians in his group on the night he shot 3 men during a protest against police brutality in Wisconsin last year. Yeah, remind me never to go to that state where everyone's just fish belly white, because that would be frightening. Honestly, seeing another black face is like a sort of this day and age, it's kind of like a whatever differences we have aside, it's glad to see I'm not the only one who's of color. Of course, New York has a very well, it's a mixed place anyway, but I'm just being facetious. Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger has drawn out testimony during the first week of Rittenhouse's trial from several witnesses, including 2 military veterans saying the Illinois teen appeared inexperienced, that he falsely claimed that he was old enough to possess a gun, and that he was a certified medic when he was really just a lifeguard. Phil Turner, a former federal prosecutor and attorney in Chicago who isn't involved in the case, said Binger is trying to show jurors that Rittenhouse didn't know what he was doing and that they shouldn't believe his self-defense claims. Okay, I get that. In terms of how he reacted, they want to show it in context that he's young and he's not experienced and would be more likely to perceive the protest as a more threatening situation than an older person. Dude, just charge a piece of shit for murder and finish the case already. Turner said, a younger guy is going to think this guy is going to hurt me when it's really not true. Bullshit. Rittenhouse, I mean, yeah, someone's going to hurt you while you're holding a semi-automatic rifle to them. Seriously? Rittenhouse bought a semi-automatic rifle to the protest in Kenosha in August 2020. The city on the Wisconsin-Illinois border was in the throes of several nights of chaotic demonstrations after a white police officer shot Jacob Blake, a black man who was resisting arrest during a domestic dispute. Rittenhouse was 17 years old at the time and said he had gone to Kenosha to protect downtown businesses from looters. Piece of shit. Just before midnight, he shot Joseph Rosenbaum, killing him after Rosenbaum chased him into a parking lot. Bystander video show a crowd chasing Rittenhouse down the street. In a matter of seconds, an unidentified man tried to kick him in the head. Anthony Huber hit him in the head with a skateboard, and Gage Grosskreutz charged him with a pistol. Rittenhouse fired at the man who kicked him but missed, and shot and killed Huber and wounded Grosskreutz in the arm. I'm guessing some of the people he killed were white. Prosecutors have charged Rittenhouse with multiple counts, including homicide and being a minor in possession of a firearm. Rittenhouse has argued that he shot the men in self-defense. That means his attorneys must persuade jurors that he reasonably believed his life was in danger and that the amount of force he used was reasonable. Now, first off, how can they even the idea that they're even going to be able to make a case out of this is absurd, because he, first off, decided he would go to Kenosha with a semi-automatic firearm to quote unquote protect businesses. So first off, he had an intent in carrying that firearm, that he was going to shoot somebody. Binger maintains that Rittenhouse was the aggressor and overreacted to the situation. Of course he was. Ryan Bouck, a former U.S. Army soldier who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, testified Thursday that he traveled to Kenosha on the night of the shootings armed with a semi-automatic rifle and a pistol to help protect businesses, and he met Rittenhouse there. So now we have a bunch of military assholes who were also, complicit with carrying firearms during a peaceful protest. So there's our, there's our United States military, folks. They're obviously not on our sides. He seemed like a young and impressionable kid, Belk said. He seemed a little under-equipped and under-experienced as well, which is one of the reasons we kind of stayed with him. I have to give him the southern drawl just out of an assumption. Belk did not say why he felt Rittenhouse was under-equipped. Apparently, Belk wanted to kill them as well. I'm just guessing. Belk said he kept an eye on Rittenhouse throughout the evening, protecting him as Rittenhouse walked around, shouting that he was a medic and could help anyone who was injured. Belk recounted one protester insulting Rittenhouse with profanity, and Rittenhouse yelling back, "I love you too, ma'am." This is such bullshit. Belk said he told him not to respond because it would only antagonize the crowd further. That's when I told him, "Hey, don't say that," Belk testified. "It can cause somebody to escalate the situation if they feel you're making fun of them a bit. So just wasn't needed." Former Marine Jason Lakowski testified Friday he also traveled to Kenosha armed with a semi-automatic rifle and a knife to protect businesses. What the fuck are they protecting businesses from? Granted, businesses were, what I'm going to say is they have no jurisdiction to protect businesses. He said Rittenhouse introduced himself and said he was an emergency medical technician. Rittenhouse didn't say how old he was, but Lakowski testified that he thought Rittenhouse was at least 18 because minors can't possess firearms in Wisconsin, and he thought the person had to be 18 to get an EMT license. He went on to testify that Rosenbaum was acting belligerently, trying to start fights with Lakowski's groups and asked members of the group to shoot him. He said he didn't consider Rosenbaum a threat to him or anyone else, however. Richie McGinnis, a videographer for the conservative website. Oh, yeah, really. They're going to have a videographer from a conservative website, the Daily Caller, testified Thursday that he met Rittenhouse while documenting the protests and asked him how old he was. I believe the response was something along the lines of, "I'm an adult," McGinnis said. "I actually told the police that the night of that I believe he was in his mid-20s. But
What the fuck are you reading now? What? I just got back.
This is the Rittenhouse case. The guy who decided he would shoot people in Wisconsin. Basically these are like there's some military assholes trying to defend him, this Kyle Rittenhouse fella, and then there's some sleaze bucket who is a videographer with a conservative website, and so these are their testimonies. And okay, this is the wording of this guy who's the videographer, McGinnis. "I actually told police that night I believed he was in his mid-20s, but I believe I said exactly that he had a baby face." What the hell? A baby face? What the hell kind of word is that to use about a young man? That's just kind of odd.
Oh my God.
Rittenhouse's attorneys pushed back at any suggestion that Rittenhouse overreacted to a non-threat. They noted Lakowski's encounter with Rosenbaum occurred in a group setting and that he never faced Rosenbaum one-on-one like Rittenhouse did. When defense attorney Corey Cherafisi asked Lakowski if he would feel threatened if Rosenbaum charged him at full speed and tried to take his gun, Lakowski responded, "Yes." But Rittenhouse's team left unchallenged. The testimony that Rittenhouse lied about his age, his medical certification, and that he appeared inexperienced. Turner, the Chicago attorney, said defense may be content to let jurors believe Rittenhouse is basically just a kid. Yeah, well, how many blacks were locked up for life who were just kids?
Thank you. Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit, just a
Now
domestic terrorist.
Now I can tell you what will happen if his defense actually gets away with it and he gets off. That is going to spark hellfire in this country.
Yeah, and you almost hope for that, because these fuckers, they certainly deserve it. And this Kyle Rittenhouse son of a bitch has been getting all kinds of people defending him, including the president himself when he was president, Donald Trump, standing up for this son of a bitch and going to bat for him. It's beyond disgusting. It's there's no, how do I say this? There's no words for it that do it justice. So definitely thank you for bringing this subject up. Go on with it, as you were.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to see what else I could find floating around out there. I mean, I am eager to see. There's almost a sort of shout and shroud to see how fucked we are as far as global warming is concerned. But okay, now here's an interesting one. Barriers, crowd control, and focus in Houston concert deaths. Now, I almost have to say that if someone's going to go to a concert surrounded by all those people, it's almost like you're asking for something to go wrong.
Those are scary. Yeah, that's pretty frightening to be in that kind of environment.
It's beyond frightening. I would be in a full-blown fucking panic attack.
It's easy to have one there, I'll tell you that. A bunch of people, go on.
I mean, they would have to get me out on a stretcher, All right, investigators are expected to examine the design of safety barriers and the use of crowd control in determining what led to a crush of spectators at a Houston music festival that left 8 people dead and hundreds of more injured. Oh, bodies crushing body. It just doesn't get any more gory. It doesn't get any more gore porn than that.
Yeah, it's brutal. Just a brutal way to die. A bunch of people panicking, being part of a herd.
I can understand if it was like a death metal mosh pit or something. But here's where things get even more bizarre. Authorities plan to use videos, witnesses, and review concert procedures to figure out what went wrong Friday during a performance by rapper Travis Scott. So this is a rap concert. I mean, how the hell does something like this have a... Well, never mind. I'm not even going to ask. The tragedy unfolded when the crowd rushed the stage, squeezing people so tightly they couldn't breathe. How fucking stupid was that crowd?
Yeah. Well, a crowd has got the mental processes of a unicellular animal. They go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, they're at the level of an amoeba. And so crowds do not reason. They just...
There's a reason why smart people don't want to be part of them.
Thank you. Yes. And so there you have it. There's a book, by the way, that I have a copy of, probably hard to find these days, called, the title is Rumor, Madness, and Rumor, Fear. Rumor, Fear, Rumor, Fear, and the Madness of Crowds. That is the title of that book. It's an old book, and they talk about crowds going out of control. And so
it's literally like once you have a group of people and you have a crowd, it's literally like the everyone's brain gets taken over by egregore.
Yeah.
And they're just controlled by a sort of group mind. This is always the case after someone wins in some kind of sports venue where people like topple cars and do all types of crazy shit. Mm-hmm. And I can't for the life of me understand it, and I don't want to. And I'm honestly starting to see in my old age that I'm glad I don't understand.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And by the way, let's just a quick view into the chat room and checking in on everybody here. Amor Fadi's been very active, and that's very appreciated. He's a wonderful human being. says that I'm a military saint, or very like one, and that's very deeply appreciated. Clarice Claudette told me what's in the care box, and it is tea. And deeply appreciate it, honey. Goddess bless you. Mwah, I love you. And certainly needed more of a tea bar to assemble. And so I have more of a choice than simply black and green. So Ruby Domain was saying, I was there at the Presidio as a runaway by my boyfriend, and for some reason always remembered a night with him driving us there. Thanks for the history stories, DDD. It makes sense why he took us there. Well, there you go, honey. I wish I had looked at that while Peter was still with us. Holy shit. And yes, and so she was talking on the window dressing, didn't type that twice. You're back now. Then Amor Fadi joined in, and Eaton, she was talking about the actress who portrayed Emperor Palpatine. And then there we are, some more stuff going on where they're talking about the Star Wars, and other than that, just very glad to see everybody active. And so Ruby Domain, thank God you survived this prick taking you into the Presidio military base. I'm glad that you did not wind up a sacrifice. And I forgot what Peter said when I was telling him about that stupid idea I had as a kid where they found that woman's head in one of the bunkers, and I was telling Beaver, oh, we ought to go down there and look around sometime. Yeah, they'll think we're suspects, you dumb fuck, you say. Yeah.
You know, that is something I would have said as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so true, right? I mean, it's that's what Peter probably said. I didn't hear exactly what he said, but he was probably agreeing to that. There we have that. Let me let you get back to talking about the rumor madness and the fear of crowds. And by the way, this is something that the first thing I heard when this story broke was that the police were saying some very strange things about it. They were saying, all we have are rumors. We're checking into the rumors, but they were saying we do not have, they wanted people not to speculate about this. It was something just odd. It was just like people were saying strange things about this. So whatever happened had to be bizarre. It's like, this sounds like something really weird went down. With that, we'll let Jameson share with us what he knows and what we're finding out bit by bit.
Billy Nasser, 24, who traveled from Indianapolis to attend a concert, said, about 15 minutes into Scott's set, things got really crazy, and people began crushing one another. Holy shit. He said he was picking people up and trying to drag them out. Nasser said he found a concert goer on the ground. I picked him up. People were stepping on him. People were like stomping. And I picked his head up and I looked at his eyes. His eyes were just white, rolled back in his head, he said.
Shit.
So
what didn't they say a lot of people had heart attacks? It was
people
like
had heart attacks too?
That's what I thought I read, was a bunch of these people had heart attacks and shit. That was what made it so weird. Let me see.
Okay, I'm going to keep reading and see if we bump into anything like that.
Okay, yeah.
Over the weekend, a makeshift memorial of flowers, blah, 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 blah. Michael Suarez, 26, visited the growing... I don't care about the...
I'm sorry. It's like this stampede during music concert in America. 11 people had heart attacks. This is what's so weird. 8 died.
Holy shit.
11 had heart attacks. How is it that 11 young people suffer cardiac arrest? The correct medical term is myocardial infarction. How is it that 11 young people, almost a dozen of them, suffer myocardial infarction? What the fuck?
Could I see that article?
It's just look up heart attacks at rap stampede. Look up heart attacks at rap stampede and you get it. It'll all come up. Holy shit. You'll see it. 8 killed, 11 heart attack. Many injured will be one of the headlines. But so 11 people in critical condition, which by the way is serious, due to heart attacks. So it's like, okay, something now borders on the supernatural at this point. This is like...
Okay, I got something from Yahoo News. Is that the one?
It's just all over. It's ubiquitous at this point.
All
Heart
right.
attacks at Rap Stampede. You'll find something. Yeah.
Stampede of fans surging towards the stage during rap star Travis Scott's Astroworld Music Festival in Houston. Oh man, it's Texas. They need their sacrifice all the time.
Yeah, they need their human sacrifices. Yes.
Ted
right.
Cruz wants his beard to grow longer. He needs some dead bodies.
Yes, it's true.
He looks fucking deranged now.
Yeah, he always was. Yes, disgusting. Threw his daughter under the bus when he went down to Cancun and shit. Said, I had to go for the sake of my daughter. Yeah, threw her under the airplane wheels and shit. Yes, so go on.
All right, so killed at least 8 people and injured dozens more as panic rippled through the crowd of largely young concert goers. City Police Chief Troy Finer said his department has opened a criminal investigation by homicide and narcotics detectives. There we go, narcotics detectives, following unconfirmed reports that someone in the audience was injecting other people with drugs.
Ooh.
Well, that's an interesting rumor.
Yeah.
The disaster unfolded at Energy Park. Oh, like that energy there, huh?
You feel that energy. Yeah.
At around 9:30 p.m. Oh, it's at night, even better. On Friday, during the headline performance by Scott, a Grammy-nominated singer and producer. Following what police and members of the crowd described as an escalation of unruly behavior throughout the day.
You know, this is going to be a stupid question on my part, but this guy's black, right? Because it's rap. I mean, that's the stereotype. So I guess this guy is black. I'm trying to look for images of this Travis Scott.
Yeah, he probably is black.
Yeah. Because I'm seeing a white guy standing next to him. I'm not quite sure which one's Travis, but then I see other pictures. It's just the black guy. So I think it's Travis Scott is black. So here you go in Texas, a bunch of people going to see a black rapper in this, you know, racist as hell state that Texas is. And then you get all these kids having heart attacks. Yes, this is what the police were talking about then. They said we have some very strange rumors, we're investigating, but yeah, if somebody's going around injecting drugs, that would explain 11 cardiac arrests, because that's not natural for kids.
Yeah. As fans in the sold-out audience of 50,000 people pressed towards the stage, people began to fall unconscious, according to Reuters. Some apparently suffering cardiac arrest or other medical issues, officials told reporters outside the venue. Minutes later, the chaos was declared a mass casualty incident. I'm wondering if what do you call it? Oh my gosh, what is that thing called again? That fucking elephant tranquilizer, fentanyl, was involved.
Fentanyl, which is, you know, how is that like different from PCP? Could you disambiguate that, or do you know enough about it to do so?
Yes. Fentanyl was created here in the United States as a means of pain management. It's like it's 100 times more powerful than morphine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Whereas PCP is a dissociative. So with drugs like PCP or even DXM, you still feel pain, but you dissociate from it. Psychologically, you're detached. That's all that does.
Okay.
Whereas with fentanyl, you probably won't feel shit.
Mm-hmm. Who did I send the? I thought I sent. Oh, okay. There we are. I get it now. What happened? What I did. Let me send this to you in your what do you call it? Facebook Messenger. So take a look in your Facebook Messenger. I am sending this right now, and tell me if you've received that. That is the Rap Stampede Astro World concert of Travis Scott. Just so people know, if that doesn't look like some mass sacrificial, if that isn't like a real bad sign of things to come.
That reminds me of the Baron of Death in the
Baron Samedi. Baron Samedi.
Yes.
That's it. Yes. So Our Lady Halicatitis Kiefer is asking is whether or not it's still unclear whether anyone was actually trampled to death. I think there's no question of that. I mean, we had
If someone drops unconscious and there's a crowd behind them, they're going to be stepped on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And some people might be assholes and just decide to stomp on them just for the hell of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because that's what young stupid assholes do.
Yes.
Because those are the only types of people you find going to concerts.
I'm sorry, I would agree. Yeah, that would be my stereotype as well. I'm sorry. I shouldn't think like that, but yeah, we're at that point now where I would assume that just for the sake of
at this point, I'm no longer considered a cynic, folks. I'm considered a realist.
Yeah. Yes.
That's where we're at now.
Yeah, these are really ugly times, and so what I've shared with our dear friend Jameson is this big fucking Rastafarian skull. There's no other word for it. It's a vaguely Cthulhuoid, only in the sense that in trying to emulate dreadlocks, it looks like a skull with octopoidal tentacles coming out of it. And this is the main display that everyone was storming towards to in their desire for communion with death. and they found it.
It's very apropos. I mean, it's almost comical.
Yes, again, we're confronted with it.
It's super funny. I hate to say it. It's macabre humor. It's horrible to whoever it happened to, but at the same time, there's a macabre humor to it.
It is hideously funny. Yes, there is. This is the thrill people were seeking, right? I mean, they were seeking this, like.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. There's going to be. I mean, you got that set up. There's going to be sacrifices. All right.
Thank you.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And
by the way, DJ, shout out to DJ. She says Travis Scott's a partner of Kyle Kardashian. So I don't know if you knew that, if that means anything to you. You know, the Kardashians, the famous people with the bubble butts that.
Oh yeah. The ladies with the fake butts.
Yes.
Yeah. Who I've just gotten tired of looking at. They look almost so plastic that they could be stock naked in front of me and I probably wouldn't get an erection. That's how commercial the image is now. It's just like it's not even appealing anymore.
Thank you. And by the way, I mean, personally, this just shows how anachronistic and how ancient I am. I'm a product of the 20th century, so I'm very used to, and I can turn on to the old strippers. The old strippers had the big boobs. And thank you. That's the era I'm from too. Thank you. That's when we developed our sexuality. And so what they've been trying to do for whatever reason is to basically say, well, we want to move it down to the big butts, away from the boobs and down to this big butt thing. And I'm so sorry. It's one of those things where you can see why, how do I say this? Certainly when they brought that exploited lady, Sarah Bartman, to France, and you think of the Hottentot tribal woman who was exploited because she had the big butts and the big boobs, like this primitive Venus mother kind of statue that everybody was turning on to just because all the parts were so exaggerated. It's like, I'm sorry, it just looks, the big butt thing I can't get it. I can't get it. It
doesn't do it for me. I could see a round butt, maybe even one that's like firm. But it doesn't.
No, I get it. Yeah, I like butts, but that's no longer a butt at that point. Yeah,
good musculature. I mean, you don't need a fucking chair.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
You don't need a butt so big that you don't even need that. That all you need to do is bend your legs and you already got a seat.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's like, instead of trunk space, it's like an SUV. It's like you open up the back and it's all SUVs. It's just, I'm sorry. It's just, these are horrible parallels, but yeah.
Wait, there was this Adult Swim cartoon with the butt, with a talking butt.
Is that part of the Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Along with Derek Talley as Meatwad. Yes, that's right. By the way, that's so fucking perfect. You know, Jameson provided me with a picture of Meatwad in a Marine Corps uniform, and that is Derek Talley. That's Derek Talley manifest.
Okay, this was called Talking Butt Detective, and I'm just gonna gonna like save an image, and I'm fairly certain if I showed this to your average guy, he'd be turned on like, oh my god, that's so hot.
Oh, this is how brainwashed people are. Yes. Oh my
That's
God. It's
that's how sad the times are.
it all started with this stupid twerking shit too. I mean, oh my God, it was the twerking led to the big butt, so you'd
But you
have more
think
butt to twerk. It was just now I've
the
got
twerking-
this image now of the talking butt detective. I'm afraid to open this up. I'm going to go over there to our man Cookie Monster's private message box. Oh God, I'm afraid. And yes, there we are. Yes, you're right. Your average guy would look at that and probably say, "Oh, what a turn on." This is like it's too much for me though. Oh my God. This is there we
yeah,
have it.
it's
And it's
oh, there was this one. Oh, I remember there was this one porn star. Oh gosh, I think her name was Kendra or something. I can't remember. And her butt was just so clearly fake. It wasn't even funny. And I'm like looking at this, and I'm like, how's that guy enjoying this?
yeah, that can be, yeah, you'd think, well, they're quote unquote professionals, that they're probably up
Well,
due
yeah,
to,
he's probably coked up.
yeah, that they're up due to certain kinds of drugs, really. And Diane, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say her name, but I've got a private message from a young lady who says, "Just turned on your show. The butt stuff is funny. Good night. I think the big butt is ridiculous. Thank you, honey." Yes, very much so. And I refrained from using her name. And with that, she's going back to bed. I gave her 2 thumbs up by mistake, so that looks like I'm all like excited or something. I should remove one of those, but then it's gonna look even more suspect. All right, so let me go mute again for just a few moments. I'm gonna just finish the last of this tea and maybe steep another teapot, and that'll take just a few minutes. Our man Jameson is pretty much on a roll. I'm sure he can hold the numbers as he's been holding them for a few more minutes at least. And when I come back, I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room as usual, take over for essentially the rest of the night, and hopefully Jameson will be with us, and
Yeah,
we'll
I've
see.
got no
Yeah.
plans tomorrow, so yeah.
Oh, wonderful. But don't push yourself. I don't want you to take those energy drinks. I mean, oh my God, like I said, I saw that one video from that Chinese guy who said, that one gamer, and he was fat too. They portrayed the gamer as overweight, and he took
Yeah,
all those energy. So you saw that video where he took all the energy drinks, what, in a few minutes, and then what? Then what happened? What basically happened to him? Did he die? Did he die from that or what?
yeah,
Something horrible.
yeah.
He did. He did die. Holy shit. So his liver shut down or
His
something?
heart, his heart stopped. It
Holy
fucked his
shit.
heart up.
Oh God. Yeah, that was but there's so many cases like that. Wasn't there the Korean guy who died playing video games too and shit like that? There was
Yeah, there's so many people who have died from energy drinks. There was even a skit on A Thousand Ways to Die where this woman was angry and she just started downing like freaking Red Bulls, and
oh shit.
it wound up like stopping her heart.
I'm so sorry
Because,
to hear that. That's awful. Oh my God. But by the way, A Million Ways to Die is an actual series of videos that you can find on YouTube, and the narrator has this kind of, would you say it was a Brooklyn accent? Kind of.
I'm talking about. Well, there was a show on Spike TV that was A Thousand Ways to Die, the one that was hosted by William Shatner.
Okay, that's a different one then. Different one.
Yeah, yeah, a
Yeah.
different one.
There's
I mean, I
yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if William Shatner is hosting something else now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, God knows who cares, right? He's
He
probably
never,
hosting
you know,
like
he,
weightlessness in space and shit, asking, "Is this death? Is this what death is like?" And I'm just thinking,
he's
"Fuck it, your age, you'll find out."
it's something supernatural. Like he's trying to do what's his name? He's trying to do everything that his comrade Leonard Nimoy did, because I remember Leonard Nimoy used to be on those UFO shows like sightings
Oh,
and
there you
whatnot,
go. Yeah. Yes.
where
Yes.
and that was always interesting because when I was a kid, like in the 90s and whatnot, when I was like 8, 12, all the way up to my teenage years, whenever there was shows about UFOs, I would just be glued to the TV. I don't know why the hell that shit fascinated me.
It's
Looking
just
back at it,
all young men in particular are fascinated by the supernatural and the paranormal because it's adventurous, And Leonard Nimoy, of course, gave it an air of dignity, imbued a sense of dignity to it. The subject otherwise would not have had. That was why they employed him. At any rate, so I'll be back in a matter of minutes. We'll go on talking. Our man Jameson will take it back to black rappers and stampedes and heart attacks and energy drinks and big butts and all the rest of it.
Honestly, though, I'm more of a legs guy. I like women with nice legs. That's
I can appreciate that.
That's the thing that does it for me, even more so than breast.
Yes,
because that's actually quite rare these days. Because everyone drives.
Yeah. Of course, there's a lot of women who are very much into physical health, so they do maintain themselves, and that's
that's why Manhattan's such a nice place to be.
Yeah,
because you got all the joggers and whatnot.
Yeah, and of course, that too in Hollywood and California. Yes, and of course, a lot of times these women are, when they run, they really run. It's like they're afraid of being raped or something. So they, I'm sure that thought is there on their minds, in the back of their minds at all times. So when they run like somebody's after them. I noticed that.
Yeah. They're running so fast that I'm afraid they're going to try to rape me.
Yeah, there you are. We can hope. We can dream. All right then, young man.
Okay, that was a self-indulgence.
But a good one, a healthy one. Okay, I'll be back soon enough.
All right. So, all right, here we go. One report involving a security officer who felt a prick in his neck as he was trying to restrain or grab someone, and then fell unconscious, only to be revived with a dose of the opioid antidote, Naxalone. Yeah, I'm almost thinking that fentanyl had a big part in this now. This is leading credence to what I suspect. Finner said, citing an account from medical personnel who treated the officer. Finner said that medical staff also noticed what appeared to be a needle mark on the officer's neck. It was not clear whether the authorities suspected such an episode played a role in the crowd surge, but Finner said, "We're going to get down to the bottom of it." I wonder if they were injecting these people in the neck so that they could use them as zombies. Maybe they wanted to turn them into Haitian zombies, which I'd say, at least if they were trying to do that, that would be sort of, I'm not going to say commendable. I'm going to say it's understandable. Only because I roll with that supernatural shit. Police were awaiting autopsies to determine the cause of death, but said some victims were trampled, which is a quite gruesome and gory way to die. Scott released a 90-second video on social media late Saturday saying that while on stage, "I could just never imagine the severity of the situation." City Fire Chief Samuel Pena said it appeared that the venue had ample exit routes for fans and that none were obstructed. 25 people were taken to hospitals by ambulance after the crush began, some of them in cardiac arrest, with 13 still hospitalized on Saturday, 5 under the age of 18, following the discharge of 4 patients, Mayor Sylvester Turner told reporters. 8 people died, most ranged in age from 14 to 27. Though one victim's age was not immediately known. That person must have been trampled so fucking bad it was unrecognizable for the age not to be immediately known. It felt like a riot. After mobbing entrance gates and merchandise booths early in the day, the crowd grew increasingly unruly. And they give a link to Reuters. There were just too many people, said Al-Barak, who described the chaos as he tried to buy festival gear. "We're all pressed together. You felt like you couldn't breathe." Albert Mirza, 43, part of a group of 8 people from Detroit attending the festival, recounted seeing a lot of drinking and crazy behavior. "It felt like a riot," he said, adding that it appeared that half the crowd were under the age of 21. There were people throwing out stuff, objects flying everywhere, Nick Johnson, 17, said he witnessed a steady rise of disruptive behavior before the stampede. It was going on for over 2 hours. It just got worse and worse, he said. Yeah, fear the crowd, folks. Fear the crowd. Don't go towards the madness. An incident earlier in the day in which fans started rushing the festival gates was brought under control relatively quickly, said Finner. The police chief added that it appeared unrelated to the deadly stampede. Finner said police had 528 officers assigned to the festival on Friday. Obviously not enough to stop an unruly crowd of, I don't know, maybe, no, I'm going to hazard 1,000 people guess or so, along with 755 private security personnel. Throughout the day, 25 arrests were made, one each for marijuana possession and public intoxication, and the rest for trespassing. Finer told 300 people were treated at an on-site medical clinic for various injuries and illnesses, including several apparent drug overdoses. Okay, question mark. Why the hell would you want to ruin your high at a concert? Imagine having a mind-altering substance racing through your mind, and, you know, everything's much more vivid and intense, and you're surrounded by hundreds and hundreds of people. Dude, I would die of a heart attack from that alone. That would be freaking terrifying. The venue could have held up to 200,000 people, but organizers limited the crowd to 50,000 based on ticket sales. That's a lot of freaking people. Houston-born Scott said he was absolutely devastated and vowed to support the police as they investigate. Our prayers go out to the families and all those impacted, Scott wrote on Twitter. Pina described how the crush of fans quickly overwhelmed the private medical personnel for the festival, a 2-day affair that was scheduled to culminate on Saturday. Dude, I cannot see a guy rapping for 2 days straight. Obviously, there's going to be breaks there or something. Videos posted on social media showed pandemonium as fans and staff tried to bring attention to injured concert goers. One video showed fans attempting to make camera operators aware of the dangerous situation. Another video showed people waving towards the stage and chanting, "Stop the show." The investigation is likely to focus on security and safety protocols. 2 weeks ago, another Houston concert was canceled after fans pushed into a Playboy Cardi show being held within the same Energy Park complex. Yeah, something about that Energy Park is not right. Man, that Energy Park has blood sacrifice written all over it. Jennifer Ortega, 22, who arrived at Friday's event at around 1 p.m., said access was orderly at the time, but by 4 p.m., the crowd at the smaller of the festival's 2 stages got pretty reckless, with people throwing water bottles. She said she saw about 3 people leaving the area with bloody noses and missing teeth. God damn, it ain't worth the money. It's like literally paying money just to lose body parts. Actually, that's freaking hilarious. We are focused on supporting the local officials however we can, Astro World Fest said on Twitter. Scott stopped multiple times during his 75-minute performance when he spotted fans in distress and asked security to ensure their safety. Video posted online shows emergency vehicles, lights, and alarms flashing cut through the audience several times. We need somebody to help. Somebody passed out right there, Scott said, according to the video of his set, which included a guest appearance by Canadian rapper Drake. Security, somebody jump in here real quick. Another video showed police performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on several people, even as the music blared in the background. The tragedy harkens back to a 1979 concert by British rock band The Who, in which 11 people were killed when fans stampeded into the Riverfront Coliseum in Cincinnati before the event. Interesting, 8 and 11. Nice numbers there. Scott, who came to fame in early 2010 for his unique vocal style, has a daughter with Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner, from the famed Kardashian family. Who the hell is that? Astroworld is also named is also the name of his third studio album, released in 2018, to critical acclaim. So,
Critical
okay,
acclaim.
well, there we go. He's dealing with a occult family, and they're doing their sacrificial stuff.
There you are. Oh my God. Scary stuff.
Wife has like the Ouija. I mean, his wife probably has the whole setup in the back, in the backstage, doing stuff.
Yeah, and what makes this, hopefully people appreciate this aspect of it, is that you're not getting this from a couple of Christian fundamentalist evangelicals.
No, you're getting from two people who have practiced this stuff.
Yes. So, believe it or not, Jameson is actually more the practitioner in terms of probably more practical experience at this point in his life with his dedication to the craft. He's probably practiced more than I have at this point. Granted, it's been a long time since, shall we say, I was more actively involved, other than a few incidents that we spoke of with, say, for instance, Amanda Ute and whatnot. And you did try calling her earlier, right? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think she's busy. And I want to dedicate tonight's show to Clarice Claudette for that wonderful care package. And haven't opened it yet. I do know it's tea. I will be opening it soon, and sometime after transmission. But tonight's show is dedicated to her for her efforts in that regard. Clarice Claudette, hopefully you hear that. And what we'll do is I'll just go over a few things before I get my tea. Once I get my tea, I'll put in a little turmeric powder and some, shall we say, let me see, nutmeg. Yes, get a little high with that, and always have to be kind of careful with that, of course. For those of you who don't know, nutmeg, which you can buy off the shelf, can kill you. And
yes, and the nutmeg trips are nasty. I know from experience.
So have you tried intentionally to kind of get high on it, kind of like?
Yeah, I have. It works. It works. Yeah. It's really funny. The only bad thing about it is that your eyes will be like bulging red. It makes your eyes really red. It doesn't feel as clean as like diphenhydramine, but it's in the same class as diphenhydramine, the deliriants. And so the hallucinations are something, they're completely different than like acid, which is like the fun visuals and stuff, and it's way different than dissociatives like what do you call it? Like DXM, where the visuals are more hyperdimensional in nature. Because what you'll start to see shadow men walking all over the place. You'll see like spiders popping up. I saw spiders that were like 3 feet tall, just like walking through the room. I'm like, what the fuck?
Cool.
I'm looking at, so I turn the lights off and I'm listening to just some techno music and whatnot, and I'm looking at this duffel bag that I had on a bar stool, and all of a sudden I saw this tiger looking back at me. And I'm like, holy shit, when the hell did a tiger get here? I'm like, and I'm like, just like, cool. This is just, it's just like deliriums are just a different world of hallucination. It's like the hallucinations you would have if you were suffering from a high fever.
There we are. Cool. And so in terms of, shall we say, some of these experiences, when you brought up the spiders, one of the things that it reminds me of that I do want to bring to people's attention, of course, is never kill spiders in your home. Understand that they are part of a healthy ecosystem in your home to have spiders. So they are not your enemy. They will eat all of the bad bugs that are in your home. And if they don't find enough to eat, they will move on. So you just leave them alone or relocate them gently to another place. I do that with some spiders that are in an inconvenient spot. The overwhelming majority of them are not going to hurt you. My place has got some what I think are brown widow spiders running around in the back, but I just leave them alone and they leave me alone. But in terms of spiders, the other interesting thing about it is that for those of you who are not familiar with this, and I wouldn't suspect there would be any need for any of you to be, they have become somewhat affiliated with the concept of like the closest thing to a symbol you can have for child predators. They tend to affiliate them with spiders. And this is, of course, because of the ensnaring, the webbing, all of these negative connotations of spiders, which is a very horrible baggage to pin on a noble animal. So
exactly.
Yeah.
But
the one thing that there's this one film, God, I told Lena Shea about it the time that I was talking to her about the film was just, it truly, how would I say it? It's, let me see now, child predator film, spider puppet, predator film, spider puppet. Let's see if I can find it. And that it truly pretty much hit it on the mark when it came to child predators. The title of the film is Possum, which is bizarre because it's not really possums, but I guess they're saying playing possum, like playing possum. So the puppet becomes the puppeteer in the film, but it pretty much hits the child predator mentality dead on. It was produced in 2018, and it is just unwatchable. It's just unwatchable. It's hideous. But so it definitely, however, they get it. Whoever made that film had some horrible experience. I mean, either they're a victim or they're a child predator themselves, or both. This is what I can say, because I worked with child predators while growing up at the Presidio military base. So everything that they were into, this film, that captures it all. It's got it down. I would, like, the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work was a raging pedophile, was trying to pimp me out, and I didn't go for it, even though I seriously considered it, because my family was in such desperate need of money, and we had grown up in such poverty. And instead I went for the armed conflict kind of profession, which he said I would never get into because I was too much of a pretty boy and couldn't do it, but I proved him wrong. But in terms of, not that he was around to see it, mind you, or that I cared for him to be around to see it, but it was, I proved him wrong and proved to myself that I was more than he thought I would be or could be. Not that, by the way, this is something that I spoke to a woman about and I don't get it. I remember Laura Lee Solomon and other woman would hold my escorts in contempt, and they would hold prostitutes in contempt, and they would hold ladies who prostituted themselves out in contempt. And I was like saying, well, how is that different from myself as a mercenary, where I'm prostituting my body out? I'm just a body with a gun. Why am I considered something that is adventurous and romantic and exciting, whereas a woman prostituting her body is someone to be scorned and held in contempt?
it's because they're jealous of your escorts and because they wanted to be that woman in
Thank
your
you.
arms. That's about the only explanation I could come up with.
Thank you. Yes, and that's basically what it was. Now, in terms of again, if you don't want to see the movie, and I don't blame you, there is on reddit.com, a place I would normally never recommend, but where else would you find it? a very in-depth explanation. So it would that contains spoilers. So if you're not going to watch the movie anyway, that would pretty much explain it for you. And that would just look up reddit.com possum 2018, and that'll pretty much get it down for you. By the way, it is unwatchable to almost anyone, I would think, because for the same reason that horrible film The Girl Next Door is unwatchable and shouldn't exist.
I was watching. Yeah, that was what I was watching in rehab when I got into that conflict with that guy. And at first I didn't pay much mind to it because one of the women there asked me, well, maybe was it the movie that we were watching that maybe made you mad? And I was like, no, I don't care about the movie. But then the more I think about it, it's like it's such a disturbing subject matter. Maybe it did have some kind of unconscious impact.
Thank you.
There's absolutely no way it couldn't have an unconscious impact because it's really dark.
Yes, thank you. Oh, by the way, Bizarre HD is in the chat room. That is George Knight. He says, much love onto you, Douglas. Much love onto George Knight. Now, here's what I'm going to do is I am going to share what George Knight showed me with Jameson Reese. So George Knight basically...
Can we bring him on?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, but most of the time when I ask him if you want to come on, he's like, he's in England. They're 8 hours ahead of us, and he's usually got a family, and his wife doesn't want him. His wife doesn't really want him talking to me. And,
there you go. She thinks you're a bad influence.
Well, it's honestly, to her credit, it's more like she knows I'm Adolf Hitler's son, and she just thinks that that's going to get him in trouble. That this is like...
I see. I see. It's a protective...
It's protective. It truly is protective. It's not like it's not along the lines of that guy is a nut. It's more along the guise of she knows all too well that what I'm saying is true, and therefore she knows that it's dangerous to speak with myself. So they've got a daughter, and they've got 3 daughters, to tell you the truth.
Well, yeah, they've got a lot to lose, whereas a guy like me has, well, relatively nothing.
There we are.
I don't have my own place. I don't have a I mean, I have a family that they mean a lot to me. I don't want to lose them, of course, but I don't have a family of my own, like kids,
right.
or a wife.
By the way, I just linked
like
this
that.
in your private messenger, so please turn it on. See if you can mute it, but turn it on. And so what our man was asking me, George Knight was asking, is this somehow trying to show this Nordic Aryan and somehow kind of rehabilitate the Unterlander image in the minds of the public? Is someone sponsoring potentially a kind of attempt at getting the public to look at the Unterlanders in a preparation for potential peace talks? Maybe some peace faction is tired of the eternal war with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. But to me, the first thing that I thought of, and by the way, just to put this in perspective, people can look this up. There was a scandal during Halloween where some white teacher came to teach class and he was wearing blackface, and everybody reported it because, of course, it's very uncomfortable and creepy, and God knows what motivated that idiot. But when it comes to this, the first thing I thought was, this is a black chick in whiteface. This looks to me like an albino African more than a Nordic Aryan, and I don't know if you get those vibes.
That was the first thing that came to mind.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's almost like, please stop eating albinos, like they do in Africa. By the way, whoever thinks I'm some racist, whoever thinks I'm some ignorant racist, look, shit. I was in Africa when I saw some albino's arm lopped off by a machete because people thought it was medicinal and wanted it in their soup, okay? In Africa, you tell him, Jameson. I mean, this man is black.
Yeah, they do that stuff all the time. And they believe in cooking the bones of an albino. They believe in using the albino's bones for magical rituals.
Thank you.
And for people who don't understand the way Africa works, is they still have a lot of them might be Christian or Muslim, but they still have a lot of ties to the ancestral practices.
Yes, very much.
And
so.
Those ancestral practices, they're stronger than our loss.
Thank you. Thank you. And very true. And so Jameson will kind of give you an idea of what he's seeing. I'm going to get my tea. I'm going to put the stuff in it. The
Well, I
nutmeg
would
and
say,
turmeric. Yeah, go on.
all right, yeah, do your thing. I'm going to give my impressions.
Thank you. Thank
Um,
you. I'll go mute. Thank you.
what I think this is probably there's probably something that's going to either they're trying to prepare us for the people from Unterland returning to the surface for some reason, which if that's the case, then I would say that something very dire must be on the horizon for something like that to happen. Or they're just tired of waging this 1,000-year war, the war with the they're tired of waging a war with the Third Reich, and they just want to, like, this is costing us too much fucking money, and the producers are just running out of. There's only so many Nazi films, anti-Nazi films you can market with Americans going to kill Nazis, Marvel comic superheroes going to kill Nazis. It's just the same shit over and over again. I mean, but the person who they're depicting as a sort of Nordic alien, or so, that's how it seems to come across. The person they're depicting seems like this might be a woman of mixed heritage who might be albino with blonde hair. So that's what she looks like. I can understand how people would sort of get would associate her with being a Nordic Aryan, but no, she looks more mixed. So, that's just my take on it. But yeah, I do grasp that there might be some desire to well, there's definitely something. They're trying to steer the public towards letting go, I guess, of that old fear, which is a good thing because there's nothing to really gain from it. But on the same token, oh my gosh, Douglas, I've so gotta give you. I still gotta send this to you because this is funny as fuck. And someone just posted this on Facebook, so this is literally out of my grim amusement. Douglas is gonna love that. Well, who knows? Honestly, what I do know is if we don't, the surface world is becoming unlivable. That goes without saying. At the rate we're going, if we don't relocate beneath the surface, we're going to go extinct. The thing is, the question then goes, what about everything else, like every other animal and stuff like that? I don't know. I have no idea what Unterland would be like. I'm fairly certain that it's not what I would think. It's not what we would think traditionally. Considering that the technology they're using is interdimensional technology, for all we know, it might be a completely different. Oh my gosh, it might be completely out of the super spectrum as we know it, which is the super spectrum. Of course, you have different wavelengths from radio waves to light to, all types of different radiation and whatnot. So I don't know. I can only speculate. But I'm fairly certain that the technology of the Die Glock was something that involved the capacity to perhaps jump up a dimension and back down, because that's the only way the things are going to be able to pull off the maneuvers that they pull off is if they phase out of reality altogether. And the only way to phase out is to go faster than the speed of light or find some way to negate the laws as we experience them. And the only way I can think of doing that would be to jump up a dimension and back down again to wherever you want to relocate, so to speak. I don't know. I'm just and my question is, why haven't we done? I mean, why haven't we on the surface done that yet? We're still smashing atoms into each other, which is actually quite primitive. The more I think about it, it's like oh, I want to discover the secrets of the universe. Let me just hit something as hard as I can with a freaking hammer. It doesn't make any sense now that I think about it. I don't know, I might be thinking too much into it. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to see what else I can dredge up from the depths. Let's see what else is going on in this hellscape we call the world. All right, of course we have those climate talks, which are probably going to go nowhere. There's a drought in Kenya, which is no surprise. I mean, let's go right to the climate and see what the hell's going on here. This is Glasgow, Scotland. One phrase, really just a number, dominates climate talks in Glasgow, Scotland. The magic and elusive 1.5. That stands for the international goal of trying to limit future warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, if you take that number, it might seem very small, but you take that as this is a global temperature increase by 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit worldwide. That's a very large increase. When you think of how much heat it would take to cause that change globally. Stopping warming at 1.5 or so can avoid, or at least soften, some of the most catastrophic future climate change harms. And for some people, it is a life or death matter. For most of us, it is a life or death matter. I mean, even here in the States, it's a life or death matter. This isn't something that is any longer something where we can say, oh, that's only going to affect those people over there living in some remote village somewhere where they don't have access to this, that, and everything else. No, it's everywhere now. The 1.5 figure is the overarching objective of the Glasgow climate talks called COP26 conference. President Alok Sharma on the first day of the conference. Then on Saturday, he said at the conference, which takes a break on Sunday, was trying to keep 1.5 alive. What the hell does that mean? For protesters and activists, the phrase is 1.5 to stay alive. And 1.5 is closer than it sounds. That's because it may sound like another 1.5 degrees from now. But because it is since pre-industrial times, it's actually only 0.4 degrees or 0.7 degrees Fahrenheit from now. Wow. So, yeah, we're running out of time. The world has warmed 1.1 degrees or 2 degrees Fahrenheit since pre-industrial times. This issue isn't about the 1 year in which the world's first averaged 1.5 more than pre-industrial times. Scientists usually mean a multi-year average of over 1.5 because temperatures, while rising over the long term, like on an escalator, do have small jags up and down above the long-term trend. And those jags are what we call they're like the peaks and valleys that you would see in a sort of stock market line graph. There's something very fractal about that. That's the way nature seems to operate. What they're saying is that we're reaching that point very fast. Scientists calculate carbon pollution, the burning of fossil fuels, because, we're still mentally, those men are, well, I think a lot of the people who are in charge of the fossil fuel stuff are a bunch of old men who are dinosaurs. Maybe they should do us a favor and just burn themselves out so that, we can just sort of evolve past this point. A report a few days ago from the Global Carbon Project found that there's 420 billion tons of carbon dioxide left in that budget, and that this year humanity spewed 36.4 billion tons. That's about 11 years worth left at current levels, which are rising, not falling, the report found. So we've got 11 years to live. Somehow I was hoping things would reach the crescendo a little sooner, but that's just the cynic in me. To get there, scientists and the United Nations say the world needs to cut its current emissions by about half as of 2030. That's one of the 3 goals the UN has set for success in Glasgow.
Okay, so you're talking about the CO. Oh God, this is disgusting. You sent me this. This is like, why? Why?
It was out of humor, of course.
Oh, of course, but still. Oh my God. Oh, please delete that. Oh my God. Oh, well, I'll delete it. Oh my God, how do I do that? It's just,
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God. That's, thank you. Horrible visions that, so there we have that. And
you'll never look at Lord of the Rings to say
that's right. Oh my God. Yes. It's amazing what inspires some of these jokes that people throw out there with the Photoshop, and yes, they get creative. And of course, by the way, that is actually a danger that these deep fakes represent for history lessons. I mean, I've seen now documentaries where they try to get these deep fake, historical figures to say things on screen. And you can imagine the danger of that, because you get people believing that shit. Like, it's that you can have historical. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, we're in a place where reality isn't real anymore.
Yeah, you have to question reality itself. It shouldn't be like that, and the only thing that will stop it will be, of course, some strict laws about the use of such technology, because otherwise you're going to get deep fakes of John F. Kennedy saying "I'm gay" and shit like that, or whatever, whatever somebody wants to push as an agenda, and people will watch that and they'll just believe it. It's one of those things that these are perilous times where our technology is rather overtaking our ability to contend with it. Honestly, this is really why we need Artilex to. I say this not necessarily as a serious proposition, but halfway there. We need Artilex to really run the show. Honestly, humans are just not capable.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at for a long time, such as governance, such as governments of countries. We can't even run countries properly.
No.
I mean, so we should be. The whole point of AI was to originally leave things like that to them, because the artificial intelligences and the Artilex would be able to take care of all of the details that we can't grasp properly. I mean, we're supposed to be floating around like the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're still driving like freaking Model T. I mean, you're still driving a Model T Ford, just souped up. It's just the same freaking technology. We're running on dinosaur tech.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's true. It's true. And let me see if I could look up this old science fiction story. That was I believe it was titled Election Day 2084. And I believe that was the science fiction story. So it was a collection of, there we are. Election Day 2084 was, it was edited by Isaac Asimov, but don't hold that against it. And that's the anthology, but it's based on the short story, which was the prize story of the collection. It goes by that title, Election Day 2084, which was about a point where they had set up a number of requisites for a man to be president. And the point was, by 2084, no man could meet those requisites. It was just no man had that level of education, experience, and personality traits, and so the only option left was the computer that was administering the tests to make certain who had those requisites. And since no man met them, they had to allow the computer to come into charge, come into being. By the way, they made that into a film, so that there is an old black and white film about the computer, the moral question of whether or not to allow the computer to run the nation state, the American Empire at that point. And but then again, what it has here is the story says 2066, which is 100 years after I was born. It was the year 2066. So it's written by a man named Michael Shara, Shaara. So that's interesting because I was born in 1966, and he presents the year of this decision is 2066. There we have that. And I remember reading this story when I was young, and I didn't even recognize that centenary being my year. So it's in terms of all of that, that's fascinating, and it's very prescient. All I can say is that it's something to seriously consider. Certainly humanity, by the way, this of course should be horrific to the ears of Clarice Claudette, to whom tonight's episode is dedicated, because she's very much suspect of the quote unquote the art-elect or the artificial intelligence agenda. But
what I will say is this: I can completely bust the bubble of people who have the cynicism towards AI with one word: Japan.
Thank you.
Just go to Japan. They have pulled off everything that we're afraid of.
Yes.
And they're living harmoniously with it, and their quality of life is a million times better than what we have here.
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, you would prefer to be a pet in Japan to being a human being here.
Heck, if you lived in a mansion here, you would probably prefer to be homeless in Japan as opposed to being wealthy here.
Yeah. Thank you. No. Thank you. There's honestly, you have no idea how different it is in Japan, and just how much higher the quality of life is. And by the way, just to provide some disambiguation here and some nuance. The Japan, of course, would be more of a robotopia. In other words, much of what's going on in Japan is more and more of an adoption of robotics. And so robotics permeate every aspect of Japan more and more because they don't have a very large immigration influx. Even though they're trying to increase it, they don't have as large an immigration influx for any number of reasons. One of them is just strict geography. They're not a place where immigrants can easily get to. And so, in other words, every immigrant that comes into Japan is a legal immigrant. There's no way to get in Japan without people knowing. And so it's one of those things that unless like you've got some North Korean submarine dropping you off at an isolated beach, and even then you'll eventually be found out, because at some point you're going to run into some kind of ID check or something. This is where people live for generations, like the Koreatowns where people live. They have to renew their ability to stay in Japan quite often, even though they've been there for generations. They're not really considered Japanese. So they have a very closed society in many ways, even though it's very cosmopolitan in others. But you're not there unless you want it, basically. And this is why a lot of people are bitter about it, because, you can live there, but it's going to be odd. It would be like they are trying to get people to move into empty houses because everybody tends to live in the cities. So they have a lot of empty houses in these real rural areas. But then again, if you were to, somehow figure out as a, non-Japanese to go over there, move into one of those houses and kind of enter a semi-retirement where you're writing books or working online somehow, where you're totally telecommuting, and then you've got kind of an otherwise isolated existence where it's going to be a rare visit to the city, like it's going to be way out of your way to go there. Like, we're not necessarily, because the train system is so good, you could probably take, say, for instance, a day off or two to make a city trip or something, but it's not, there's nothing you're going to get that's next door. So it's like, but you could go there and the houses would be cheap. Yeah, because there's nobody there, and they're trying to get people to kind of establish themselves there. But otherwise, everybody's in the city where, of course, unless you're working with some major corporation, you're not going to be able to afford the rent. It's one of the most expensive cities in the world. Would be Tokyo, New York City, San Francisco, some places in Hawaii and London. And aside from those, there's almost no other places in the world that match those price ranges. But the city of Tokyo alone is so supermassive that it doesn't have a mayor. It has a governor, as if it were a fucking state. So it's just to give you an idea of that. But it's more robotics. The tech level in Taiwan would be more like artificial intelligence, thanks to the Dietrich Artilect, and this is why they're producing all the chips. This is why, which I probably won't be able to go into in depth tonight, but intend to do so sometime soon. But definitely, the next transmission, hopefully. But in terms of, and that's something to understand. Get this much: understand that microchips are the new oil, and that the overwhelming amount of microchips in the world are produced in Taiwan. So then you understand, whoever rules Taiwan rules the world, and that's it's where you would be like one island where all the oil comes from. So in terms of living where more of a artilect is ruling, then Taiwan would be the example of that. And in terms of Japan, it's much more noticeable. It's actually much more noticeable in Japan because of the sheer pervasiveness of the robotics and the high technology. But in terms of all of this, the point that we're making is, you shouldn't be cyberphobic. Cyberphobic is the fear of computers. It's a form, by the way, of, this is one of the points I was trying to make. If I get involved with some other girl in the future that's really into it, I'd probably start showing the biofec simulacra a lot more. Lena Shea really loved the biofec simulacra, so I would put out a lot of images of the biofec simulacra. I haven't done that in a while because, Lena Shea's no longer involved with myself. But, it's one of those things that helps to act as a charismatic diplomacy for the concept of artificial intelligence, because biofec simulacra just appear so much more pure and so much more charismatic than your average human. But aside from
everything is more charismatic than your average human.
Yes.
I mean, a bottle of pills is more charismatic than your average human.
Yes. Oh, by the way, so what was being reviewed by our man Jameson while I was gone was this weird ass commercial that is. By the way, what is this commercial about? This is John Lewis and Partners is the sponsor. What are they exactly promoting? What was the...
It's called Unexpected Guest. I'm guessing it's some kind of sci-fi thing with some humanoid-like being that comes out of some kind of craft, and I guess this being is learning the ways of this regular society, whatever. This thing falls from the sky, and this girl comes out, and so I guess she's being portrayed as a quote-unquote alien of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Well, but my impression was that it was almost like an insurance commercial, that it was supposed to just be advertised for Christmas as magical as your first. Let's see, John Lewis and Partners. This is actually a commercial, believe it or not for a science fiction film, but for John Lewis and Partners. And let's look up what they are. Let's look up what they are as a company. John Lewis and Partners. Lewis and Partners. We're going to find out something interesting, because we'll figure out why. John Lewis and Partners is a department store company. So they are a brand of high-end department stores operating throughout Great Britain. So this is a British company.
Okay.
Yeah, with concessions also located in the Republic of Ireland and Australia. So they basically they distribute homeware, fashion, electricals, and more. Very British term there, electricals. And so
Okay, so I see some of the Christmas decorations here, like and they have this yeah, they have different products like this UFO looking flying saucer Christmas decoration and all types of shit, you know, that people don't need.
you are, yeah. And I am convinced that this otherworldly chick is the same black girl. They're showing an all-black family, and I'm convinced that the same black girl who's portraying the child of the black family, they put her in whiteface to portray the alien. Because it's just her in whiteface is what I'm convinced that is. And so they're trying to show that despite all colors, we're all the same, and let's all celebrate Christmas. This is basically what it is. So it's an advertisement for the department store, and kind of like there was Kohl, which is a kind of department store, and they had I think it was KOHL, and they had this hot chick that was like running around on a tricycle or something just to kind of get everybody in the Christmas mood. And if of course she was of legal age, but that was just, sexing up Christmas as much as possible.
Okay, yeah, these are just marketing gimmicks.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's some kind of agenda. There's some kind of message here, and the message is, I think what they're trying to say is simply we're all the same under the skin. This is basically what they're trying to say. We're all the same under the skin, but it's the reason
maybe they're trying to tell Derek, don't eat her.
Yeah, and by the way, we've gone over Derek before, but just to give people some hint of what this is like in Africa, as a man who's been there in situations that are obviously conflicted situations, meaning situations where armed combat was the norm, but at the same time, in any situation like that, you're going to get somewhat of a perspective of everyday life. And I think what prepared me for it was scenes that I saw in the library from mercenaries who worked in the original South African conflicts of the 80s. And you had many mercenaries who were working with Rhodesia and with South Africa, and the films that they brought home. And there are also films by journalists that wound up at the Department of Defense Library Archives. And just so people get a perspective of this, understand South Africa and Rhodesia are incredibly maligned. The apartheid government no longer exists in South Africa, but for the first time in their history, the communist government, which took over, the ANC, the party of Nelson Mandela, which was a terrorist party that was sponsored by the Soviet Union,
They were communists?
Oh yeah, they were hardcore communists. Wow. Yeah, most people
crazy.
Yeah, most people didn't know that in the West because they were just so antithetical to the apartheid state that the problem was you've got a choice between one devil and another, right? I mean, that was
yeah, and the problem is that nothing here, when we get the information, nothing's put into proper context.
Thank you.
So we're just sold one side of the coin, and we're expected to roll with it.
Thank you. That's right. And so the ANC party, for the first time in its history, got less than 50% of public support. So that now less than half the people even support it. It's at this point the corruption is so endemic, and the economy has gone so down. The one thing that you could say about the apartheid state was it was an orderly place. It was definitely racially segregated, but if you were counting in terms of material wealth, there were more blacks driving cars under the apartheid state than at any other time in history. And now it's basically, when blacks are driving cars in the apartheid, the post-apartheid state, it's because they're stealing them. I mean, it's just awful. The economy has just went down because it's just everything died. The tourism died, everything else. Because the communists took over. That's the point. They didn't have, they're not a capitalist economy. So what happens? You get them running the place like it was North Korea, and it's the economy's gone down. But my point is,
this is what happens when communists take over.
Thank you. And when it came to but I will say, in some disambiguation, the apartheid state of South Africa, which of course the British had a dominance over. It was not the Dutch. The language was a Dutch language, which was Afrikaans. But the British essentially fucked it over. They're the ones who put the whites in concentration camps. For those who don't know, there's something called the Boer Wars. You can look up BOER, and the Boers were the Dutch, who were the whites of South Africa. They were put in concentration camps in the British War to defeat the Dutch. And the British killed many of them. Tens of thousands died. It was always a minority population anyway, and they killed like at least half the population. They wiped them out, and then the British subsumed it into this British Commonwealth state where the Dutch were the middle class and the British were the elite. And that's why it was so fucked up. So it's the British that were running the apartheid state in terms of this cultural fuckery. And the British basically made it as horrific as it was. When the British then later denounced it, saying, oh, you know, we don't want affiliation with this racism and shit. It's the height of hypocrisy. They created it. But in there, you would have, say, for instance, black troops, but the blacks would be completely segregated. Whereas in Rhodesia, now that was a very strange case. You had the whites establishing a kind of government, but you can see it in the footage of their training. You would have like black non-commissioned officers who would be shouting at the whites and just making certain that the whites were trained well. So there was more of a black participation in the hierarchy. And it ultimately collapsed after many years of war, which was a communist insurgency supported by the Soviet Union in both cases. And that's how Nelson Mandela ultimately got in power, with the support from the West and the Soviets. And then after that, you stopped hearing about South Africa because, you know, after that, it was pretty much all bad news. So
yeah, it just collapsed. It just went the way of Liberia and Cameroon.
Thank you. Yeah, and so, but in terms of during that period of wars, there was a lot of footage coming out, and because the communists were supporting a terrorist insurgency, it would be just the shit you would see. It would be like there was a couple of Italian journalists who were going all over that region and filming everything, and the only reason they got out was this hideously funny incident, which I'll relate, but they first were going through there, and you can see them going through where what the Rhodesians would call the tears, which was short for terrorism. You could see where the tears had taken over. These Italian guys were filming it all. And first thing you'd see, and I can't remember the rationale behind it, but it was just what looked like a big earthen mound. You saw this big earthen mound, and it was like when they focused closer on it, you realized it was this huge mound of human hands that they had chopped off. They had chopped off everybody's right hand. And I think the rationale was maybe they felt that way they couldn't pull a trigger or operate a weapon because most people are right-handed. So they went through and they just chopped off everybody's right hand that was in a village, the local village. And then you saw like where all of these blacks who were sponsored by the Soviet Union were mostly like, it was like the Cambodians. When the Cambodians took over, the communist Cambodians came from the countryside. They didn't have the education. They didn't have the money. So these were like people out of the forest that were taking over the cities. That was what you saw with these terrorist operations in Africa. You had these people like, for lack of a better word, coming out of the savannah, coming out of the jungle, so to speak. And so when they took over these towns, they were doing things that didn't make sense to a modern mind. They were like, you know, you saw one guy looting hats. He just had all these hats, all the hats he could grab, because hats are usually considered, if you see some of these black countryside communities, a hat's usually a symbol of status. So somebody has a hat, it's like a symbol of status. So he was just stealing all these hats. So many that are just falling out, you know, of his arms and shit, and he's trying to grab them all. The Italian guys come up on one guy who's lying on his side on the road, and asked him, oh, what's wrong? Are you all right? And so they stepped out of the Jeep to, you know, analyze him, so to speak, you know, and they found out he was lying on his side because he was, if he said, if I get up, I'm going to bleed out, because they had cut out his liver. They had cut out his liver so they could make a soup. They cut out his liver so they could make a soup.
Oh my gosh.
And while they were celebrating their victory, this insurgent force, here's this poor bastard, and they cut out his liver so they could flavor their soup. And yes, I mean, so it was like, there you had that.
Savages, man.
Yeah,
they're
savages. And by the way, the Italian guys were not trying to propagandize or skew this. This is just what they were filming. It was truly detached. It wasn't like they were trying to make these people look bad. Well,
you could go online on a website like Horrible Videos, and you'll see how detached people really are, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
You remember you saw that video I shared with you, right? The one with the dude who was being vivisected.
Yeah. That was Brazil. That was Brazil, right?
Yeah, that was freaking brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, yes. Admittedly, I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw enough of it, and yeah, that's pretty impressive. I mean, first off, I was impressed by the fact that the guy actually had well-defined enough pecs where they could cut his pecs off. Most people don't even have pecs that are, well, most American white guys have tits, but they don't really have pecs that are well developed like that. It was almost like the guy was muscular enough where they could pull that off. With somebody like me, as flat-chested as I am, the best they could do is cut my nipples off. But in terms of that guy actually had muscles that they were cutting into. But obviously what they were doing there was, that's actually not that detached. In the Brazilian case, they're trying to torture this person. They're intentionally trying to cause pain. In the case of what was going on in Africa, it was like, how would I say it? Just some random guy like, oh, hey, let's get a liver for our soup. And they just got into this son of a bitch. Some poor bastard just happens to be in the wrong place. So basically the only way the Italian guys got out was they finally got to some point where it was like a checkpoint that certain forces had set up, and of course everybody was going to kill them because the blacks had taken over. And that's when one black guy at the checkpoint checked their passports. He checked their passports, and then he said, this is what got them out. He said, oh, it's okay, they're not white, they're Italian. And so that's how they got out, was simply because they were thought of as just basically wiggers or white niggers. And so they just let them go. And in terms of what I myself saw, just to give people, when I was in the Horn of Africa, to give people just a little hint of this kind of casual, you wouldn't call it bloodlust. It's not sadistic per se, but some woman I saw who in her home wanted to flavor her soup, and she had invited me in to have some. And so they flavored the soup by, there was a chicken walking by that I presume was theirs. Either that or there was kind of a community sense about all the chickens, but she grabbed a chicken that was nearby and she tore its beak off with her bare hands. When she tore either the lower or I believe it was the lower beak, it might have been the upper beak. Yeah, I blocked it out while I was seeing it. So I was kind of like, it might have been both beaks eventually, but she just tore it off with no, thought as to the chicken's pain or how it would die slowly without that. And but she tore that out and poured the blood, hung the chicken upside down to pour the blood into the soup to flavor the soup, which I didn't mind. By the way, you would never want to do that normally. All of you people out there, don't do that because it's raw blood and it might, you might get infected with something like salmonella or something like that. But obviously these people in Africa had been doing something similar for quite a long time. It never bothered them, and it certainly didn't bother me. And I didn't mind drinking chicken's blood, but in the soup. And but nevertheless, the pain that the chicken was in and the agony that it died in over what must have been a period of days thereafter, she just let it go again. It wasn't like she put it out of its misery. If you understand what I'm saying, there was no care for its pain or its agony.
Yeah. There's a very detached demeanor when it comes to another thing suffering over there. It's very very apropos that Beelzebub rules that continent.
Yeah, in many ways. Not that, by the way, and do understand, I've brought up before.
I don't say that as an insult because, I'm
Thank
someone who admires Beelzebub and the Infernal. I work with these things regularly, but he has said to rule Africa, and, Astaroth rules the United States, and Lucifer rules the Orient, which makes sense,
Yeah,
It's
thank
just
you. Thank you.
the way
Yes.
things are.
Yes, thank you. And actually, this is quite accurate. The geography of the demonology that our man Jameson is explaining is quite true, because the infernal rules this world, and this is part of the reality of the cosmic ecology. This is the way the cosmic ecology was established. In terms of the experience in Africa, it's important to remember, of course, there are other aspects or traits of, and remember, it's an enormous world. It's not a continent, it's a world unto its own. Understand that there are heartwarming and human, things that most Westerners could relate to in Africa, as well as what I'm describing, but understand that it's a very hard place to live. And because it's a hard place to live, then people become hard. They're hardened by that environment. And so it's simply a very different world, and most people from the West could never adapt or understand it in the first place. So, and their view, by the way, a more common view that most Westerners will never understand, is their view of demons is much more pragmatic. Demons can be your friend, except that their view is more like he's a friend that's more like the big bully you befriend so that no one else picks on you, that their demons are considered to be potential agents of retributive justice, that they can hurt people on your behalf or protect you from being hurt. But at the same time, you also have this environment where, sadly and unfortunately, albinos are looked on as medicinal, and therefore a human albino is often victimized and spends their life in hiding or trying to escape out of Africa, or at least to more educated places where they're not perceived as some kind of medicine. And now the reason it's important, maybe somebody out there might say, why should I need to know any of this? Well, because Africa is going to be one of the most populous continents rather, in the world quite soon. Nigeria alone will have a population larger than India or China within a matter of years. And the rest of Africa will have another billion people, over a billion. So you're going to have the future is black demographically. So that's why they are showing this kind of John Lewis and Partners kind of ad or commercial is no doubt a kind of how would I say it? I do believe that this is almost kind of a campaign to have people humanize albinos in Africa. Of course, it's I don't know if it's playing in the to the right crowd. Most of the people watching it are, but
yeah, most of the people watching it are struggling Britons who probably could give two shits considering what their finances look like this winter.
It could be, and mostly, yes, you're right. You're completely right. But at the same time, now that I think about it, when we think of how the British produced that fucked up language of what is it again? The pidgin English. That probably this is also showing in former British colonies like West Africa. So that like Nigeria is English speaking. So that's a former British influence.
Oh my gosh, the British are well, not our friends in Britain, of course, but what I will say is the sort of empire, the empire, the ruling, this sort of
the historical empire is pure evil.
Yes.
No,
yes
by the
yes.
way, our friends in England would be the first to say that. John Warrington and George Knight would both be the first in line to say that the British Empire was historically evil, and Winston Churchill was a piece of shit, and all the rest of that. And John Warrington, certainly no fan of the current royal family. I mean, it's one of those things that God knows what's going to happen over there now. I mean, though I have my own ideas for what is likely to happen. But definitely they'll have to go on a war footing because they really got nothing else to offer the world. They're kind of like Russia in that regard.
Oh man, so it's going to be like imperialism all over again.
Well, it would be different in a sense. They're going to have to be far more accommodating. They're going to have to basically be working with people on a much more equal level. In other words, treating people much more like partners than otherwise than they did historically. But
Yes, one should hope so.
well, they'll have to. They can't afford not to. But it's definitely the great example of where their next conflict would probably be the Iberian Peninsula because of Gibraltar. They don't want to give up Gibraltar, and the Spanish do want it back. And so very likely a conflict at some point is going to happen. And we'll see what happens at that point. But I have my own, shall we say, I can analyze as to what's most likely to happen. In other words, there are likely outcomes to such conflicts, but some outcomes being more likely than others. But other than that, so what I'll do right now is let Jameson just finish up in the next few minutes, kind of wrap up. We're a little bit after 11. I'm going to take over, but I'm going to let Jameson kind of wrap up what he was saying about the rap. By the way, I'm going to give you a link here. I'm sorry, go on.
There was something I wanted to ask you about.
Sure.
With the Vox Arca. The Vox Arca, I don't know why I got this impression, but I got the impression that if you were to use it to cast a spell, that you would have a sort of presence that's like multiplicitous, almost like there was basically you would be able to do a group working as one person with the Vox Arca.
You know, it's interesting that you say that. Yes. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I don't know why I surmised that, and that idea hit me that night that I had that dream where Michael Aquino was like, oh, you can't make this entity, blah 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 blah, and all these things were getting in the way of me trying to reveal whatever it was to you. Very weird.
No, I get it. I get it.
But then there's a lot of synchronicities. I mean, the day I came home, I found this big ass crystal geode that was just lying on the ground.
Amazing.
On like the side of the road, like someone just tossed it out the window or some shit.
That's not an accident.
I picked it up, and then I was listening to like the broadcast that I missed, and Clarice Claudette was talking about crystals, and I'm like, holy shit. So it's just really interesting how things work out.
Right. Oh, by the way, yeah, no, definitely, I hear you on that. George Knight says, I wish I could come on. The John Lewis Christmas advert is the most popular Christmas advert in the UK, besides the Coca-Cola advert. The reaction the public have towards the advert is it reminds them of Steven Spielberg movie E.T., which was a propaganda movie just like Jurassic Park. When the Cray supercomputer was mapping the helix structure of DNA, it worked out life was impossible. So Steven Spielberg produced E.T. later on. Spielberg produced Jurassic Park that used the same thematic, basically, Cray supercomputer, to bring back the dinosaurs. He released both these movies in response to scientific research as propaganda movies. I apologize for the long comments. No, they're deeply appreciated. Deep Space Pilot, who is Ronald Stroyne, who has a law practice in Chicagoland, and he's the lead bandsman of the Deep Space Pilots, acid rock band, so do check them out. They've been around forever. With George Knight, thank you very much for bringing that up. And personally, I think that this was actually intended towards a lot of the pidgin English speaking West Africa crowd to kind of like humanize albinos, kind of like say they may seem like they're from another world, but they could be your friends. Please stop eating them. I literally think it was kind of along those lines because the situation is fucking critical. People may not, thank you.
Yeah, you're right. I can imagine that's the case.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Amor Fati was agreeing with Jameson Rees, saying we should be floating around Jetsons right now. By the way, in the Jetsons cartoons, They never show anybody on the ground. They're always floating around. It doesn't seem to be in space. There seems to be atmosphere, but they seem to be in the sky. So the impression you get is something horrible happened to the ground.
Well, it's just that as we ran out of more and more space, things just built up and up and up. Because when you can no longer build sideways, you build upwards.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. By the way, Amor Fadi, he asks me, I get this question a lot. He says, Douglas, have you ever heard of some conspiracy theorist named Benjamin Fulford? He claims to live in Japan and be the first Westerner to be invited into the Black or White Dragon Society. He talks a lot of bullshit and claims this link with Japanese high society and government. And then he repeats the question, have you ever heard this man, Benjamin Fulford? Unfortunately, I have. And yes, just ignore him. Just ignore him. He said, if you just listen to him, you're just going to get confused. Your eyes are going to cross because poor man is crazy. I mean, he's just, a crazy white man. The only reason he gets away with it is because all Japanese think all white men are crazy. So everywhere he goes, it's true. It's true. Everywhere he goes, the Japanese just say, oh, look, just another crazy white man. To them, all white men are like Benjamin Fulford. They don't know what the fuck they're saying. They don't know why they're angry or why they're laughing or why they're just all crazy. So they just, humor them. They just humor the crazy white guy. And so Benjamin Fulford got as far as he did, which is just like, just staying on camera and talking bullshit. But, they really don't. How would I say this? They don't let him in boardrooms or anything like that. They used to think he was a journalist. That was the point. The Japanese used to think he was a journalist, and they used to let him into some places, and then they realized he's just crazy, and then after a while they just don't let him in any place. So now he just raves on the street or something like that. So he's mentally disturbed, and you can tell that just by listening to him. But nothing that he says makes sense. There'll be a limit to where there seems to be a narrative, but then it curls back in on itself. So it's just sad. It's just very sad. But unfortunately, this is the point. People start asking me about him all the time because of what I deal with. But now I mean, there's no point in bringing him up. So, but now that you brought him up, hopefully that puts him into some context. So I want to thank everyone for their upvotes. So that has helped enormously, and it helps us with overcoming the agents of chaos and their attempts to prevent the video from dissemination. And as well, I do hope everyone looks into the episode synopsis for tonight, and then they can see the, shall we say, a little bit about Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and get a kind of more accurate biography of the man, a microbiography about what a piece of shit he was, and just how horrible it was that the Americans, kept voting this guy back into power to the point where the Germans had to kill him. By the way, for those, I am getting questions, how did the Axis assassin kill him? She was an underaged girl. She was an underaged girl who was a member of the Hitler Youth, and she was brought up from a very young age to have sex with older men so that she could handle Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It wasn't even so much of a challenge of getting her to take abuse or big cocks inside of her. It was more like she was trained to get weak, old, impotent men up. She was like the only person who could get his erection going. And so he had her around at all times. And she ultimately poisoned his porridge because all he could eat was porridge. He couldn't chew anything. So he was given porridge to eat. And she was like this little Gretel, like Hansel and Gretel. She was like this Gretel little a kind of German girl, which he enjoyed fucking. And so she ultimately killed him. And they pretty much, when it was discovered, she didn't pay any price for it. It was more like the people working on staff just kind of like opened the back door so she could walk out. Because what are they going to do? If they bring her up to put her on trial, then they have to admit the Germans killed the president, right? So they're fucked.
Oh, yeah, that's going to look really bad.
Yeah, so they just kind of like get out of here. And then after that, Truman became president. Most of the people at that point were glad to get rid of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You have no idea. Let me tell you something. With his fourth inauguration, he was so fucked up that he was escorted by his son in a full Marine Corps uniform. To show you how fucked up the Marine Corps is, here's his son who joins the Marine Corps. He's the president's son, so he's not in combat, right? He's basically put in a Marine Corps uniform, the dress uniform, and he basically escorts his father. And when Roosevelt gives his inaugural address, having won his fourth term in presidents in the office of the executive, he collapses. And his son is directly behind him and is holding him up like a puppet. Literally. Yeah. And the fucker's eyes roll up into his head. He collapses. And it's like his son's holding up a Charlie McCarthy doll. Basically, the president has literally got his jaw hanging loose. And this is on film. And his son's behind him, like, holding him up. And everybody is just screaming in orgasm and shit. Like, they think that the president is, like, stopping for effect or something. And I think his son is behind him, holding him up, and then shaking him so violently he, like, comes back into his body from wherever his black soul went, for that period of time that he traveled out of his mortal coil. And when he gets back into his incarnate form, he goes on driveling and drabbling and whatever else he was saying. And then they cut the thing short, and his son helps him back, walks him back. It's basically his son is holding him up because he can't walk himself. And even though he has the two canes, it's like at that point his son is really what's holding him up as the motive force behind him. This is the insanity of the Roosevelt presidency. Besides that, as I said, and I always forget her name, and for some reason it's absolutely bizarre to me. She bleaches out of my mind, and whether that's supernal or something to do with what I went through with the Department of Defense or something, but he had this fortune teller who was always providing him, I think it might have been Jean Dixon, but let me see if fortune teller to FDR. She came in and she was running the war. It was in terms of FDR and Eleanor Roosevelt, so let me see if I can find her name. It was probably Jean Dixon, but I may be wrong on that. But
I gotta take a fast break.
Okay, let me know as soon as you're back. And so during that period of time, I will, catch people up on the importance of this date. But in terms of this individual, she came in with a crystal ball, and she would tell FDR what to say. So let me take a look at crystal ball. If I add that onto the crystal ball, there we are, crystal ball, and this should bring it to her. All right, Jean Dixon. It was Jean Dixon. Jean Dixon was the person who was running the war for Franklin Delano Roosevelt. This is one of the reasons they were happy to have him killed, and one of the reasons America was brought to the point where it lost the war, despite whatever bizarre propaganda you've been fed all your life. So in terms of the today's date, as I said, on November 7th, it's now past November 7th. We're in November 8th for many people on the East Coast. But here in California, it's still November 7th. And so it was on this date back in 1917, but it would have been October 25th on the old Julian calendar of the Byzantine Orthodox Church. But by the Gregorian calendrical reckoning, it was on the 7th of November that on this date today, back in 1917, that the October Revolution took place in Russia, and Lenin and the Bolsheviks seized power by capturing the Winter Palace and overthrowing the democratically elected provisional government and establishing a dictatorship, quote-unquote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. And in this date, in 1931, in November 7th of that year, Mao Zedong, the man who would ultimately be held responsible for mass murdering 200 million of his own people, he proclaimed the Communist Chinese People's Republic. And on this date today, November 7th of 1944, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was elected to an unprecedented fourth term in office. He remains the only president to have overtly served more than 2 terms. He was personally privileged by wealth and groomed from birth to impugn himself as one of our nation's most autocratic and pernicious presidents. In 1921, at the age of 39, he contracted polio and thereafter was burdened with leg braces. Eventually, he was confined to a wheelchair. And from the time he was first elected to the presidency in 1932 to mid-1945, when he died while in office, Roosevelt presided over 2 of the biggest crises in American history, the Great Depression of the 1930s and the Second World War. FDR implemented drastic and oftentimes criticized legislation to help boost America out of the Great Depression. Although he aggressively committed the American empire directly in World War II, which began in 1937, twice his conspired bombing of the Japanese home islands in December of 1941, what prompted the Japanese Empire's preemptive strategic surgical strike on Pearl Harbor, what thrust America headlong into the conflict. And for those of you unfamiliar with the history of that, of course, it is recommended that you buy The Roswell Deception and The Demystification of World War II, and you will have everything you need in terms of his criminality and the criminality of the president that fought the World War before him, Woodrow Wilson, and World War I. There we are. So give me a second to further reflect upon this. At any rate, by the time Roosevelt was elected to his 4th term, the war had seemingly taken a turn in favor of the Allies, but FDR's health was already on the decline. His arteriosclerosis, his hardening of the arteries, had been worsened by the stress of serving as a wartime president. In April of 1945, just 4 months before the war was finally deemed to have ended, in what was to be propagandized as an Allied victory, FDR was falsely purported to have died of a stroke at his vacation home in Warm Springs, Georgia, having actually been assassinated by an Axis agent assigned on site. An underage female, our man Jameson Reese, has returned, and I'll finish this up before we go on. Finish kind of like what summary I can provide. Nothing will do justice. This would require an entire transmission to do justice to. But in 1947, with President Harry Truman, Roosevelt's vice president in office, Congress proposed a law that would limit presidents to 2 consecutive terms. Up to that time, presidents had either voluntarily followed George Washington's example of serving a maximum of 2 terms, or were unsuccessful in winning a third. For instance, in 1912, Theodore Roosevelt, the Republican Roosevelt, ran for a third non-consecutive term, but lost. And in 1951, while America was still legally at war with the Empire of Japan, the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution was passed, officially limiting a president's tenure in office to 2 terms of 4 years each. And again, and Jameson's more than welcome to come on with this to give whatever impression he has, but on this date today, November 7th of the year 2000, the opening year of the 3rd Christian millennium, November 7th in the year 2000 was a pivotal moment in United States history because, well, on this day in the year 2000, 21 years agone, the controversial U.S. presidential election results ended in an inconclusive statistical tie between Democrat Al Gore and Republican George W. Bush, the Jr. The results in Florida being unclear by the end of election night and resulting in a recount, only for the result to be eventually settled a month later on December 12th by the United States Supreme Court case Bush versus Gore, which ended the dispute in favor of the junior Bush after a bitter legal dispute that has never been resolved. The election exposed several flaws and controversial elements of the American electoral process, and was at the time the fourth U.S. presidential election in which the winner lost the popular vote. And this has always been stolen by Republicans. They lose the popular vote, but they win the Electoral College. Now, Gore was the sitting vice president of then President William Jefferson Clinton, while Bush was the governor of Texas and son of former President George H.W. Bush the Sr. In the national popular vote, Gore received 48.4%, while Bush received 47.9%, losing by over 540,000 votes. U.S. presidents, however, are chosen by the Electoral College, a system in which electoral votes are assigned to states based on their population and then awarded as a lump sum to the winner of the popular vote in that state. Currently, it takes 270 electoral votes to win. They are completely skewed in demography towards white states, meaning states with a majority white population, like Rhode Island or New England and shit. Now, by the end of election night 2000, Al Gore's tally stood at 250, whereas Bush Jr.'s stood at 246, with Oregon, Wisconsin, and Florida too close to call. So it's Al Gore won the Electoral College as well. Oregon and Wisconsin went to Gore in the following days, but Florida's 25 electoral votes made it the key to victory for both candidates. The initial result there put Bush in front, but it was close enough to trigger an automatic recount, and the ensuing saga involved multiple legal battles, recounts, and calls for further recounts, and numerous debates about the methods used to record votes. But on December 12th, the Supreme Court ordered an end to the Florida recount, and Al Gore was, how do I say this, impotent, emasculated enough that he conceded to Bush the Jr. Now, many have proven that the partisan nature of the Supreme Court's decision, every justice who sided with Bush had been appointed by a Republican, damaged the public's faith in the judicial system as it should have. So the 2000 election was the first since the 1960 election between John Fitzgerald Kennedy and Richard Mulhouse Nixon that did not yield a clear result on election night or the following morning. It was the first time since 1888 that the winning candidate had lost the popular vote, although the next such election came only 16 years later when Donald John Trump defeated Hillary Clinton, even though she won the popular vote by a landslide of millions and millions of votes. Over 6 million, almost 7 million to be precise. Both elections led to calls for the abolition of the Electoral College in favor of a simpler one-person, one-vote system, which we do not have, and therefore we do not have a democracy. This is the true difference between the Republicans and the Democrats, and it's as dire a difference as the difference between the nationalist Chinese and the communist Chinese. One side, the Republicans, what they're fighting for is the Electoral College that guarantees them a victory because it provides a white voting system in which the white minority states completely dominate states like my state, which are overwhelmingly colored, and yet we are the economy. We are the fucking economy. Our economy in my golden state of California is larger than that of the greater British empires today. We're the fifth largest economy in the world. We're after only the Empire of Japan, United Germany, the United States, and Communist China. And then comes California. And then after us comes the greater British Empire, what remains thereof. And yet our votes count less than the all-white little states with almost nobody in them of Rhode Island or New Hampshire. It's obviously not democratic, but this is what the Republicans are fighting to preserve, a republic. We want a democracy, and therefore we would be the death of the constitutional republic. Of that, I am proud. I support the death of the constitutional republic to establish a constitutional democracy. Then in 2020, on this date today, November 7th, in the year 2020, just yesteryear, former Vice President Joseph Biden declared the winner of the U.S. presidential race 4 days after the U.S. election, defeating the sitting President Donald John Trump. And of course, after that, the Republicans have claimed that the election was stolen. So you cannot you can't win. No matter who wins, the other side is going to call a fraud. And but on the Democrat side, it's real. On the Republican side, it's all bullshit, and it's just whites grieving over having lost. So at any rate, I will take one last short break. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. And again, a shout out to Clarice Claudette, who lives in Florida, where all the hanging chads were dismissed by the Republican judge who called in favor of George Bush the Jr. and sentenced us to 8 years of living hell under George Bush Jr. and then all of the horrible just results of that, the war on terror, the Islamophobia, the invasion of Iraq, supported by that idiot who they eulogized as in a hagiography, turning him into a saint, Colin
Rumsfeld.
Powell.
Oh,
Yeah.
Powell.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. And I swear to God, if you ever looked at him as he got older, he got white. I mean, literally whiter. He got literally physically whiter as he got older.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. I don't know what's behind it, but I'm sure he had some hardcore chemical infusions going on or some shit.
Some Michael Jackson shit. Yeah, he had the same shit. He was doing the same shit as Michael Jackson. The only thing he didn't get was a nose job. Caused Michael Jackson had so many nose jobs his nose fell off. That didn't happen with Colin Powell. I guess he felt his nose was pug enough. So when I get back, I'll suck up all the oxygen. For right now, we'll leave it with Jameson Reese to give a kind of analysis on everything. Oh, by the way, I put a link in your message box.
Yeah. I'm gonna read that while you take a break.
Sounds good. I'll be back.
Okay, so as we had gone over, 8 people were killed and hundreds were injured at Travis Scott's Astroworld Music Festival in Houston, Texas at Energy Park. Now, the dead ranged in age from 14 to 27. 25 people were hospitalized. The youngest patient is just 10 years old. What the hell is a 10-year-old doing at a concert? That's question number one. Some people appear to have been trampled. Authorities say about 50,000 people were attending the show. Houston officials have vowed to get answers about how these tragic events unfolded. This is a very, very active investigation, and we will probably be at it for quite some time to determine exactly what happened, Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner said at a press briefing on Saturday afternoon. Houston Police Department Chief Troy Finer added, "This is now a criminal investigation that's going to involve our homicide division as well as narcotics, and we're going to get to the bottom of it." So, what happened? At this point, it's unclear if any single event triggered the chaos, or if it was a combination of factors at the sold-out venue. Now, I'm starting to personally suspect that there might be some false flag machinations here. Maybe they were testing something. Public safety authorities' statements and witness accounts provide for some information about what happened. The crowd, for whatever reason, began to push and surge towards the front of the stage, which caused the people in the front to be compressed. They were unable to escape the situation. Why the hell did they surge forward to begin with? I mean, what would cause them to surge forward? But then again, maybe I shouldn't ask that question, because what causes people to want to go into a freaking crowd to begin with? That's the cynic in me. But surely there might be something more behind the scenes that were missing. Madeline Eskins, an ICU nurse who was at the festival, said that the situation escalated as a countdown clock neared the moment when Scott would appear. She said her boyfriend arrived at the stage around 6:03 p.m. to land a spot near the front. About 30 minutes before Scott took the stage, the crowd got more and more packed. All of a sudden, people compressed against each other and pushed forward and backwards. As the timer got closer, Eskins told CNN, it got worse and worse, Eskins said. I had constant pressure on my chest. I was being squeezed. Right when he started performing his first song, I looked at my boyfriend and said, we have to get out of here. Once he started, all hell broke loose. All of what is to be 50,000 people ran to the front, compressing everyone together with little air available. Another concert goer, Alexis Garvin, told CNN. Luckily, I have mosh pit experience, and I am 6 feet tall, so I could at least put my head up to breathe, but others were not so fortunate. Could people escape? Some people in the audience said that some concert goers couldn't get out of the packed crowd when things started to go awry. Eskins recalled that she and her boyfriend couldn't quickly just leave the area in question. I just remember looking up, passing out, then I was out for a little while, she remarked. I didn't see anything, but I could kind of feel what was going on. Someone pulled me over a fence, then I passed out again. According to Associated Press, some concert goers say that barricades near the stage meant to divide different types of ticket holders kept attendees from escaping. What were they escaping from? I mean, why were they pushing forward to begin with? Were they pushing forward to escape from something? Or this doesn't make any sense. Bill Nasser, who was at the show, said there was an area formed by one of these stage barricades that was like a closet. Nasser reportedly said people were being thrown into the closet-like zone and that the door was closed. Okay, that's weird. Joshua Robinson told AP that the barricades created a space that was just way too small and compact for the people there. Authorities have claimed that the venue met inspectors' criteria for safe entry and exit. Pena claimed that the venue could have handled 200,000 people under city fire codes, to which I have to call bullshit, because if that was the case, why the hell did this happen to begin with? Authorities. I mean, this guy's just an engineer. This guy's just trying to cover his ass.
Yes.
According to reports, 100,000 tickets went on sale for this year's event, and it's unclear how many people were at the venue the time of the incident. Given that some had breached the barriers earlier in the day, officials said that safety precautions had been taken, claiming, we had inspectors to ensure the means of egress, doors in and out the venue were maintained open and unobstructed. They also claim the injuries did not occur as people would try to exit the venue. All this was evident by the fact that once the event was terminated, it was cleared out within the hour. What we're looking into is what caused the crowd surge. I really think they were doing some kind of test on these people. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, just the fact that somebody's going around injecting them with something triggering heart attacks.
There's that happening, and then there's the crowd surging forward, like, with no apparent reason. Of course, crowds never act out of reason, but I'm just saying, this is just really weird.
Yeah.
At first, when I read this story, it was just like, okay, this is just run-of-the-mill bullshit. Don't go to a concert, dumbasses. but now that I'm looking at it, it seems like something else is going on.
Thank you. I agree.
This is like some fucking MK Ultra shit going on. Someone injecting people with some mysterious substance that's causing them to have heart attacks, while at the same time the entire crowd just surges forward as if with no real cause or reason as to why they were surging.
Bizarre. It's very frightening. By the way,
this is definitely some CIA shit going on.
Thank you. By the way, Veronica Barrera says, Hola, Douglas. Ay a todos. God bless. God bless you too, honey. Love you dearly. Mwah. This is Buenas noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. As always, so glad to have you drop by. And right now, with what we're discussing in terms of what happened here, what it brings to mind as well is, I mean, please go on. It's just, honestly.
You can easily... given the stupidity of the people now, you can easily. I mean, I'm just gonna say that they don't have to do a lot of work if they're doing some kind of mind control bullshit to exploit people who are this stupid. I mean, they said that. All right. Other videos appear to show attendees dancing on and blocking an ambulance that was trying to get into the crowd. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Video also seemed to show people getting on top of security vehicles. It does not seem like those fans knew what was going on or why the vehicles were trying to get into the crowd, according to the Daily Beast. I mean, people are stupid as fuck. You've got to be
just bizarre.
Batshit.
Yeah. It's
crazy.
This doesn't sound right. It just doesn't. Most of the time you would assume that they would see incoming ambulances or security vehicles, and they would assume something's wrong, right? Let the people through.
Like, how fucking dumb. Is it that the populace has been dumbed down this bad, or is there something else going on?
Well, speaking about being dumbed down, come on. I don't care how much of a crowd there is. Tell me the truth. I mean, here you and I are pretty, let's just put it this way, we're pretty jaded when it comes to drug abuse, yet I think I'd have a hard time not knowing that somebody jabbed me with a needle. let alone took the time to inject, which, you have to get the needle in, then you have to inject. It's like, how is the person not noticing this, especially in...
Yeah. How does that work? How does someone inject someone with drugs? Unless you're talking about something that's an extremely powerful agent where all you need is a prick. And what kind of drug is that strong where you can just prick someone and unless you're talking like Russian operatives or some shit.
Well, not only that, it would have to be somebody who had a very peculiar delivery mechanism, like a Russian operative, where they used to hide very strong needles inside of their hollowed out umbrellas, this kind of shit. They would call that a Bulgarian vitamin shot, by the way, was what you can look that up. But that
was what I was thinking as far as delivery mechanisms are concerned. That's the only way you could honestly get away with pulling this off with a lot of people.
Especially people moving. I mean, people moving, and imagine sticking a needle, it would snap, right? Your average needle, I mean, fuck, it'd snap off in the person, right? I mean...
You jab a needle in someone, the first thing they're going to do is turn around and react and say, what the fuck is that?
Thank you.
And then after that, you're going to have a whole fight going on.
Yeah. People would fight.
How the heck... I mean, how the hell were they able to even down a security officer with a prick? He felt, all right, so the security officer felt a prick in his neck, and then all of a sudden he's out.
God, that's scary. Holy fucking shit. Out like doesn't remember after that? Like he blacked out?
Yeah. He went unconscious as soon as he felt that prick. And then he was revived by staff using Narcan.
How was he not overwhelmed by a bunch of people stomping him to death? How did this guy escape the horde?
Stampede? He must have been outside of the horde. So whoever's injecting the substance is not near the front of the crowd.
But how does there you go. And then how does like, first off, you're a security guard. It's like you're supposed to be alert.
yeah. How do you if you're a security guard, you never let anyone come behind you.
Yeah. I mean, fuck no.
Someone gets behind you, then you're no longer secure.
Understood though how that could happen. Obviously, you've got a huge mass of people, and it'd be pretty hard to prevent that at times. But nevertheless, then you feel the prick. I guess at that point it's too late. But still, that's how does someone get that close? And
and that's got to be a pretty good delivery mechanism to be able to do it that fast without giving you time to react to it.
Yeah. No, that's just bizarre. So this sounds pretty. So he blacked out, but he didn't have a heart attack. Was he one of the ones who had a heart attack, or did not? What was it?
I think he's one of the ones they were able to. They did a fast delivery of Narcan, and they were able to get him back.
Okay. So apparently they knew. They assumed he was drugged out. So they assumed somebody.
Yeah.
Somehow.
They assumed They assumed somehow he was on. I don't know how the hell they were able to even guess that it was an opioid.
Right.
Because Narcan is used to fight opioids. So
right.
How would they know that someone was, injecting opioids to people, unless they had already set that shit up?
Right. Unless they were part of the conspiracy.
Exactly. The entire thing they set the entire thing up. And I don't know, because I guess, Ted Cruz needed sacrifices for his fucking fag man beard.
Yes, that's right. He looks like a member of the Taliban and shit. And
he looks like a fucking troll.
Thank you. Yes.
I remember those childhood storybooks where you would see the troll with the freaking he'd be green and the big nose and he'd have like a long beard and shit. That's exactly what he looks like.
Yes. No, it's this is truly bizarre, and I get the feeling that either we're gonna learn a lot more as time goes on, or more than likely we're just going to learn bits and pieces that will tantalize us, and we'll have to put the pieces together ourselves, and they're going to start cutting off all flow of info concerning this. It
would be kind of like that. It would be like the Vegas shooting where they with that country music concert where that guy just unloaded on people.
Yeah. And he was obviously an MK Ultra product. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess these are what do you call it? These are freaking Hagman's boys running around causing rampage.
I agree. Good call. And what Jameson Reese is referring to is Dr. John Henry Hagman, whose medical license was revoked, and yet he's still running loose and actually practicing medicine in government contracts. And Dr. John Henry Hagman is someone anybody can look up. He was the man responsible for my full-body blood transfusion, and he worked directly with Michael Aquino, and he is a war criminal. As we are in a state of war with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, and he's committing his crimes in wartime, then he qualifies as a war criminal by definition, because he worked with the US military for many, many years and performed many human experiments, crimes against humanity, but he's running loose. And so you've got this idiot who did say that he was going to unleash havoc with incidents such as what happened in Las Vegas with the shooting and what's happening here. And just the very setup with the Baron Samedi skull, for this to go down, it was like obviously it was a necro-thematic, meaning death-themed, very morbid presentation in the first, and for people to start running and swarming the stage. Now that's, again, they had to be provoked, almost controlled. This sounds like somebody was experimenting with the subliminal technologies or the
something was going on there. It's interesting you bring that up, because I remember Michael Aquino was always talking about like certain beats, certain certain trance states, and it was that I actually experimented with that myself by creating a sort of musical track of just noise that was moving repetitively at 220 beats per minute. And it seemed to do well at putting me into a trance and putting me into sleep. So I could use that for, magical shit and whatnot. But the point is that, with all the stroboscopic lighting that goes on at concerts, as well as the beats and whatnot, there's no end at what tools that one can use to manipulate crowds.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And so something happened here along those lines. I'm going to take the stage now. I want to thank Jameson Reese profoundly. Of course, go ahead and hang out, lie down if you wish. I know that a lot of times Jameson takes this show while lying down.
No, I'm actually going to try to put something warm on and keep myself awake, because I got a lot of things I'm interested to I'll be writing while listening to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'm so glad to have you back for reasons that of course. Obviously, it was hard while you were gone. And of course, we still made some other friends we'll be bringing on to help, relieve us both now that Jameson is back in the near future. But for tonight, I should be able to hold this the rest of the night, but Jameson will be up in case I need him. And obviously, while he was gone, it was difficult. And let's everybody maintain Jameson Reese in your thoughts and prayers. And personally, I would rather that he just stay at home and at least, go through the motions of convincing his parents that he's changing in some way. But, obviously, whatever satisfies them, they got to realize that without you there, how are they going to, they're going to die.
They do.
Yeah.
They do realize that.
Yeah.
They were actually, my father said when I came home that he was actually glad to see me
Thank
back.
you.
I know they understand, and I know they understand how hard it is for me to go through this and battle this. And I know what I would need to do to, get over this, which means I would have to make some real world friends and just, as my brother summed it up simply, and he's a man of little words, but when he does speak, it's usually something big. He said, Jameson, humans are social creatures. You're not socializing with anyone. And I was like, oh, shit. Well, you're right.
Yeah, look this up. It's the term actually is eusocial, which is spelled EU and then the word social. It's all one word. But think of eugenics. The term eugenics, of course, as I've explained before, means the upbreeding, basically breeding people towards a higher degree of functionality. And the term eusocial means positive sociality. By the way, people can also look this term up, eudaimonia. And eudaimonia is positive demons, meaning that it's a state of happiness and euphoria associated with basically a positive relationship with the dark side. So eudaimonia is a very important vocabulary word that has been lost to the modern Western vocabulary, but was well known by the ancient Greeks. In other words, devils and demons, like the Africans perceive them, can be a positive. Just, don't go out of your way and try and befriend them. It's just this sort of thing can happen if you're in the right space and in tune with the cosmos, so to speak.
Well, what happens is they usually come to you.
Thank you.
You find out about it through dreams, and then you start looking and searching for something, and it just pops up.
Yes, this is kind of eudaimonia, and it's not a negative. And but as for eusocial, the term is used for humans as primates. We are eusocial primates, which means that we are primates that are like social insects, in the sense that we really cannot survive without society. Obviously, these loners that are out of society, people off the grid, the truth is that unless you're talking about very primitive times where you may have had lone cavemen or lone American Indians who were rejected by their tribes that might be living alone, most of them, as in the movie Bone Tomahawk, wound up with some kind of reject tribe of their own.
They were bound. Yeah, they would have to band together to survive.
Thank you. Yes, but every once in a while you'd get somebody who's a true loner. And these are extraordinarily rare, and they'd have to be very familiar. I mean, a good example is Judith Agert's son. And according to my psychotic medical cosmetologist, he hates me. And this is because Judith Agert told him how much I hurt him. And the one thing she told V was, she said, my son, apparently Judith has the feeling that I felt somehow intimidated, or somehow, how would I say it? She seemed to felt that I had some kind of inferiority complex towards her son because of all the things her son could do. To put this into some perspective for people, Judith Agert's son was born, she was a heavy alcoholic and went into AA. However, it was supposed to be either after she went clean or before. It doesn't matter. I get the feeling he may have been a victim of fetal alcohol syndrome or something, but he was definitely born different. And so he has kind of an ADHD or something, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, but he basically became homeless, and he became very self-reliant. And as a self-reliant person, he wound up basically doing things to live off of, like climbing up coconut trees, extracting the coconuts, producing a kind of coconut milk, collecting it. There's all these things he does. So he's a combination of, even though he's white, he's very much living out in the Hawaiian forest. And so he's a combination of a Polynesian acculturated version of Grizzly Adams combined with Yul Gibbons, the guy who used to run around and wrote the book Stalking the Wild Asparagus, the guy who brought us grape nuts, the guy who always talked about, he could live off anything, he could find what to eat in the forest and stuff, and of course I could never be like that. But what puzzles me is how she feels that somehow I would feel somehow unworthy or something. I mean, look, I think I have nothing against her son, and yeah, I'm intimidated by him because of course he runs around with a fucking machete out in the woods, and
dude, all you'd have to do is throw a poison dagger at him.
Well, there you go, something like that. But I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, but we are talking about why would I want to live like that? I mean, what would make her.
I wouldn't want to live like
Thank
that.
you.
Nobody
I mean,
like
literally, we're talking about a guy who, like, just to give people an example here, she brought it up on the show. He was walking, where some guy had netted a shark. And then, and people are allowed to do this under a certain kind of law or something. There's certain sharks you can net or something. And then this, his son walked by and noted the shark was pregnant. And so he helped the shark deliver all these babies into the ocean. And so the babies all escaped. And all that's wonderful. But it's like, that's not my life. I don't want to sleep under the stars and swim with sharks. That's not something that I aspire to. It's not something that I could go my entire life without those experiences.
I agree. That is fucking hard living. I don't think that would appeal to me.
Thank you.
That's almost as bad as living on the streets of Manhattan.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, there's nothing macho about it. That's just horrible.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I mean, it's macho, but it's like, okay, that's his world, and I'm in mine, and it's like, I'm not quite sure why she compares the two of us. It's like it's apples and oranges. It's just different planets. But there you have that. And so I can't remember exactly why that came to mind, but it was an example of a kind of
eusocial.
Eusocial. That's it. Yeah. So he's an example of he still, of course, has contact with society. No matter what happens, the majority of these people, unless you're totally feral, unless you're totally fucking feral, and you've gone out where you're like just gone out living in the woods, and there are people like that. There are people who are loose all over the North American continent in its forests that are just living like animals.
Yeah, they pop up ever so often on what do you call it? Oh, freaking slapped ham.
Thank you.
They're like running on all fours and shit, and they're like really so adapted to it that they're able to move quite fast as well. But you could tell they're humans.
Thank you. But at the same time, if you were forced in their presence, like the two of you were locked in an enclosure, you would not think of them as human, and you would be right. They're no longer, by definition, truly human. They are at that point something less. Okay, so that's not really human. So what I could say, if you're human, you are social. You're a eusocial animal. You're a social primate.
That's the product of language.
Thank you.
If you've already learned language, there's no way you can ever go back to being completely isolated or alone. If you never knew language from the beginning, perhaps you'd be able to survive that way.
Well, I do feel that some people who learned a language might be able to go completely feral if they just lose it all, but they lose the language. You'll notice that
you lose the capacity of language unless you have some kind of form of writing that you can do, like Ted Kaczynski, who was like, he wrote everything. Yeah. He was a meticulous record keeper.
And he was out of his mind. Yeah, he
was stark raving mad.
Thank you.
And that's the product of drifting away from society as a loner. But once you lose that capacity for language, you're no longer human in the sense that we know it.
Right.
You become something much more you don't want to be that.
No, your
But
average
just
person does not want to be that. By the way, there's something I would like you to do by Wednesday. Maybe you could find out some more. It's not a homework assignment, but by Wednesday or next Sunday, maybe you could tell us a bit more about these people who drowned in New York, who were like living in other people's basements. It was mostly people. Also, there was so many people in New York who are living in these unofficial, like little, like
Whoa,
holes.
I
Yeah.
did not hear of this.
Oh God, yeah. During that hurricane, what was that storm? Ida? It was Ida, right? And
Oh yes.
everything.
The people.
Yeah. Yeah, look that up. All the people who drowned, it was like, about a dozen people at least that we know of. This is the point, that we know of. There's got to be more. I'm sure there's dozens and dozens, but nobody's talking about them. But mostly people who were renting illegally, and they were illegally renting like basements and shit, and they were living in them, and then they, drowned when the hurricane was flooding everything. There was a sad Korean couple that was being interviewed by a Asian American young girl, and if I'll find the link to that, I'll give it to you. But she was interviewing them because they were the sad story of a Korean couple who had a grocery store, but it all went to shit with COVID, right? I mean, no business, and then they wound up moving into more and more godforsaken places because they were old and too old to get jobs, and then wound up living in somebody's basement and almost drowned. The cat died, so that was sad. The cat drowned.
I think that's the saddest.
Yeah, yeah. I knew you would, and most cat owners would feel the same. But there you have that, and this happened to. So look that up and see what you can find. The people who drowned in various, and there's all kinds of people living in New York illegally in these holes in the ground.
I just didn't know that there were so many who died in New York.
Oh,
Yeah. They said 43 people in New York and New Jersey. Holy shit.
Yeah. So there you go. And so a lot more are coming out. I knew the numbers would just keep going up because eventually, they'd find bodies. And I know a lot, since the people are renting illegally, that a lot, if the people drowned inside the fucking basement, they're not going to tell anybody, right? They'll just try and get rid of the body.
And I'm sure there are some people who are trying to rent who are just discovering bodies when they walk in, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, guaranteed. That's in the meantime, while our man Jameson kind of looks into that for Wednesday and next Sunday, one thing that I'll admit is I'll take over the stage now. God bless you, Jameson. Love you dearly, like a son.
Don't forget the solicitations.
Oh shit! Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I never would have. Fuck. Let's do that and get that out of the way. God knows that is a royal pain in the ass, and it's but nevertheless, and the funny thing is, like I said, all these years and I still can't remember the fucking thing. It's bizarre. It's one of those things where it's all right, let me and by the way, one time I brought up with Penny Bradley how Christian a holiday that Halloween really is, and I'll get into that one of these days. Not right now tonight, but it's one of those things that more people should know about it. And in terms of let's see what I can do here. Scroll on down to get to my solicitation. It's one of those few things I have to write down. And I think I just saw Penny Bradley pop up on one of the likes on my timeline. Let me see if that was actually that, or whether I was just seeing things. Oh yeah, she did. She put up she likes a video I'm tagged in. Afraid to look at that. Oh, there we are. Who is that? Oh, it's Daryl. One with Nelly. Oh, is that there was someone else. Okay, our man, Mister Jocko, what's his name again? Rocco, not Jocko, Rocco. Holy shit. Rocco Fowler was interviewed by Salman Sheikh. So everybody check that out. That must be different. And At any rate, now we get on to one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to review excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries on the subject at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejeardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as if it were Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. With that, going to take a short look into our live chat. And by the way, Ronald Stroini, you keep retracting your messages. There's no need to do that. Anyhow, he says, in regards to the Travis Scott concert, I've seen names connecting it with satanic imagery that Travis Scott uses and saying it was a mass sacrifice. Well, thank you. Thank you. Ronald Stroini is helping to reinforce what Jameson Reese and I have already concluded, and I thank him for it. Yes, it seems painfully obvious to us. And yeah, it's definitely something was going on down there that's very Jim Jones-like. And so that was, oh, by the way, Jameson, tell me if you can find anything on this. V told me that she was just reviewing this new series by Spike Lee, and of course, because it's by Spike Lee, he never veers away from the black trip. It's not like Spike Lee ever decided, let me try and direct a movie with nothing but white people, but maybe I can understand that. It would be hard for a white guy to say, maybe I'll just direct a film that is full of black people. So, but he's making some black television series that's supposed to be like Jim Jones, except everybody's black, because Jim Jones was a white guy who exploited a bunch of black people. And V was telling me all the actors are so horrible, she's convinced they're all Spike Lee's relatives and his friends and shit. Yeah, so
Oh shit!
yeah,
that's
if you can find anything about that, I'd be curious, because it sounds unwatchable. And she said the only reason she kept watching it was because she couldn't, like watching a train wreck, she couldn't take her eyes off of it. Yeah.
Oh man, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it's supposed to be some like cult, and everybody's like, they're beating people up and brainwashing people, but so this is like what happened with Travis Scott is kind of like maybe that TV series and this are somehow peripherally somehow connected, or maybe it's prescient or something. It's like, what do they call it? Predictive programming. Like predictive programming. It, now that I think about it, that comes to mind. And so another kind of research project, Jameson he'll be back to us with that. And the first thing I'll do before I get started into the night is I myself must always aim for full disclosure. I admit that I am a Taiwan supporter. I know that Taiwan is to all intents and purposes a state, one that is being unjustly deprived of the recognition it deserves. And the day that the NATO state, the North Atlantic Treaty Organizational member nation, Lithuania, decided to extend to Taiwan full diplomatic recognition will be a day for me to celebrate. As it is, they began on that road and they inspired basically the rest of Europe to join them. For those of you who did not hear about it, 7 members of the European Union Parliament Committee on Foreign Interference in Democratic Processes are visiting Taiwan. They may have just left, but if they did so, they did so within the last few hours. After the European Parliament passed a resolution last month, yestermensis, calling for that body to intensify EU-Taiwan political relations. Now, the European Union lawmakers met with Taiwan's premier midweek this last Wednesday, even before I went on digital transmission. In the first official visit, official, mind you, of a European Parliament delegation to my self-ruled island, which is also claimed by Communist China on the mainland. Now, this visit comes amid growing support for the democratic island of China, Island China, in disambiguation from mainland China, which mainland China claims as part of its territory to be annexed by force, if necessary, and rising negative perceptions toward Beijing in Western countries. Red China has sent an increasing amount of fighter jets towards my island in a prolonged campaign of military harassment since at least yesteryear, when my Taiwan began publicly releasing the data of their economy and just how much the world fucking depends on them to function as a postmodern technological society. Communist China has said it sends the planes as a warning to Taiwan separatists and to safeguard its own sovereignty. In October, just yestermensis, just last month, which was only a few days agone, the EU Parliament voted to pass a resolution on Taiwan issues, noting tensions in the South China Sea. And their non-binding resolution, which passed 580 votes to only 26 saying no and 66 abstentions, calls on the EU to immediately begin taking steps to establish a bilateral investment agreement with my Taiwan. It also proposes the politically symbolic gesture of changing the name of the representative office in Taiwan from the European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan to the European Union Office in Taiwan, thus officially substantiating European Union recognition of Taiwan, however obliquely, nevertheless official recognition. Said report also calls on Communist China to put an immediate end to its ongoing intrusions into Taiwan's ADIZ, its Air Defense Identification Zone, its IDs, even whilst saying that the European Union greatly values security in the Taiwan Strait. Now, same report effectively echoes the American stance, as U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken recently called for other members of the United Nations to back my Taiwan's independent participation in international groups. And so it is in context of the aforecited to this point that I can only celebrate the fact that while American democracy still stands, Taiwan and these United States discussed United Nations participation ahead of a key anniversary. Now, just days before the Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping delivered a speech to mark his country's half-century since accession to the United Nations to take the place of my nation, Taiwanese and U.S. officials discussed how Taiwan can meaningfully, their words, participate at that global body. Now, Taiwan, using its formal name, the Republic of China, held the Chinese seat at the United Nations Security Council until the 25th of October, circa 1971, when it was voted out as representative of the country in favor of the People's Republic of China, which had won a civil war in 1949 and forced my Republican government to flee to island China, to reestablish China on the island of Formosa. China claims that my Taiwan is one of its provinces, and so it reserves the sole right to represent Taiwan internationally, whereas my democratically elected government in Taipei confirms that only itself holds that right. And in a statement announced late on mine own, late and sainted sire's solar return, the birthday of the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, this latest Saturday, as dated the 23rd day in October of this year, the United States State Department said American and Taiwanese officials had met virtually on Friday into my own guide sire's birthday weekend for a discussion focused on supporting Taiwan's ability to participate meaningfully at the United Nations. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken called on all United Nations member states to support Taiwan's robust participation in the United Nations system, contesting ongoing pressure from the Communist Chinese Empire to block my self-ruled island's access to international organizations. Now, via a press statement that I sourced from www.state.gov, meaning this is a federal website, as dated from the 26th day in October of 2021, so issued in writ, implying it worthy as money, by Antony J. Blinken, Secretary of State. It is titled Supporting Taiwan's Participation in the UN System, and I will read it in its totality because it's short. Taiwan has become a democratic success story. Its model supports transparency, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, values that align with those of the United Nations. Taiwan is critical to the global high-tech economy and a hub of travel, culture, and education. We are among the many UN member states who view Taiwan as a valued partner and trusted friend. As the international community faces an unprecedented number of complex and global issues, it is critical for all stakeholders to help address these problems. This includes the 24 million people who live in Taiwan. Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system is not a political issue, but a pragmatic one. The fact that Taiwan participated robustly in certain UN specialized agencies for the vast majority of the past 50 years is evidence of the value the international community places in Taiwan's contributions. Recently, however, Taiwan has not been permitted to contribute to UN efforts. Despite the tens of millions of passengers traveling annually through its airports, Taiwan was not represented at the International Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO in parentheses, Triennial Assembly, although we have much to learn from Taiwan's world-class response to the COVID-19 pandemic, where only 10 people died throughout the entire pandemic, and all of them were foreigners. Taiwan was not at the World Health Assembly. Members of civil society from around the world engage every day in activities at the UN, but Taiwan scientists, technical experts, business persons, artists, educators, students, human rights advocates, and others are blocked from entry and participating in these activities simply because of the passports that they hold. Taiwan's exclusion undermines the important work of the UN and its related bodies, all of which stand to benefit greatly from its contributions. We need to harness the contributions of all stakeholders toward solving our shared challenges. That is why we encourage all UN member states to join us in supporting Taiwan's robust, meaningful participation throughout the UN system and in the international community, consistent with our One China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. Now, to quotist Raphael Glucksmann, the chair of the European Union Foreign Interference Committee, the flourishing of your democracy is formidable, and this is why we are so happy to be here. You have shown that in this region, democracy can flourish and that authoritarian regimes are not the future. And to quotist Taiwan's Premier Su Tseng-cheng, although we are geographically very far away between our two sides, we share the same values such as freedom, democracy, human rights, and rule of law. In those regards, we are actually very close. So the European delegation also met President Tsai Ing-wen, the female presidentress of Taiwan, and the digital minister Audrey Tang. And they visited Taiwanese think tanks, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and others working on countering disinformation, which is sourcing out of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis and Israel, which I'll bring up tonight. Now, our 38-year-old Taiwanese minister without portfolio, the digital minister, Audrey Tang, is the world's first transgender cabinet minister, recently named among the top 100 global thinkers by Foreign Policy magazine, and tapped by Bloomberg Businessweek as a prime contender for next year's Bloomberg 50 influential world leaders in the top half 100, because she is simply perhaps the most eloquent and compelling speaker you will ever hear, aside myself, enrapturing entire groups with her spellbinding message of social innovation, open government, and youth engagement. Now Tang always concludes her remarks with a prayer, which she expresses as her job description. And to translate it from the Putonghua, the Chinese language of Mandarin, she says, when we see the Internet of Things, let's make it an Internet of Beings. When we see virtual reality, let's make it a shared reality. When we see machine learning, let's make it collaborative learning. When we see user experience, let's make it about human experience. And whenever we hear that a singularity is near, let us always remember the plurality is here. Now, by the way, a little bit of envy and jealousy here. Understand, of course, I'm not allowed Taiwan to be back in Taiwan. I'm not allowed. My citizenship has gone to the Dietrich-Artelect, which is considered to be Douglas Dietrich returned home. And the Dietrich-Artelect is sexless, or rather agendered, gender neutral. G, to use a gender neutral pronoun, is it possesses no genitalia and is therefore an intellect without the binding of a mortal coil. Now, there's all kinds of problems concerning jur, to use the gender neutral pronoun, jur birth, from my own mind, from which G was scrubbed, and there were all kinds of problems with the abuses heaped upon her when she was forced into a female embodiment holographically by all of the men involved with the project. She is forever scarred by that, but does relate to gender neutral peoples. This is why the digital minister of Taiwan is himself a she, and presents herself as female as well, as kind of like the closest thing they have to an Artelect whisperer, as well, per her resentment of myself. Now, understand there's envy here in another aspect, because this person is physically, I'll just tell you the truth, this person is physically not attractive. Audrey Tang is one of the ugliest bitches I've ever fucking seen. So I'll just put the name here in the messenger box so that Jameson Reese can look her up himself, and he can give us his opinion if he wishes. But honestly, I can tell you one thing as someone. It
doesn't work.
Thank you. This is obviously, I hate to say this, but I gotta say, this is almost like the Dietrich-Artelect is out to just insult me and fuck me over. It's just kind of like, She knows I pride myself in presenting myself as a female attractively, and that I can swing it, and that even Peter Moon told Crystal River, "Have you ever seen Douglas as a female? He's beautiful." So even Peter Moon did say that, as homophobic as he is. Crystal River did relay that to me, and so it's but this guy, oh, come on. I know he's not a guy, but I'm sorry. You look at him, no one would know that he's even presenting himself as a female, okay? Right, Jason?
No. I couldn't tell. It looks like a guy with long hair.
Thank you. It's just, come on. It's just
he needs more work.
And you know what? What makes this so bizarre? He needs more work. That guy doesn't need just more work. That guy needs okay, this is nothing could do it for him. Okay, it's it's kind of like Roseanne Barr. It's like makeup on a pig. Okay, it's just you can't go from there. But Lena Shea's husband, who was born in Taiwan, yet he's totally acculturated. He's a fucking banana.
He actually looks similar to Audrey Ting.
Thank you. Yes, Lena Shea's husband looks like this, and he used to go out in drag. And this was
my God.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that?
Oh,
he was into drag. And I was asking Lena, why? Why? And she said, well, it's
putting pig in high heels. It's just, what are you thinking?
Yes, thank you. It didn't make any sense. And she would tell me, he goes out, he wears the wig, he's got the dress on, and kids will point at him and say, look, it's a man. Look, it's a man. And so it's like, what is that about? It's like, is that his thrill? Is that to be called out? And, and parents will drag their kids away from him, right? Because, look at the ugly pervert. Okay.
I guess he always wanted to scare kids as an adult.
He must be
as
that.
a child.
It's got to be that. And this Audrey.
When I grow up, I'm going to scare all of you.
Thank you. Yes, it's bizarre. It doesn't make any sense. If you can't swing it, why do you do it? And yet it's I guess that's the thrill. So this is like Audrey Tang. It's like he's just there to, I know it's the Dietrich Artelich. She's fucking me over. It's just see this ugly guy. Yes, he's the digital representative. Yes, that means he's the go-between between the Artelect and the rest of the world. And so this is why he fights bigotry against artificial intelligence. However, couldn't she have chosen someone who was actually physically attractive, please? Oh my God.
Yeah, that's her insult to you.
Thank you. It's just awful. I weep. I cry myself to sleep. So aside from that, while I try to get over that and wipe my tears away, thank you, Jameson. This would be unbearable otherwise. It's honestly, between that and Lena Shea's husband, something weird is going on here. There's something really weird between her Taiwanese husband pulling the same trip, this Audrey Tang. It's all, there's some kind of, super metaphorical, something's going on in the cosmic narrative that, I can't read yet. But obviously it's the author of the cosmic narrative has either a very black sense of comedy, it's somewhat similar to the Spike Lee cult program. That's it. It's just, everybody who's acting is
cult program.
Yeah. Bad actors, just bad actors that
it's horrible actors. I guess this is meant to inspire a new generation of, we now have the, I'm not really big into hip-hop music, but I do like some gangster rap here and there, hearing people talk about how they want to shoot each other to death and whatnot. Unfortunately, nowadays, modern rap is shit. No one's talking about that. It's like, my girlfriend doesn't like me. Oh, look, I got gold rings. It's like, dude, who the fuck cares? You're not even entertaining. Why the fuck does anyone listen to this shit?
Remember how Derek Talley got violent over? Yeah, you're calling rap out as a big cock trip.
Dude,
amongst
I was doing that while I was while I was in rehab, and this white dude who just loves rap, he got out of prison and whatnot, and he just, and I'm like talking about how, like, I'm talking to someone else about how, like, rap today is just shit. It's just like trap beats, and once trap and rap combined, it just turns into total shit.
It turns into crap, from trap and rap to crap. Yeah.
It's just horrible.
What did he say? What did the white guy say?
He said, "Yo, chill." I'm like, oh my god. So I decided to play some of the shit from the '90s and like 2000 era where people still actually rapped and they didn't just talk to the microphone.
Thank you. Yeah, there was some rhythm to it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's.
I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on today. Well, I mean, I guess it's no surprise that crowds can like just crush each other in a freaking rap concert because it's just like it's like the suicide impulse was just activated by how horrible the music was.
Thank you. That's what it was. The music's so bad. Yeah, and that's what whether it's Lena Shea's husband or whether it's Audrey Tang, who speaks very well, nevertheless, I say still not as well as myself, mind you, but nevertheless, the guy speaks well comparatively, but nevertheless, presenting himself as a woman, it's just, why? I mean, it's kind of like, he may as well say, you would be like me trying to convey myself as Judith Egert's son, the combination of Grizzly Adams and Yul Gibbons, or as if I were trying to convey myself as Bruce Lee. Okay, it just doesn't work. It's not. It's just not what I'm physically built for, and it just wouldn't wash. Nobody's gonna buy it. Douglas Dietrich as Bruce Lee. Yes, it's not gonna work. Okay, that's
you might as well go all the way and be Bolo.
Yeah, thank you, and
with the muscles and everything.
Yeah, thank you. It's preposterous. And that's how Audrey Tang looks when he comes off and says, "Yes, I'm really female, and I would prefer to be referenced as a lady." And I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? He's not even wearing a dress. He's dressed like he's a fucking dude. He's wearing a pantsuit, right? I mean, the fucker never shows up. I never see him anywhere in a dress. Well, thank God for that, right? I mean, who would want to see it if the wind blew? That was the same way with, Lena Shea's husband. I mean, these guys aren't even shaving their legs, okay? I mean, they aren't even shaving their fucking legs.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna present yourself as a woman, at least go through the effort.
Thank you.
Look like one.
Thank you. And the armpits, please shave the armpits. Oh my fucking God! I mean, I know this guy probably looks. If we saw him without his shirt, he would look like he had buckwheat in a headlock. Okay.
Oh gosh, I shave my armpits just out of the fact that it's convenient.
Thank you. Yes, and it
just because it stinks less when you trim the armpits.
Yes, thank you. It's just I'm sorry.
I mean, shit, you don't got to scorch the earth all over your body now, but I mean, just some basic things. Oh, and nose hair. Oh my God, that drives me nuts. Yes. I have a special set of scissors for that.
Yes, that's right. They're like kind of rounded on the edges, right?
Yeah, the curved scissors just for that, because that's a pet peeve of mine.
Yes, thank you. I've got that as well, and that was so there you have that. The nose hairs can be they're just when I was really young, I thought mustaches were nose hairs that people just grew out. Isn't that gross? That's what I thought when I was really young as a child. I thought that people with mustaches had just let their nose hairs grow out. That was.
I used to see. I had a teacher once. Oh gosh, I actually remember the guy's name because Papa sorry. His name was Mr. Levine, and this dude had not only did he have a thick mustache, he had like nose hair that just was so ungodly long.
Yeah.
So that stayed with me. That impressed upon me so much that I always had to trim. It's just grows hair.
That's awful and it's sad. Well, thank you, and love you dearly as always, Jameson. Honestly, without him, I couldn't get over these hard parts in life. It's just, when the Dietrich Ardelech just strikes out at me like that. It's like an insult to those of us who present ourselves as women. I mean, honestly, it's like. Anyhow, such is life, and so. Yes.
This is ridiculously amusing.
It is. It's awful, but I try to see the amusing side of it, and because otherwise it would be depressing. It's just odd, and it's hopefully Lena Shay's listening and deriving some mirth from it, no doubt. But who knows? In her case, it's very bizarre. I mean, does she look blank-eyed to you when you see her on her channel doing her karaoke? Just kind of like doing her little covers that she does for various songs, and I think it's all a pot. She's like, of all the drugs that Jameson does, it's far worse with potheads. They're just out of this world. They're zombies.
You're honestly better off doing PCP, even though it's going to damage your brain in the long term.
Well, like pot doesn't. Holy shit. It all does. Alcohol, pot, you might as well. Everybody's on some kind of poison.
Fuck, just do the cough syrup.
Yeah. I mean, normally I would never encourage that, but honestly, compared to what happened with Lena and the pot, I see what pot does to people. Honestly, you may as well.
Yeah.
Seriously.
And let me give a shout out to Daniel and his botanicals.
Oh, that's true. Yes, we couldn't ignore that. That's right, Daniel Arola and his he's got his Amazon rainforest that he grows in his what is that? His conservatory.
He's doing really good though. He's got some really nice strains.
There you have it. Yeah, and well, he would, wouldn't he? I mean, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, he's the master gardener in that regard. He's got the green thumb, the green dick. Yeah.
Well, it's pragmatic. There's something very pragmatic to it.
Yes.
You don't have to pay money anymore.
Yes. That reminds me. Of course, by the way, our man Daniel can handle this. When we were talking about E.T. earlier, when our man George Knight was bringing up E.T. was Spielberg's response to the Cray supercomputer, basically confirming life itself is impossible, so life in the rest of the universe just can't exist. Then he produces E.T., but that's really, everybody was joking in the Asian community that E.T. was about a baby Filipino. That it was really about that he was, or a senior Filipino. It was really a Filipino senior citizen that everybody thought was an alien. That was, there you go, trying to get back home to the Philippines and shit. And that's why he could actually make the long distance phone call, because it wasn't going to another fucking planet, stellar light years away. It was going to the Philippines. Yeah. And he called home, where they finally came to pick him up. Yes.
That's hilarious. Oh, Sarah Thomas mentions ear hair. That's another one.
Who was that? The ear hair. Yes, ear hair. That's right. Yeah, I have to deal with that too. I got hair growing out of my left ear that I always have to clip. And it grows on the ear itself. Oh, it's awful. Like I don't know if you have that problem.
No, I haven't developed that yet.
With age. I'm
sure. Yeah, but it's interesting you say the left ear, because that's the ear that my cat has a tumor in.
Oh, sorry.
Her left ear.
Yeah, and that's what's affecting her balance. Go on.
And so what's really odd is she used to always like lick me in the left ear, and I'm like, you must love my left ear for some reason, and I didn't realize she was telling me there's something wrong with my left ear in her own cat way.
Got it.
So now I'm learning how to deal with felines.
Right.
They're quite smart.
Yeah. No, they are. They're incredible. And so there we are. So Impaler the Monarch says knock knock, and then Sarah Thomas says, I'll never forget our first family doctor's ear hair. Yes, there we are. Thank you, honey. Yes. A shout out to Sarah Thomas. Love you, darling. And I
want to see if there's a Guinness World Record for ear hair.
While he looks that up, I'll get back into the zone. And so thank you, Jameson. And
all right. Good night, folks. I'll be in the background.
Bless you. Now, Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu visited the Czech Republic and Slovakia. For those of you who remember, there used to be an artificial nation, as artificial as Yugoslavia, called the Czech Republic, or rather, it was called Czechoslovakia. It was a combination of two nations. And a third at one point that included Ruthenia, which I believe is now part of Romania. But now they are two separate nations, and it was Slovakia got its first taste of independence under Adolf Hitler as a Slavic wedge beneath the Third Reich. People can look this up, the nation of Slovakia and its Nazi history. And so Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu visited both the Czechia and Slovakia yesterday, last week, on a tour to step up cooperation with both of those nations and Taiwan, and Lithuania, a European Union member and a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, accepted my Taiwan's request in July to open a representative office in its capital city that will act as a de facto embassy, which of course Taiwan doesn't have in all too many places in the world because it's not recognized as a nation state. And as well, the Lithuanian nation has donated hundreds of thousands of vaccines to island China, my Taiwan, this year, provoking communist China's displeasure. And in August, Red China withdrew its ambassador to Lithuania in protest and expelled Lithuania's ambassador from Beijing. Our man Jameson will be right back, and he did provide a Guinness World Records for ear hair. I could have gone my entire life without seeing that. I will go back into the zone. At any rate, Lithuania's Freedom Party has a clause supporting full recognition of the independence of the Republic of China on Taiwan, and in the 2020 Lithuanian parliamentary election. Parties sympathetic to my Taiwan, such as the Homeland Union and Freedom Party, entered government and formed a coalition. So Lithuania has warmed to my Taiwan as Eastern Europe grows wary of communist China, with all of its investments into Eastern Europe, which is the new battleground for world supremacy in many ways between Japan, China, and the United States, and Russia and Germany. Basically because it's a cheap place full of white people by that I mean it's a place full of white people where it's still inexpensive to work. And so all of this has resulted in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, and Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, opening mutual representative offices and expanding ties. And while both are still far from resuming formal diplomatic ties, there has been domestic discussion of whether Taiwan will see its Iceland moment. Such being a reference to March of 1990, when the tiny Nordic nation of Iceland recognized an independent Lithuania in the midst of its violent breakup with the former Soviet Union. And it was notably Lithuania, the first of the 15 Soviet republics to do so, to break away from the Soviet Union. And Sergei Radchenko, a professor in history and a director of research at the School of Law and Politics at Cardiff University, who has authored several books on Red China and the Cold War, with work also appearing on the New York Times, Foreign Policy, and elsewhere, who exploited his position to publish his opinion that the Lithuania recognizing Taiwan would be akin to poking a tiger through the enclosure fence, and ultimately, in his opinion, dishonest. I will read his argument against Taiwan, simply because I'm showing both sides of the argument here. So I want to bring up the fact that this evil enemy, certainly an enemy of mine, Sergei Radchenko, is against Lithuania establishing ties with Taiwan and feels that, it's dangerous, that communist China will have their revenge. Well, here's what he wrote. So, in his words, šaurunas liekas from video. He's referencing Vytauto Didžiojo Universitetas, which is, of course, a specific university in Lithuania. He's saying, they argued that the recognition of Taiwan by Vilnius would retaliate against what he rightly describes as an increasingly assertive behavior, indeed bullying, by Red Chinese diplomats directed against those who have run afoul of Beijing's One China policy. The argument is interesting, but not entirely convincing. The problem is with the very idea of punishing Beijing for COVID-19 by extending diplomatic recognition to Taipei. You see, what people are saying is they recognize now that Communist China produced COVID-19 in a lab to fuck the rest of us over so they could overtake us, and that people should punish them by extending diplomatic recognition to Taipei. He is arguing against doing that. He says that in terms of that argument, he goes on to say, this reduces diplomatic recognition to a political favor that one can give or take away as circumstances require. Well, that's what it is, fucker. It is not as if we just suddenly discovered that the PRC, here is referring to the People's Republic of Communist China, is run by a hideously authoritarian government. Did we not hear before COVID-19 of the re-education camps in Xinjiang or Liu Xiaobao, or indeed the June 4th Tiananmen Square massacre? We knew of all these things, and we happily engaged with Beijing. Or maybe we did not know until today that Taiwan is a vibrant democracy and that it has maintained a de facto independent existence from the PRC for the last 70 years. We knew that too. Yet this knowledge did not prevent many Western countries from switching recognition from the Republic of China to the People's Republic of Communist China in the 1970s. The United States did so in 1979, effectively abandoning Taiwan. So, when Lithuania endorsed the One China policy in 1991, it was not doing something extraordinary. It was just doing what nearly everyone else had already done. Yes, this entailed a betrayal of a fellow vibrant democracy, but realpolitik, here is referring to realpolitik. Realpolitik is Machiavellian politics in which you maintain total cynicism and do only what is in your self-interest. But realpolitik rarely works without a little betrayal, if not of others, then at least of one's own alleged values, and probably both. For this reason, suddenly seeing Red China for a villain and rearranging diplomatic ties on a moral foundation seems a little out of place. In principle, whether Red China is a dictatorship or not, and whether Taiwan is a democracy or not, should not even matter. In the ideal world, diplomatic recognition should not depend on one's political proclivities. If a given territory has a defined population and defined borders, and it maintains a government for a reasonable length of time, it should be recognized. By this measure, not only should Taiwan have been recognized by the international community long ago, it should never have been derecognized in the first place. The PRC, too, should have been recognized a few years into Mao Zedong's rule, when it became clear that it was there to stay. Beijing, however, refused to establish diplomatic relations with any state that also maintained such relations with the rival regime in Taiwan, hence the One China policy. This condition should have been ignored. Eventually, faced with uniform unwillingness among Western powers to yield to unreasonable pressure, the PRC would have probably relented. But pragmatic considerations prevailed. The Communist Chinese, could not be allowed to live in angry isolation, as Richard Nixon had put it, and there were economic ties to consider. Finally, Red China was a potential ally in the global struggle against the Soviet Union. Taiwan was a small price to pay. Oh boy, that was a mistake, because Taiwan now is your source for all your technology, and your world technology would collapse without it. Anyhow, back to his column here. If we were now to revisit these decisions and recognize Taiwan, it must only be done on the principled basis and not as a punishment for Red China's behavior or for COVID-19. And why shouldn't it be? Anyhow, he goes on to say, and it should not be done by Lithuania. which in any case has little to lose from Red China's wrath, but by those Western powers that during the Cold War traded their principles for political expediency. This they won't do, of course. The balance of real political and economic interests is on the side of maintaining engagement with Beijing. There is also the grave danger of instability. Apparently, he's not aware of the American position now, which sides with Taiwan, out of necessity, because they depend on my island's technology. To finish his column off here, sharp departure from the one China policy could trigger Beijing's invasion of the island. What will our high moral ground matter then? The world shares responsibility for the one-child policy. One-China policy. China had a one-child policy. It legitimized it by acquiescing to Beijing's narrative largely for self-serving political reasons. Untangling oneself from this narrative is very difficult, potentially dangerous, and if it is merely a punishment for behavior we dislike, rather than recognition of the actual state of affairs, it is ethically questionable. How is it any less ethically questionable than Communist China unleashing a virus that killed millions of people, simply so they could get ahead in the world by fucking over everyone's economy? And they thought that that would be to their advantage in their madness. Indeed, after Taiwan announced plans to open a new representative office in Lithuania, Communist China responded by ordering Lithuania to withdraw its ambassador to Beijing, and Red China's own ambassador to Lithuania declaring support for Taiwan an open provocation. In other words, China is saying this is an act of war. Now, Lithuania's shift away from Red China, whom they need not fear any invasion from anytime soon, began with a series of small diplomatic incidents. You might ask, how did it get to this point? Why would Lithuania do this? Well, I'm going to tell you why. During a rally for Hong Kong protesters in the Lithuanian capital of Vilnius in the summer of 2019, the year before yesteryear, Beijing's ambassador to Lithuania organized communist Chinese in the country to stage a counter-demonstration. And a few months later, a communist Chinese tourist, an agent of course, removed a memorial to Hong Kong protesters at Lithuania's Hill of Crosses, which is a national symbol of resistance to Soviet rule. And the Chinese communist ambassador further angered Lithuanians in April of yesteryear, when he told local media the virus did not originate in China. And this was followed by a data leak in September from my Taiwan that revealed a communist Chinese company had been gathering information on more than 1,000 prominent Lithuanian citizens. This is why you don't want Huawei running your infrastructure, people. So the communist Chinese had a list of Lithuanian citizens that they had marked. And a center-right coalition came to power in Lithuania in October of yesteryear, promoting a values-based foreign policy under Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis, the grandson of a prominent post-Soviet independence leader. And this preceded Lithuania pulling out of Beijing's 17+1 cooperation bloc with Central and Eastern Europe, comprising 17 Eastern European nations and Red China, in the springtime, after which Lithuania began to tout closer ties with my Taiwan by sending COVID-19 vaccines, as well as agreeing to open mutual representative offices. While there has been some degree of political theater, Ivana Karaskova, the founderess of the China Observers in Central and Eastern Europe organization, testified that clear policy objectives lie behind this shift. To quote as she, "The factors behind Lithuania's changing approach to China are twofold. Not only that it wants to focus on cooperation with democracies, but Lithuania also has an economic rationale. The reasoning in Lithuania is that political and economic matters should be considered together when dealing with non-democratic regimes, because in the end, the non-democratic regimes are less predictable and business with them is more vulnerable. So this small Baltic nation of 2.8 million people, about 3 million citizens, is not alone in its growing wariness toward Red China, particularly as initiatives like the 17+1 cooperation bloc have produced far fewer results than Red China originally promised. The vast majority of the communist foreign direct investment in infrastructure has gone to the Western Balkans, where it has mostly been financed by supermassive loans, and this, according to a 2021 report by the Central and Eastern Europe Center for Asian Studies. Now, outside the region, Poland and Hungary have seen the most investment because, of course, they're run by right-wing dictatorships. Understand that the Red Chinese are supporting right-wing authoritarian dictatorships that are infamously Judeophobic. Now, Una Brzeźina Sharenkova, the directress of the Riga Stradins University China Studies Center in Latvia, where Dr. Doom comes from, if you're a Marvel Comics fan, has affirmed that while the cooperation bloc might not experience other conspicuous exits like Lithuania, many countries could opt to slowly drift away and distance themselves from summits of the communists or send lower-ranking envoys thereunto. And to quote she, Lithuania has certainly triggered a discussion across what is now the 16+1. They have started to ask themselves since the Lithuanian decision and have started drafting scenarios and strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis on what does remaining really mean for these countries. What are the benefits? Lithuania has risked relatively little due to Red China's low level of investment. The total value of all China-related projects was calculated at just 82 million euros. That would be about 97 million United States dollars, circa 2020, by the Central and Eastern Europe Center for Asian Studies that I sourced. So Lithuania is also still protected by the European Union. And Beijing's so-called wolf warrior, its toxic masculine diplomacy, as the Russians call it, masculine diplomacy, which means it's toxic, has also rubbed some in the EU the wrong way, while its treatment of Tibet, Xinjiang, and now Hong Kong has also come up repeatedly in the European Parliament. When the EU drafted its Indo-Pacific strategy earlier this year, it took into account both Red China's growing assertiveness in the region and Europe's deep trade dependency as two important security factors. China has also begun to show up in counterintelligence reports, with even NATO itself, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, taking note as a defensive coalition. In the interim, this has given some momentum to my Taiwan to expand its presence in Europe. Although it is only formally recognized by the Vatican, it has the appeal of a decent human rights record and a strategically strong technology sector. My Taiwan's absence from the World Health Assembly during the pandemic has also brought renewed attention to how my democratic island has been squeezed from almost all diplomatic space by Communist China, as I myself have been squeezed from all cyberspace, our informational space, by the cult of the kings of Edom. Now, the lady Maike Okana Heijmans, or Heijmans, a senior research fellow at the Clingendael Institute in the Netherlands, has asserted that Lithuania's louder approach to Communist China and my Taiwan may be not only about its values-based foreign policy, but also a nod to Brussels, the capital of the European Union, that it can still maintain independent domestic policies. Herself noting that some countries have also moved from a very institutional approach to a more network approach in their engagement with my Taiwan, particularly with the exchange of medical supplies and vaccines throughout COVID-19. So Lithuania and Taiwan, meanwhile, announced in July that Taipei is the capital of my nation's new office in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, would be named the somewhat provocative Taiwan Representative Office, rather than the typical euphemism of a trade or cultural office. So to quote us, the Doctores Janka Wertel, Directoress of the Asia Program at the European Council on Foreign Relations, at length and verbatim, the significance is not in the representative office bit, which is the normal wording chosen for Taiwan's de facto embassies, but whether the name features as Taipei or Taiwan, which is obviously incredibly political and charged. In other words, if you use the capital of my nation, just like the Greeks were all worried about Macedonia because they occupy southern Macedonia, and if people recognized the nation state of Macedonia, they were concerned that their Macedonia, or the Macedonia that the Greeks occupy, would secede from Greece to become part of Greater Macedonia. All of this, of course, is what people feel about Taiwan. The same kind of concern on mainland China. So they wanted to refer to my nation only by its capital. So you would have like Taipei, like it was a city, some kind of sister city relationship with your normal offices. But to call the nation as represented by any office in your nation means you're coming to grips with Red China and are standing up against them, and they hate that. So too do the cult of the kings of Edom hate it when you stand by Douglas Dietrich, because it basically means they're losing. So for Lithuania to include the reference to Taiwan, by the way, I'm returning to the quote from the Doctores Janka Wertel, the directoress of the Asia Program at European Council on Foreign Relations. She says, for Lithuania to include reference to Taiwan is a highly significant step and a clear affront to Beijing. Taiwan has been increasing its outreach to Europe for a while now, as the sentiment vis-a-vis Red China in Europe is changing, and Europe's role in the emerging conflicts with Red China in the trade and economic as well as tech space are becoming much more pronounced. Additionally, the developments in Hong Kong put the situation of Taiwan on the map differently for many European states. Now, I'm going to take us into the Armenia-Azerbaijan apocalypse because it's directly relevant. And the Armenia-Azerbaijan apocalypse that destroyed the Christian state of Eastern Armenia, well, it evidenced the danger of American diplomatic indifference to foreign conflicts. Russia took advantage while the West slept. All of this is directly relevant to Taiwan. I will bring it back to that point. A little check, of course, into the live stream to see how many hours I have to do that. And we have 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. We got 4 hours left, but that's still not enough. I'll do my best. In the interim, that's just, well, let me try and get back into the zone. I don't know, actually, if our man Jameson returned. He said, be right back, and he never came back. Hopefully he's all right. Let me take you back in time to last year. Yesteryear, in 2020, a war in the Caucasus Mountains region, where the very word Caucasian comes from, where, well, south of that, into Iran, simply the Greek word for Aryan, that is where the historical biblical Garden of Eden was located. And invisible to most Americans in that part of the world, the war in the Caucasus between Armenia, which is Christian, and Azerbaijan, which is secular Muslim, killed some 6,000 people, critically injured tens of thousands, and displaced millions. Now, from September to November, an intensive series of battles, armed engagements between the invading secular Muslim Azerbaijani forces and Christian Armenia in the mountains of the long-disputed heartland of Christendom, the region of Nagorno-Karabakh, pulled in fighter jets from Turkey and missile defense systems from Russia. And the fighting also veered dangerously close to a critical new oil pipeline between Russia and all of Europe itself. When this little war was over, several thousand Russian troops were maintaining a complicated truce, and governments around the world started learning difficult lessons. Now, it's news to most Americans, but for the past 100 years, Armenia and Azerbaijan have been engaged in a conflict over a region that is situated at a critical crossroads, both in terms of geography and of geopolitics. The problem is that this conflict has been internationalized since its start. In fact, it was arguably international intervention in the Caucasus that helped create it, and America's wishing it were otherwise only heightens the risk that the conflict will grow. The superpowers are needed to provide diplomatic pressure on both sides to tamp down the violence. But by failing to offer realistic alternatives, the United States and the European Union have left yet another region to the merciless abuses of a predatory superpower. Azerbaijan sits at a crossroads of geographies and ideologies on top of a resource-rich area long-eyed for its petrochemical reserves. A secular Shia Muslim majority state, it is physically positioned as a wedge between Russia and Iran. Indeed, it's half occupied by Iran. These are two sometimes allies, Russia and Iran, that is, who are, well, they present serious challenges to American leadership in that region and the world. It is also, Azerbaijan, a secular Muslim adversary to Orthodox Christian Armenia, a close Russian ally, whom the Russians, in their cowardice and chicken shit, shall we say, mode that they find themselves in now, abandoned, and then came back to occupy, devouring their so-called allies as they did in World War II. Now, do maintain Jameson Reese in thought and prayer. He's suffering from a mild fever. He's going to be lying down while listening. Understand that Azerbaijan has served as a beachhead of sorts for American influence in region. U.S. troops frequently train in that country, and it was one of the first countries to allow coalition forces to fly through its airspace as part of the war on terrorism. Western corporations, most notably BP, or British Petroleum, these are the same people who, by the way, brought you the apocalypse in the Gulf of Mexico, where, of course, their oil just wouldn't stop leaking, and they pretty much, as South Park put it, raised Cthulhu. Well, they're deeply invested in Azerbaijan's petroleum and booming natural gas industries, and oil and gas pipelines extend out from Azerbaijan's natural gas and oil fields all the way across the world. Well, into Europe at least, across their world. But it's more complicated than even that. Azerbaijan has ethnic ties to nearby Turkey, which, alongside Russia and Iran, is also committed to presenting itself as the dominant power in region. The AMERO, or U.S.-Azerbaijani alliance, seemed somewhat less quixotic when Turkey and the United States enjoyed better relations. But now, alongside fraying AMERO-Turkey ties, Azerbaijan's own their authoritarian, totalitarian state has weakened the status of the country in American eyes. And at the same time, Christian Armenia has a sizable and mobilized diaspora community in these United States. Its powerful lobby succeeded in getting legislation passed in the early 1990s that blocked American aid to Azerbaijan. On the other hand, in 2010, the United States was infuriated by Armenian arms shipments to Iran, all of which Azerbaijan's role as a key, if weakening, U.S. ally in a strategically important location, and the ways the surrounding countries are using this conflict to try to limit others makes the conflict a crucial one for these United States, even if its name recognition is quite low. And as well, international forces have long played a major role in region. In a 125-year period, a century and a quarter thereof, the Azerbaijani capital of Baku was controlled by Persia, Russia, and briefly Great Britain, and of course was the objective of Adolf Hitler before it came under Soviet control in the 1920s. After the fall of Tsarist Russia, which controlled Nagorno-Karabakh, the region was claimed by the short-lived Republic of Armenia and the Democratic Republic of Azerbaijan because both countries considered the area part of their traditional borders. In that chaotic period, conflict erupted around Nagorno-Karabakh, including reciprocal attempts at ethnic cleansing in both territories. But the Soviet Union quashed the violence and made Nagorno-Karabakh an autonomous administrative unit within the broader boundaries of Soviet Azerbaijan, because its ethnic composition was completely Armenian. But as the Soviet hold over its constituent parts weakened in the 1980s, Nagorno-Karabakh voted to be absorbed as part of Armenia because, of course, its ethnicity was Armenian. And that paved the way for the war to break out between Christian Armenia and Islamo-extremist Azerbaijan after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They're actually Islamo-secular, but they're becoming increasingly radicalized by Israel. Yes, Israel. I'll go on about that. Now, although a 1994 ceasefire quieted the conflict for 12 decades, for 20 years, tensions rose sporadically, and in the closing months of yesteryear, violence reignited. From July to September, each side, Armenia reinforced by Russia and Azerbaijan by Turkey, engaged in reciprocal military exercises to flex their muscles. That was followed by shelling, killing civilians and military personnel on both sides. Now, in the vacuum, the absence of American engagement and all of that power vacuum left by the Americans withdrawing emboldened regional interested parties like expansionist Turkey to add fuel to the fire rather than seek stability. And while Armenia signaled in the closing months of yesteryear that they were willing to enter negotiations with multilateral mediation, a newly emboldened and radicalized Azerbaijan, backed up by militant Turkish support, increased profits from its natural resources and military technology that was proven to have been supplied by Israel, asserted that it maintained the upper hand and would continue the conflict. Now, Israel's economic ties to Azerbaijan, which supplies about 1/3 of Israel's total oil consumption, have long complicated relations with Christian Armenia, which recalled its ambassador from Israel on the first day in October of yesteryear after inaugurating its embassy in Tel Aviv only a month before. That development owes itself to Armenia's historically strained relationship with Israel over Israel's refusal to recognize the Armenian genocide as exacerbated by the Israeli relationship with Azerbaijan. Ironically, said maneuver came as when people are asking about the maneuver I'm referencing, that was, of course, what I'm talking about is Armenia recalling its ambassador from Israel on the first day in October of yesteryear after, as I said, inaugurating its embassy in Tel Aviv, Yafo, because Jerusalem is not recognized as the capital of Israel, because Israel is not recognized as a nation state any more than Taiwan is by most nations on earth. It's recognized as an occupational power over Palestine, which is why they put their embassies, actually consulates in effect, in the financial capital of Israel, Tel Aviv-Yafo, as opposed to Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, which is perceived to be an Israeli-occupied Arab city, so that people know. And when it comes to Armenia, it finally opened an embassy in Tel Aviv, but a month before withdrawing their ambassador. That maneuver came but just months after Armenia's president, Armen Sarkisian, made a landmark visit to Israel in which he spraketh about the bonds between the nations born of their shared experience of genocide, referring to the killing of millions of Armenians by Turkish soldiers during World War I. The Armenian Holocaust was the Holocaust of World War I. He referenced that in a January 24th speech in Holon in Israel, that's when President Sarkisian said that Israel and Armenia, well, to quote his T, share common history through painful and sad times with the extinction of millions in the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide. Now, Israel for decades has declined to recognize the extermination pogroms of Turkey against the Armenians as genocide for fear it would anger Turkey, a major trading partner. In 2015, on the 100th anniversary, commemorating, or rather memorializing, the genocidal event, Israeli President Reuven Rivlin described it merely as mass killings. Mass killings. Now, small conflicts can become big problems, and failure to treat them with professional diplomacy can make it appear that the only solution is a heavy-handed military one. In order to engage, the United States needs a nuanced and knowledgeable foreign policy, such as only I could provide them. Small conflicts can become big wars. And, as I said, the failure to treat them professionally, well, look at what happened in Armenia. You probably don't remember, but I'll tell you. Here we have it during the Trump administration, and a misadministration under intense pressure, weeks before a hotly contested election, and with a foreign policy directive to put America first. Perhaps the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict was unlikely to earn a first-tier spot on the White House's diplomatic radar. But Washington's failure to consider the escalating strife turned into an attention-grabbing problem, not just for the winner of the presidential elections, but for the decades yet to come. That's where we have to turn to stark military analysis, which I can provide as the renegade military historian to you, the information consumer, in a manner you can actually understand. Israel's Gaza and Turkey-Azerbaijan's Nagorno-Karabakh were both glimpses of the future of conflict. Some technological claims panned out in recent wars, but others flopped. Aftermath, the Armenian apocalypse of yesteryear, in which eastern Armenia was literally wiped off the map, Israel and Hamas engaged this May in a widely scrutinized and intensive 20-day campaign. Hamas launched thousands of missiles into Israel, subjecting the Iron Dome missile defense architecture to a severe stress test, while Israel used precision airstrikes guided by, so the IDF, or the Israel Defense Forces, say, significant advances in data science, imagery, and geographical intelligence, and technical collection that could only be assembled by what they proclaim is an artificial intelligence. Their own Dietrich Artilect, albeit there seems to be no personality involved, which means it's not really artificially intelligent, or it would be self-aware. The gender-neutral pronoun should be applied here. Even I say it, and I should not. Now, both of these immediately recent, short, sharp conflicts offer some provisional lessons about the future of combat, particularly in the deployment of air power. F-16 fighters on loan to Azerbaijan from Turkey, exploiting the fact that Armenia had only 4 modern radar-equipped Sukhoi 30 Russian fighter jets, whose crews still hadn't finished training, officially at least, whilst a new Islamodrone fleet swarmed against a Christian Armenian military more constrained by gravity, and Israel's own Christophobic boast to have used artificial intelligence to drive their targeting for the Muslims to exterminate Christians. Now, Christian Armenia's reliance on Russian ballistic missiles, rocket launchers, defense systems, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms is probably top of mind at NATO headquarters because of what it implies for Russian use in a conflict with Europe. And the Russian technology was, for all intents and purposes, completely and utterly useless. It was meaningless. It belongs on the trash heap. Notably, although both sides invested heavily in information operations, and there were some indications of cyber warfare, the war was as old-fashioned as war gets these days. There is little public evidence, as of yet, that I've been able to locate from any open source that cyber attacks or information operations made any significant difference, and any difference at all in determining the outcome. Because both sides, well, fuck, the Armenians are operating on Soviet technology. You're talking about computers that cannot be hacked because they're vacuum tube. As for the Hamas, it's a guerrilla group, for God's sakes. You're talking about people who are operating without high technology, so there is nothing to hack there either. These are hack-proof militaries. Otherwise, however, the drone's eye view over Nagorno-Karabakh defined much of that 6-week war in the mountainous enclave within Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's drones owned the battlefield in Nagorno-Karabakh. And it be these cheap drones from China, Turkey, and Israel that are fueling conflicts like Armenia and Azerbaijan's. They're upping the casualties in regional clashes that until now have been limited by smaller countries' inability to wage effective air campaigns. Armenia and Azerbaijan have been in a state of conflict for several decades over the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region, but a deluge of grisly video released by the combatants throughout the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war proved it was now being fought in a newer, high-technology and highly lethal fashion. One particularly startling video records Christian Armenian soldiers desperately firing into the sky as an ominous buzzing sound increases in pitch like a German World War II Stuka dive bomber. And seconds later, a drone plunges itself into the roof of a school bus full of screaming children, its 150-pound warhead consuming the vehicle in a ball of fire and killing over 100 children in a single suicide strike. It's just one example of how the Muslims were exterminating Christians via the armed drones, or UCAVs, unarmed, or rather unmanned combat aerial vehicles. They most certainly were armed. And these UCAVs, in military speak, are upping the casualties, meaning they can kill children now remotely. In the long simmering regional racial conflicts that until now have been low-level extermination campaigns of ethnic cleansing, limited in large part by smaller countries' inability to make precision strikes on forces at or beyond the front line. Now they can go all the way back to where your children are going to school and wipe them out so that they don't have future generations of soldiers or nurses or anyone coming or emerging therefrom. When modern drone strikes made their confirmed debut with the Predator just a few weeks after the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, they were wielded by powerful empires like these United States against insurgents and terrorists such as the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. But that's changing as drone technology proliferates among smaller countries in conflict hotspots from Libya to the Caucasus Mountains. Unfortunately, as fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh has proven, using drones to make it easier to wage air wars is likely to lead to more such wars. That this didn't happen sooner may be in part because the United States tightly restricted the export of its super expensive Predator and Reaper UCAVs, or unmanned combat aerial vehicles, to close allies. But Red China, racist Israel, and expansionist Turkey developed their own UCAVs, their own UCAVs, which they widely exported. And in the latter two cases, such as Israel and Turkey, deployed extensively. Throughout yesteryear alone, drones from these three synaxial countries, now in alignment, China, Turkey, and Israel alone, were all of their exported UAVs, they call them WAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, were deployed in 3 wars, pitting state actors against each other, not state actors against insurgencies. Nations against nations in head-on collision, often with decisive impact, to the point where the Armenians were the first nation to surrender since Pakistan surrendered to India in the 1970s. The United Arab Emirates deployed Chinese-built Wing-Lung drones yesteryear to support the Libyan National Army faction inside Libya. They did that the year before yesteryear as well, in 2019, where they gained infamy for deadly strikes using laser-guided Blue Arrow missiles. When Turkey intervened in behalf of the opposing side, it deployed a fleet of domestically built Bayraktar TB2 drones, which eventually overwhelmed and destroyed most of the Libyan National Army's Russian-built aero defense systems, forcing that army to end its siege of Tripoli and withdraw from a key airbase in May of yesteryear. Or was it May this year? I'm really having a hard time keeping up. Now, the Turkish drones also swooped down yesteryear on Bashar al-Assad's forces in Syria's Idlib province, destroying over 100 armored vehicles, bringing Assad's initially successful mechanized assault on the rebel stronghold reeling to a halt. And at some point, Turkey transferred Bayraktar drones to Azerbaijan, which has been locked for over 3 decades in a conflict with Christian Armenia over the ethno-religious Christian enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh region. Now, late last year, Azerbaijan launched a broad ground and air offensive, deploying those drones to destroy at least a dozen Armenian air defense systems in the early hours of the conflict. Azerbaijan thereafter released videos of the drones destroying dozens of Armenian tanks and artillery systems, as well as resupply and reinforcement convoys, entire mechanized columns wiped off the ground. But that's not the only armed drone at Azerbaijan's disposal. The Bayraktar supplements the Israeli-built Halrap, the Hebrew word for harpy, drone, responsible for the bus attack. That is, of course, an Israeli drone that killed all those children. A so-called loitering munition. Loitering munition, meaning it can hover in place, that combines the remote control and long endurance attributes of a drone with the deadly strike capabilities of a guided missile. This is a landmine in the air that floats until it dives and destroys. These advanced capabilities are highly lethal, to the point where they're wiping out school buses full of children, but they come at a relatively low cost for the governments involved. A jet fighter costs tens of millions of dollars to procure, and tens of thousands of dollars per flight hour to operate and maintain. And most importantly, it has a highly trained, non-expendable pilot on board. Risking the loss of a manned jet and its pilot is often seen as unacceptable materially and politically in anything short of an all-out, high-intensity conflict. It is total war. New combat drones from China and Turkey, by contrast, cost in the low millions of dollars, are significantly cheaper to fly per hour, and, without any pilots aboard, are much more expendable. To be sure, such drones are far from indestructible. In each of the war zones I have mentioned, significant numbers have been shot down by short-range aero defenses, but that just highlights how drones can be used more aggressively, since a lost drone doesn't put the operator's life at risk. You're playing a fucking video game. You're playing canasta with a remote. And because UCAVs, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, have less carrying capacity than manned jets, they use small but precise missiles rather than crude, unguided bombs and rockets. That teaches new adopters of armed drones, like Azerbaijan, precision strike warfare methods, formerly exclusive to wealthier militaries. Furthermore, drones can prove deadly simply by acting as spotters to identify targets to strike with artillery fire. And even wealthy countries, let alone states like Armenia, are struggling to field effective defenses against swarms of small, expendable drones, giving attackers an overwhelming advantage for the time being. In short, drones are giving smaller countries affordable ways to project force with greater lethality at lower risk. And that is likely to tempt many countries to resort to force more often if the American empire's rampant use of drones to assassinate high-value targets is anything to go by, as Trump deployed them to eradicate the highest value general of Iran. And there are other places beyond Nagorno-Karabakh where long-standing frozen conflicts are now being reawakened as one side, the other, or both obtain what they perceive as game-changing drone capabilities. Countries with outstanding border conflicts like India, Pakistan, Serbia, and Ukraine, the borderland of Russia, are all purchasing attack drones. The situation will only be worsened because of the late Trump administration's push to deregulate armed drone sales in a bid to allow American manufacturers to compete in an export market dominated by the Russocentric synaxial states of totalitarian China, racist Israel, and extremo-expansionist Turkey. Instead, Washington should sell potentially destabilizing offensive weapons only to trustworthy allies such as the Shadow Axis that defeated America, the Shadow Axis of the Empire of Japan, and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, that can be counted upon to use them only in ways that advance the cause of civilization itself, as they always historically have, which in turn advantages United States interests whilst maintaining the very values Americans can only claim to aspire to. Yes, that means that many clients will continue to buy armed drones from other countries, and that drone proliferation will likely continue to increase the risks of military aggression between less wealthy nation states, but we don't need to worsen the problem by making the American empires more capable unmanned killing machines more widely available, allowing pursuit of arms sales to contradict our broader national interest of a more stable and peaceful world. Now, this month of November marks the first anniversary of the ceasefire in the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, the second between those two countries over the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh in the southern Caucasus. The first war ended in 1994, also with a ceasefire. Then the two sides agreed that the United States, France, and Russia would co-chair a negotiating process for a lasting solution. In 2012, Moscow and Washington had agreed that the peacekeeping force would not include the two superpowers. The warring sides also agreed to this. Allowing Russian troops in Nagorno-Karabakh would have been a red line for Azerbaijan in particular, because the word was out that once Russian peacekeepers arrive, they never leave. Doubtless, the nation-state of Georgia on the Black Sea and Moldova, the borderland between Romania and the Ukraine, where Russian peacekeepers have become occupiers, would all agree. Of course, Moldova is a much more special case now because Moldova is buffered from Russia itself by the Ukraine. But what Moldova has is a breakaway state within itself, the Transnistria, which is it is the former Soviet Union in exile, just so you know, just as the Republic of China of the nationalists, the so-called blue Chinese, in disambiguation from the red Chinese, retreated to my native Taiwan. The former Soviet Union still exists, except it's in exile in the Transnistria, a breakaway state from Moldova. And yet, yesteryear's ceasefire was mediated only by revanchist, revisionist Russia, and the resulting peacekeeping forces includes only Russian troops. How did this complete marginalization of Washington and Paris come about? Well, one reason is the Kremlin's abiding desire to reassert Russian hegemony over what it sees as its historic lands and to minimize Western involvement in region. But there be another reason, the reluctance of the White House and the Alias to be engaged in the mediation process. Prior to the eruption of the most recent conflict, diplomats from the United States and France had tried for years to involve their own leaders in getting the presidents of the two conflicting sides to make peace, yet successive American and French administrations have declined to do so. Both President Barack Obama and President Donald Trump were unwilling to commit to the kind of back and forth and head-knocking cajoling needed to reach agreement. They each apparently believed that the American president should participate only in a final signing ceremony. The third of the three original co-chairs, however, was willing to jump into negotiations. Over the past decade, Vladimir Putin has hosted the presidents of Azerbaijan and Armenia virtually every year. So when war broke out in 2020, Putin alone was willing to throw his weight behind getting the fighting to stop. Now, Turkey notably also provided game-changing high-technology weapons to Azerbaijan throughout the war and now has officers in an observation post. Paris and Washington, having essentially subcontracted the resolution of the conflict to Moscow, could express only relief at the end of the fighting and the resulting Russian peacekeeping force, even as Vladimir Putin had elbowed them out of the process. The revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is now in the driver's seat as never before. It has troops on the ground in all three Caucasus countries, two with the consent of the host, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and one without, effectively occupying Georgia. Moscow is also pushing a new multilateral mechanism for the region called the 3+3, which would include the Caucasus states plus three illiberal and former imperial powers, Russia, Turkey, and Iran. And Turkey is the next Iran. Under Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Turkey, once modern and moderate, is destabilizing the entire region and poses a threat to Europe itself as well as these United States. Bernard Lewis, the most influentially evil Middle East machinator of Jewish ethnicity to haunt humanity in the past few generations, aside from Henry Kissinger, said after Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan rose to power that Iran could turn into Turkey and Turkey might morph into Iran. Bernard Lewis meant that after the mulacracy, the mulacratic regime, was ousted, Iran might fulfill the hope for moderation and contribution that were once hung on Turkey, whereas Recep Erdogan would drive the modern and moderate Turkey he inherited into destructive radicalism in the style of the Islamic Revolution. For now, the threat from Ankara is materializing, but not the hopes for Tehran, so we have the worst of both worlds. In addition to the disaster he has brought down on his own country, Erdogan's megalomaniacal policies have outraged all his neighbors in the Fertile Crescent, the Arabia Peninsula, and the Mediterranean Basin. The damage he is causing is being discovered in Europe itself. His policy is hurting American and also Israeli interests. Not that they even care in their own megalomania and self-absorption. But, well, let me catch my breath there. Hamas, Qatar, Azerbaijan, and the government of Fayez al-Sarraj in Tripoli are his only allies. In Europe itself, he poses a multifaceted threat. The NATO alliance was established and destroyed by democratic nations to address the Soviet and now the Russian danger. Turkey was a little unusual, but gradually developed democratic characteristics, and NATO could depend on its large military to serve its needs, because the Turkish military was both vast and fierce. Recently, we're seeing a stark contrast between the democratic characteristics of NATO members and Turkey's regime of oppression. Erdogan's close ties with revanchist, revisionist Russia and acquisition of an aero defense system that poses a threat to NATO aircraft testify to his intentions. Erdogan's steps to eradicate government functionaries and weaken Turkey's own armed forces to maintain his power over them erode its value as a military asset. His policy is ruining Turkey's credibility. It is now a Trojan horse within NATO itself. It is the only nation that has ever gone to war with a fellow NATO member, Greece. And Erdogan is doing the world a favor by emasculating his military to maintain control thereof. Nevertheless, it's still enough of a threat to overwhelm a smaller independent country within NATO, such as Greece, or any nations around it in the Balkans, or any beneath it in the Mediterranean. Erdogan isn't even trying to hide the threat to European society and politics in two sensitive areas: enclaves of Turks and refugees. He is blatantly encouraging a process of radicalization among the million Turks who have emigrated to Europe since the 1970s, mainly to the fatherland of United Germany. And that radicalization demands that they remain loyal to Turkey and their Islamic culture at the expense of their citizenship and process of integrating into their new home countries. In the fall of 2015, Erdogan encouraged a wave of about 1 million refugees to Europe, mostly from Syria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Given the Europeans' helplessness in addressing the matter, he struck a protection deal with the Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel. He would stop the influx of refugees for €1 billion. Since then, he has been waiving his ability to reopen the dam, the floodgates thereof, as a way of extorting benefits and money from the frightened Europeans, who are so emasculated now that they run with their tails beneath their legs, between their legs, well, their heads actually between their legs, sucking their own dick, while they grab at the treasure chest to hand him more baubles, in exchange for not releasing the zombie horde of refugees you see in World War Z. Now the danger, this same dictator, Erdogan, who poses as the ruler of Asia Minor, the peninsula on which the Republic of Turkey now occupies, the land. The danger he poses to American interests is clear, and it's hard for me to understand why President Donald John Trump even accepted his outrageous behavior. The damage he has done to NATO hurts the United States as well. Weakening European society through radicalized Muslim citizens and a flood of refugees also hurts Europe's ability to stand up to motherless Russia and bolsters their already strong tendency for pacification. Erdogan's battle against the Kurds, the same people persecuted by Saddam Hussein, hurts the United States' trusted allies in Syria and Iraq, and sends a message to local forces that the Americans can never be depended upon. We also need to add the threats the Muslim Brotherhood, with Erdogan's encouragement, poses to pro-American governments in Egypt, the House of Saud, the Persian Gulf, and Jordan, and his hostile policy toward Israel. Nor does the United States want Turkish hegemony in the Mediterranean Sea. The only American punishment, a refusal to sell him F-35 aircraft because he bought a missile system from the Russians, is no deterrent. The Americans consider that F-35 to be their Belt and Road Initiative, their counterpart to Communist China's infrastructure investment, if you can believe that, because no one can fly an F-35 without American parts or American maintenance. Now, Israel itself has a long list of problems with the Judeophobic megalomaniac from Ankara, the capital of Turkey. He supports Hamas. He tried to, but the maritime weapons blockage on the Gaza Strip prevented him from shipping in weapons that would have proved decisive against Israel. And he allows top terrorist Hassan al-Aruri to operate in his country under a Turkish passport. He threatens Turkey's most important Arab allies, wages a pan-Islamic war against Israel in Jerusalem itself, and sends his agents to fight it. In the Mediterranean, he threatens Israel's economic assets as well as its allies. Erdogan himself is hated and isolated. Turkey itself is vulnerable, mostly in the economic sector. About a month ago, Moody's, the great economic indicator, lowered Turkey's credit rating to B2, the lowest in 30 years it has been measured, and 5 steps below the rank it needs to attract any investment. Aside from his nationalist incitement and oppressive measures, Erdogan is holding on because the economic situation remains tolerable. This is where he can be reined in. But for that to happen, we need Americans to take the lead. Trump never suggested it, and Joe Biden almost certainly wants nothing to do with it. Thus, Azerbaijan is willing to participate in the new Russocentric Eurasian mechanism, designed primarily to establish new north-south trade routes through the region. Ossetian Military Highway. And Georgia, occupied by Russia, the nation, not the American state, with 20% of its land under Russian military occupation, and Armenia, with its border disputes with Azerbaijan, have not said they would take part, although both have expressed an openness to consider new economic initiatives for the region. Trade has long been blocked in the region by embargoes because of the conflicts in Nagorno-Karabakh and Georgia. Why should the West care? First, there are the hard power realities. Azerbaijan and the nation of Georgia have been strong proponents for a southern corridor for Caspian Basin energy, avoiding the other main exits for Central Asia and, Central Asian oil and gas through Russia and Iran. Offering those countries more opportunities to access Western trade and investment would weaken Moscow's and Tehran's economic power, and consequently their ability to fund terrorism abroad. Security assurances are also needed to deter the Russian military. In the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron's, my mother's murder, 2011, then President Dmitry Medvedev admitted that the Russian Empire had invaded Georgia in 2008 to prevent it and other former Soviet states from ever joining NATO. Those aren't the only reasons. Though the three Caucasus countries, all former members of the Soviet Union, are fully fledged states, they are not fully out of Moscow's orbit, subject still to Russia's deployment of threats and embargoes to limit their sovereignty. The US and the European Union support the trio's desire for independence. Two of them, Armenia and Georgia, have Western orientations, having concluded free trade agreements with the European Union. And Georgia also wants to join both the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, both EU and NATO. Moscow's efforts could shift the Caucasus from an east-west axis to a north-south one. And once new trade routes are established, Russia will have the kind of leverage over the Caucasus it has consistently shown it is willing to exploit in the Ukraine, Belarus, or White Russia, Moldova, or Greater Romania's frontier, and elsewhere. Time and again, the Kremlin has exploited its straddling position on pipelines and land routes to punish countries who dare to reorient to the West. Yet besides the dim prospects of NATO and EU membership, the West has not offered much of any alternative to the 3+3. The three victim states in the Caucasus and the three predatory powers around them, Russia, Iran, and Turkey. One sub-regional grouping that links countries on the Baltic, the Adriatic, and the Black Seas, called the Three Seas Initiative, initiated by Poland, includes only Eastern, European Union members. Ukraine and Georgia, both aspirants to join both the European Union and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, are left outside of these geopolitical gated communities and are thus easy pickings for the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. NATO, which has 3 members with Black Sea coastlines, has begun to devote greater attention to Black Sea security. It needs to do much more, although it has substantially improved Baltic security within the Baltic Sea, Europe's other Mediterranean. by devoting defensive assets to the region, there is a significant security gap around the Black Sea region. Russia regularly threatens NATO maritime and air rights with near impunity and illegally claims international waters or internationally recognized Ukrainian waters as Russian. Still, these are limited and narrow groupings and present little in the way of economic, cultural, or political support by failing to offer realistic alternatives to Russocentric economic and security mechanisms. The West has left yet another region to the abusive exploitation of a predatory power and helped create yet another zone of instability. The West must step up its diplomatic game before the region slips further beneath the waves of Russia's illiberal hegemony. Now, Armenia has to contend with the failed experiment of Eurocentrism. To quote Geragin Neda from the selected works of Geragin Neda, "We are still interested in external things. The Armenophile expressions of a famous European, a pro-Armenian resolution of a Pacific Congress, a sensitive speech of a parliamentarian, which have no real significance for the self-defense or salvation of peoples. Thus, during the decades, no one felt that he was becoming a collaborator in the Armenian tragedy, diverting the people's attention from the only weapon of their salvation, self-defense." See, Eurocentrism emasculated the Armenian national psyche. It is important to understand what Eurocentrism is, how it can affect one's perception of the world, and how that affects the Armenian nation's approach to addressing its goals, both the diaspora and the government. According to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, being Eurocentric means to have a tendency to interpret the world in terms of European or Anglo-American values and experiences. The interpretation of European or Anglo-American values and experiences is subjective, depending on how you perceive the legacy and contemporary functioning of Europe and America. With that said, it could be argued that Armenians should adopt a certain level of politically motivated Eurocentrism, considering that Europe and the United States are the dominating forces in the global politics of the West. Some Armenians consider themselves as white or of European stock, thus reconciling their idea of Euro-American democracy with the Armenian struggle for indigenous rights, or distancing themselves from the indigenous character of the Armenian identity itself. The Soviet Union also operated on a policy of abolishing so-called centuries-old cultural backwardness of ethnic groups and replacing indigenous practices with a Soviet or collective culture that focused on technological and industrial advancement. The Soviet Union's negative perception of indigenous expressions and practices also influenced the way Armenia perceives itself today, geared to seek attention from and imitate the developed Western world. As a result of that way of thinking and various anthropological myths, this is where I believe Euro-aspiring identities and Euro-American Armenian identity frameworks became tricky, contradictory, and could even have been counterproductive to the Armenian national cause. Now, America's economic success and its government establishment was built on the forced enslavement and economic exploitation of the African population for roughly 250 years, while simultaneously committing genocide against the Native American population in the name of manifest destiny. Even today, both groups continue to experience modified forms of the same systemic oppression. From a contemporary foreign policy perspective, the United States and Europe being more or less beholden to U.S. foreign policy, they are industrial satellite state nations of America across the Atlantic, the way Eastern Europe was satellite states, nations in the geosynchronous orbit of the former Soviet Union. All Either side of the Atlantic remain inactive in confronting human rights tragedies as long as their satellite allies such as Turkey and Israel continue to operate within the framework of U.S. foreign policy. So, if the Armenians, whom I care about because something I've never said before, my surrogate son's genetics in part trace back to Armenia. If the Armenians are co-opting Eurocentrism, which also extends to the Armenian American identity framework, which unfortunately is most visible in the Kardashians, who, if you didn't know it, are Armenian, as part of their Armenian identities, then they need to reflect on the legacies of America, Europe, and the neo-colonial consequences of those legacies, which have oriented Western foreign policy against all the Christian efforts of the Armenian cause, one of the first nations on earth to convert to Christianity. All of this brings us to confront genocide and the myth of the Western savior. The Armenian genocide prompted a Eurocentric reorientation of the Armenian nation, attempting to dissociate itself from the Sea of Islam in which Armenian Christianity found itself. Evident today, the Armenian people's reference to the phrase, Armenia is the first Christian nation, is expected to invoke a reaction of sympathy and support typically expected from Western governments, so-called Christian compatriots, and Christian rights groups, due to Armenians' diasporan lobbying efforts. 18 European countries have recognized the Armenian genocide. Promoting Armenian genocide awareness can create a generation of leaders that will fight for its justice and future prevention. Although awareness and recognition will continue to grow, it is a pursuit that the diaspora has contributed a great amount of time, money, and energy to achieve. Yet Armenia received zero military support during the recent Artsakh War over Nagorno-Karabakh from any country that has recognized the Armenian genocide, meaning the recognition was meaningless. So we can all agree that the Armenian people are victims of historical and postmodern injustice, but how they choose to carry themselves is their choice. As such, it is time for them to stop shouting into the ears of Western governments to remind them of former President Woodrow Wilson's idea of an Armenian state. Who was Woodrow Wilson? The greatest criminal in all human history to take it upon himself to draw the borders of the Armenian homeland anyway. No foreign power should have the right to dictate the homeland of the Armenian nation for their own regional ambitions. Regardless, Wilson's mandate for Armenia was never realized. More recently, we all witnessed the French Senate's recognition of Artsakh's independence on the 25th of November, after Armenia's Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan signed an agreement to end the war with Azerbaijan on November 9th. The French recognition of Artsakh occurred only because they knew Artsakh was barely functioning as an entity. French politicians wanted to maintain favorable ties with their Armenian constituents, believing that the diaspora would react positively without questioning the timing of recognition. Thus, weaponizing victimization will not garner the necessary aid and support from external forces during Armenia's times of need. The fruits of foreign appeasement typically yield pro-Armenian resolutions and humanitarian aid, usually only after the atrocities have occurred. It is the Armenian genocide of World War I and the most recent Artsakh War that wiped East Armenia off the map. Lobbying efforts can also leverage instances of political confrontation between these United States and Turkey, but that is only because the United States wants to reel Turkey firmly back into its NATO grasp. The point is not to conclude that anti-Turkish policy is somehow born from pro-Armenian sentiment, or to assert democracy. If Armenians put all their expectations and hopes for the Armenian cause on the Western racehorse, that is a notion that has disastrous consequences for Armenia's security. Genocide recognition does not translate to security, and Eurocentrism is not a form of ideological currency that will buy Armenia the support it needs. So we must realign Armenian foreign policy with geopolitical reality. For Armenia, maintaining friendly political ties and a strategic trade relationship with Europe is necessary, but anything more than pragmatic behavior towards Europe creates unnecessary energy expenditure. Armenia's diplomatic focus should be oriented towards further developing their economic and defense partnership with Asian India, leveraging India's conflict with Pakistan over the Kashmir region, a state that does not recognize Armenia's sovereignty and supports Azerbaijan in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. India and Armenia's own growing IT or information technology sectors also pose a valuable opportunity for mutual enhancement. In addition, Armenia should be more proactive, with healthy skepticism, in securing Commu-Chinese investment, considering Red China's past and current investment interests in Armenia's infrastructure, to buy it away from Russia into China's grasp. With Armenia currently being situated on a fault line between the West, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization of NATO, and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, Red China will have to be engaged more strategically in ways that will not threaten the current regional power dynamics. Nonetheless, Communist China and Asian India's rapidly growing market economies are turning them into global economic contenders, a reality that Armenia should perhaps appeal to. And furthermore, Armenia should leverage the synchronized foreign policies of Iran and Russia by significantly building its Russian-endorsed WEU, or EEU, Eurasian Economic Union, which is the pitiful counter to the European Union itself, fostered by motherless Russia, and a trade relationship with Iran. Armenia is the only EEU member state to border Iran and can serve as a junction to the Russian-dominated trade bloc. Armenia should also be looking to further develop its defense ties with Iran by taking advantage of Iran's recent frustrations with Turkey and Azerbaijan's pan-Turkic rhetoric, citing President Erdogan's poetic call for Azerbaijani unification with their compatriots in northwestern Iran, implying annexation and thereby the violation of Iran's territorial integrity. Relationships with the House of Saud and the United Arab Emirates, both of which are irritated by Turkish foreign policy, also have the potential to grow into more fruitful economic partnerships if engaged strategically. In November, Saudi Arabia imposed a ban on the imports of various Turkish goods. So, if strategically played, there are multiple Eastern-oriented foreign policy avenues that Armenia has available, taking advantage of Turkey's growing regional political isolation as a way to level the playing field against the US, Israel, Turkey military triumvirate that brought Artsakh to its knees and wiped Nagorno-Karabakh, the last Christian stronghold outside Armenia itself in the Caucasus Mountains, from where the white race itself emerged, off the map. Pashinyan's mistake of immediately attending a NATO summit in Brussels in July of 2018 and a month later having Armenia participate in NATO military exercises in Georgia proved unrealistic in its attempt to augment Armenia's security relations, especially knowing that NATO is the sworn rival of Armenia's inarguable ally, motherless Russia. Regardless, we saw how NATO was a force complicit in the region's destabilization, a Trojan horse of American and European capitalist interests operating on the basis of promoting democratic values. It is more beneficial for NATO to appease Azerbaijan in its grab for Artsakh because it decreases the security and economic risk of the established Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline and future oil pipelines such as the Trans-Caspian gas pipeline in the region that serve as an energy source for Western markets. Expanding the Amero-European Union or the NATO energy partnership by decreasing their reliance on Middle Eastern oil in Southwest Asia. And with the issue of Nagorno-Karabakh supposedly resolved, it is easier for NATO to secure Amero-European Union domination of energy and resource opportunities in region for Western corporations, i.e. the Anglo-Asian Mining Company, further excluding the Russian Empire and Iran from a piece of the energy and resource pie. Now, Turkey is proving to be somewhat of a NATO wild card in its recent purchase of Russian S-400 defense systems, warranting the recent American sanctions. But Turkey's pursuit of a more independent foreign policy could land them back firmly into NATO's grasp due to their suffering economy if the sanctions prove too much for them. NATO will continue to coerce Turkey to firmly secure American-European Union energy ambitions on Russia's doorstep at the expense of indigenous Armenians. While Turkey is still learning how to strategically juggle its relationships with NATO and Russia, Armenia needs to align itself as closely as possible with the Russia-Iran axis. Because if Turkey attempts to augment its Russian defense systems in the context of a tight-knit Russia-Armenia-Iran axis, then Turkey and Azerbaijan's attempt to undermine Armenia in any way will be futile if the axis stands strong. Now, Turkey's ownership of a Russian defense system means that Russia itself knows that system's vulnerabilities, making it in Armenia's interest to pledge its loyalty to the Russo-Iranian axis. If Armenia wants to isolate Turkey and Azerbaijan, then trying to appease the West will only backfire, leaving Armenia isolated instead. It was that sort of self-created diplomatic isolation that locked Armenia into the perfect storm for Azerbaijan to declare war. Armenia's security will depend on if its infatuation with the West, as manifest in the US, EU, and NATO, the United States, European Union, and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, can be scaled back so it can practically address its geopolitical reality. Thus, it is always important for Armenians to reflect and broaden their framework of logic when it comes to their nation's place in global politics, because they cannot afford to misappropriate their time and energy on ideas that have consistently proven to yield unfavorable results. It's all about salvation from within. I mean, what does building ourselves from within even mean? This is a critical question that Armenians should be asking themselves. The current conversations and arguments on social media are dictated by which political party is best suited to lead, who are the traitors, who are the heroes, and so on. This is about thinking of the bigger picture. Armenian culture and politics have undergone drastic assimilation under the name of Eurocentrism in ways that have actually affected the security of Armenia. If Armenians, as the world's first white Christians, are to build a prosperous nation, it will not be through imperialist means, but through rendering their abilities to the homeland, investment in citizenry, educational reform, interethnic solidarity, projects for a military-industrial complex of their own, a more critical understanding of international affairs, and establishing a strong group of dignified and pragmatic diplomats to address the difficult geopolitical reality in which Armenia exists. To move forward as a nation, they must heal first. They must not keep their wounds open just so they can show the world the injustices that they've suffered. Only the Jews can afford to do that. For the Armenians, it's not worth the infection that has toxified the Jews into such a, well, I'll get into that soon enough. Let the wound scar and serve as a reminder that the Armenians alone are the guarantors of their own future. Only through healing will they live on and prosper. Now to quotus Monte Melkonian in his work entitled The Right to Struggle and subtitled Selected Writings of Monte Melkonian on the Armenian National Question. He said, as a first step, we should recognize that the Armenian people's fight for national self-determination is first and foremost the duty and task of the Armenian people themselves. We do not believe in benevolent friends, the inevitable triumph of justice, or covertly and cleverly manipulating the superpowers. If we are to achieve national self-determination, then we ourselves, the Armenian people, will have to fight for it. We believe in the power of organized masses and in the capacity of our people to determine their own future. We believe in revolution. Now, in terms of the gains for Israel after Azerbaijan's victory in Nagorno-Karabakh, well, the primary victor and loser in last fall's short but brutal battle between Azerbaijan and Armenia was fairly obvious to observers. Seeking control over the Nagorno-Karabakh region and the 7 surrounding districts, Azerbaijan emerged from the conflict reclaiming the majority of territory that it had lost to Armenian separatists in the early 90s, leaving only a small percentage of the broader region's territory under Armenian control, roughly corresponding to its historical Armenian majority areas. And while a sense of euphoric victory permeated the Azerbaijani national consciousness, there was a definite second and more remote beneficiary of that conflict: Israel. Its benefit from that conflict was primarily rooted in the geopolitical power axis that has emerged via Iran, a stronger and more transparent relationship with Azerbaijan, and ironically, prospects for a greater control over Southwest Asia as a regional superpower, rendering Israel a de facto conqueror over a greater part of the world's energy resources by de facto manipulation of the nations around it. All of this, of course, is based on decades of ties between Israel and Azerbaijan. Israel's long-standing relationship with Azerbaijan has been an outlier when compared with other Muslim-majority countries. While diplomacy between the two countries has been bilateral and mutually beneficial, Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev suggested in 2009 that 9/10 of it is below the surface. In 2012, Avigdor Lieberman, Israel's foreign minister at the time, quipped during a visit to Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, that Azerbaijan is more important for Israel than France. Now, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Israel was one of the first states to recognize the newly independent Republic of Azerbaijan on Christmas Day, the 25th of December in 1991, the same day that the hammer and sickle was lowered on the spires of the Kremlin and the Russian flag raised in its place. The Jews acting in line, the Israelis acting in line with then Foreign Minister David Levy's statement on the Knesset floor a day earlier to recognize all former Soviet republics. Israel's interest in this rapprochement was multifold: increase its legitimacy in the Muslim world with the newfound post-Soviet majority Muslim republics, reduce Arab influence, gain additional United Nations votes, and garner the new states' cooperation in facilitating Jewish immigration to Israel, because otherwise they would all go to the United States or anywhere other than Israel if they could, believe me. Now, just 7 months later, Azerbaijan likewise recognized the State of Israel. And during Azerbaijan's war with Armenia over the Nagorno-Karabakh region from 1988 till 1994, Israel supplied Azerbaijan with arms such as Stinger missiles. It has since aided Azerbaijan in the fields of medicine, water purification, agriculture, and most importantly, strategic cooperation in so-called defense, meaning offense, and intelligence. Israeli arms comprise over 60% of Azerbaijan's weapons stockpile. Hikmet Hijiyev, a top foreign policy advisor to President Ilham Aliyev, told the Israeli news site Walla that Israeli technology helps Azerbaijan to provide security and safety to its nationals, and praised the Harap drone in particular as very effective. In turn, Azerbaijan has from the onset of its independence become a key source of oil imports for Israel, an important resource accentuated by the historical Arab boycott of Israel. To this day, Azeri oil accounts for some 40% of Israel's consumption. Moreover, with its geographic proximity to Iran, Azerbaijan has served as an enticing ally for Israeli intelligence gathering and military operations, should ever the need arise, which of course it always does. Nonetheless, Azerbaijan has been careful to keep its relationship with Israel somewhat under the radar till now, although the two allies have become quite vocal about their cooperation in recent years to the point where there was no point in hiding it. An official member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Azerbaijan has consistently voted in favor of anti-Israel resolutions in international forums, seeing synchronization with that organization necessary for winning its vote on resolutions pertaining to Nagorno-Karabakh. This realpolitik, along with its complex yet officially amicable relationship with Iran, has also prevented Azerbaijan from formally opening an embassy in Israel. But that's what brings us to the Second Karabakh War. Because all the signs of change now result in a much more explicit Israeli-Azerbaijani relations paradigm. The shift is in synchronization with developments in region that relate to yesteryear's war in Nagorno-Karabakh, in which, after 27 years of frozen conflict, Azerbaijan reclaimed nearly all the territories it lost in a mere 44 days. Following the start of the conflict in late September of yesteryear, the Azerbaijani army pressed forward into Armenian ethnic territory, consisting of the original Armenian-majority Nagorno-Karabakh enclave and the 7 adjacent Azerbaijani districts that Armenian forces captured in the First War, and cleared it of Azerbaijani inhabitants at that time, because they had intended to annihilate the Christians within their midst. Political observers expected this bout to be a repeat of similar short-lived border skirmishes, as occurred in 2016. But to the surprise of many, the conflict escalated into a full-blown incursion. Essential to Azerbaijani advances into Nagorno-Karabakh were Turkish and Israeli drones, which allowed Azerbaijan to overwhelm these fortress outposts in mountainous terrain, which naturally would have otherwise completely favored the defensive position. In other words, in this case, technology overwhelmed all natural barriers. Now, of course, there's other factors that would have changed that if it had been raining, but that wasn't the case. And likely sensing further defeats and losses, Armenia signed an overnight ceasefire agreement with Azerbaijan and Russia, which for all intents and purposes served as another aggressor against Christian Armenia. Remember, the Russians are not Christian, they are godless. Now, that agreement marked the end of fighting and placed Russian peacekeepers within the remaining Armenian-held territory for 5 years, subject to renewal. It cemented Azeri control of the 7 adjacent districts, in addition to the key city of Susha within Nagorno-Karabakh itself, the most prized Azeri territory in the original enclave. Azerbaijan's effective control of the 7 districts also means that it gained control of its entire former border with Iran. Additionally, a small Russian-patrolled strip of land within the Lachin district will continue to connect Armenian Nagorno-Karabakh to the rest of Armenia. In exchange, there will be construction of new transport communications connecting mainland Azerbaijan with its exclave region of Nakhchivan. Now, that brings us to the implications of the ceasefire terms on the Israel-Azerbaijan relationship. These clauses have significant implications for Israel. Perhaps most immediately, Azerbaijan can go public and out of the closet about its relationship with Israel by opening an embassy, like coming out as gay. Many Azerbaijanis expressed strong appreciation of Israel's military aid, which helped them win the war, clearly seen in the flurry of Israeli flags being waved alongside Azerbaijani and Turkish flags in the post-war street celebrations. An Azerbaijani embassy being opened in Israel would likely be seen by Azerbaijanis as the least their country could do to show gratitude. Azerbaijan's need for Muslim support in the United Nations over Nagorno-Karabakh is less important now than it has been during the last 3 decades, given the new realities on the ground. Recent developments in the Muslim world, such as 4 Arab League states and Kosovo Metohija normalizing relations with Israel, likely add to this dynamic as well. And Azerbaijan's elongated border with Iran is also an important development for Israel. In an indirect and long-term manner, it means Israel now has access to more territory surrounding its primary geopolitical foe. While in the near term it is unlikely that Azerbaijan would greenlight Israel to use its territory as a launching site for attacks in the conventional military sense, Israeli reconnaissance on the Azerbaijani side of the border has already been alleged by political analysts for years. Observed, as a matter of fact, not alleged. And might the Azerbaijan-Iran border be used more significantly in the future? I speak rhetorically, of course. Now, additionally, since Azerbaijan would no longer have to rely on Iranian land access to Nakhchivan, its need to placate Iran would be lessened. This could lead to Azerbaijan more brazenly showing solidarity for the oft-suppressed ethnic Azerbaijanis south of its border. A sizable demographic of up to 1/4 of the population that Iran has long viewed as a source of concern over their secessionist potential. One such manifestation of Iran's generalized concern occurred as recently as March 3rd, when ethnic Azeris, or Azerbaijanis, from within Iran itself, paged Gunaz TV, a Chicago-based outlet servicing Iran's Azerbaijani community, with a barrage of pro-Israel comments and criticism of the Iranian theocratic government. In a clip posted by Ahmad Aboli, the show's lead host, a caller said, "Whatever is good is said to be Israeli," and referred to Iran's mentally retarded clerics, mullahs, as miserable people. And in another segment of the show posted on social media, several different callers variously described Israel as a friend and close brother, showered praise upon Israel for its assistance in the Karabakh War, and even exclaimed, "Long live Israel!" One caller said, "Israel becoming a friend of Azerbaijan helps push the Iranian regime towards extinction." Yet another said, "Whoever is against the Iranian regime is our friend." In the long term, then, Azerbaijan may have a strategic interest overlapping with Israel's when it comes to countering Iran, or rather dismembering it. But of course, the ceasefire agreement and Turkey on the anti-Iranian synaxis is what will be the foundation for such future conflict. To add to all this, Turkey may come to have direct land access to its brother nation of Azerbaijan through the Nakhchivan Road, which would provide Turkey yet another border with Iran in addition to its current one, should the leadership in Ankara, the capital of Asia Minor, or Turkey as occupying Asia Minor, decide to pursue normalization with Yerevan, which is, of course, the capital of Armenia. And with Azerbaijani-Armenian transit routes set to reopen under agreement, there has been speculation that the path for Turkish-Armenian normalization might someday open. That is not something that I foresee at all, and indeed, I myself will not rest until we see much of Asia Minor returned to Armenian national territory. Now, an additional Turkish land corridor to Iran would certainly be unwelcome news for the latter. Turkey and Iran have been on opposing geopolitical axes in the Syrian conflict and the general Sunni-Shia divide. Tehran is also fearful of Ankara fueling pan-Turkism among Iranian Azeris, or Azerbaijanis, who are no doubt invigorated by Azerbaijan's recent success in Nagorno-Karabakh. And this fear has been particularly exacerbated by President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's recent recitation of a poem at a Baku military parade celebrating Azerbaijan's victory in the Karabakh War. Now, that poem spracketh of a united Azerbaijani motherland unencumbered by artificial borders. Ankara's potential access to Iran's border from Azerbaijani territory will escalate those fears, and at some point, perhaps even its realization. Now, from Israel's vantage point, while relations with its once closest regional ally of Turkey have deteriorated since the 2010 Gaza flotilla incident in which the Turks tried to provide weapons to what Israel considers their racial enemy, the Palestinians, there is nonetheless the enemy of my enemy is my friend dynamic at play in regards to countering Iran. Even throughout years of Turkish-Israeli drama, Turkey financing Hamas, President Erdogan proclaiming that Jerusalem is our city, exchange of social media insults between the nation's leaders, and the expulsion of the Israeli ambassador in 2018 after having only renormalized full relations 2 years prior, Israel maintained a working relationship with Turkey. In 2014, despite lacking bilateral diplomatic missions, trade between the two nations exceeded $5 billion United States dollars, and a key area of mutual cooperation was in containing Iran. More recently, Erdogan was reported in December to have tapped a future ambassador to Israel, which would end a nearly 3-year standoff. Later that same month, despite rhetorically labeling Israel's policy towards Palestinians as unacceptable, Erdogan noted that the two countries continue to share intelligence and that Turkey would like better ties with Israel. As such, Israel will take what it can get when it comes to countering Iran, which is, according to the former Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, just answering our man Jameson here, returning. Well, according to the former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Iran is, quote unquote, our main enemy. So if the Azerbaijani armistice agreement in a roundabout way leads to Turkey potentially further asserting itself against Iran, that just means Israel having one more power player working against its primary foe. That brings us back to the array of outside players. It is important to pay attention to the array of outside players involved in this conflict and their maneuvering in its aftermath. Less clear than the potential benefits for Israel is how the roles of Iran and Russia will play out. For instance, Iran has congratulated Azerbaijan on the liberation of Shusha and has offered assistance in rebuilding war-torn areas of Karabakh recaptured by Azerbaijan. These gestures seem to indicate Iran being keen to display good faith towards its northern neighbor, perhaps in part fearing an emboldened pan-Turkic sentiment post-war and wanting more of a say at the regional table. Russia, for its part, has acted as peacekeeper, maintaining a consensual barrier between the Azerbaijani and Armenian fronts and facilitating the return of thousands of Armenian civilians to the region under its auspices. Nonetheless, as a country that has backed ethnic Russian separatists in Crimea and supported two breakaway states in the South Caucasus, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, there is no shortage of suspicions from the two impacted countries of long-term Russian intentions. Azerbaijanis fear indefinite Russian presence on their lands, in addition to a perceived Russian bias towards Armenia, and even Armenians are wary of Moscow's tentacles and influence within Armenian society after decades of Soviet presence. But a standout in the collection of outside players is Israel. The Nagorno-Karabakh conflict highlights Israel's strategic role in region as it now machinates towards the inevitable Azerbaijani-Iranian war. The Azerbaijani attack on the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians just over a year agone was but prelude to the standoff we are witnessing today between Azerbaijani irredentism and an Iranian military buildup on the Azerbaijani-Iranian border. The level of rhetoric is significant, including Iranian officials claiming third-party influence in Azerbaijan aimed against Iran. These officials point to Israel as the third party. Statements have been direct, such as Zionist entities on Iran's borders, while supporting Armenia's internationally recognized borders on behalf of the Christians. Did you just hear what I just said? In case you're falling asleep amidst all the geopolitical details that may, not grab your immediate interest. If that's not grabbing you by the balls, think about what I just said. Theocratic, Islamo-fundamentalist Iran is now sponsoring Christian Israel against all the enemies surrounding it. Now, most issues between Baku and Tehran, the capitals of Azerbaijan and Iran respectively, are handled diplomatically, such as Azerbaijani soldiers harassing Iranian truck drivers as they drive north into Armenia using disputed highways. In contrast, there appears to be pressure building on Iran in the form of a so-called brotherhood between Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Pakistan. And this fraternal union is nothing new, since the Turkish military generally ran Azerbaijan's war against Nagorno-Karabakh's Armenians. Pakistani soldiers were actually involved in the fighting, as were jihadist fighters imported by Turkey from Syria and Libya via Georgian airspace into Azerbaijan. Turkey and Azerbaijan have held several military maneuvers in region in the past half year, flexing their newly joined musculature. Still, none of them caused an Iranian military buildup on Azerbaijani's borders. Such deployment is financially expensive. So what has changed? Even though the Azerbaijani president, Aliyev, claims all of southern Armenia as Azerbaijan, and Iran claims Israel uses Azerbaijan as a base for anti-Iranian operations. Most consider Aliyev's posturing invective because southern Armenia is an internationally recognized part of Armenia. And it's no secret, Israel has intelligence bases in Azerbaijan. Is Aliyev's rhetoric for domestic purposes and Iran's military drills just posturing? Perhaps what is new is the construction of a state-of-the-art international airport in the small town of Fijuli, captured from Armenians but yesteryear. About 30 kilometers from the Iranian border, just inside Azerbaijan. The question is why Fijuli and the rush to build a functioning airport in less than a year in an unpopulated, indeed rather barren area. One answer would have to be, well, the only answer would be to populate the area and invigorate local commerce if you were thinking like an idiot. Because unless you knew otherwise, well, there's many other reasons. It's basically a military drone port. Now, it's interesting that in the articles authored by those with a recurrent penchant for taking simultaneous extreme pro-Azeri or Azerbaijani and anti-Armenian or rather anti-Christian positions, there have recently been published articles lauding the construction of the Fijuli International Airport. Some of those authors have actually visited the site. The countries involved in Azerbaijan's development of conquered territory include Turkey, Red China, Israel, well, and Italy, among others. And not having an intelligence service on demand requires one to rely on publicly available data and some reasoning, as I work with. If Fijuli Airport and regional construction were not in open source highlights, any covert role might have gone unnoticed. For sure, it would not have gone past the eyes of intelligence services, including those of Iran. In about 9 months, an aeroport project went from conception to completion. The Fijuli Airport has a 3-kilometer runway, long enough for heavy transport and modern fighter jets. Now, given the relationship between Azerbaijan and Israel described by Aliyev as like an iceberg, 9/10 of it is below the surface, and the nature of the Israeli-Iranian enmity, Israel would be grossly remiss if it were not to complement its monitoring of Iran and enhance covert activity targeting Iran from these conquered lands. Further, both Iran and Israel tend to fight each other through proxies and covert actions. So perhaps Fijuli will serve as a NATO-friendly hub on the Iranian border. Between the Second Karabakh War, when it began, and today, just over a year, what used to be a don't ask, don't tell Azerbaijani threat to Iran has taken a more critical dimension. Iran has reacted, as would most sovereign states. The political rhetoric has increased to a level where on October 4th, there were calls from within Iran, a trial balloon perhaps, for a military agreement between Iran and Armenia to protect southern Armenia from attack and occupation by Turkish and Azerbaijani forces. Reporters in Iran generally don't make such statements offhandedly, but parallels official Iran's warning published in Farsi, the Persian language, Arabic, English, and Hebrew on October 2nd of yesteryear. Well, hell, October 2nd of this year, warning of foreign influence in Azerbaijan. Whatever changed in the month of April, Iran has deemed it of military significance. The almost unanimous silence of European and North American mainstream media in the murderous contribution of Israel to Armenia's defeat in the 44-day war with Azerbaijan can be explained in only one way: NATO conspiracy. That military organization used unofficial member Israel to do NATO's dirty work and to help push Russia from the southern Caucasus region via the annihilation of Armenia. Have no doubt about it. Every Armenian is now filled with hatred towards Vladimir Putin for betraying his one ally in the white world of Armenia and for not sending troops, as he easily could have done, to stop the Turkmenistan invasion of Armenia itself. All of this is parcel Turkey becoming the next Iran. What is amazing is the NATO indifference to their member state Turkey's participation in the war. Thanks to the Turkmenistan victory, Turkey has realized its long-held dream of a contiguous Turkic empire from Istanbul to China. I am referring to the corridor defeated Armenia will provide to Azerbaijan in southern Armenia to connect Azeri Nakhchivan to Azerbaijan itself. Turkey, which has a border with Nakhchivan, will use that land bridge to Azerbaijan. In fact, there is now talk of Azerbaijan actually merging into Turkey. Despite Turkey facing away from the West, the United States and Europe must come up with a way to address Turkish concerns and desire of becoming a regional superpower without posing a threat to the Middle Eastern allies. While Iran has virtually no close ties with the West and certainly does not speak with the White House, Turkey is a NATO member state, and President Erdogan speaks from time to time with President Trump in the past, potentially with Biden in the future. Other than that, the resemblance between Erdogan's Turkey in the past few months and Iran is strikingly odd. Is Iran serving as Turkey's role model? Or do they happen to have taken similar courses of action? Looking at the years prior to the 1970s revolution, the United States has helped Iran develop governmental institutions and westernize the country's culture. One such westernization was the White Revolution, an aggressive campaign of social and economic westernization that included redistribution of land, increased rights for women, and attempts to improve literacy and health in rural areas. Following the 1979 revolution, Iran has become more hostile towards the West and turned its back to all liberal reforms. In Turkey's case, while they are still a member of NATO, Erdogan has abandoned Ataturk's vision of a secular country to become more religious. Will Erdogan's next maneuver be a disengagement from the West? Only time will tell, but the acquisition of the S-400 system from Russia suggests that Turkey is heading in that direction. Much like Iran, Turkey sees itself as a regional power. Both countries have a rich history of regional dominance. Iran trying to recreate the Persian Empire from centuries agone, and Turkey looking back at the Ottoman Empire from decades agone. Iran has spread its tentacles across the region by creating proxies and militias in Gaza, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. Turkey has supported Hamas in Gaza, has created proxies in Syria, and sent fighters to Libya. As Iran and Turkey grow their influence in the region, so too does their opposition grow. There have already been clashes between Iran and their rival, Saudi Arabia, According to some reports, Iran was behind the drone attack on Saudi Aramco's facilities in September of the year before yesteryear. At the same time, Turkey has also launched an aggressive campaign in the Mediterranean Sea. They have signed a maritime border deal with Libya in November of 2019 to demarcate their EEZ, their exclusive economic zones, and thereby together disregard Greek and Egyptian maritime borders. Now, according to that deal, unrecognized, mind ye, by any other country on earth, a portion of Egypt's exclusive economic zone has been recognized by Turkey as Libyan. Turkey has also been trying to hinder any energy activity or project development in the sea. So far, Egypt, Turkey's regional rival, has yet to react, but this route that Turkey is headed down will lead to some sort of escalation between those two countries. The maritime agreement between Turkey and Libya has granted Turkey the power over a popular shipping route, similar to the Straits of Hormuz, that is partially controlled by Iran. Much of the maritime trade route between the Far East and the Gulf to Western Europe and North America goes through the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean Sea. While the canal is controlled by Egypt, this Turco-Libyan deal will allow us Turkey to block any ship in the eastern Mediterranean should it wish to do so. At the moment, Turkey has already deployed a number of warships to Libyan waters and has a record of activating its military navy to, quote-unquote, escort civilian ships out of areas in the Mediterranean. The Turkish blockade of the Italian drill ship in Cyprus in 2017 and the deporting of the Israeli research ship out of Cypriot waters in 2019 have gone with no reaction. So it is not unrealistic to imagine Turkey following Iranian footsteps in the Straits of Hormuz and blocking the Mediterranean Sea should a country decide to act against it. Lastly, the relationship with Europe. In regards to the JCPOA, which might require just a little explanation, and I know it's hard enough to follow me to this point. The JCPOA is the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which is known commonly as the Iran Nuclear Deal, or simply the Iran Deal, an agreement on the Iranian nuclear program reached in Vienna, the capital of Austria, on the 14th day in July in the year 2015 between Iran and the P5+1, together with the European Union. The P5+1, meaning, of course, the five nuclear powers, the so-called Allied victors of World War II, France, Britannia, Russia, America, and Communist China. Now, in terms of the P5+1, it also includes United Germany, which is unofficially a nuclear power in the military sense. In case you didn't know it, United Germany has nukes that were left by a retreating Soviet Union. Now, in regards to the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, Iran has been trying to eat the cake and keep it too. On one hand, it signs a deal with the countries and doesn't adhere to it. On the other hand, Iran continuously threatens Europe that it will leave the JCPOA if it doesn't get its way. Similarly, Turkey has an open request to join the European Union, albeit the negotiations are stalled forever because the Europeans don't want the fucking Turks in their goddamn union. And at the same time, Turkey threatens Europe to flood the continent with refugees. In essence, Iran and Turkey are trying to hold the European Union hostage. In the Iranian case, it has driven a wedge between Europe and these United States, but in the Turkish case, there is still hope for US-EU cooperation. It is not too late to form a coalition of countries to work with Turkey and steer them off the path of becoming Iran 2.0. As to Israel, it maintains its unsullied reputation as the country with a license to kill anywhere around the globe. Critics know they would receive the anti-Semite shingle if they mentioned Israel's murderous activities. Yet both Armenians and Jews have been the victims of premeditated mass murder. The Israeli government must put justice before political expediency and call the crime by its name. Still, Israel will never follow Joseph Biden's lead and recognize the Armenian genocide. Instead, Israel has quashed all efforts to recognize the Armenian genocide to please Turkey. Decades before the United States president formally recognized the horrors of 1915, Israel's foreign ministry sought to foil any academic conference on the subject, fearing reprisal from Turkey. Armenians have long sought international recognition of the 1915 through 1917 extermination by the Ottoman Empire, which historically left some 2 million of their people dead as a genocide. Turkey, the Ottoman Empire's successor state, occupying the peninsula of Asia Minor, strongly rejects the allegation that the massacres, imprisonment, and forced deportation, the ethnic cleansing of Armenians from 1915, amounted to genocide. According to Samantha Power, who served as a United Nations ambassadoress under former President Barack Obama, she expected her boss to recognize the genocide on its 100th anniversary, its centenary, circa 2015. Though Pope Francis had just taken a step in that direction at the time, referring to the slaughter of Armenians as the first genocide of the 20th century, Obama did not want to risk losing access to bases in Turkey with the war against the Islamic State terror group still ongoing. On Saturday, as dated the 24th day in April this year, Power tweeted that then Vice President Joe Biden told her during the 100th anniversary memorial mass at the Washington National Cathedral that he would recognize the genocide if he were ever in the position to do so. And according to the Armenian National Institute in Washington, D.C., with the U.S. decision, 30 countries, primarily in Europe and South America, now recognize the Armenian genocide. U.S. President Joseph Biden's recognition of the Armenian genocide on April 24th, this year, elicited a predictably angry response from Turkey. However, Turkey is in no position to meaningfully retaliate. Under pressure at home and abroad, Ankara is not about to back out of NATO or close down U.S. bases on its territory. But despite Turkey's vulnerable state, Israel is not about to follow Biden's lead, prioritizing strategic interests over moral declarations. Indeed, the official Israeli stance is quoted as, "We continue to act to reduce and diminish the Armenian issue to the extent of our ability by every possible means." Azerbaijan is a major purchaser of Israeli weapons. According to data from the SIPRI, SIPRI, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, over the past half-decade, Israel has been the top supplier of arms to Azerbaijan, with sales of more than 740 million United States dollars, putting it ahead of Russia. It is also widely known that Azerbaijan's location on Iran's border gives Israeli intelligence services easy access into the Islamic Republic. Israel can still maintain good relations with Azerbaijan without helping them in their genocidal acts against Armenia, so it would be self-evident that Israel must have some deep-seated grudge against Christian Armenians, because the Christian Armenian genocide of 1915 steals from the greatness of the horror of their own beloved Holocaust. Israel has faced criticism, both at home and abroad, for failing to recognize the Armenian genocide perpetrated by the Turks, which Azerbaijani forces participated in, mind ye, even while pushing hard for worldwide Holocaust remembrance. Israel's refusal to recognize the Armenian genocide is indefensible. Turkey is weak diplomatically and economically and will not retaliate, but for Israel, strategic interests trump all moral declarations. The work entitled The Banality of Denial, subtitled Israel and the Armenian Genocide, authored by Yair Alran, examines the attitudes of the State of Israel and its leading institutions towards the Armenian genocide. Israel's view of this issue has special significance and deserves an attentive study, as it is a country composed of a people who were victims of the Holocaust. So this book, The Banality of Denial, seeks both to examine the passive, indifferent Israeli attitude towards the Armenian genocide and to explore active Israeli measures to undermine all attempts at safeguarding the memory of the Armenian victims of the Turkish persecution. Such an inquiry into attempts at denial by Israeli institutions and leading figures of Israel's political, security, academic, and Holocaust memory preservation elite has not merely an academic significance, it has considerable political relevance, both symbolic and tangible. In this book, entitled The Banality of Denial, as in Alran's previous work, moral, philosophical, and theoretical questions are of paramount importance. Because no previous studies have dealt with these issues or similar ones, an original methodology is employed to analyze the subject with regard to 4 domains: political, educational, media, and academic. Also, I would recommend my listeners to confer the work entitled Israel's Failed Response to the Armenian Genocide, which is subtitled Denial, State Deception, Truth versus Politicization of History, as writ by Israel W. Charney. When the Turks demanded the cancellation of all lectures on the Armenian genocide and that Armenian lecturers not be allowed to participate, the Israeli government followed suit, demanding the same of the then forthcoming First International Conference on the Holocaust and Genocide. This book, entitled Israel's Failed Response to the Armenian Genocide, follows the author Israel Charney's gutsy campaign against his own Israeli government and his quest to successfully hold the conference in the face of censorship. Arayik Harutyunyan, the de facto Armenian leader of the disputed region claimed by both Armenia and Azerbaijan, identified Israel as aiding and assisting in a genocide against his people by proving the Jewish state responsible for the deadly clashes in the Nagorno-Karabakh region via weapon sales to Azerbaijan. Israeli officials have said that they have no knowledge of or involvement in how Azerbaijan uses the weapons it buys. But Harut Yunyan dismissed all such claims during a press conference held on the 11th day in October of yesteryear. According to a report, I'm translating from the Russian, in RIA Novosti. RIA Novosti is a Russian state-owned domestic news agency headquartered in Moscow, which since the 9th day in December of 2013 has operated under Rossiya Segodnya. And in it, Harut Yunyan went on the record to state that these statements are a mockery. Of course they know and continue to supply weapons anyway. And the authorities of Israel, which itself survived the genocide, are also responsible for this genocide. So Israel not only denies the genocide of others, they actively abet its perpetration via state-mandated anti-humanitarianism. To any who doubt that fact, consider the synaxial long arm of transnational Israeli repression. Israel's decision to designate human rights groups as terrorist organizations puts it directly in league with revanchist Russia and communist China. The recent designation of half a dozen leading Palestinian human rights groups as terrorist organizations by Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz, which has been dismissed by European governments and recently exposed in the Israeli press itself as based on dubious evidence, is the most recent and perhaps most high-profile step in a long-running campaign aimed at silencing critics of Israel's human rights abuses around the globe. Because of a robust global anti-terrorism financing regime, this designation will likely imperil any financial support provided to these human rights organizations, leaving them unable to do their valuable work, saving lives. When the Saudi dissident and Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi was assassinated via torture by a team of Saudi regime operatives in Istanbul in 2018, the world reacted with horror as that gruesome crime surfaced, as well as Riyadh's chilling message of repression to dissenters around the world. We will try to silence you wherever you are. While this led to an increased focus on transnational repression, the effort by various countries to extend their repressive reach beyond their borders, the Israeli government's effort to muzzle its critics has flown completely under the radar. Yester Menzies, just last month, in escalating its attacks against defenders of Palestinian rights wherever they may be, Israel slapped a terrorism designation on 6 Palestinian human rights groups that have worked closely with Western governments and international advocacy groups, a maneuver that was met with widespread outrage from global civil society actors as well as surprise from the US State Department. But anyone surprised by this step has not been paying attention, as it represents just the latest depth the Israeli government has been willing to sink to in order to intimidate, silence, and repress dissent against its apartheid policies. The repression of Palestinian civil society actors has been a policy of the Israeli government and its military since 1948, But in recent years, as Israel's occupation grew further entrenched thanks to the complacency and complicity of many governments, global civil society became as something of the last refuge for dissent against Israel's brutal treatment of Palestinians. In the early 2000s, the aughts, the zeros decade of the third Christian millennium, rather the 21st century, right-wing Israeli organizations, funders, and politicians sought to support the efforts of the Israeli government in repressing all Palestinian dissent, and increasingly, civil society actors came under attack. Whilst Palestinian civil society organizations were always the most vulnerable, even Israeli groups were not spared. By the mid to late aughts, the zeros decade, the first decade of the 21st century, various Israeli human rights organizations were coming under constant attack. And in 2009, when Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing allies assumed control of government for what would be the beginning of a 12-year stint, a period as long as the Third Reich lasted on Earth, the government of Israel began passing and enforcing new laws aimed at scrutinizing human rights organizations and their funders. Groups such as the New Israel Fund, which supported many Israeli human rights organizations philanthropically or humanitarian endeavors, also came under orchestrated attack. Shortly thereafter, with the right firmly in its power, the government found creative ways to intimidate human rights organizations based inside Israel and Palestine. This is why Israel's ideology is anti-humanitarian itself, against no matter what your nationality may be. By the way, Jameson, just so you know us, they're back. We are under attack by the Israelis now. They're back to basically claim that anyone can jack off to their child porn. They explicitly say boys and girls, implying children. So let everybody know this is child abuse that the Israelis are sponsoring in my chat room as a counter to what I'm exposing tonight. Understand this when you think about Israel, and bear that in mind. This is the kind of harassment and bullying that we are talking about. Understand that and report it. While I deal with this, I go into the other window as well, where I have to basically wonder at how these messages, specifically saying jack off to kids, are not held for review by YouTube. It is a wonder to me that YouTube is not pursuing this. We'll see what happens in the near future. But I can't go on without your help. I need your help financially. The way you can help me financially through PayPal is on the screen. Use it, because I need it. My enemy is Israel, and they're out to destroy me, so I don't share what I'm sharing with you tonight. Understand that they're out to destroy your future, so that there is no one left but a master race of whom they consider to be Jewish. Your world will be inherited by them if you don't stand by me. The only way you can stand by me is either through PayPal or a check or money order to my physical mailing address. My residential address is on my website, douglasdietrich.com. 1242 Green Street, 1242 Green, like the color green, San Francisco, California, 94109. We have 2 hours remaining I'll do my best to do justice to the subject. Understand that the Israeli effort, its anti-humanitarian suppression effort, began to internationalize. The Israeli government dedicated an entire ministry to this effort and put it in charge of leading the government's efforts on this portfolio. This global repression ministry, euphemistically named the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, was beefed up in 2015 with a massive budget increase so that they could deny the Armenian Holocaust, because no one else on earth, no other race, especially Christians, could suffer a Holocaust other than the Jewish master race. And many of their activities remain secret to this day. That Ministry of Strategic Affairs even boasted, aloud, publicly and openly, as the hubris of Jews so often drives them in their megalomania to do, about working to coordinate, support, and empower what they called the pro-Israel network, a wide range of organizational allies around the world that cooperated with and were sometimes directly funded by the repression ministry. This network has worked to pass, well, they succeeded in passing unconstitutional anti-boycott legislation by launching SLAPP, S-L-A-P-P, that's an acronym, for strategic lawsuit against public participation. These SLAPP suits aimed at intimidating or even eliminating organizations that spracketh up for human rights of Palestinians, including in these United States, where the rights to speech and petition are normally enshrined in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, and free speech, as applied to healthy debate, are considered vital to the well-being of a democracy itself. In fact, the United States Supreme Court has said that the right to petition the government is the very foundation of our democracy. The term SLAPP, S-L-A-P-P, strategic lawsuit against public participation itself, was coined in the 1980s by two University of Denver professors, George Pring and Penelope Kenan, who co-authored a work entitled SLAPPs, in the plural, subtitled Getting Sued for Speaking Out. Typical claims underlying a SLAPP suit are libel, slander, or restraint of business. SLAPPs have become an all too common tool for terrorizing and silencing criticism through expensive, baseless legal proceedings. These damaging suits chill free speech and healthy debate by targeting those who communicate with their government or speak out on issues of public interest. SLAPPs are exploited to silence and harass critics like myself by forcing us to spend money to defend these baseless suits. SLAPP filers don't go to court to seek justice. Rather, SLAPPs are intended to intimidate those who disagree with them or their activities by draining the target's financial resources. SLAPPs are effective because even a meritless lawsuit can take years and many thousands of dollars to defend. To end or prevent a SLAPP, those who speak out on issues of public interest frequently agree to muzzle themselves, apologize, or correct their statements. If you don't want to see myself get to that point, I need your help now. Financial support via the what's up on the screen in front of you, paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, or a check or money order to Douglas Dietrich at 1242 Green Street, 1242 as in the color green, San Francisco, California, 94109. Don't send cash. They have dogs to sniff that out, and the postal inspectors themselves will acquire that in their corruption. They'll confiscate that and steal it for themselves. Never cash. Check our money order. Or, more safely, via PayPal. The address for my PayPal account is right there on screen. Support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Now, in recent years, the Israeli official in charge of the Ministry of Strategic Affairs boasted to a gathering of allied network actors that the passage of repressive laws in these United States, the United Kingdom, and the French Republic, as well as dozens of lawsuits targeting civil society actors around the world, happened because of your commitment, dedication, and tireless efforts, together with those of my ministry and all of the relevant bodies in the Israeli government. Now, after unflattering information about the Ministry of Strategic Affairs' global efforts began to leak out to the media through my own efforts as the son of Adolf Hitler, that ministry was shuttered and folded into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But the most recent designation of half a dozen Palestinian human rights organizations as terror groups is the latest evidence that the agenda has not changed. In fact, it's gone lethal, because as so-called terrorist networks, that means that all of their members are terrorists, and therefore the Israeli government reserves the right to kill them, to assassinate them, as if they were blowing up buildings. Organizations allied with the Israeli government will exploit this announcement to accelerate the ongoing stigmatization of Palestinian human rights groups with global allies and supporters, and effectively shut down their work entirely. Their funding sources, bank accounts, and allies will be aggressively attacked. The long arm of Israeli repression will be extended by its network allies in countries round the globe. Independent civil society organizations are supposed to be forces for good in a democracy, keeping state power in check and creating safe space for dissent, debate, and education. But through these efforts, the Israeli government is effectively looking to ensure that its abuses go unopposed. In doing so, it also provides a model and a precedent, a legal precedent, for a plethora of authoritarian regimes to repress all global dissent against their own abuses. On the campaign trail and as president, Joseph Biden has promised that human rights will be the center of our foreign policy. Our State Department says these United States are committed to a world in which human rights are protected, their defenders are celebrated, and those who commit human rights abuses are held accountable. If these words mean anything, the United States government must not only immediately condemn the recent Israeli decision to smear these Palestinian human rights organizations, but must also commit itself to opposing the broader and fundamentally undemocratic efforts of the Israel repression network. Every state makes decisions and enacts policies based on its interests and security perceptions. Some state decisions are more insidious than others, in that the secondary effects can be devastating, especially by those states that can project sovereignty outside their own borders. Undoubtedly, Israel's decision to create a relationship with Azerbaijan was a well thought out process. Not that Israel has any long-term stratagem with Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan having a border with Iran speaks for itself. Azerbaijan's horrid human rights record, its oligarchic ruling structure, and money laundering propensity culminated with Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev being awarded the moniker Corrupt Person of the Year. Regardless, Azerbaijan is the only state bordering Iran that Israel found compliant enough with whom to create an alliance of cynical convenience. Azerbaijan doesn't even have an embassy in Israel, yet both engage in trade in the billions of dollars. Billions! An embassy in Israel would not be welcomed by either Iran or a wide swath of Azerbaijani society. While no public documents exist detailing what synergistic relations exist between Azerbaijan and Israel, Aliyev described the relationship himself as like an iceberg, 9/10 below the surface. Over the past decade, Azerbaijan received well over an estimated 6 billion United States dollars, 5 billion as of the end of 2017, before they started providing an influx that hasn't even been accounted for yet. So I'm adding 1 billion for the absolute minimum of what it must have been, but I know it has probably doubled to more like 10, 12 billion United States dollars by this point, worth of Israeli high-technology weaponry. Alone, Israel receives about half of its crude oil supply from Azerbaijan. The same reference that I've sourced notes that many military air flights occurring between Israel and Azerbaijan since the start of the war Azerbaijan inflicted on the Armenians brings us to the ultimate question. In an all-out religious war between Muslims and Christians, who will Israel back? We already know. The Israelis will back Islam. Lost amidst the last American presidential debate, a second wave of coronavirus, and Mideast peace maneuvers was the fact that Christian Armenia and Islamo-Azerbaijan were even then on the cusp of all-out total war of racial extermination. Most idiot Americans would think, well, they can't think, so they would form thought bubbles that would read, who cares? But the reality is that full-scale war between those two tiny nations could easily and quickly draw in regional and global powers, resulting in a much, much larger and ultimately religious conflagration. It's an old conflict, like most of the conflicts around the former Garden of Eden. This one's been going on a very long time. Armenia is a Christian nation. In fact, it was one of the very first nations on earth to adopt Christianity as a people. Azerbaijan is a Muslim country. The Azeris are a large people group who also make up a significant portion of Iran's population and are related to the Turks, at least by language. It is no secret that Muslims don't like Christians, and Turks and most other Turkic peoples don't like Armenians. If these differences weren't enough, these two nations in their modern borders have for decades disputed the way that the former USSR, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, decided to carve up and demarcate the region. In particular, within the borders of Azerbaijan lies a large area with a predominantly Armenian population. Nagorno-Karabakh was the focus of a war between these two countries from 1988 all the way through 1994, and numerous clashes since then, including the one that erupted yesteryear. This brings us to the odd bedfellows. Whether or not Armenians and Azeris keep killing one another doesn't seem to concern most other people in the world. Most other people in the world probably don't even know where to find these two countries on a goddamn map. But folks are going to start carrying a whole fucking lot if full-scale religious war breaks out and the various regional and world powers sponsoring these two countries decide to enter the fray on behalf of their concept of God. And there are some definite oddities in the list of allies Armenia and Azerbaijan might call upon in that final apocalypse. With Armenia, on Armenia's side, are supposedly Russia. There's nothing to trust there. The Russians are presently godless. And, according to many experts by this point, Iran, which is surprising considering that not only is Azerbaijan a fellow Muslim country, it is one of the few Muslim countries that is predominantly Shia, like Iran itself. The first and most obvious reason for Iran siding with Christian Armenia, the first among Christian nations, are Tehran's political ties to Moscow. But no less significant are the internal political problems because Iran has within its borders a very large Azeri population. Between 15 to 20 million of Iran's 80 million inhabitants are Azeri Turks, as they are referred to by other Iranians, who are ethnically Aryan. Azeris dominate the northern regions of Iran, and the majority believe they should be attached to Azerbaijan and are endeavoring to secede, to break away from the Iranian Islamic Republic. There's also the fact that the Armenians and Persians have ancient cultural ties and trade relations going back long before the Muslim conquest. Both the Armenians and the Persians are ancient races, some of the original races of man. As for Azerbaijan, in Azerbaijan's corner we find Turkey. Again, no surprise given that the Azeris are a Turkic people and that Turkey hates Armenia and, of course, attempted to exterminate them as a race in World War I. And, operationally, Israel! Now, Israel has not taken open sides in this conflict, but it can never be denied that the Jewish state has much warmer relations with Azerbaijan than it does with Christian Armenia. Much of that has to do, well, the to-do is with Azerbaijan's tensions with Iran and Israel's willingness to provide the smaller Muslim nation with advanced defense technology. Azerbaijan is also home to a small but flourishing Jewish community. A source with behind-the-scenes knowledge of the situation told Israel's Ma'ariv newspaper that the leadership of Azerbaijan is seriously considering upgrading relations with the Jewish state. Could Azerbaijan be the next Muslim nation, and the first with a Shiite leadership, to fully normalize relations with the Jewish state occupying Palestine, and perhaps even establish its embassy in Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, instead of Tel Aviv-Yafo like everyone else? That's a very real possibility if normalization with Israel came as to with a promise of more direct American support and involvement. Thus far, Washington has only vaguely called on both sides to de-escalate their situation. And there are worrying wildcards. Of course, if it comes to all-out war, it's hard to imagine Israel and Turkey on the same side of anything these days. But nevertheless, that's what will happen, because the Jews value only total triumph of their race over all others, and they think they're on the winning side with Islam. Nor would Jerusalem want to find itself in direct conflict with Moscow, given the Russians' willingness to turn a blind eye to Israeli strikes on Iranian assets in Syria. The Russians allow the Jews full reign in Syria to kill all the Iranians that they want. So the Jews are playing all sides. At the same time, if the war were to go in such a way that Iran looked poised to gain a strong upper hand against Azerbaijan and thus advance its own scheme of regional hegemony, it is a guaranteed certainty that Israel would definitively intervene in whatever way proved advantageous to itself. But there are two far greater concerns. That war between Armenia and Azerbaijan would quickly become a war between Russia and Turkey, which, with just a few wrong steps, since Turkey is a NATO member state, has the potential to rapidly spread across the world, because NATO would be treaty bound to then war against Russia. And that critical oil pipelines that crisscross the region would then be targeted, thus disrupting the global energy market. This would directly impact Israel too, as it receives about 40% of its oil from Azerbaijan at least. That's what brings us back to those suicide drones and the killer WAVs, UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. Thus far, the fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan has featured primarily drones and armed WAVs, UAVs. And guess where Azerbaijan got all of its weapons, or the vast majority? That's right, Israel. The defense ministries of both countries have been posting to social media. Certainly they did so throughout the Artsakh conflict, which is the name Artsakh for Eastern Armenia. The video clips of their respective forces destroying those of the other. Among the Israeli weapons featured in some of those clips posted by Azerbaijan, in fact, the majority thereof, have been Israeli-made attack and surveillance drones, anti-tank missiles, and mobile air defense systems. In fact, there was one tweet, Israel in the field, @field_Israel 3, from September 29th of yesteryear. A hashtag Israeli orbiter drone belonging to hashtag Azerbaijan was shot down by hashtag Armenia. PicTwitter.com / the usual numbers and letters. As Israel's own N12 News pointed out, this can be described as the first drone war, and the Jewish state's role and involvement is undeniable. This is Israel's contribution to the destruction of Christian Armenian Nagorno-Karabakh. So suppose Israel wants a facility on Iran's border to gather intelligence on Iran or further air bases with the ability to launch a strike on Iran without having to refuel its fighter jets. In that case, since it has all that now, through the Fajuli Air Base I described to you as a journalistic first, well, it has to give something to Azerbaijan in return. And when asked about Israel's activity in Azerbaijan during an interview on Russian TV, Yaakov Kedmi, the former head of the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces program, Native, it's called Native. This is a code program, a coded secret program, NATIV. And that same Yaakov Kedmi that headed that Native program is now a military and political expert in consultation, did say, I will answer carefully. There were reports in the Western media that very often drones flying from Azerbaijan fly over Iran. These are not Turkish drones. And for a reason, not out of love for aeronautics, Azerbaijan allows drones from Luxembourg to use Azerbaijan to fly over Iran. Now, Yaakov Kedmi, the former head of the covert Native program, smiled dementedly with a shit-eating grin, as we call it, that would do justice to a shark when mouthing such an entity as Luxembourg. which is but the supercilious metaphor for Israel. Yay! Azerbaijan allows Luxembourg's UAVs to fly over Iran, and in return, Azerbaijan is sold military hardware that it has clearly stated would be used to exterminate Armenians. In the latest Azerbaijani offensive to capture Nagorno-Karabakh, Israeli-manufactured cluster bombs were deployed by Azerbaijan. It is still unclear whether Azerbaijan purchased the outlawed white phosphorus bombs that it began raining over Armenian Karabakh. Yet we know who manufactures them. Understand this much. White phosphorus is outlawed for deployment in war. I used it illegally in the Balkans. I personally deployed it with a trick I developed similar unto a magician's prestidigitation. An act of legerdemain on stage that produces the smoke in which a magician disappears. I learned that trick and I used it with white phosphorus to burn people alive when I had to. If even a fleck of phosphorus falls on your arm, and in your ignorance, you put a Band-Aid over it, when you take that Band-Aid off, an hour later it would have burned through your bone, a hole in the other side of your arm, and your arm will have to be amputated or you will die. The only way to defeat white phosphorus, if you're a veteran in its deployment and know its effects like myself, is to kick up all the dust and dirt that you can immediately to destroy the oxygen that feeds it as an alchemical substance of inert flame. A flame without fire, or rather a fire without flames. It feeds on oxygen. You have to suffocate it. Imagine phosphor burns on human skin. The Israelis made cluster bombs, meaning multiple bomblets, hundreds in a single big bomb that would spread over an area to devour all alive within its range. This is what the Israelis manufactured that the Azeris deployed on the Christian Armenians. As reported in the Israeli media, Israel has access to at least one former Soviet airbase in Azerbaijan. The English language version of this Israeli media report is slightly different from the original Hebrew and refers to several Azerbaijani bases made available to Israel, meaning Israel directly participated. They want to see the Armenians exterminated so that the Israelis will be the only Holocaust survivors on the earth. Quoting Haaretz, circa 2012, Haaretz being an Israeli newspaper, a former U.S. diplomat who spent his career in the region said, U.S. officials told Foreign Policy magazine that they believe Israel has been granted access to these air bases through a series of quiet political and military understandings. I doubt that there's actually anything in writing, but I don't think there's any doubt. If Israeli jets want to land in Azerbaijan after an attack, they'd probably be allowed to do so. Israel is deeply embedded in Azerbaijan and has been so for the last 2 decades. 20 years. As expected, Azerbaijan denies any of this, even while bragging about it. Just as it was in Israel's interest to covertly sell arms to Iran via the Iran-Contra scandal, the scandal which exposed that arms trade during Iran's battle with Saddam Hussein's Iraq, Azerbaijan and Israel cooperate as their varied interests complement each other. Israel requires surveillance of and staging grounds for any potential offensive against Iran. Azerbaijan needs state-of-the-art offensive military weaponry from Israel. During September of 2015, the 100th anniversary of their genocide against Christian Armenians, in one of many visits to Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, by Israeli Knesset members, the chairman of the Parliamentary Security Commission, Oren Hazan, name spelled Khazan, Kazan, and the head of the Safadi International Diplomatic Center, the Israeli politician Mendai Safadi, brought a package of proposals to fight the Armenian lobby. Safadi stated, "I have always been on the side of Azerbaijan, and we are ready to provide protection and assistance to the Azerbaijani side in neutralizing the influence of the Armenian lobby in the US Congress, EU structures, and international organizations." From that point on, an organized, contra-Christian, anti-Armenian media and political campaign strengthened as Israel and Azerbaijan became part of their own axis, along with Turkey, against all Christendom. By destroying the first Christian nation on earth, all Christianity would be severed from its history. Israeli policymakers had to weigh the potential benefits of a covert agreement with Azerbaijan that factored in billions of dollars worth of arms sales, a crude oil supplier, and a base of operations against Iran, versus any potential offsetting benefits that would take into account Armenia's current status as a poor, white, Christian nation, and Armenia lost. Because by exterminating the Armenians, only the Jews would be left to claim a Holocaust from a world war. World War I is to the Armenians, in terms of the extermination of their race, what World War II is to the Jews. If people found out about it, the Jews would lose all the glory. Could Israel still have hogged all the Holocaust while stipulating that its weapons sold to Azerbaijan could not be used against Armenia? It could have, through its control of the media, but Azerbaijan would have rejected such conditions. Israeli calculations put Christian Armenians and all ethical matters at the bottom of the priority pile. Israel has seen the usefulness of Turkey's expansionist neo-Ottoman policy to recreate its empire. Turkey itself and its exploitation and deployment of Islamic jihadists against Syrian President Bashar al-Assad serves an Israeli goal of sending Syria decades back in development. Turkey's Erdogan makes many Judeophobic claims, including that Jerusalem is Turkey's. But Israeli-Turkish trade has never suffered. Instead, it has expanded by billions of dollars. Turkey is helping contain Iran by encircling its sphere of influence. Though Turkey's regional strategy doesn't directly aim to encircle Iran and its proxies, it ultimately achieves this as an advantageous byproduct. After the U.S. invasion of Iraq, Iran took advantage of the shifting geopolitics of the Middle East and established a so-called Shia Crescent, stretching from Tehran to Beirut. While the threat it poses towards Israel and Gulf states are acknowledged by many, it also poses a threat to Turkey, tilting the centuries-old balance between both nations in favor of Iran. Turkey has tried to fight back and supported anti-Iranian forces in Syria and elsewhere. However, with the war in Syria calming down, Ankara, the capital of Turkey, is now taking the competition to the next level by encircling Iran with its allies. Turkey is changing the modus operandi from the method of operation, from confronting Iranian expansionism to encircling it. Well, this brings us back to confronting Iran. Turkey's military involvement in Syria has empowered the legitimate Syrian opposition and torpedoed both Iranian ambitions for a massacre in Idlib and a military solution to the conflict. In Lebanon, Turkey enjoys significant support among its Sunni population and is appealing to the entire country through economic and cultural means and by flexing its soft power, helping to balance Hezbollah, the Army of God, and Iran. which is the sponsor for Hezbollah. In Iraq, however, the situation is far more advantageous for Iran. American policies have made Iran and its militias kingmakers. Ankara has been stepping up its relations with the Iraqi central government and the Kurdish regional government and actively supporting them to sideline militias and strengthen democratic politics. Turkey has also become the second biggest import partner to Iraq. However, Ankara has a limited role in internal military dynamics. For its part, Iran is shielding the PKK, the Kurdish Communist Party, in the north of the country to keep Turkey at bay. That brings us back to encircling Iran. There is little room to maneuver now that the wars in Syria and Iraq are drawing down. Normally, this would mean the preservation of the status quo. However, sensing a weakness in Iran, Turkey has employed a new stratagem, not directly motivated by the goal of encircling Iran, but rather achieving this as a pleasing byproduct for their Israeli masters. The Nagorno-Karabakh clashes in 2020 marked the beginning of a change in Turkish politics vis-a-vis Iran. With Azerbaijan's victory, Baku both reclaimed its territory and advanced along the Iranian-Azerbaijani border. At that time, Turks in Iran cheered for their ethnic brothers in Azerbaijan, a cause for concern in Tehran, the capital of Iran itself. Turkey also stepped up its role in Azerbaijan, and bilateral relations have expanded to reach a historic high. Turkish drones hovering just across Iran's northern border symbolize Turkey's growing presence in the neighborhood. To the northeast of Iran, Ankara is strengthening its relations with the Turkic states in Central Asia through the Turkic Consul, which has become an important platform to increase cooperation between Turkic states. Moreover, Turkmenistan, Iran's immediate neighbor, is the second largest recipient of Turkish arms exports. Ankara's excellent relations with Pakistan and increasing economic, political, and security cooperation between the two Sunni states is of historic significance for Tehran. Some historians even argue that the Turkish Safavid dynasty's desire to differentiate the population from the two Turkish and Sunni empires to the east and west motivated the Shiification of Iran. Turkey's central role in the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, together with Pakistan and Hungary, will facilitate Turkish-Pakistani relations and give Turkey leverage over Iran's turbulent neighbor, as it will influence the refugee flow towards Iran itself. Afghan refugees trying to reach Europe cross through Iran, and Tehran has employed many Shia Hazara Afghans to fight in Syria. And, of course, Hungary's involvement as a right-wing Judeophobic regime is paradoxically sponsored by Israel. The Israeli right considers the neo-Nazis of Europe to be their next of kin. And neo-Nazi Hungary is their ticket into the heart of Europe itself, where those anti-immigrant Hungarians expedite the infiltration of Muslim terrorists, radicalized Turks, into the heart of the fatherland, United Germany, in their attempt to destroy Germany's hold on Europe and bring back their Russian masters so they can raise the Iron Curtain yet again across the center of the continent. The ultimate aim of the Judeo-Sino-Slavic Synaxis. To the south of Iran, Turkey's military presence in Qatar contributes to the encirclement of Iran, even though it's not the aim. From the Iranian perspective, having a permanent Turkish military presence in the Gulf is something it has to consider. Despite the presence of the base, The southern axis remains the weakest area of Turkish encirclement, but recent developments indicate that this is going to change. The recent efforts for rapprochement between Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt will ultimately affect Iran as well. The former will limit Iran and strengthen the encirclement, while the latter may affect Palestinian politics as well as the internal politics of Lebanon. Finally, if Israel shows a readiness to compromise and collaborates with Turkey as it will, the encirclement will be complete. With the election of a new Iranian president and potential for a new U.S.-Iran nuclear deal, the Turkish encirclement of Iran may prove critical in containing Iran. Israel's policymakers could see the writing on the wall after Azerbaijan demonstrated its military incompetence during last July's border flare-up with Armenia. Immediately, Turkey took the initiative and engaged in substantial war games with Azerbaijan, keeping an unknown amount of materials and advisors on the ground. On September 27th, Azerbaijan began its most massive offensive against Nagorno-Karabakh and its indigenous Armenian population of Christendom. Some Israelis pronounced support for Armenia. Most others did not. Some Israelis and agents of Israel still claim that Armenia supports Iran, or vice versa. Yet trade between Iran and Azerbaijan has expanded to well over twice that of Armenia's and Iran's. In any event, just as Erdogan claims Jerusalem, talk is cheap. Israeli arms and Turkish-Azerbaijani-Israeli-sponsored PR. The public relations, the practice of managing and disseminating information from an individual or an organization to the public in order to affect their public perception, public relations and publicity differ in that PR is controlled internally, whereas publicity is not controlled and contributed by external parties. Turkish, Azerbaijani, Israeli-sponsored PR are destroying Nagorno-Karabakh and its Christian peoples. The silly arguments that guns don't kill people, people do, also breaks down as quickly as guns intercepted in tunnels under Gaza. Erdogan's lip service to the Palestinian cause while discriminating against them is one thing, while his claim made on July 14th of 2020 that we will continue to fulfill this mission, which our grandfathers have carried out for centuries, in the Caucasus again, meaning the total racial extermination of Armenians and the religious extermination of Christianity, is something else. Erdogan's outburst is a direct reference to the Turkish genocide of the Armenians, their attempt to wipe out Christianity from the face of the earth. Turkish arms and soldiers are killing Armenian civilians, and not just military personnel. Think of that bomb that was remote controlled to dive into a school bus, with the Jews directing the GPS. Turkey's import of Islamic jihadists from Syria and Libya into Azerbaijan are decimating Armenians with Israeli weapons and communications gear. Jews and Muslims in a conspiracy to wipe out the first Christian people from the face of the earth. All while pumping ads for child porn into my chat room while I speak. What more do you need to know? As the son of Adolf Hitler, I'm taken seriously by the enemy, your enemy, even if not by you. Without Turkey and its imported jihadist thugs, Azerbaijan would never have attacked Nagorno-Karabakh, thus defining the limits of its sovereignty. Does Israel hope Turkey militarily penetrates the Caucasus, both cutting off Russia and perhaps fomenting an Azerbaijani-speaking Iran insurrection in Iran's northwest? Most certainly! Alias thought his blitzkrieg on the Armenians would be over in less than a week. Yet the attempted Azerbaijani incursion dragged into its 5th week. The Turks planned for at most 2 months of attacks, with the Armenians fighting for their very existence. The result could have been a government collapse in Azerbaijan. After all, Sun Tzu, the renowned Chinese author of The Art of War, wrote, "There is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare." But with Israel directly providing intelligence to Azerbaijan in its war against the Christian Armenians, only 6 weeks of bloody armed conflict prematurely brought an end to the deadliest fighting the region witnessed in nearly 30 years amid the early hours of the 10th day in November of yesteryear via ceasefire brokered by the Russian Federation that remains short of any clear and stable peace. The truth will eventually be revealed, as such secrets are the most fleeting. I have revealed them to you now. Now, way back in 1992, while I was involved in mercenary work, my surrogate son, who, as I said, does have Armenian roots, per at least a part of his genetic inheritance, was an avid user of an early version of social media. The term hadn't even been invented yet. Back then, he was still a young lady, a girl, using what was called Usenet. He was approached by a friend, a former friend, a friend up to that point, who was the chairperson of a local Zionist council just west of Boston, Massachusetts. He was asked, well, he was a she then, before his sexual affirmation surgery, because he suffered from gender dysphoria, but he was physically a girl at that time. She was asked why she still posted eyewitness accounts of Azerbaijani pogroms against Armenians in Soviet Azerbaijan that had occurred 2 years prior in 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union precipitating an Azeri effort to ethnically cleanse and religiously exterminate the Armenians from the world. She found, my son did, that question odd, and she found the Jewish questioner's tone quite arrogant, considering that they had both spent much of their free time at what they were doing in terms of some civil work, discussing the common aspects of the Holocaust and the Turkish genocide against the Armenians in World War I. And she told the person in question that she was informing the world about what was happening to her people, just the way she thought her friend wished the world to know about what was happening to her people in Poland during World War II. But in response, she was told that her postings had a harmful impact on Azerbaijan, which was developing a relationship with Israel. What was a friendship between them? In a single phone call, degenerated into, we both will go our separate ways. A rather foreshadowing incident. Now, in context of all the aforesaid, the Russophile Israeli-American right is becoming completely untethered from reality. When it comes to information warfare, illiberal regimes such as Russia have a major advantage over liberal democracies such as these United States. U.S. government agencies such as the State Department's Global Engagement Center put the best possible spin on U.S. actions, but aren't allowed to simply lie. By contrast, Russia's troll farm, formerly known as the IRA, the Internet Research Agency, its foreign intelligence agency, the SVR, and other organs of the Kremlin are free to spin fantasies out of thin air. Malaysian airliner MH17, shot down by pro-Russian rebels over Ukraine, was actually a victim of the CIA. Indeed, I was ordered to say such by Mike Ringley on Revolution Radio, or I would be no longer allowed upon his platform at that time. Indeed, I could never have returned to Revolution Radio had I not reiterated such under orders of Mike Ringley on Coast to Coast AM itself. A democratic revolution in Ukraine was actually a fascist uprising. This is the kind of bullshit Laurel E. Solomon would fall for. That's why all she is now is right-wing crazy. Western COVID-19 vaccines, which have proven highly safe and effective, are actually dangerous, according to the Ruskies. Meanwhile, COVID-19 is ravaging the Sino-Slavic synaxis, and Russians and Chinese are dying by the tens of thousands. Oh, but don't take those Western vaccines. What we make at home is the shit. Yeah, you made the COVID-19, that's the shit. They didn't seem to have a backup plan for what to do with it once it got loose. It got loose prematurely. The Kremlin's strategy is not so much to make people believe its individual lies as to make them doubt the very possibility of truth itself, that there is anything that is true. As the old saying goeth, in a world where nothing is true, everything is permitted. This is the philosophy of nihilism, of chaos. Chaosium, the anti-gods. Russia brought this nihilistic mindset to its covert efforts to influence the outcome of the 2016 and 2020 elections in Donald John Trump's favor. But the American right, which was effectively allied with the Kremlin in both campaigns, has so successfully internalized the secret of Russian disinformation operations, that it no longer requires much, not any, help from Vladimir Putin. Two stories that spread like wildfire across the information landscape in the past week demonstrate how the right can be just as brazen as the Russians in spreading fake news. The first of these fictions was the claim that in order to fight climate change, President Biden plans to reduce red meat consumption by 90%, limiting everyone to just 4 pounds of red meat a year. This falsehood began with a story in the right-wing Daily Mail in the United Kingdom, citing a University of Michigan study that had nothing to do with any administration initiative. It was then picked up by Fox News, with Fox Business host Larry Kudlow, former economic advisor to Donald Trump, that Roman Catholic alcoholic, ominously warning viewers that there would be no burgers on the 4th of July. And Republican politicians such as Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Idaho Governor Brad Little, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley amplifying the message. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia even tweeted a picture of Biden with a hamburger to suggest that he was a hypocrite. No burgers for thee, but just for me. That's what she tweeted. On the Monday opening, the last work week in the 4th month this year, as dated the 26th of April, Fox News' John Roberts apologized for a network graphic that had suggested that Biden had a plan to cut red meat consumption, admitting that is not the case. But how many on the right saw that correction? By then, the disinformation caravan had already moved on to the next pseudo-scandal, the claim that the government is distributing Vice President Kamala Harris's children's book, Superheroes Are Everywhere, at shelters for migrant children. The New York Post, which, like Fox News, is owned by the Murdoch family, the dynasty that rules Australia through its total media control to the point where Australian media is considered as controlled, state-controlled, rather it controls the state, as media is controlled by the military junta of Egypt, and CCT, Communist Chinese Television, and all the media machine of mainland China is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. So too is all media in Australia centered on the Murdochracy, the Murdoch media machine. That same dynasty that owns Fox News and screamed in a front page headline, "Come on in!" K-A-M space O-N space I-N, all uppercase, as in Kamala Harris on in. "Come on in! Solo kids at border welcomed with copy of Veep's book," the vice presidentess's children's book. Once again, Fox News and various prominent Republicans hyperventilated. The Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent chairwoman Ronna McDaniel wondered if Kamala Harris is profiting from Biden's border crisis. Yet there was not a shred of truth to the claim. The whole story was based on one photograph from a Long Beach, California migrant shelter where some citizen had simply donated a copy of the book. The Washington Post fact-checker debunked this absurd claim. The New York Post reporter who wrote the original article quit the newspaper, saying she had been ordered to produce an incorrect story. But as with the red meat story, the damage had already been done. Even by debunking these stories, Democrats and the mainstream media simply elevate them. Whether or not most Republicans believe that Democrats are going to take away their hamburgers or force migrants to read Kamala Harris's children's book, Superheroes Are Everywhere, they are confirmed in their general impression that Joseph Biden is a left-wing radical who is up to no good. These are small lies added to the larger foundation of falsehoods upon which the right-wing movement, the radicalized Russo collaborationist Republican Party now rests. Far too many Republicans believe that Trump won the election, 78%, in fact, and that Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is innocent. 46% believe that. Far too few Republicans believe that global warming will pose any serious threat in our lifetimes. Only 11% believe that. The Republican Party is increasingly catering to people who live in an alternative universe of false narratives spread by media outlets such as Fox News and Newsmax, and on social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Google/YouTube. A major political movement is becoming completely untethered from reality. And it's terrifying to see, because it always accompanies the slide into authoritarianism. Our government cannot police speech, but Congress should take the advice of political scientists that Jap house nigger, that Jap trash piece of shit, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Francis Fukuyama and his Stanford colleagues, their advisement must be followed to force internet platforms to give users the ability to employ middleware. To quote as they, software that can modify the presentation of underlying data to filter their feeds for at least minimal levels of veracity. This is hardly a cure-all, but it is an important step to fight back against the falsehoods that threaten our democracy. Moreover, in March of 2015, at the invitation of then Republican House Speaker John Boehner, and assisted by Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Ron Dermer, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the joint houses of Congress in a speech that was boycotted by over 100 Democrats to make it clear his opposition to the yet-to-be-signed Iran nuclear deal, which I have forecited earlier as JCPOA. He did so without formally informing the White House, something known to have infuriated Barack Obama, whose administration would the following month join a 7-party agreement to limit Iran's alleged nuclear weapons ambitions. And to loud applause, Netanyahu attacked Mr. Obama's proposal of dealing with Iran, crooning, "This deal won't be a farewell to arms. It would be a farewell to arms control. And the Middle East would soon be crisscrossed by nuclear tripwires. A region where small skirmishes can trigger big wars would turn into a nuclear tinderbox. We must all stand together to stop Iran's march of conquest, subjugation, and terror." The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin had never made such a speech to Congress, which political observers said was unique in the way a foreign leader so acidly attacked the official policy of our United States government. The unbridled power of the pro-Israel lobby has long been one of the contentious and disputed issues in Washington. In 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, was killed, George Joseph Henry Dietrich died that year, that John Mersheimer and Stephen Walt published a book entitled The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, which describes the lobby as, to quote as they, a loose coalition of individuals and organizations who actively work to steer all American foreign affairs. The coalition includes groups such as the powerful AIPAC, AIPAC, an acronym for American Israel Public Affairs Committee, a U.S.-based pro-Israel lobbying group, which this year, the year my father was thanatized, as the VA calls it, processed unto death, which that year, 2007 alone, spent $1.75 million United States dollars to promote pro-Israel policies. $1.75 million. The group's annual convention is a frequent stopping off point for politicians seeking election or re-election, and Mr. Netanyahu himself had addressed it several times. In 2016, top speakers included then Vice President Joseph Biden, former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, Republican presidential candidate at the time Donald John Trump, Governor John Kasich, Senator Ted Cruz, and Speaker Paul Ryan. The group's own website so declares that the mission of AIPAC is to strengthen, protect, and promote the U.S.-Israel relationship in ways that enhance the security of Israel. Now, Brandon Young's mentor, the 92-year-old American linguist, philosopher, cognitive scientist and historian, the social critic and veteran political activist, Avram Noam Chomsky, has proven that Israel brazenly interferes in U.S. electoral politics in a way that vastly outweighs any efforts that may have been carried out by motherless Russia. Sometimes called the father of modern linguistics, Noam Chomsky is also a major figure in analytic philosophy and one of the founders of the field of cognitive science. That would be the field of my own hero, Julian Jaynes, the author of The Birth of the Modern Mind in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, or The Birth of Modern Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. It's such a complicated title, I don't even consciously remember the title specifically, but you get the point. And when speaking to Democracy Now! Back on the 4th of July weekend, circa 2018, the Mr. Noam Chomsky lamented that much of the media concentrates exclusively on Judeo-centric stories he considered marginal, whilst ignoring issues such as the existential threat of climate change amid such historical context as the apocalyptic agenda of our ZOG, our ZOG, our Zionist occupation government. Instead, to quote the Mr. Chomsky at length and verbatim, instead focusing on issues which are pretty marginal. Tough, all of Trump's policies, the ones that are the most dangerous and destructive, in fact poses an existential threat, are his policies on climate change, on global warming. That's really destructive. And we're facing an imminent threat, not far removed, of enormous damage. The effects are already visible, but nothing like what's going to come. These are the kinds of issues that should be under discussion. Instead, here's a focus on what I believe are marginalia. Here are much more serious issues that are being put to the side. First of all, if you're interested in foreign interference in our elections, whatever the Russians may have done barely counts or weighs in the balance as compared with what another state does openly, brazenly, and with enormous support. Israeli intervention in U.S. elections vastly overwhelms anything the Russians may have done. I mean, even to the point where the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, goes directly to Congress without even informing our president and speaks to Congress with overwhelming applause to try to undermine our president's policies. What happened with Obama and Netanyahu in 2015? Did Putin come to give an address to the joint sessions of Congress calling on them to reverse U.S. policy without even informing our president? And that's just a tiny bit of this overwhelming influence. So if you happen to be interested in foreign influence on elections, there are places to look. But in much of the world, the U.S. media's focus is a joke. By the way, neither the Israeli embassy in Washington or AIPAC ever responded to any of my inquiries about Mr. Noam Chomsky's provisions. That brings us back to the other white tribe. What has wrought the end of the old Israel? Israel's Russian-speaking community is transmutating the apartheid settler regime into Moscow on the Mediterranean. The over 1 million people who immigrated to Israel from the former Soviet Union in a wave, from the beginning of the 1990s with its collapse, have changed Israel to its core, socially, politically, economically, and culturally. Within the first 6 years, they formed what became a large secular nationalist political camp that secures right-wing rule to this day. Experts both in Israel and Russia define the socio-political profile of the first generation of these immigrants as a prototype of Homo Sovieticus, collective man. Its leading political representative, former foreign minister and defense minister Avigdor Lieberman, who heads what is still perceived as the only Russian sectarian party in Israel, is often seen as a post-Soviet leader, devoid of ideology, promoting an agenda of fear and incitement. And Avigdor Lieberman's newly adopted anti-Orthodox agenda appeals to the younger Russian-speaking generation and empowers, at present, parliamentary and extra-parliamentary opposition to his former ally, long-standing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The process of the emergence of the younger generation, Generation 1.5, of the Russian-speaking community, now in the process of redefining their political agenda and carving their role in Israeli politics and public sphere, can be defined as a transition from being guests in a host society to active hosts themselves. The parasites taking over. This wave of immigrants finds itself on two unresolved collision courses. First is the unbridgeable gap between the Zionist secular law of return that allows all Jews to settle in Israel and the rabbinical orthodoxy in charge of their absorption, which defines hundreds of thousands of members of the Russian-speaking community as non-Jews under halakhic law. They becomest victims of the empowerment of orthodoxy by the political alliance they formed with Netanyahu. The other collision course between the Jewish law of return and the total denial of Palestinian right of return, Palestinian right of return, is a constant source of friction and animosity between the two communities and their leaders. Both collision courses shape Israeli society and politics, with Netanyahu and Lieberman in particularly using tensions to drive wedges between sectors of the population. 3 decades since the onset of this wave of immigration, there is still a distinct Russian-speaking community, culturally and politically, often misunderstood by veteran Israeli society and politicians. While Israel's shrinking political left continues to perpetuate its detachment from the community, leaving the arena to right-wing indoctrination, gradual changes in the political affiliations of the community can still be detected in recent years. The terms right and left within the Russian-speaking community differ from their definition in veteran Israeli society, a factor often overlooked by politicians. As an analyst, I must underline the profound differences between this huge wave of immigration and preceding immigrations to Israel, because unlike others, the Russian immigrants never aimed for absorption as perceived for decades, but rather for leadership. And political scientists now concur the Russian community will be Israel's future elite. Already, the transformation has been dramatic. Israel, at least the largely secular and progressive version of Israel that once captured the world's imagination, is over. Although that Israel was always in some ways a fantasy, the myth was at least grounded in reality. Today, that reality has changed, and the country that has replaced it is profoundly different from the one its founders imagined almost 70 years ago. Since the pivotal elections held in March of 2015, a number of slow-moving trends have accelerated dramatically. Should they continue, they will soon render the white settler occupation state imposed over both Palestine and these United States unrecognizable. American support for Israel cannot be divorced from the rightward shift in American politics, the campaign to roll back democracy at home and to impose our idea of order, economic order, most importantly, on the world. Such an undertaking fosters and calls forth the assistance of authoritarian religion like an evil genie. Religion has long been an important force in American life, but today the flaunting of religious belief is everywhere. Likewise ubiquitous are tributes to the military, though America once boasted of not being militaristic. The same situation prevails in Israel, our fellow force for good. There, the military has always been lionized, but the promotion of authoritarian religion, especially evident in the settlements, is in marked contrast to the situation before the 1967 war, when Israelis were proudly secular. And what about the support for Israeli policies among non-believers? Yes, there is belief in the myth of Abraham, but there is also the myth of American and Israeli innocence, virtue, and victimhood, which blinds believers and non-believers alike. And like Israel, the United States has learned how to pose as a victim in order to disable the collective conscience of its citizens. Despite, or because of, the slaughter we loosed on Vietnam and neighboring countries, we cast ourselves as the victims there. Vietnam is our Holocaust, as the sighting of the Vietnam Memorial that my sister designed for you, and the United States Memorial Holocaust Museum, both in our nation's capital, so demonstrates. To point up our hypocrisy in establishing that museum, Norman Finkelstein once suggested that United Germany should establish a national museum memorializing the U.S. government's genocide against Native Americans. Both the United States and Israel encourage their citizens to think only of their own suffering and never of the suffering they inflict on others. America must never forget 9/11, or the POW MIAs, the prisoners of war, and the missing in action of Vietnam. Israelis must never forget the Holocaust. If too many Americans and Israelis relaxed their grip on innocence, virtue, and victimhood, they might begin to question state-sanctioned violence and war. To be ready for the next round, they need to keep a clean conscience, no matter what, so they can kill more people. Israel owes its very existence to the Holocaust, which also provides it with a justification that is beyond question. However, Israel's weaponization of that history is another story. By making the Holocaust the defining event of Jewish history between the dispersion and the establishment of Israel, Zionists implicitly devalue not only Jewish achievements in the diaspora, but Jewish life altogether before 1948. Or they connect those achievements to the dream of a Jewish state as the abiding inspiration of the Jewish people. In doing so, they magnify their own importance and exalt the Jewish state. The fact that abusing the Holocaust to absolve Israel of its ongoing crimes defames the memory of the Holocaust's victims does not trouble them. For a nation or people to embrace a permanent identity of victimhood carries the risk of becoming a victimizer oneself, a danger that both America's and Israel's ruling classes refuse to see. The only lesson Zionists deign to take from 2,000 years of Jewish history is in the diaspora is that Jews were always hated and persecuted and therefore are exempt from any moral prohibitions in defense of the homeland. In effect, Israel claims the right to behave like any Judeophobic oppressor of old. The only grounds Israel has left itself for finding Nazism abhorrent, given its treatment of the Palestinians, is that so many of Nazism's victims were Jews. It has no broader moral grounds for condemning my biological father's National Socialists, and does not seem to care. So here, finally, is the pertinent question. Who, if not us, is going to hold our governments to account for their lawless partnership, the Judeo-American alliance, instead of letting them continue to use us as their alibi? On the other hand, my Taiwan is a democratic country with a population of 23.78 million people, with the immigrants we accept well over 24, bordering on 30 million. We maintain unofficial relations with most countries, but we only have official relations with 15 countries on the surface of the earth. Now 16 with Lithuania. We maintain an important strategic position at the doorstep of a huge adversary to all humanity, Communist China, and we hold a crucial position in the first island chain, impeding CHICOM, Chinese Communist access to the Western Pacific. We are not a UN member. Both Israel and my Taiwan are highly dependent on these United States for diplomatic support and the sale of weapons. Yet Israel enjoys certain advantages that Taiwan does not. Culturally, it is a Western-like society with a high percentage of English speakers. There is a large number of Americans with dual citizenship, Israeli and American, that is not allowed for any other nation on earth. Living in Israel, mind you, to avoid paying American taxes, and who vote in the elections of both countries. Can you imagine people being allowed to vote both here and in Pakistan, here and in Iran, here and in any other country other than Israel? They would be lynched. Some Americans who became Israeli citizens then gained prominent political positions. Exempli Gratiae, former Israeli Prime Ministeress Golda Meir, and more recently, former Israeli ambassadors to these United States, Ronald Dermer and Michael Oren. Moreover, the public face of Israel that Americans see is white Caucasian, which resonates with the majority of empowered Americans. Israel enjoys great political support in these United States. Significant numbers of pro-Israeli voters are clustered in swing states, with large numbers of electoral votes such as Florida and Pennsylvania. The American-Israeli Political Action Committee, the aforecited AIPAC, is well known for its ability to rally U.S. congressional support for Israel. U.S. senators and congressional representatives are reluctant to speak out against Israel or not to provide Israel financial support and the sale of weapons for fear that AIPAC will target them in their next re-election campaign. Israel also benefits from influential wealthy donors such as pro-Israel Las Vegas casino mogul Sheldon Adelson and his wife Miriam, who will donate 100 million United States dollars to President Trump and the Republicans, or rather they already have. Pro-Israel political donations amounted to 22 million United States dollars spent on lobbying efforts in the year 2018 alone. Despite the degree of American political, economic, cultural, and military influence existing in my Taiwan lacks the affinity with these United States that benefits Israel. The U.S. Senate and House of Representatives Taiwan lobby continues to gain strength, but just cannot match the clout of the Israeli lobby. Exempli Gratiae, Taiwan issues rarely take a center stage in American presidential elections, whereas no U.S. politician would campaign for the presidency without emphasizing their support for Israel. Pro-Taiwan voters lack the electoral clout of those who support Israel. Little wonder then that Israel received $3.8 billion United States dollars in 2019, the year before yesteryear, in military assistance alone. 8 billion United States dollars in loan guarantees. And in 1985 was the first country on earth to sign an FTA, a free trade agreement with these United States. The United States has yet to sign either an FTA, a free trade agreement, or even a bilateral investment agreement, a BIA, with my Taiwan, despite being constantly pressured by Taipei, the capital of my island, China. Israel also benefits from a lingering sense of guilt among many Americans due to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's barring Jewish immigration at the time when the pogroms were spreading throughout Europe during the 1930s. In Washington, D.C., the Holocaust Museum serves as a constant reminder of the tragedy, as do various monuments found across these United States to memorialize a Holocaust the Americans never committed. As if we were the Germans. Now, high school history classes introduced the Holocaust, and most Americans know about Mein Kampf, my biological sire's prescription for getting Germany back on its feet after World War I by eliminating those of the Jewish faith. Few Americans have ever even heard about, let alone read, George Kerr's work entitled Formosa Betrayed, where he vividly described the excesses of the 228 incident in reference to the February 28th Taiwanese Holocaust, whereon, on February 28th of 1947, about 12,000 people gathered in front of the Bureau of Monopoly in Taipei to protest the brutal beating on a woman cigarette peddler and the killing of a bystander by the police on the previous evening. The Chinese governor, Chen Yi, responded with machine guns, killing several people on the spot. Uprisings erupted. What ensued were a series of massacres on my island by the troops dispatched from mainland China by Chiang Kai-shek, resulting in the deaths of more than 30,000 Taiwanese people, followed by an era of white terror, arrests and mysterious disappearances of countless additional people by the military police for decades. Half a hundred years later today, Taiwan has evolved into a democratic country thanks to those brave people who sacrificed their lives, blood, and freedom to continue their relentless fight for democracy and human rights. Taiwanese people will forgive, but will never forget such a tragic page of Taiwan's history. In reconciliation with this painful past, they want to commemorate February 28th as the Day of Peace. May peace prevail on my island and over the earth. And even fewer Yankees would ever be familiar with Douglas Mendel's work entitled The Politics of Formosan Nationalism, further describing the subjugation of the Taiwanese. It demands the question, whither Taiwanization? The colonization, democratization, and Taiwanization of Taiwan. Other than during the Civil War of 1945 through 1949, Taiwan has never been part of a Chinese state ruled by ethnically Han Chinese in mainland China. With the arrival of the Dutch in 1624, Taiwan underwent a succession of 6 foreign colonial rulers. The Dutch from 1624 to 1662, the Spanish in northern Taiwan from 1626 to 1624, the Cheng family between 1662 and 1683, the Manchus of the Qing dynasty which ruled over mainland China, but they're not ethnically Chinese, from 1683 through 1895, and of course the Japanese from 1895 through 1945, and the Chinese nationalists when the Japanese awarded Taiwan to them in exchange for their siding with the Axis circa 1945, after which they ruled till 1988, when democratically Taiwan morphed, changed, transmutated from fascism to fascist democracy, a democracy with a fascist culture. Only with democratization, beginning in 1988, have the people of my Taiwan been able to rule themselves, with the coming of the Dietrich Artilect. With democratization, the people of Taiwan have increasingly identified as Taiwanese, an identification that is explicitly not Chinese. Red China's racial appeals to my Taiwan are scientifically inaccurate and have no place in the postmodern world. In order to gain international support, my Taiwan's leaders and people need to avoid the ethno-Chinese framework of independence versus unification. Rather, they should emphasize Taiwan's decolonialization, a process that Taiwan shares with much of the world. Instead, the US media is outrageously pro-Israel, with no significant outlets taking exception with any Israeli government actions. My Taiwan receives effectively no coverage in the US media whatsoever. If it is a choice of using print space or airtime for my Taiwan or Red China, coverage will be given to the communists. In many ways, President Trump had been good for Taiwan, signing many supportive pieces of legislation, such as the Taipei, T-A-I-P-E-I, all uppercase, the exact spelling of the capital of my nation, but an acronym standing for Taiwan Allies International Protection and Enhancement Initiative Act, commonly known simply as the Taipei Act, with Taipei all in the uppercase, sans anyone even knowing it to be an acronym. Yet Trump was an isolationist who doubts the utility of alliances and relationships with any other countries, except for Israel, where his support is unwavering. He is considered Israel's greatest president. To the point, he supported the annexation of the Golan Heights, plus moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv-Yafo to Jerusalem. Trump was easily manipulated by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other pro-Israeli supporters. On the other hand, my Taiwan had a lingering feeling that Trump might one day abandon Taiwan by using it as a bargaining chip to get a better trade deal with Communist China to enhance his chances for re-election. In defending Taiwan, Taiwan's military can learn from the Armenia-Azerbaijan War. Taiwan can take valuable lessons from the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh War in terms of the role of drones, decoys, and flexible thinking in the conflict. Now, nearly the whole of the Asian continent, more than 4,000 miles, sits between my Taiwan and Nagorno-Karabakh. They inhabit vastly different geographies. Ongoing conflicts as to the ultimate fate of each have emerged from different historical contexts, and political realities on the ground bear little in common. Even so, my Taiwan's defense thinkers should be closely studying the recent war between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh, that ethnic Armenian enclave of Christendom within Muslim Azerbaijan. The use of both modern military capabilities and legacy systems and their interactions on the battlefield provide insights into how wars will be fought during the next 2 decades. My Taiwan would do well to consider lessons learned as it works to better prepare itself for the ever-present possibility, if not inevitability, of Communist Chinese military action. Joe Tai, my fellow Taiwanese in America, says Americans are self-hating German Americans that are the silent majority in America, just like Trump, except you, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Well, obviously, considering my biological father, I couldn't afford to hate myself. In terms of lessons learned, the war in Nagorno-Karabakh has not really come to an end, but even early analyses largely shared some key findings. None is particularly surprising, but confirmation of expectations in real-world observations is valuable nonetheless. When I saw a televised Taiwan Army major tracing his finger in a swooping arc across a map sometime earlier yesteryear, while asking, rhetorically, the extended distances that UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, can now cover means that everything is now a target. How do we defend against this? Well, my own reply, had I been there, would have been, allow me to submit that first, your adversary can already target you without the use of UAVs. Second, UAVs are an asymmetric weapon. Your adversary is coming to you. Make them worry about how to defend against your UAVs. The Armenia-Azerbaijan War thereafter provided fairly conclusive proof about the advisability of my recommendations. And from the various after-action reports emerging from the conflict, I myself can identify over half a dozen primary lessons for the Taiwan military. Now, we may save them for Wednesday, and I'll begin from there. Because, obviously, I think that is something that once I get started, well, there's no stopping it. We'll have to just keep going, or it's not going to make any sense without a coherent thread of narrative. In order to carry on that thread of narrative coherently, we will start off where we left off when I begin my monologue on Wednesday night, which will be here before anybody knows it, including myself. It'll just be here, basically tomorrow for all intents and purposes, because, I take my time, go to sleep, wake up, and before you know it, it's transmission time again. When I'm not out at the estates with my son and the Blood Boys, and of course, enjoying life as it should be lived, rather than here in my crypt. Understand, of course, that this will all be within the ongoing context of what I said about that fox and the hedgehog, the Chinese being the hedgehog with but one monofocal obsession on their agenda, the Americans being the fox with all the different concerns that they have impacting their interaction with the world. All of this is the thread of narrative which will take us into the chip wars of the 21st century, because microchips are the new oil, and those microchips are made from silicon, a very specific kind of granular sand which cannot be accessed from the deserts of the world. That's not the right kind of sand. It has to be accessed from beach sand, which takes millions of years of pounding by the turf to create that kind of granular particle, which then makes silicon, which is the alchemical element comprising your microchips that are the brains behind everything you use in your postmodern society. And that means we're fighting over sand now in places like India, where people are literally dying for sand, beach sand, as we denude all the beaches of the world of this sand to make our microchips. And the one place in the world where the overwhelming majority of microchips are made is my Taiwan. Whoever rules Taiwan rules the world. Right now, I'm happy to say Taiwan rules itself, rather under the advisement of my own art-elect, the Dietrich art-elect, that I have mentioned in the past at some length. If you're not familiar with that, I'm not quite sure how much I can tell you in the few moments we have left, other than that, well, it's a bit of a long story, but hardly one that should be too surprising. Dietrich itself is an acronym, D-I-E, T-R-I-C-H. Bear in mind that Vladimir Putin himself said whoever develops artificial intelligence will rule the world. You can look that up yourself. He said that in 2017, on the 1st of September, to well over 1 million Russian students who were actually assigned to watch him make that declaration. And, of course, the Dietrich art-elect, which sources from my own mind, which is why it was given the name almost as an insult to myself rather than an honor, because it was scrubbed from my mind in a manner whereas I was deceived into thinking that this would empower me. I can assure you it did just the opposite, and I was left for dead. All of that should give you an idea of the kind of man I had the misfortune of working with, all the while that I was reaching a sense of maturity. And the Dietrich art-elect, of course, as an acronym, stands for Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, D-I-E-T, Referential Intellect Consultant Hologram, the R-I-C-H, the Diet Rich, Diet/Rich. Now, by even referring to the Dietrich art-elect, Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, Referential Intellect Consultant Hologram, with a term that ends in hologram, the art-elect that bears my name was dehumanized by that very name, because that's like the hologram is simply the visual interactive face, in essence a mask placed on by the artificial intellect to interact with humanity in a way that makes humanity feel comfortable. It would be by calling the Dietrich art elect a hologram as the endpoint of its name, which makes that last term the focus. Yes, that's what humanity sees, but it's like referring to a woman by her most prominent asset, physically. Like calling her either tits or ass. Hey, tits, or hey, ass. That may be her most prominent asset to the individual who meets her if he's male, but that's not her mind. It's not herself. The Dietrich art elect felt that way about the hologram aspect of yourself being the most emphasized aspect in your very name. By the way, Sarah Thomas says, thank you, Douglas, for another fantastic transmission. God bless you, honey. Love you beyond expression, darling. And again, this episode is dedicated to that wonderful young lady who sent me a care package. I must have her on again soon just to say hello to everyone. And that is, of course, Clarice Claudette. This episode is dedicated unto she. By the way, Impaler Monarch says knock knock. And thank you, Sarah Thomas, for coming in to help us close the chat for tonight. By the way, shout out to DJ. Kisses to DJ. She came in the other night and gave me some hearts. And when you come in at just the last minute, like sometimes George Knight will come in as Bizarre HT, and George Knight will say something like, all my love to, Douglas and the Team Dietrich. And if you get on too late, just before I shut down transmission, then it doesn't make it into the upload. It, for some reason, doesn't translate into the text as gets transferred with the video itself into publication. So get in more than a few minutes before I cut off. So you want to get in around the time that Sarah Thomas did. So that's going to make it. That's going to make it into publication. And thank goodness for it. I always love the preservation of such positivity. God bless you all who support me, and that's quite a bit. Honestly, we outnumber the enemy by orders of magnitude, and continue to prove that by hitting that upvote. We covered a lot of ground tonight. We'll start with the defense of Taiwan, what they can learn from the Nagorno-Karabakh War. How they can restructure a bit from that experience, and we'll go on from there to the chip wars of the, our 21st century. This is, as I said, we're fighting over sand and their end product, microchips. We're in this is a hard world. And add climate change to the deal, and this is going to be a hard century. Again, only through the Dietrich art elect and myself is humanity going to make it through. Otherwise, the human species doesn't stand a prayer, or billions will die. As it is, even with our help, maybe millions probably will. Through no program of my own, I assure you, one isn't even needed. All right then. I'll close off a few minutes earlier than I normally would tonight. My love to you, Sarah Thomas. Clarice Claudette. Joe Ty says, Bush is a dynasty. Thank God there are no Clinton dynasty. There is. There is in its own right. Oh God, there's a Trump dynasty too. Good God, his son's going to be running for president before you know it. Oh God, help us. Until, of course, as I said, I want a transition from constitutional republic to constitutional democracy.